Morning August 17, 2010. The rain over Manchester fell in a way that frayed the nerves and weighed on the heart. That ceaseless drizzle mingled with the cold wind sweeping in from the Atlantic beat against the glass windows of the Carrington Training Center, producing a dull, muffled thudding sound. Suze stood beneath the eaves of the corridor, fingers clenching an A4 sheet already wrinkled and soaked by sweat and rain. It was a physical fitness test and comprehensive evaluation report. Even without reading the long string of English comments at the end, just those few core figures on the sheet were enough to plunge any young man with dreams of professional football into despair. Strength, 35. Stamina, 38. In Manchester United's internal youth evaluation system, the passing mark was 60. Suze's numbers could not even brush against the edge of that line. Put more plainly, on the Carrington pitches where muscles towered and clashes were fierce, Suze was like a bamboo stalk that could be snapped by a single strong gust of wind. In yesterday afternoon's intra-squad scrimmage, a reserve team center-back, built like a young bull, had merely leaned into him with his shoulder while contesting a header. Suze had been sent flying 3 meters, tumbling twice across the slick grass before coming to a stop. In that instant, not a single local English youth player around him bothered to offer a hand, not even a mocking remark. In their eyes, this frail forward from Dessia did not belong here at all. Suze rubbed his shoulder, which still throbbed, faintly, his heart filled with bitterness. For the sake of playing professional football, he had flown all the way from Jincheng in Dessia to England and endured 2.5 years in this foreign land. He had believed that as long as his footwork was delicate enough and his movement off the ball clever enough, he could compensate for his physical shortcomings. Reality, however, had struck him like a heavy punch square in the face. The laws of survival in English football were brutal. Here it was all about high-intensity, pressing, bone-jarring physical contact and midfield battles that churned like a meat grinder. Technical grace that could only exist on the premise that you could stay on your feet. In a coach's eyes, a forward who went down at the slightest touch did not even qualify to be a tactical focal point. "So Coach Joyce wants you in his office." A fitness coach passed through the corridor with a tactics board under his arm, paused just long enough to deliver the message, and hurried off toward the dressing room without so much as an extra glance at Suze. Suze's heart dropped like a stone. He knew all too well what this meant. It was mid-August. The 2010-2011 Premier League season had just begun, and the summer transfer window would close in half a month. At such a moment, a private talk with the reserve team head coach was never about future tactical roles. There was only one possibility being shown the door. Suze crumpled the damp fitness report into a ball and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. He kneaded his stiff cheeks, then forced his leaden legs to move toward the head coach's office at the end of the corridor. The office door was left slightly ajar. Suze knocked on the wood. Only after hearing it come in from within did he push it open. Reserve team head coach Warren Joyce sat behind a broad mahogany desk. This English coach, known for his pragmatism and sternness, was leafing through a thick stack of player files. The air conditioning was turned up high, and a chill rose from the floor into Suze's heart. "Sit down, Sue." Joyce lifted his head and gestured toward the leather sofa beside him. He did not assume the arrogant posture of some sneering movie villain. On the contrary, Joyce's expression was very calm. So calm it was as though he were dealing with an insignificant piece of office stationery. Suze perched on the edge of the sofa, hands on his knees, cold sweat already seeping from his palms. "I've gone through your recent fitness reports and watched the footage of yesterday's scrimmage." Joyce pulled a file from the stack and placed it lightly on the desk in front of Suze. "I don't like beating around the bush. Let's speak plainly." Suze glanced at the document, the bold words at the top stabbed at his eyes like thorns. "Mutual contract termination agreement." "Just as expected. Coach, I think I can still adapt a bit more to the rhythm here." Suze's voice came out dry as he made one last attempt. "My injury has completely healed. My touch and finishing are still there. If you just give me time to increase my strength work." "Sue, you're a smart kid." Joyce cut him off, his tone still level. "Your feel for the ball is indeed decent. In Spain, or in a lower division league that values technical play, you might find a place. But this is Manchester United. This is England." Joyce reclined against the chair back, fingers interlaced before his chest, and continued, "The reserve team at Manchester United exists for 2 reasons. One is to provide Sir Alex with players who can step onto the pitch at any moment and fight. The other is to polish promising talents so they can be loaned out or sold for a good fee. But look at your current condition. With your level of physical confrontation, forget the Premier League. If we loaned you to League 1 or League 2, those defenders who live off their bodies would snap your bones in 10 minutes. We need warriors, not porcelain dolls that shatter on contact." His words were like a basin of ice water dousing the last tiny spark in Suze's heart. Joyce held nothing back, and yet he spoke only the cruel truth. The lower divisions in England were even more savage than the Premier League. Without a body to support you, no amount of technique could be brought to bear. "Sign the agreement." Joyce tapped the document with a fingertip. While the window is still open, the club will grant you a severance payout. Take that money, get in touch with a small club in another European country, or simply return to Dessia. With your experience in Manchester United's academy, you should have no trouble finding a team back home willing to make you a starter. That would be the most responsible arrangement for your career. Suze stared at the termination papers, feeling as though something had lodged in his throat. Go back. Return to Dessia bearing the label of Manchester United Academy reject, tail between his legs. He could not accept that. How much sweat had he shed to reach this point? How much pressure had his parents endured back home? And now, because of a single verdict of too weak physically, all of those dreams were to be wiped clean. Yet what good would it do not to sign? Stay on at Carrington without even playing in training matches, rotting on the bench until the contract quietly expired. The office was so silent that only the ticking of the wall clock's second hand could be heard. Looking at the silent, downcast Suze, Joyce seemed to feel the atmosphere had grown too heavy. In the habitual manner of an English gentleman's public relations patter, he casually asked, "All right, Sue, don't picture things as being so dreadful. You're about to leave here. Putting aside the unpleasant parts, how have you felt about your time in Manchester United's academy? We always hope every player who leaves us can carry away some fond memories." It was the most standard of courtesy questions. All Suze needed to say was something like, "Thank you for your guidance, coach. Manchester United is a great club, I've learned a lot," and the two of them could sign the papers with dignity and go their separate ways. Suze drew a deep breath, preparing to press down the sourness surging in his chest and deliver a couple of well-polished lines in accordance with social etiquette. At that very moment, a mechanical, icy, utterly emotionless voice suddenly detonated in the depths of his ding. Host detected at the dead end of his professional career, emotional fluctuations have reached threshold. Superstar behavioral art system, binding in progress. 10, 50, 100. Binding complete. Suze shuddered violently, the hairs on his back standing on end in an instant. What on earth? A superstar behavioral art system. Was he hallucinating? Had the pressure pushed his nerves past their limit? Before he could process it, that cold voice sounded again. A semi-transparent pale blue virtual interface, visible only to him, materialized directly before his retinas. Host Suze, age 18. Current club Manchester United reserves on the brink of release. Strength 35, a strong gust of wind can knock you off your running line. Stamina 38, if you are forced to play a full 90 minutes, the medical staff must prepare a stretcher in advance. Speed 56, hopelessly mediocre. Finishing 62, barely sufficient to direct the ball within the frame of the goal. Overall assessment, aside from possessing the basic ability to remain upright while playing, you are within English football the very definition of a complete and utter non-combatant. Reading that assessment, Suze felt an invisible blade stab into his chest. He had always known his physical condition was poor, but being skewered with such venom by an inexplicable system was enough to make his blood boil. Immediately, harsh red light began flashing across the system interface. Warning. Host's initial physical stats far too low, synchronization between soul and body extremely unstable. To prevent the host's psyche from collapsing during subsequent missions, passive skill, honesty oral solution, will be forcibly locked in. Passive skill, honesty oral solution. Suze froze, utterly unable to comprehend what madness the system was spouting. A football system that didn't boost his strength or stamina, but handed him some kind of oral solution. The system's explanatory text immediately scrolled across the interface. Passive skill, honesty oral solution. Host will gain absolute immunity to mental interference. No matter how frenzied the home atmosphere, how vicious the provocation from opponents, or how overwhelming the pressure of public opinion, the host will not experience stage fright, fear, or nervousness. Reading the first half, Suze's eyes lit up. This was practically a divine gift. How many young players had crumbled because they could not withstand the tens of thousands of jeering voices away from home. With that mental immunity, he could become a cold-faced executioner. Yet as he read on, his entire being plunged into an ice cellar. Price in exchange for absolute mental immunity, the host will irreversibly lose the ability to lie, offer insincere flattery, or engage in social courtesies. Whenever faced with a question or social interaction, the host must and can only voice the deepest, most genuine thoughts in his heart. No filters, no concealment whatsoever. Suze's mind stalled completely. No lying. No polite pleasantries. In a professional football world riddled with social niceties, media spin, and dressing room politics, that was tantamount to courting death. If some journalist casually set a trap, wouldn't he end up exposing every last secret of the dressing room? If a teammate asked, "Does my hairstyle look good today?" and he thought it was hideous, would he be compelled to declare, "You look like a steamed bun that's overproofed"? Was the system trying to get him killed even faster? Sue. Across the desk, Joyce watched him sit there in a daze, complexion shifting from pale to flushed, and finally tapped his fingers irritably against the tabletop. "Why aren't you answering? I just asked how you felt about your time in Manchester United's reserves. Sign the papers and go pack your things. Joyce's voice hauled Suze's thoughts back to the present. Suze looked at the termination agreement lying before him, then at Joyce's face, outwardly calm, yet steeped in aloof superiority. His rational mind told him that he ought to pick up the pen, say, "Coach, although this is regrettable, I still want to thank you for your guidance and wish Manchester United all the best," and then leave the office with some semblance of dignity. He had even carefully composed this watertight courtesy line in his head. Yet when he opened his mouth trying to force his vocal cords to shape those syllables, a strange, cool sensation surged up from his throat, seizing control of his ability to speak in an instant. It felt as though someone had poured an entire bottle of concentrated menthol oil down his gullet, every false word, and courtesy was jammed immovably at the back of his throat, not even a single punctuation mark able to emerge. In their place, the cold stares he had endured in the reserves, the stifling frustration of warming the bench, and his profound contempt for Joyce's crude long ball and cross tactics all surged up from the depths of his heart like a volcanic eruption. Suze's eyes bulged as he howled inwardly at himself, "Don't say it. For God's sake, don't say it." But his facial muscles relaxed of their own accord, settling into a mask of cool indifference, even tinged with a faint aloof arrogance. Then under Joyce's slightly puzzled gaze, Suze heard his own mouth produce a clear ringing voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Suze's lips parted slightly, and a voice that was completely beyond his brain's control, steady in tone, like someone reading the evening news, resounded through the spacious office. "Your tactics are archaic. The entire match is nothing but brainless long balls, and high crosses utterly devoid of technical sophistication. And as for your selection criteria, whoever is the biggest, whoever can stay in the pub and drink with you the longest, gets a starting spot." Suze's voice remained utterly calm, even tinged with a detached, world-weary arrogance. "To be honest, Mr. Joyce, this reserve team of yours isn't even attractive enough for the stray dogs outside the gates of Carrington to bother playing for it." The moment those words left his mouth, the once relatively calm atmosphere in the office plunged instantly to freezing point. Inside, Suze was mentally slapping himself hard, on the verge of tears from panic. What was he doing? What kind of vicious feral words was he spouting? The speech he had drafted in his mind had been, "Thank you, coach, for your guidance over the past 2 years. Although I cannot remain at Manchester United, this will still be the most precious experience of my life. I wish the reserve team all the best in the future. So proper, so polite, so in line with the traditional virtue of people from Disya valuing harmony." Yet that damned honesty oral solution passive effect was like a crude filter mounted to his vocal cords, blocking out every hypocritical pleasantry. All that remained were the most genuine, most venomous complaints he had accumulated over the past few months, while warming the bench watching those clumsy brutes flail about on the pitch. Worse still, because of the system's so-called mental immunity side effect, he could not control his facial expression. In the eyes of the man opposite, that expression became unvarnished contempt and provocation. Warren Joyce sat behind his desk, his entire body turning rigid. The eyes that had long been strained by endless nights of watching match footage widened as he stared fixedly at this Chinese kid who usually did not even dare breathe too loudly on the training ground. Joyce even suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing. A useless player whose strength barely scraped into the 30s, whose fitness tests ranked dead last in the squad, and who was about to be kicked out, actually dared to question his tactics to his face, and said his reserve team was not even worthy of dogs playing for it. What did you just say?" Joyce's voice trembled slightly from sheer shock. Suze desperately wanted to shut his mouth, to shake his head, to throw himself at Joyce's legs and cry, "Coach, I was just possessed by aliens just now." But he could not. A strange force compelled him to meet Joyce's gaze, and his mouth once again faithfully repeated the thoughts in his heart. "I said your coaching ability is awful, truly atrocious. Staying in your team is an insult to my football intelligence." That did it. The finishing blow landed cleanly. Joyce's breathing turned ragged like air being dragged through a torn bellows, his chest heaving violently. He suddenly slammed his palm onto the desk and shot to his feet, the solid wooden surface echoing with a dull thud. "Good. Very good." Gritting his teeth, Joyce jabbed a finger at Suze's nose and roared, "I had actually planned to consider the 2 years you've spent in the academy and let you leave with some dignity to settle your severance and send you packing. Now it seems I have been far too merciful." A tearing sound split the air. Joyce snatched up the already prepared mutual termination agreement from the desk. Right in front of Suze, he gripped it with both hands, ripped it cleanly in half, then viciously crumpled the pieces into a ball and hurled it at the floor. "Severance pay? You won't see a single penny." Like an enraged lion, Joyce strode around the desk towards Suze. "Since you think my team isn't even worth dogs playing for, then for the remaining half-month before the transfer window closes, you will obediently stay in this team that not even dogs would play for. Didn't you say my tactics are outdated? Then get yourself to the darkest corner of the bench and watch carefully how others play. You will report here every day, and every day you will sit there in a daze. Don't even dream of a single minute on the pitch. I want to watch that useless body of yours rot away on Carrington's bench bit by bit. Now get out of my sight. Joyce's roar thundered in Sousa's ears, leaving them ringing. Woodenly he rose to his feet. It seemed as though he finally regained a sliver of control over his body. He wanted so badly to bow and apologize, yet his facial muscles still held that infuriatingly aloof mask. He could only turn mechanically, stepping stiffly out of the head coach's office. Bang! Behind him the wooden office door slammed shut with such force that dust shook loose from the corridor's ceiling and drifted down. Standing in the chilly corridor, Suze stared at the unending English autumn rain outside the window, utterly bereft of tears. It was over. Completely over. With severance pay in hand, he could at least have tried his luck with a lower-tier club in League One or League Two. Failing that, he might have found an agent to maneuver a move to some obscure Nordic League side just to make a living. Now he had thoroughly offended Joyce. The reserve head coach wielded absolute authority at Carrington. With just one word, Joyce could ensure that for the next half-month Suze would not even touch a football. Once the transfer window closed and other teams had finalized their squads, who would want a fringe reserve player who had not played a match for half a year? It was tantamount to signing the death warrant on his professional career. What kind of damn so-called superstar performance art system is this? You call this making art? You're sending me to my death. In his mind, Suze furiously cursed that pit trap of a system. Just then, that emotionless mechanical voice once again echoed out of nowhere in the depths of his consciousness. Ding. Host has successfully enraged the head coach and altered the predetermined course of his life. Beginner life and death mission has been triggered. Host, please take note. As the voice faded, a pale blue virtual panel once more surfaced on his retina, one line after another of bold, blood-red text slowly materializing. Mission named the Fearless of the Red Devils, beginning with conquering the canteen. Mission background: tomorrow afternoon, the Manchester United reserve team will host their mortal enemies, the Manchester City Reserves. As a future superstar, you must before the match use a shocking action to declare your fearlessness and madness. Mission content: during tomorrow's lunch rush at the Carrington Training Base canteen, in front of all your teammates, kiss the left cheek of the canteen Annie Doris. Mission reward: unlock the causal divine technique, master of eating crosses. Failure penalty: permanent erasure of all the host's football talent, withdrawal of the locomotive function of both legs, and forced repatriation to Disya. Staring at the red letters on his retina, Suze felt as though someone had clubbed him on the back of the head. He was completely stunned. Erase his football talent. Take away the locomotor function of his legs. That meant that if he did not carry out this mission, not only would he never play again, he would spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair back in Disya, living off his parents. This system might as well have been a kidnapper. Yet when Suze refocused on the line describing the mission content, he suddenly felt that perhaps returning home in a wheelchair to live off his parents was, relatively speaking, the less gruesome fate. Because the mission's target was Doris. Anyone who had spent even a week at the Carrington base could not possibly be ignorant of Doris' fearsome reputation. She was an auntie from Ireland in her 50s. Judging by age alone, one might have imagined a kindly old lady. But once you took into account her height of 1.82 m, her massive frame of over 200 pounds, and those arms honed by years of wielding ladles thicker even than Suze's thighs, you would understand that the word kindly had nothing whatsoever to do with her. Doris held the power of life and death over the daily carbohydrate and protein intake of the entire academy and reserve squad. Yet that was not the most terrifying thing. The truly frightening part was her thunderous temper. At Manchester United's youth ranks, there was never any shortage of prodigies, nor of street-bred troublemakers. Take, for example, the current reserve side midfield prodigy, Ravel Morrison, a lad who did not even always listen to Joyce, and for whom brawling off the pitch was as ordinary as eating. Yet even a supreme troublemaker like Morrison had to behave like a quail in front of Doris. Suze remembered it vividly. A few months earlier, a young black player, just promoted from the U18s, had complained that the mashed potatoes he received that day were too little and cursed under his breath at the serving window. The next second, without a word, Doris had grabbed the large stainless steel ladle used for serving and through the glass barrier of the counter struck his forehead with swift, precise, unhesitating force. With a dull clang, the young player rolled his eyes and collapsed to the floor. Later, the team doctor diagnosed a mild concussion. He lay in the medical room for 3 days before recovering. Afterwards, not only was Doris not punished by the academy director, the young player was instead scolded so harshly it left him drenched in shame. From then on, an unwritten rule took shape in the Carrington canteen. In front of Doris' window, everyone, no matter who they were, had to say please and thank you, ma'am. Rumor had it that once Wayne Rooney, famished after training, had come to the youth canteen to grab a bite and skipped the line in front of Doris. She pointed that iron ladle at his nose and sent him to the back of the queue, and Rooney did not dare make so much as a peep, obediently complying. And now the system actually wanted him to kiss Doris in front of all his teammates. It was no different from trying to slap a fully grown Siberian tiger on the backside with bare hands. Leaning back against the icy wall, Suze felt his legs gradually lose strength until he slid down along the wall and sat on the corridor floor. System big brother, system grandpa, can we please talk this over? In his mind, he pleaded frantically, can we change the target? He'll even kiss that bald old man Joyce if I have to. If Doris swings those arms of hers, my fragile cervical vertebrae will really snap. The system gave no response whatsoever, yet the red countdown on his retina began ticking mercilessly down. There were less than 24 hours left before the mission deadline. Outside the corridor, the Manchester rain pelted down harder. Wind drove sheets of rain against the glass, producing a mournful wail. Clutching his hair, Suze buried his head between his knees. In his mind, two images intertwined, one of himself in a wheelchair being pushed onto a flight back to the capital of Desya, his parents sobbing in despair at the airport, the other of Doris raising that gleaming stainless steel ladle and smashing his head like a watermelon. Either path seemed to lead to death. Yet when he thought of the hardships he had endured abroad these past years, of the days he spent juggling the ball on the pitch before dawn, of the relatives back home eagerly waiting to watch him fail, a smoldering fire named unwillingness gradually flared up from his chest. If I'm doomed either way, then being killed by an iron ladle is better than being a cripple for life. Suze jerked his head up. On that cold, unnaturally aloof face imposed by the honesty oral solution, there now forced itself an air of tragic heroism, like a warrior on the windswept banks of the Yi River. Doris is it? Just you wait. Tomorrow at noon, if I don't kiss you until you doubt your life choices, then I don't deserve the name Sue. On August 18th at noon, although the rain in Manchester had stopped, heavy dark clouds still loomed over the Carrington training base, as if they intended to completely swallow the entire building. This oppressive weather perfectly matched the atmosphere in the cafeteria of the reserve team. At 3 in the afternoon, the Manchester United reserve team would face their city rivals, the Manchester City reserve team. Even though it was merely a reserve team match, the mention of the Manchester Derby infused the air with a palpable sense of tension. The cafeteria was unusually quiet, with only the faint sound of cutlery clashing against porcelain plates. Lavelle Morrison, hailed as Carrington's greatest talent, sat by the window, irritably slicing into his boiled chicken breast. Next to him sat the shorter Jesse Lingard, who had his head bowed, taking small bites of tasteless macaroni, not daring to utter a sound. No one dared to speak loudly today, because head coach Warren Joyce had just unleashed a furious tirade in the locker room, demanding everyone smash the legs of those City players during the afternoon match. In this oppressive atmosphere where even a needle dropping could be heard, Suze entered the cafeteria with stiff steps, inching forward. His face was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, and his legs trembled uncontrollably under his loose sports shorts. His teammates merely glanced at him before quickly averting their eyes. To them, this frail forward from the great Xia country had become invisible. The echoes of Joyce's furious roars from yesterday had already spread throughout the reserve team. Everyone knew that Suze was about to pack his bags and leave. This kid must have been so traumatized that he can't even walk steadily anymore. Morrison mumbled this with his mouth full of chicken. Lingard glanced sympathetically at Suze's back and silently quickened his eating pace. No one knew that Suze was not trembling from the fear of being expelled. His attention was solely focused on the towering figure behind the food counter, the cafeteria lady Doris. Today she wore a white work uniform that looked like a sack, with a hairnet covering her head, towering at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds. Standing behind the stainless steel serving cart, she resembled a guardian deity at the gates of hell. What was even more terrifying was that her right arm, thicker than Suze's thigh, gripped a famously large stainless steel ladle that had once knocked a youth academy player out cold. Gulp! Suze felt his throat was so dry it might catch fire. Before his eyes, a blood-red countdown system was flashing frantically, reminding him that if he did not complete that insane task, he would be reduced to begging on the streets of the great Xia country for the rest of his life. Sticking my neck out is a cut, pulling it back is also a cut. Here goes. At worst, I'll end up in the hospital for half a month. Suze frantically motivated himself, biting down hard on his back teeth as he moved toward the food window. This normally 10-second journey felt infinitely prolonged in Suze's perception, as if he were watching a slow-motion horror film. He could clearly hear his heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Finally, he stood at the window. Doris had her back to him, vigorously scooping a spoonful of sticky mashed potatoes from a large pot, her muscular arms bulging. Hearing someone approach, she turned her face, which was covered in rolls of flesh and deep wrinkles, her brow instantly knitting into a huge frown. What do you want, skinny monkey? Doris' voice was as coarse as sandpaper. Stop dawdling. There are people waiting behind. Suze remained silent. He stared at Doris' face, which could scare a child into crying, gripping the stainless steel edge of the serving window, tightly, his fingers turning pale from the strain. He was screaming, shouting, and apologizing in his mind. "Lady, I'm sorry. I'm really not a pervert. Please don't hit me on the head with that ladle." In the next moment, under Doris' extremely impatient gaze, as she prepared to swing her iron ladle to chase him away, Suze suddenly rose onto his toes, his upper body leaning over the glass barrier of the serving window. He tightly shut his eyes, adopting a resolute expression of brave sacrifice, and pressed his lips forcefully against the broad and greasy left cheek of Doris. Smack! The sound of this crisp, loud kiss was magnified tenfold, 100-fold in the otherwise silent Carrington cafeteria. Time seemed to come to a complete standstill at that moment. Morrison had just speared a piece of broccoli to send to his mouth, but his hand trembled, and the fork clattered onto the plate with a crisp sound, nearly smashing his chin onto the table. Lingered with half a mouthful of macaroni, stared wide-eyed, frozen in place, as if under a spell, his face written with disbelief of having seen an alien creature. All the youth academy players in the cafeteria, the assistant coaches, and even the janitor wiping the tables seemed to have been struck by lightning, staring dumbfounded at the serving window. As for Doris, the subject of the event, she was stunned for a full 2 seconds. During those 2 seconds, her brain seemed to be struggling to process what had just happened. A slender Asian kid, barely reaching her shoulder, who usually wouldn't dare to speak loudly, had actually crossed the window and kissed her. 2 seconds later, Doris' originally shiny face instantly turned crimson. An unmistakable fury erupted from her massive body like a volcanic eruption. Fucking hell. Accompanied by a roar that shattered glass, Doris didn't even use her famous weapon, the stainless steel ladle. She directly swung her right hand, larger than a cooking pot, with a roaring wind and an overwhelming force. Smack! A crisp, ear-splitting sound exploded in the cafeteria. Suze felt as if he had been struck in the face by a speeding heavy truck. The tremendous impact sent him flying out of the window. In midair, he comically spun a full 360 degrees before crashing into a pile of empty chairs, plastic trays, and stainless steel cutlery scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic mess. "Oh my God, he's lost it." Morrison was the first to react, leaping up from his seat in fright and retreating. Did Coach Joyce scare him into a mental breakdown yesterday? Run. Doris is going to kill him. The surrounding teammates fled towards the cafeteria door as if they had. In their eyes, Suze was no longer the cowardly invisible man, but a person driven mad by pressure, daring to kiss even a 200-pound furious lady. At that moment, Suze lay sprawled among a tangle of chair legs. The left side of his face was swelling, noticeably marked by a clear red handprint. His ears buzzed and his head throbbed as if 10 bass speakers were blasting inside, causing his vision pain, a searing agony. Doris' slap nearly knocked out his back molars. However, just when Suze was about to cry from the pain, a heavenly mechanical voice finally echoed in the depths of his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the shocking pre-match fearless declaration. Task assessment. The host bravely crossed the dual chasm of aesthetics and force under extreme fear, measuring the boundaries of danger with his lips. Such performance art is rare in the football world. Task completed. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked the causal law, divine skill, master of eating pancakes. The system's text prompt rapidly scrolled across his retina, then transformed into a warm current that surged through Suze's limbs, even alleviating some of the pain on his cheek. Suze ignored the astonished gazes of his teammates and the furious Doris, cursing and attempting to climb over the counter to hit him. He focused intently on the detailed description of his new skill, his breathing quickening. Master of eating pancakes skill description. Trigger condition 1. Area restriction. The host must be within the small penalty area of the opponent's goal line. The 6-yard box within 6 yards of the goal line. Trigger condition 2. Opposition restriction. At the absolute moment the ball contacts the host's body, millisecond judgment, there must be an absolute absence of close defense and no physical confrontation within a 1-meter radius of the host. Skill effect. As long as the above 2 conditions are perfectly met, regardless of the speed or angle of the ball approaching, and regardless of which part of the host's body, including but not limited to the toes, knees, back of the head, or even the buttocks, the ball strikes. The ball will deflect in a bizarre manner that cannot be explained by physical common sense, ultimately falling into the opponent's goal net. Suze lay among the debris, reading these lines of skill description 3 times over. The triggering conditions of this skill could only be described as excessively harsh. In modern football's high-intensity matches, what kind of place is the small penalty area? It is a battleground where center backs, defensive midfielders, and even goalkeepers clash fiercely. Let alone having no one within a meter, even stepping slightly closer to the goal would attract the elbows and studs of the opposing defenders. For any normal forward, this skill was practically useless. Because as soon as you show any threat, the opposing defenders will never let you stroll leisurely in the small penalty area. Physical contact is inevitable, and the skill will never trigger. However, Suze, with half of his face swollen, began to silently laugh like a madman. This skill might be useless for others, but for him it was a tailor-made cheat. Why? Because in others' eyes he was a weakling who fell down with just a touch. His strength was only 35, and his defensive ability was nearly 0. As long as he was on the field, as long as he deliberately acted like a harmless soft-shell shrimp, which of those arrogant English defenders would waste valuable defensive energy on a transparent person who couldn't even hold the ball steady or dare to engage in a physical confrontation? As long as he could be shameless enough, as long as he could ghost around the small penalty area, and as long as the opposing defenders found him bothersome and didn't want to mark him closely in the chaos, he could turn into a super killer with a 100 hit rate in this harsh vacuum zone. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Suze covered his swollen left cheek, struggling to rise from the rubble, laughing maniacally. It's done. With this skill, I won't have to pack my bags and go home to live off my family anymore. At this moment, the reserve teammates who had retreated to the cafeteria entrance looked at the half-swollen, bleeding mouth, yet still maniacally laughing Asian boy, feeling a chill run from their feet, straight up to their heads. Quick, notify the team doctor and call an ambulance. Lingard's voice trembled as he tightly grasped Morrison's arm. Suze. He's completely lost his mind after that slap from Doris. On August 18th, in the afternoon, a Manchester derby belonging to the reserve team level was taking place in the muddy and breathless conditions of a standard competition field at Carrington Base. Though it was just a reserve match, as long as the jerseys bore the crests of Manchester United and Manchester City, the intensity on the field would rival that of a Premier League match. Every tackle sent clumps of grass flying, and each aerial duel was accompanied by the dull thud of muscle colliding. However, the scoreboard on the sidelines glaringly displayed a number that was extremely embarrassing for the home team. 0-2. The Manchester City reserve team, playing away, completely dominated the situation, repeatedly pressing the young lads of Manchester United back into their own half. Defend. Press. Are your legs filled with lead? Get running. Warren Joyce, the head coach of the Manchester United reserve team, roared hoarsely from the coaching area by the sidelines, his suit jacket soaked by the rain. He looked at the exhausted youth players on the field, unable to suppress the anger bubbling within him. The match had progressed to the 78th minute. The defeat was almost certain. Joyce was well aware of this. The quality of City's youth training had skyrocketed in recent years, with the investment from their wealthy owners surpassing them in physical fitness and tactical execution. Someone had to bear the brunt of the fans' and media's criticism for the loss, and more importantly, a punching bag was needed to release the pent-up frustration. Joyce suddenly turned his head sharply, his gloomy gaze sweeping towards the substitutes bench. At the end of a row of dejected substitutes in hooded jackets sat a figure that starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. Suze. The left side of this kid's face was still swollen from a clear 5-finger imprint, the masterpiece left by Doris in the cafeteria the previous afternoon. Seeing that face, Joyce's malicious thoughts surged uncontrollably. Yesterday in the office, this kid had the audacity to belittle his tactics as worthless, and today at noon he had made a scene in the cafeteria, like a madman, turning the entire reserve team into a laughingstock. Since you are so arrogant, and since you are about to roll back to the Dacia country, then before you leave, go on the field and thoroughly experience the feeling of being crushed by those muscle-bound City players. Joyce did not hide his malice as he strode over to the substitutes bench, pointing at Suze. You take off your jacket and go warm up. The surrounding substitutes all looked up in surprise. Let Suze play. A player who couldn't even last 5 minutes in a team scrimmage. Substituting him in at this moment was clearly setting him up to embarrass himself on the field, to be a scapegoat. Suze met Joyce's gaze and slowly stood up. He could certainly read the subtext of "I'm sending you to your death" in the coach's eyes. Normally, knowing that going on would mean humiliation and being blamed, one would find an excuse like claiming a thigh injury to refuse to play. But Suze did not. Not only did he not refuse, but at the moment he took off his warm-up jacket, his heart raced uncontrollably. I finally waited for this opportunity. Suze moved his somewhat stiff ankles and took a deep breath of ease. Right now he didn't care about the score nor about Joyce's schemes. All he had in mind was one thought: to test that life-risking skill master of eating cakes. In the 80th minute, during a dead ball situation, the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board. Manchester United's reserve team made a substitution, number 39. Suze substituted for a winger who had been invisible all match. As Suze stepped over the white line and officially set foot on the muddy green field, the atmosphere inside and outside the stadium became strange. The hundreds of loyal Manchester United fans braving the rain in the stands let out unabashed boos and jeers. Though they did not all know Suze, they were aware that there was a connection from Dacia in the United Youth Academy, who couldn't even play in League Two. Substituting such a player in at a crucial moment when they were down 0-2 in the derby was tantamount to waving a white flag in surrender. And on the field, the truly daunting test was just beginning. The match resumed. Manchester United's defense intercepted the ball, attempting to launch a counterattack. The ball was passed near the right sideline. Souze, following his forward instincts, wanted to receive it. He abruptly pushed off the ground, trying to complete a 30-meter sprint. However, the harsh reality shattered his fantasy in an instant. After running less than 15 meters, Souze felt as if his lungs had been forcibly stuffed with shards of glass each breath, bringing a sharp, tearing pain. That pitiful 38 points of stamina felt like a joke on the slippery, heavy natural turf of England. His legs felt as though they were bound with 2 sandbags' heavy steps, making it almost impossible to lift. Just as he slowed down to catch his breath, a defensive midfielder from Manchester City charged in from the side, ready to block Manchester United's passing route. The opponent didn't even aim to collide with Souze, he merely brushed past Souze's back with his shoulder while running at high speed. Bang! Such a simple brush sent Souze feeling as if he had been swept aside by a small pickup truck, causing him to lose balance and slide over 2 meters in the mud, leaving his face covered in dirt. The referee, standing not far away, raised both hands, signaling for the game to continue. In English football, such reasonable collisions without additional actions hardly ever resulted in a foul. Souze scrambled up from the ground in embarrassment, his ears filled with the mocking voices of Manchester City players and the distant complaints of his teammate Ravel Morrison. Damn it. Can you not fall like a girl on the pitch? Don't block my running route. Souze wiped the mud off his face, ignoring Morrison's complaints as his mind began to race. No, I absolutely cannot play like this. He was all too aware of his physical limits. Strength 35, stamina 38. If he pressed, ran, and fought like a traditional forward, he wouldn't even last 5 minutes before he would be too exhausted to keep his breakfast down. More critically, the absurd, triggering conditions for master of eating cakes. First must be within the opponent's small penalty area. Second, at the moment of touching the ball, there must be no physical contact within a meter's radius. It must be a completely vacuum state. If he moved like a normal forward in the penalty area, the tall and muscular center backs of Manchester City would absolutely stick to him like glue. As long as there was any physical contact, the skill would be completely wasted. To create an absolute no-contact vacuum environment, he couldn't rely on brute strength, nor could he depend on speed to shake them off. The only way was to take the opposite approach. How could he make a professional defender completely abandon marking him? The answer was simple: make him genuinely believe that he was a complete waste who couldn't even control the ball or run properly. A completely non-threatening, transparent person was not worth wasting their precious energy and defensive attention on. Understanding this, Souze immediately changed his strategy. The match had moved into the 82nd minute. As Manchester United struggled to push the ball forward, Morrison and Lingard were desperately passing and moving outside the penalty area, attempting to find a sliver of space. Inside Manchester City's penalty area, a scene that could only be described as one of the unsolved mysteries of world football unfolded. As the only official center forward for Manchester United on the field, Souze did not engage in any physical battles with the opposing center backs, nor did he make any runs to stretch the defense. He leisurely strolled to the edge of Manchester City's small penalty area. Then he stopped. Yes, he completely halted, even placing his hands on his hips. He stood there in a leisurely posture like an old man watching people play chess in the park, just a few meters away from Manchester City's goalkeeper, staring blankly at his teammates battling fiercely 40 meters away, as if it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the young center-back Dedrick Boyata, known as the jewel of the City Youth Academy, was the one tasked with defending Manchester City's backline. The Belgian genius, standing at 188 meters tall, his muscles like black iron, was fully focused on directing the defense, prepared for a sudden long shot from Morrison. As he glanced into the penalty area, ready to mark the Manchester United forward, Boyata froze. He saw that kid with a face swollen like a bun covered in mud, casually standing with his hands on his hips at the edge of his own small penalty area. There was no pressure, no confrontation, not even the preparatory movements to receive the ball. Boyata felt greatly insulted by the lack of professionalism. He strode over to Souze, looking down from a height at this opponent, who was nearly a head shorter and as skinny as a bean sprout. Boyata let out a huff through his nose, and in a blunt tone accented with heavy dialect mocked, "Get lost, little shrimp, don't loiter in this area. Your weak presence might dirty my shirt, and that would disgust me." Such aggressive and insulting words coming from any passionate player would have long led to a retort or even a confrontation. Souze certainly wanted to retort. He was just about to scour his mind for a few vicious British expressions to insult Boyata's female relatives. However, that damned effect of the honest oral liquid activated precisely at this critical moment, choking his throat and depriving him of the right to retaliate. The muscles in Souza's face stiffened uncontrollably, turning into a cold and expressionless facade. He was forced to meet Boyada's disdainful gaze, and with a sincere and steady tone articulated his innermost thoughts necessary to meet the skill conditions. All right, as you wish. I truly cannot run. It feels like my lungs are on fire. I also have no intention of engaging in any physical contact with you because you're much stronger than me. A collision might break my bones. He halted his steps, hands still on his hips, honestly stating, so you completely don't need to waste your attention on me. Go defend Morrison. I promise I'll just stand here doing nothing as a quiet, transparent person. How about that? Boyada's mind nearly overloaded. He had been through various youth leagues in England for years, encountering all kinds of arrogant, aggressive, and cunning forwards. But he swore that this was the first time in his life he had encountered someone on the battlefield of a derby openly admitting he couldn't run and proactively requesting the defender to mark someone else. Looking at Souza's face devoid of any waves, serious to the point of being somewhat innocent, a massive question mark slowly emerged on Boyada's forehead. This guy is a complete lunatic, isn't he? Boyada concluded in his heart. A frail person who could barely run 2 steps, someone with such unstable mental state, defending him was a desecration of his defensive skills. What a madman! Boyada shook his head in disgust. He even lost interest in casting a glance at Souza. Defending a lunatic who had given up on the game was utterly meaningless. He shifted his attention towards Morrison, who was looking for opportunities further away, ready to leave this area to assist. Souza continued to stand there in that ridiculous Hansen hips pose, all alone at the edge of Manchester City's small penalty area. As soon as Boyada moved away, there would be an area within 1 meter of Souza that would become an absolute vacuum, without any defensive pressure. Everything was ready, they just lacked the right moment. On August 18th, in the afternoon, the match had reached the 84th minute. The Manchester United reserves were still being dominated by Manchester City, with the glaring score of 0-2 weighing heavily on the hearts of every Manchester United player. The reserves' head coach Warren Joyce stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed and his face dark with anger. He glanced at his watch from time to time, his eyes filled with impatience and rage. This loss seemed almost inevitable, but what infuriated him more was the clueless kid from the great Xia country on the field. What on earth is that fool doing? Joyce shouted at the assistant coach. Is he just strolling on the pitch? Did he come here on vacation? I put him on to fight, even if it meant making fouls to disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and yet he just stands there like a statue. The assistant coach could only smile wryly and shake his head, unsure of how to respond. Everyone could see clearly that since Souza was substituted, aside from his initial clumsy run that caused him to fall, he had been lazily wandering around in Manchester City's half. The diehard Manchester United fans in the stands could no longer contain their frustration, and curses and boos echoed throughout the stadium. Get off the field, great Xia's bean sprout. Manchester United doesn't need such a weakling. He doesn't even deserve to step on the reserve team's grass. These harsh words floated into the stadium with the cold wind slicing into the ears of Manchester United players like knives. Ravel Morrison had the ball in midfield, panting heavily, his eyes red with frustration. He glanced at Souza, who was standing with his hands on his hips near the edge of the penalty area, openly displaying his extreme disgust. Damn it, how can such trash wear a Manchester United jersey? Morrison cursed inwardly. Manchester City's defense was incredibly tight, especially in the center, nearly impenetrable. Morrison knew that continuing to push through the center would be futile. He passed the ball to Jesse Lingard on the wing. Upon receiving the ball, Lingard used his speed advantage to forcefully break through on the wing. Manchester City's fullback was closely marking him, denying him any chance to cut inside. Lingard was pushed to the edge of the baseline, and seeing no better passing option, he had no choice but to force. The quality of the cross was not high. The ball was moving slowly and the curve was erratic, flying straight towards the back post of Manchester City's penalty area. Manchester City defender Dedrick Boyada looked up at the flight path of the ball and deduced that it would land at the back. There was only one Manchester United player there, the seemingly harmless kid from the great Xia country, standing at the edge of the 6-yard box. Boyada couldn't even be bothered to contest a header with that worthless player, thinking it would be an insult to his defensive. He merely moved a couple of steps closer to Souza while retreating, attempting to intimidate the poor soul with, "Don't block my way, trash." Boyada disdainfully shoved his shoulder into Souza's back as he passed by. The impact was heavy for Souza. With a strength of only 35, it felt like being rear-ended by a small truck. He felt a tremendous force hit his back, causing him to lose his balance instantly. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he awkwardly fell headfirst into the muddy grass. Bang! Souza fell into a classic dog-eating shit position, his cheek firmly buried in the mud, his legs flailing helplessly in the air, eventually ending up on his stomach, unable to get up for a long time. Boyada didn't even glance at the fallen Souza, as if he were just kicking aside a bothersome stone, and turned to run towards the center of the penalty area to assist Morrison, who was desperately pushing forward. In his eyes, this kid from the Great Xia country was not only a complete weakling, but also utterly spineless, lacking any desire to fight back. Defending against such a player was purely a waste of energy. In that moment, time seemed to slow down around Su Zhe. He lay in the mud, tasting the earthy flavor of dirt in his mouth. The left side of his face throbbed faintly in pain, and his back ached from the collision. However, at the very moment Boyata turned to leave, a burst of ecstatic light erupted in Su Zhe's mud-stained eyes. For he keenly sensed that within a 1-meter radius around him, an absolute vacuum had formed. There was no physical confrontation. Moreover, he was currently positioned within the 6-yard box of the opponent's goal. The two stringent triggering conditions of the skill master of goal scoring had at this moment absurdly and dramatically been perfectly fulfilled. In the blink of an eye, the erratically floating ball that Lingard had sent out had already sailed over the head of the Manchester City goalkeeper, descending with a strange arc heading straight for the back post. The Manchester City goalkeeper initially thought the ball would fly out of bounds, but halfway through his approach he hesitated and stopped, causing the ball to trace a path in the air that no one could touch. The ball's final landing point was exactly where Su Zhe was lying with his, but in the air. Ding! A crisp and melodious system prompt suddenly exploded in Su Zhe's mind. Detected that the host meets the triggering conditions for master of goal scoring. Skill activated. The law of causality is being forcibly corrected. Su Zhe, still on the ground, had no time to react, not even lifting his head. The next second, under the gaze of everyone in the stadium, the ball that had fallen from the air struck Su Zhe's raised right buttock at an incredible angle. Puff! A dull, strange sound of flesh colliding with the ball resonated clearly in the quiet penalty. The ball, which should have flown out of bounds due to inertia, seemed to be cast under a mysterious spell the moment it touched Su Zhe's butt. It suddenly altered its trajectory, following an absurd parabolic arc that defied the laws of physics as it leisurely and wobbly rolled toward Manchester City's goal. The Manchester City goalkeeper's eyes widened in horror as he watched the ball approaching at a snail's pace. He instinctively wanted to dive, but found his body stiffened by the ball's utterly unreasonable flight path. He could only watch helplessly as the ball brushed against the inner side of the post and slowly rolled into the net, barely causing a ripple in the net. The numbers on the scoreboard flickered at that moment. 1-2. The Manchester United reserves had pulled back a goal. Everyone, including the players on the field, the coaches on the sidelines, the fans in the stands, and even the referees, stood frozen like statues, their expressions blank as they stared at the ball quietly lying in the goal. Their minds replayed that moment which could only be described as an unsolved mystery in world football. A young player from the Great Xia country, pushed down by a Manchester City defender, fell into a dog-eating shit position, and then with his but in the air the ball fell from the sky and struck him, resulting in a goal. What on earth kind of goal was that? This is too ridiculous. Boyata had just reached the top of the penalty arc, preparing to mark Morrison, when he heard the strange sound of the goal and turned around sharply. When he saw the ball lying in his goal, and the Great Xia kid he had just looked down upon was struggling to get up from the mud, Boyata's brain completely short-circuited. This is impossible. Boyata muttered to himself, his face turning a shade worse than if he had eaten a fly. This is definitely pure luck. Purely lucky. He could not accept that his proud defense had been breached in such a humiliating way by a kid lying on the ground with his butt in the air. On the sidelines, Coach Joyce's anger had not fully dissipated, but at that moment it froze into a comical expression. He gaped, unable to utter a single word. Boss. The ball went in. The assistant coach stammered, his tone filled with disbelief. Yes. It went in. Joyce felt as if his worldview had been severely impacted. Could this kid be a born lucky charm? Morrison stood near the center circle watching the muddy Su Zhe. Although the manner of the goal was hideously ugly, it was indeed a goal that preserved a glimmer of hope for the team in dire straits. Lingard looked perplexed as he scratched his head. He had just randomly kicked the ball, not expecting it to turn into an assist. Could this count as a highlight moment in his career? At that moment, the only one maintaining his composure was Su Zhe himself. He slowly got up from the ground, brushed the dirt off his body, and rubbed his sore butt. Although the position in which he scored was indeed ungraceful, even embarrassing for Su Zhe, it was the most wonderful moment of his career. The law of causality, skill master of goal scoring. It truly lived up to its name. As long as the conditions were met, even if he used his butt or closed his eyes, the ball would obediently roll into the goal. This domineering skill, which disregarded all technical skills, physicality, and experience, was practically the ultimate cheat designed for a Battle 5 scum like him. Su Zhe took a deep breath, suppressing the ecstatic emotions within him. He knew this was just the beginning. He turned his head, locking his gaze on the incredulous Manchester City centre-back, Boyata, not far away. Su Zhe's face, which had seemed aloof due to the honest oral liquid, radiated a chilling calmness. The good show has just begun, he silently thought. On August 18th, in the afternoon, the match had reached the 87th minute. The wind at Carrington Base seemed to have stopped, but the humidity in the air and the smell of wet earth grew stronger. Dedrick Boyata stood in his own penalty area wiping the rainwater and mud off his face, with force feeling a fire burning in his chest. As a promising central defender, nurtured by Manchester City's youth team, he had long been accustomed to demonstrating dominance among his peers. This match was supposed to be a perfect crush, but instead he was disgusted by the most ludicrous goal. He strode up to Suze looking down at the forward from the Great Xia Kingdom, who had just crawled out of the mud. Do you think you're funny? Boyata's breath was heavy and the hot air he exhaled almost hit Suze's face. He was not just a simple-minded brute. The previous goal made him feel that his professional dignity had been offended. You relied on that disgusting bit of luck to block the ball into the goal, you little bean sprout from the Great Xia Kingdom. You can't even shoot properly, can you? Suze rubbed his still aching lower back, raising his eyes to look at the towering defender before him, who resembled an iron tower. His stamina was nearly depleted, his lungs felt like a broken bellows wheezing, and the muscle fibers in his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Faced with Boyata's provocation, Suze frantically built a mental defense in his mind. Hold it together, don't provoke him. This guy's thighs are thicker than my waist. If he retaliates with a flying tackle, my small frame will be saying goodbye to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Just a bit of concession, just let it pass. Suze opened his dry lips ready to say in the most humble tone, yeah bro, I just got lucky, don't take it to heart. However, that familiar yet deadly cool sensation spread from deep within his throat at the right moment. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid forcibly took over his vocal system. Suze watched helplessly as the fatigue and fear on his face instantly faded away, his facial muscles rearranging into an expression that seemed to see through the world and exuded extreme aloofness. Then a steady, clear, and even somewhat preachy voice floated from his mouth. Luck only favors those who, and your positioning during defense just now was like a blind man lost in Hyde Park. Suze wailed in despair inside his heart, but his mouth kept outputting furiously. Do you believe that as long as you maintain this amateurish defensive position, leaking people everywhere like a wooden pile, this bit of luck you're talking about, I can replicate it within 2 minutes? As the words fell, several players passing by were stunned. Boyata's facial muscles twitched violently. He never expected that a useless player who had been invisible throughout the match, panting after running just 2 steps and scoring solely by luck, would dare to comment on his defense in such a tone meant to teach a youth academy rookie. This kid's arrogance was simply more exaggerated than Ibrahimovic. Good, very good. Boyata gritted his teeth, pointing at Suze's nose. 2 minutes, huh? I swear in the rest of the match, as long as you touch the ball once, I will eat this piece of turf on the spot. I will mark you so closely that you will find it hard to breathe. Suze turned around without saying a word. Only he knew that at that moment he turned away, his back was completely soaked with cold sweat. What a sin. Does this broken system want him to die even faster? He was struggling to walk. How could he face the close pressing of Manchester City's furious main central defender? If Boyata really followed him closely, the strict trigger conditions of Master of Eating Cakes that required no one defending within a meter would never be met. The match continued, and the time reached the 89th minute. Because of that ludicrous goal, the Manchester United reserve players seemed to regain some morale. Ravel Morrison broke through 2 players in midfield, and a powerful long-range shot was desperately tipped over the bar by the Manchester City goalkeeper. The referee blew the whistle, awarding Manchester United a corner kick. This might be the last chance for Manchester United to equalize in the entire match. The penalty area instantly turned into a wrestling arena. Players from both sides jostled together, shoving and secretly tugging at each other's jerseys, forcing the referee to repeatedly blow his whistle to warn them. Suze dragged his leaden legs slowly to the edge of the small penalty area near the back post. He simply had no strength to jostle with others, leaning on his knees with his hands bending over and gasping for breath, sweat dripping from the tip of his nose onto the grass. Boyata stuck closely to him, his broad body blocking Suze directly like a wall that was completely I told you, don't think you can touch the ball again. Boyata discreetly pressed his elbow against Suze's chest. Suze was pushed back repeatedly and almost fell back onto the ground. In his current state, let alone making a move, just standing firm required tremendous effort. At that moment, the main striker of the Manchester United reserves, a robust young Englishman, standing nearly 6 feet tall, suddenly charged in from near the penalty spot. He dove into the gap between Boyata and another Manchester City central defender, loudly waving to Lingard, who was taking the corner kick, asking for the ball. This Manchester United striker, in order to seize the advantageous position, unceremoniously slammed his back hard against Boyata. The situation in the penalty area changed dramatically, and Boyata's brain began a rapid tactical calculation in less than a second. As a professionally disciplined defender, he was acutely aware that his primary task now was to defend against aerial threats. That big Manchester United striker posed the greatest aerial threat in the penalty area, If he was allowed to jump comfortably for a header, Manchester City would likely lose this 3 points. And what about Suze behind him? This kid was bent over there coughing continuously, and his stamina was clearly exhausted to the limit. Not only was he short and frail, but looking at his half-dead state, he didn't even have the strength to jump. What could he use to contest the corner kick? I am a top defender aiming for the Premier League. Ooh, I cannot let those 2 sentences of trash talk disturb my tactical judgment. It is meaningless to defend against a sickly little brat who only knows how to talk tough. Marking this big guy is the key to winning. Boyata quickly made a decision in his heart. To hell with personal grudges. Winning was the most important. He decisively abandoned his close marking of Suze and shifted all his attention to the Manchester United striker, using his shoulder to push his way through, engaging in a fierce tussle with the opponent in the center of the small penalty area. As Boyata left, the crowded space around Suze miraculously opened up. Within a meter, it once again transformed into a vacuum that went unnoticed. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, allowing the kick to be taken. In the corner area, Lingard ran up a couple of steps and curled a strong arc with the inside of his right foot. The ball, accompanied by a whistling sound, sped towards the most chaotic crowd in the center of the small penalty area. Boyata seized the opportunity, leaping high out with his excellent jumping ability and judgment. He outjumped the Manchester United striker and secured the first touch. Get out of my way. Boyata shook his head in the air, trying to clear the ball out of the penalty area. However, due to the intense contest within the box, he lost some balance in the air, causing his striking position to go awry. The ball did not soar high towards midfield, but instead, like a mis-hit cue ball, it made a bizarre deflection above the crowd, and then rapidly dropped straight towards the back post. They're exactly where Suze was standing. At that moment, Suze was completely out of the loop. Having just been pushed by Boyata and feeling a tightness in his chest, he was turned away from the goal, bent over, and coughing, covering his chest. The crowd's obstruction made it impossible for him to see the trajectory of the ball. He didn't even know the corner kick had been taken. Just as he was about to straighten up to catch his breath. Ding! The system prompt sound that could stop Suze's heart rang like thunder in his mind right on time. Detected that the host meets the trigger conditions for Master of Eating Cakes. Skill has been forcibly activated. Causality correction activated. Suze shouted in his mind, what the hell is happening again? Before he could take any evasive action, the ball that had been deflected by Boyata struck his head with incredible speed, like a precision-guided cruise missile. Thud! A sound far duller than the previous impact on his backside echoed through the penalty area. Suze felt as if he had been struck directly on the back of the head with a blunt object. His vision went black for an instant, his head buzzed, and he staggered forward 2 steps before collapsing onto the grass. But at the microsecond the ball made contact with the hair on his head, the magic of causality manifested once again. The ball, with a strong side spin that completely contradicted the logic of rebound, traced an extremely small and fast arc in midair, perfectly avoiding the Manchester City fullback's head next to the goalpost, brushing against the inner side of the goalpost and diving into the dead corner of the net. The net was lifted high. The scoreboard flickered. 22. Equalized. The familiar suffocating silence returned to Carrington's training ground. If the previous goal through his backside was absurd, then this goal, a back-to-thee goal header deflected, and could only be described as supernatural. After landing, Boyata remained in the position as if he had just cleared the ball, completely frozen in place. He stared wide-eyed at the ball in the net, and then glanced at Suze, who was lying on the ground holding his head, feeling his scalp tingle and cold sweat instantly soaking his back. What did he just say? Boyata involuntarily replayed Suze's words from 2 minutes ago in his mind. Do you believe that this bit of luck you speak of, I can replicate it within 2 minutes? The prophecy came true. Right on time, even the manner of scoring was absurdly identical. The Manchester City reserve goalkeeper knelt on the ground, holding his head in despair. He could defend against any tricky shot, but he really couldn't defend against a ball that even the attacking player himself didn't know how to score. On the sidelines, the Manchester City youth team coach, who had originally prepared to leave early to celebrate victory, now stood like a wooden man, mouth agape, oblivious, as his tactical board fell into a puddle. On the Manchester United bench, after a few seconds of silence, a nearly insane howl suddenly erupted. Oh God, we equalized. This luck is simply divine. Is this kid a reincarnated Lucky Charm? The substitute players waved their towels and rushed to the sidelines. Head coach Warren Joyce stared blankly at the figure struggling to get back up on the field, feeling as if his more than 20 years of football philosophy was being trampled upon like never before. Twice. This is the second time. If the first was a coincidence, then what is the second? Joyce felt a mix of emotions. At this moment, Suze was kneeling on the grass, vigorously rubbing the back of his head that had been struck. He felt as if a blacksmith shop had opened in his head, clanging loudly. But more than the physical pain, he now had to face social troubles. Sure enough, Morrison and Lingard had already rushed over, pulling him up with enthusiasm. Sue, you must have stepped in Angel's dog poop today. How could you score this? Morrison laughed heartily while patting Suze on the shoulder. Suze wanted to follow Morrison's words and say, "It's just luck thanks to Lingard's great pass." Unfortunately, that cool resistance in his throat surged again. At that moment, Suze's face appeared even more aloof. He pushed away Morrison's hand, and under the astonished gazes of his teammates turned to Boyata and said in a calm tone, as if merely stating a truth, "I warned you that your positioning was amateurish." It was proven that prophets are always lonely. Hearing this, Boyata's face turned pale, and he took an involuntary step back as he looked at Suze's calm face. At this moment in the heart of Manchester City's young central defender, Suze was no longer the frail little monkey from the great Xia kingdom who fell at a touch, but a terrifying monster who understood how to play with Eastern metaphysics and was full of psychological tactics. In the third minute of injury time, the training ground at Carrington, damp from the rain, had an air thick as a bowl of cooled oatmeal, filled with the scent of grass clippings and mud that pierced into one's nostrils. For Suze, whose physical condition was a pitiful 38, each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass with sharp edges. His lungs burned with pain and his heart raced in his chest like a malfunctioning old motor, as if it would shatter his ribs and leap out at any moment. He could no longer run at all. Suze hunched over, standing at the right edge of Manchester City's small penalty area, his trembling hands resting on his knees. His ankles felt like they were filled with lead. Forget about sprinting. Even if someone pushed him from behind, he would instantly topple over like a broken piece of wood into the mud. The Manchester City defenders around him had completely disregarded him, as if he were invisible. In this critical moment of the match, the Manchester defenders were tense to the extreme, their gazes fixed intently on Morrison and Lingard, who were advancing with the ball just outside the penalty area. No one would waste their precious defensive energy on a sickly player who couldn't even stand up straight. Dedrick Boyata even deliberately took 2 steps forward, leaving Suze completely stranded at the edge of the offside line, not even glancing at him. This body is truly a waste of space. Suze gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his messy hair onto the grass, blurring his vision. His only wish now was for the referee to quickly blow the damned whistle for full time. At that moment, Morrison outside the penalty area appeared extremely anxious. As the most talented rebel in the youth training camp, he desperately wanted to be the hero in the final moments of this derby match. Facing the double team of 2 Manchester City defenders, Morrison chose not to pass the ball to his teammates out wide, but instead forced an angle, unleashing a reckless long-range shot from 25 meters out. The shot was powerful, but the point of contact was clearly off. The ball did not lift off the ground but skimmed along the muddy grass like an uncontrollable ground missile, whistling through the air and missing the goal by at least 4 or 5 meters, heading straight towards the right side of the small penalty area. According to this trajectory, the ball wouldn't even qualify for a corner kick, would simply fly out of bounds, turning into a harmless goal kick. Coincidentally, standing in the direct line of the ball's flight was Suze, who was bent over, supporting his knees with exhaustion. Hearing the rush of wind, Suze struggled to lift his head, his vision a blur, as the black and white ball spun wildly in the mud. Suze's first instinct was to dodge. That ball had so much force that it would leave a huge bruise if it hit him. But his overtaxed nervous system completely betrayed his brain's command at that moment. He tried to move his legs, but they felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to budge. Ding! The system's emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind at that critical moment. Detecting that the host is within the small penalty area. Detecting that the host is in an absolute vacuum of no opposition within a 1-meter radius. Skill master of the feast forcibly activated. Causality physics correction initiated. Suze didn't even have time to curse in his heart before the ground-skimming ball struck his weakly trembling right knee with a heavy thud. Bang! A dull sound of muscle collision reverberated. Suze felt as if a giant iron hammer had brutally smashed his right knee, and intense pain shot through his entire body via his nerves. His already precarious body could no longer hold up. With a cry of agony, he flipped over into the mud, clutching his knee tightly. However, at that moment, the trajectory of the football underwent a dramatic change that left everyone's minds blank. The ball, which should have gone out of bounds, did not slow down after striking Suze's seemingly powerless knee. Instead, it seemed to gain an unexpected rebound force from his knee. The ball, spinning with a regular and intense topspin, traced an extremely bizarre deflection in the air. It soared over the heads of the 2 Manchester defenders rushing to cover, and in the desperate and unresponsive gaze of the Manchester goalkeeper, it pierced into the top right corner of the net with surgical precision, like a sharp dagger. The white net was violently lifted by this immense force, splashing water everywhere. The referee's whistle almost coincided with the moment the ball hit the net, 2 short and 1 long, signaling the end of the match. The numbers on the scoreboard finally settled at 3-2. The Manchester United reserve team completed an incredible comeback, scoring 3 goals after being down 0-2, defeating their city rivals. After a prolonged 3 seconds of deathly silence, the entire Carrington Reserve match erupted into a frenzy like a volcano. Oh my God. A last-minute goal. A last-minute goal. A hat trick. The kid from Xia Kingdom completed a hat trick. The Manchester United reserve bench went completely mad. The young players who had been mocking Su Zhe as a useless player just minutes before now rushed onto the field without a care in the world, running wildly through the mud. Morrison stood outside the penalty area watching the ball in the net, then glancing at Su Zhe rolling on the ground, clutching his knee, utterly speechless. He knew better than anyone how absurd the ball he had kicked had been. It was never aimed at the goal. Yet that bastard managed to deflect it in with his knee. The Manchester players collectively collapsed. Boyata's knees buckled, and with a thud he knelt in the mud, covering his face with both hands, his shoulders heaving with extreme frustration. His worldview had shattered. In one match, the same person scored 3 goals with his, but the back of his head, and now his knee. This was no longer a football match, it was pure black comedy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Su Zhe was experiencing another nightmare. Su, you are a genius. Incredible. How did you do it? A group of ecstatic Manchester United youth players piled onto Su Zhe layer upon layer like a human pyramid. These 17 or 18-year-olds bursting with hormones created a mountain of bodies in the mud. Su Zhe, trapped at the bottom, felt like he was about to die. Let go of me. My knee is going to break. I'm suffocating. You bunch of stupid pigs. Su Zhe screamed desperately from the bottom of the pile, but his voice was completely drowned out by the frenzied cheers of his teammates, unable to be heard. At the same time, in stark contrast to the muddy, rough, and chaotic reserve field, was a spacious, well-lit, temperature-controlled VIP panoramic box on the 3rd floor of the main building at Carrington. The view here was excellent, allowing one to take in the entire reserve match field. 2 people stood inside the box. One of them, a middle-aged man dressed neatly in Manchester United training gear, held a tactical board. He looked down at the celebration on the field, his face filled with astonishment. He was Mike Phelan, assistant coach for Manchester United's first team. Standing in front of Phelan, close to the giant floor-to-ceiling window, was an elderly man with a full head of silver hair, a rosy nose, and an aura that exuded authority without anger. Sir Alex Ferguson, the true helmsman of Manchester United, the absolute dictator of the Red Devils dynasty. At this moment, the first team was facing an unprecedented crisis. Core striker Wayne Rooney was in a severe slump due to contract negotiations and recurring ankle injuries. A veteran Michael Owen's body resembled an old car that had been overused, facing a major overhaul at any time, and the elegant Dimitar Berbatov style sometimes seemed too soft for the iron-fisted battleground of the Premier League. The first team's front line was in desperate need of fresh blood. This was why Ferguson had pulled Phelan to take precious time to watch the reserve match in this box. He tried to sift through the youth training camp for a gem who could stand out in this difficult moment. Ridiculous, this is simply too ridiculous. Phelan watched the celebrating Manchester players below and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. That laughter was filled with incredulity and mockery. Boss, this is definitely the most absurd hat trick I have ever seen in my years working at Carrington. Phelan casually tossed the tactical board onto the sofa, took a couple of steps closer, and spoke teasingly. That Asian kid, what was his name again? Su Zhe. I saw his physical test report. He was as thin as a matchstick that could break at any moment. Just look at his performance on the field. He couldn't even manage the simplest sprint and turnaround. Those 3 goals of his were entirely due to luck, as if heaven had stuffed pies into his mouth. The first one hit his, but the second hit the back of his head, and this last-minute winner was even more ridiculous. Morrison's shot had long been off target, yet it just happened to hit that kid's knee, which was stationary due to exhaustion. He didn't even know where he was or where the ball was. Pure unadulterated luck with no technical skill at all. Phelan provided his professional judgment as a seasoned coach. In his eyes, this was a comedic accident devoid of any tactical analysis value. However, the box remained silent with no response from Ferguson. Phelan turned his head in confusion. He found Ferguson still standing with his hands behind his back, his posture straight, and those sharp eyes like a hawk fixated on Su Zhe, who was being piled on below. What startled Phelan even more was that Ferguson, who usually chewed gum without pause, had stopped chewing at some point. This was a unique sign of Ferguson being deeply focused and in deep thought. Damn luck. After a long moment, Ferguson suddenly spoke. His Scottish accent resonated deeply in the spacious box, each word striking Phelan's heart like a heavy. Phelan was taken aback. Boss. Ferguson turned around, his rosy cheeks devoid of any joking expression, replaced by a fervor and excitement, as if he had discovered a treasure. Mike, you've been in this business for so many years. Have your eyes only learned to see those superficial muscle collisions? Ferguson pointed a rough finger heavily against the bulletproof glass in front of him. Think carefully with your rusty tactical brain. Which player in this world can, in a single match in the most tightly defended and brutal opponent's small penalty area, be accurately hit 3 times by so-called luck? Once is a coincidence, twice is a fluke, but thrice 3 times in the last 10 minutes. That is a talent that transcends ordinary technique. Phelan opened his mouth attempting to argue. But boss, he wasn't even running at that time. He was just standing there dazed due to exhaustion. Dazed? You call that dazed? Ferguson's voice suddenly rose, interrupting the assistant's words without mercy. This man, heralded as a tactical master in the world of football, displayed a level of imaginative reasoning that was hard for ordinary people to reach. He strode to the tactical board, picked up a marker, and rapidly sketched routes while analyzing at high speed. You completely misunderstood that kid's philosophy of the game. You say his physique is poor, which is true. He is very thin. But he is more aware of his weaknesses than anyone else on the field. So from the very first second he stepped onto the field, he abandoned any futile pressing and sprinting, precisely allocating his meager stamina. Ferguson forcefully marked 3 heavy crosses in the small penalty area on the tactical board. Think back to his 3 goals. Why did the Manchester City defender turn away? Because that kid successfully lulled the opponent through early deception, using their complacency to carve out an unopposed safe space for himself within the narrow penalty area. During the second corner, Morrison and everyone else crowded at the near post, but he seemed to blindly retreat to the edge of the far post. But what was the result? The ball deflected to that one spot that was completely unguarded. Now about that, the more Ferguson spoke, the more animated he became, the marker tapping loudly against the tactical board. At the moment Morrison shot, the entire Manchester United front line had only that kid not offside. Why did he stop and bend down at that moment? Do you think he couldn't move? No. He was matching his stillness to the incredible trajectory of the ball's deflection. Phelan listened in shock, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He looked at the complex running arrows drawn on the tactical board by Ferguson and suddenly felt the boss might just have a point. His muscles and lung capacity are indeed amateur level, but that brain of his, which senses forward positions, is at least 20 years ahead of everyone else on the field. Ferguson tossed the marker onto the table, his gaze returning to the muddy field outside the floor-to-ceiling window, 2 blazing flames burning deep within his eyes. He reminds me of an old rival. That player who seemed to be invisible throughout the match, spent most of his time hovering near the offside line, yet always managed to appear in the most critical position at the most crucial second, the Italian assassin. Phelan took a deep breath, reporting the name that struck fear into all defenders across Europe, Filippo, and exactly the Inzaghi-like instinct, but expressed in an absurdly simplistic manner. Ferguson adjusted his tie, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out with excitement. Mike immediately notified the Carrington youth training director. After the match, send this kid's physical examination report and youth training contract to my desk. Phelan keenly sensed the weight of the boss' words and immediately stood up straight. Boss, you mean? Ferguson turned his head, looking at the astonished assistant coach chewing on a newly unwrapped piece of gum. This kid is still very fragile, but at Old Trafford I will personally teach him how to be a bloodthirsty wolf. I want to see him in the first team's locker room tomorrow morning. Suze had no idea that at this moment in the boxer Alex was engulfed in a tactical fervor due to his performance, leading to a turning point in his destiny. On August 18th, in the evening, the sky over Manchester remained gloomy, with drizzling rain blown diagonally against the barbed wire surrounding the Carrington training base. In the reserve team locker room, a mix of sweat, mud, and the odor of ointment for bruises made it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The normally lifeless locker room was today like a boiling kettle. Ravel, Morrison, and Jesse Lingard, bare-chested, pounded the tactical blackboard with resounding thuds, continuously swearing in celebration of this unbelievable comeback. Susie sat alone in the corner in front of his locker, holding a towel, wiping the mud from his hair haphazardly. His current appearance could only be described as utterly disheveled. The palm print he received from the canteen lady Doris yesterday at noon, although slightly reduced in swelling, still lingered as a purplish bruise on his left cheek. The once bright red Manchester United jersey was now a muddy brown. His right knee throbbed painfully, a result of Morrison's ground-shaking cannon kick. This job is truly unfit for humans. Susie silently lamented, looking down at his swollen knee. If it weren't for the unreasonable reward of the master of eating pancake system, he would have undoubtedly been devoured alive by that bunch of muscle-bound Manchester City players today. However, fortunately the task was completed, his life was saved, and he had inexplicably earned a hat trick. Now that troublesome coach Joyce wouldn't find any excuse to send him back to the great Sia country immediately, right? With a sense of fortunate survival, Susie changed into a clean set of sportswear slung on his slightly tattered backpack and limped out of the locker room. He just wanted to rush back to his dorm, take a hot shower, and throw himself onto the bed for a deep sleep. However, just as he pushed open the glass door leading from the reserve team's training field to the external parking lot, a blinding flash of light suddenly illuminated the dim rain curtain. Susie, wait a moment. I'm Gary, a reporter from the Manchester Evening News. Can I take 2 minutes of your time? A British man wearing a waterproof coat holding a microphone with a media logo along with a cameraman blocked Susie's path, like a shark sensing blood. Susie instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding flash. He recognized this meeting. Although the Manchester Evening News had a significant influence locally, it was actually quite divided internally, with several reporters leaning towards their city rivals Manchester City. This Gary often mocked the Manchester United Youth Academy in his columns for its recent lack of talent, and today, he clearly had come to witness Manchester United's embarrassment in the Reserve Derby. However, Gary did not expect that under a favorable situation of a 2-goal lead for Manchester City, an unknown skinny monkey from the Great Xia country would manage to score 3 goals in 3 bizarre ways to turn the game around. This left Gary feeling quite displeased. He stopped Susie not to praise this heroic match winner. Susie, first of all, congratulations on completing your hat trick today. Gary held out the microphone, his tone imbued with a clear sense of superiority and mockery. However, many fans present believe that this might be the ugliest and most technically lacking hat trick since the establishment of Carrington Base. The back of the head and the knee that was hit while standing still. Gary emphasized his eyes, revealing unabashed ridicule. What do you have to say about such an absurd way of scoring? Or can you share with the Manchester fans the unspoken secret behind your miraculous positioning? The cameraman cooperatively zoomed in directly on Susie's bruised face. This was a complete trap. Gary aimed to apply pressure on this naive young player from the Great Xia country. As long as Susie showed any signs of awkwardness, anger, or stammered an explanation that he was just lucky, Gary could write a sensational article for tomorrow's newspaper with a headline he had already thought of: The Sadness of Manchester United's Youth Training the Timid Boy Who Won Through Sheer Luck. Susie looked at the microphone, almost poking his chin, fully aware that the other party had ill intentions. He was a child raised under the traditional education of the Great Xia country, well aware that one must be humble and low-key when facing the media. Especially since he was currently a fringe player who could be released at any moment, he absolutely could not cause trouble. I must be humble, I have to be humble. Susie rapidly organized his words in his mind. I want to say this is all thanks to my teammates Lingard and Morrison made great passes, and I just happened to be standing there. Manchester City's defense was actually very good, I just happened to have the favor of Lady Luck. This standard Eastern humble speech was absolutely impeccable. Susie took a deep breath, adjusted his facial expression, opened his mouth, and prepared to recite this prepared speech. However, just as his vocal cords were about to vibrate in that thousandth of a second, that bone-chilling icy feeling surged from deep within his throat again, instantly blocking all his attempts to utter polite phrases and formalities. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid activated ruthlessly at this critical moment in front of the... Susie felt his facial muscles instantly lose control. The humble smile he had prepared became completely rigid, and his face turned into a state devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He let out a desperate scream in his heart. Brother, please don't mess with me. This is going to be on TV. Yet the mouth taken over by the system calmly and coldly articulated a lengthy statement in a tone that exuded an air of condescension. There is no secret. Susie's voice sounded particularly clear amidst the evening rain, with exceptional penetrating power. Gary was taken aback, his hand holding the microphone slightly moving forward, seemingly not expecting this young man from the Great Xia country to speak in such a tone. Immediately after, Susie's expressionless face stared directly into the camera lens, continuing, the defense of the Manchester City reserve team is as full of holes as the dilapidated wooden fence in my grandmother's backyard, which has been neglected for years and leaks everywhere. Breaking through that level of defense requires no secrets nor any complicated tactical runs. Gary's eyes widened in disbelief, even questioning if his hearing was malfunctioning. But it wasn't over yet. Susie's mouth continued to deliver the most genuine and scathing evaluation. Honestly, even if I tied my grandmother to a wheelchair and pushed her into Manchester City's small penalty area, as long as my teammates kicked the ball towards her, if the ball hit her, she could easily score 3 goals. The sound of the wind, the rain, and the subtle mechanical noise of the camera. After Susie finished speaking, the entire entrance fell into an eerie silence. Gary's arm holding the microphone began to tremble uncontrollably. He was a seasoned sports reporter who had interviewed countless arrogant stars, but he swore he had never seen any rookie youth player dare to speak such devastating insults in front of the media with such a calm tone. Tying my grandmother to a wheelchair could score 3 goals. This was not just mockery, it was as if he was rubbing the dignity of Manchester City's youth academy in the dirt. Do you really want to say that, Sue? Gary's voice became a bit dry, wondering if he had dug too deep a pit and pushed this kid towards a mental breakdown. Susie was now even contemplating his own demise. He was internally screaming, I'm not sure. I really am not sure. Cut this part out, please. But his body remained terrifyingly honest. He merely maintained that aloof expression that made one want to punch him, slightly raised his chin, and with a look that conveyed indifference towards all heroes replied softly, "Am I not stating the facts?" After saying this, Susie dared not linger for another second. He feared that the damned system would take control of his mouth again and utter words that could spark World War III. He forcefully pushed Gary out of the way, dragging his injured right leg, and walked into the vast night rain of Manchester without looking back. Only Gary and the cameraman remained in disarray amidst the wind and rain. As Gary watched Susie's figure gradually disappear, a look of ecstasy instantly spread across his face. "Did you get that? Did you capture that whole segment?" Gary turned and shouted at the cameraman. The cameraman excitedly nodded, giving an okay gesture. "Quick, contact the studio immediately. Cut off the boring post-match analysis currently airing. Get this interview as tonight's headline news broadcasted immediately." Gary's voice trembled with excitement. He originally just wanted to gather material to mock the Manchester United Youth Academy, but who knew he had actually hooked a gigantic crocodile? This Asian kid named Susie was simply the ultimate weapon born to generate traffic and hatred. At 8 o'clock in the prime time that night, the Manchester local sports channel's Today's Match Report suddenly aired an emergency news segment without. On the television screen appeared an Asian teenager with wet hair, a noticeably bruised and swollen left cheek. The background sound of the footage was mingled with the sound of wind and rain. Subsequently, that indiscriminate, bombarding interview audio was broadcasted unreservedly through television signals, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of Manchester, reaching countless fans having dinner. "Even if you tie my grandmother to a wheelchair and push her into the small penalty area, if the ball hits her, she can score 3 goals. This statement, combined with Susie's extremely indifferent face, as if stating a scientific truth, created an enormous impact that words could not describe. In just half an hour, the entire Manchester was in uproar. Inside the Manchester City Club's youth training office, the Manchester City reserve team coach, just finishing dinner, smashed the ceramic teacup in his hand against the wall in anger upon seeing Susie's extremely arrogant face on the TV screen. "Bastard. Arrogant Asian monkey. He's declaring war on the entire Manchester City club." Furious, the coach immediately grabbed the telephone on his desk and dialed the number of the Manchester United youth training supervisor, demanding an official apology from Manchester United for this matter, or he would sue them to the FA. Meanwhile, the die-hard Manchester City fans drinking beer in the bar were so enraged that they nearly exploded. Countless beer cans were thrown at the television screen. "Kill him. Next time I see this bastard on the street, I will definitely break his legs. How could such uncultured trash come out of Manchester United's youth academy? Tying his grandmother to a wheelchair. Fuck. I want to tear his arrogant mouth apart." The fury of Manchester City fans was palpable, and the Manchester Sports Channel's viewer hotline was completely overwhelmed within 10 minutes, with operators unable to answer the calls. However, on the flip side of the coin, in stark contrast to the rage of Manchester City fans, was the jubilant uproar that erupted within the Manchester United fan camp. The famous Manchester United fan forum Red Devil Cafe experienced an unprecedented surge in traffic tonight. A post titled "The Most Wild Striker Emerges at Carrington." He humiliated the nouveau riche next door with a wheelchair grandmother. Reached the most prominent spot on the homepage in just an hour, with replies skyrocketing at a rate of dozens per second. "Oh my God, who is this kid? How come I've never heard of such a figure in the reserve team before? Did you see the look in his eyes during the interview? Cold, contemptuous, completely dismissive of Manchester City. So satisfying. This statement hits me right in the heart. That bunch of nouveau riche at Manchester City thought they could buy everything with money, only to be scored on 3 times by our youth academy kid, and even mocked as being worse than a grandmother in a wheelchair. This is the player we Red Devils need. This is the arrogant gene inherent in Manchester United. I declare from today on, I am a diehard fan of this kid from the great Xia country. Quickly give him a lifelong contract. Don't let such a talented personality run away." The online discourse surged like an unexpected storm. No one expected that what was originally just a post-match interview from an ordinary reserve match would rapidly evolve into a media frenzy sweeping across the entire football city. The social death task, under the unreasonable catalyst of honest oral liquid, had completely transformed into an overwhelming wave of black-red traffic. And at this very moment, the instigator of this storm, Susie, was lying on the narrow single bed in his rented room, burying his face deep in the pillow. He listened to the occasional sound of police sirens from outside the window, recalling the wolfish words he had spoken into the camera, tears of regret streaming down his cheeks. "Grandma, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use you as a shield." Susie pounded the mattress in despair. "It's over now. I dare not even step out in Manchester. The Manchester City fans will definitely come through the internet and stuff me into a sack and sink me into the Irwell River." He just wanted to quietly get by in the reserve team to make a living. Why did this damned system have to force him into becoming a public enemy? August 19th, early morning. The rain in Manchester had been intermittent throughout the night. Suze jolted awake from the hard, caught his heart pounding like a broken drum. He instinctively touched his arms and legs, confirming he had not been stuffed into a sack and sunk to the bottom of the River Evel. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. The interview last night was a nightmare more terrifying than facing Doris with a ladle. In his dreams, he was chased and hacked at by thousands of burly Manchester City players in blue jerseys, with the leader even driving a bulldozer to flatten his rented room, shouting slogans like "Let your grandma try sitting in a wheelchair." Rubbing his still sore right knee, Suze limped to the narrow restroom and splashed cold water on his face. In the mirror, his left cheek bore a bruise that had turned a deep purple, and with his messy black hair, he looked like a thug who had just been beaten out of a bar's back alley. "I can't live like this," Suze said with a bitter smile at the mirror. He wrapped himself tightly in the faded Manchester United training jacket, pushed open the door, and prepared to head to the nearby convenience store to buy the cheapest sandwich for breakfast. However, as he reached the newsstand at the foot of the apartment building, he froze in place. The newsstand owner was a balding, fat old man who was excitedly placing a stack of brand new newspapers in the most prominent position. At the top of the Manchester Evening News Sports section was a headline printed in bold, enlarged black font reading, "Carrington unveils the most wild striker. The wheelchair grandma taunt triggered Manchester derby." Below the headline, occupying nearly half the page, was an extremely high-definition photo. In the photo, Suze had his hair soaked by the rain sticking to his forehead with a noticeable scar on his left cheek, but it did nothing to conceal the utter indifference in his gaze, as if he viewed all the heroes of the world as mere weeds. And below him was a line of small text, "There are no secrets. Even if I tie my grandma to a wheelchair and push her into the small penalty area, the ball would still score 3 times if it hit her." Suze? Buzz. Suze felt like a flashbang had been thrown into his mind, leaving everything. He instinctively pulled up the zipper of his jacket, trying to cover his face, which had been magnified infinitely in the newspaper. "Boss, he'll take a newspaper." A young man in a blue hoodie next to him tossed down a coin, picked up a newspaper, glanced at the headline, and immediately cursed FK. "What is that yellow-skinned monkey from the great summer nation? How dare he insult us, Manchester City? Don't let me run into him on the street." Suze was so scared that he almost collapsed to the ground. He didn't even dare to buy the sandwich, tucking his tail between his legs and sprinting back to the apartment. He leaned against the door panel, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. "It's over. This is completely over. These British sports reporters are simply devils who chew people up and spit out the bones." Suze desperately clutched his hair. He could imagine that at this moment all Manchester City fans had probably pinned his photo on their dartboards. As the instigator, the Manchester United reserve team would undoubtedly treat him as a pawn to quell the public outcry. Carrington Base reserve team coach's office. Warren Joyce kicked over the garbage bin in front of him, slamming his coffee cup down heavily on the table, splattering coffee everywhere. His desk was also littered with various newspapers from that morning. Not just the Manchester Evening News, even the sensationalist national tabloid The Sun mentioned the extremely arrogant wheelchair grandma statement in a small block on the 3rd page. "This idiot. Moron. Psychopath." Joyce trembled in anger, pointing at the photo of Suze in the newspaper, cursing. Originally, that comeback victory yesterday, though ugly in the way it was scored, had at least preserved the reserve team's fate. Joyce was even considering whether to take this opportunity to take credit from the youth training director, boasting about how brilliant his tactical adjustment was by putting Suze on in a desperate situation. But what happened? This kid turned around and dropped an atom bomb of a remark after the match. This was no longer simple post-match trash talk. It was a blatant provocation of Manchester City's bottom line. Early this morning, the club's public relations department had already received a stern protest from Manchester City. Who does he think he is? Cantona? Or Keane? He's just a useless person who can't even understand the English League One. Joyce gritted his teeth, pacing back and forth in the office. "Fire him. He must be fired immediately. We cannot allow a madman who could explode a public relations bomb at any moment to remain at Carrington and tarnish Manchester United's reputation." Joyce made up his mind. He didn't even want to give him the last bit of severance pay. He wanted to directly kick Suze out under the pretext of seriously damaging the club's image. Just as he was about to reach for the internal phone to notify the legal department to prepare the termination documents, the black phone on the desk, used exclusively for direct communication with the first team, suddenly rang sharply. Ding ding. Joyce's hand paused suddenly. This phone rarely rings unless Sir Alex Ferguson, the first team's head coach, or his trusty assistant Mike Phelan has important instructions. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and answered the phone with a respectful tone. "Good morning, Mr. Phelan. This is the reserve team office." "Good morning, Warren." On the other end, Mike Phelan's voice sounded somewhat tired, but carried an undeniable authority. "The boss has instructions." Joyce's heart tightened. Did the first team also think this matter was too severe and personally ordered to silence Suze? That suited him just fine. The boss has seen today's newspapers, Phelan continued. To be honest, that kid's remarks are indeed. Mr. Phelan, let me explain, this is entirely Suze's personal madness. I will start the termination process immediately. Oh, I will never let this clown continue to tarnish the club. Joyce hurriedly stated. Termination? What nonsense are you talking about, Warren? Phelan's tone suddenly turned serious, interrupting him. Joyce was stunned, but no buts. The boss means for that kid Suze to report to the first team's tactical room at 10 a.m. today. Phelan's voice came through clearly like a thunderclap in Joyce's ear. Wah. What? Joyce doubted his ears. The first team. Reporting. Mr. Phelan, are you mistaken? That Suze, his fitness data doesn't even meet the passing line. He can't even run on the field. And he just offended the entire Manchester City. Warren. On the other end, Phelan's tone intensified, carrying a warning. Are you questioning the boss's decision? Joyce's forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat. No, of course not. It's just, the boss said. Phelan seemed to be repeating Ferguson's exact words. No matter whether he can run or not, no matter if he's just a madman who can only make harsh remarks, as long as he can score the damn ball when others miss, he is the person Manchester United needs. Since he thinks Manchester City's defense is worse than his grandma's wheelchair, then I'll see if he has the ability to prove this statement on the Premier League pitch. Do. The busy tone of the call echoed in Joyce's ears. He stood dazedly holding the receiver, staring at the newspaper on the table, with Suze's arrogant face, feeling like the entire world had turned upside down. A reserve player with poor physical fitness who scored by luck and stirred up trouble after the match not only wasn't fired, but was directly promoted to the first team by Manchester United's supreme dictator Sir Alex Ferguson. What kind of magical realism is this? At this moment, Suze was sitting on the edge of his rented room's bed, heart pounding in fear at every little sound outside. Suddenly, his old Nokia phone vibrated. Suze looked at the caller ID displaying Coach Joyce and took a deep breath. Here it comes, the final judgment has arrived. He answered the phone, already prepared to be scolded, and then packed up. Suze. On the other end, Joyce's voice was surprisingly calm, even carrying a kind of restrained front. Coach, I can explain about the interview yesterday. Suze hurriedly said, afraid that the damned honest oral liquid would flare up again. Shut up. I don't want to hear any of your explanations. Joyce rudely interrupted him, then spoke slowly. Pack your things immediately. At 10 a.m. Report to the first team building. The boss wants to see you. Huh. Suze was stunned. His brain completely stopped functioning. Don't think that you have shot to fame now, kid. The guys in the first team are ruthless and will teach you a lesson on how to be a person. Good luck. The phone hung up. Suze stared blankly at the phone screen. The first team. Sir Ferguson wants to see me. This is even more surreal than having to kiss Doris. Suze didn't know how he walked out of the apartment. As he carried his somewhat worn-out soccer shoes, he was met with the extremely jealous, shocked, and confused gazes of the other reserve trainees. Walking across the Carrington-based lawn towards the first team building, which represented the highest honor in the Premier League, his steps felt as if he were walking on cotton. Morrison stood by the training ground, watching Suze's distant figure fade away, his eyes turning red with jealousy. He kicked the grass hard and muttered, why? That useless person who scores with his, but why does he get to join the first team? The glass doors of the first team building automatically slid open. Suze took a deep breath and stepped into this temple that countless players dream of. The walls of the corridor were adorned with legendary superstars from Manchester United's history: George Best, Bobby Charlton, Eric Cantona, David Beckham. Huge posters silently told the tale of the glory and honor of the Red Devils dynasty. As Suze walked on the shiny marble floor, the legendary gazes on both sides conveyed an unprecedented sense of pressure, even more suffocating than Doris's iron ladle. He knew that here no one cared whether you were a last-minute hero of the reserve team. Here the law of the jungle was the only survival rule. I hope these big shots don't ask me any strange questions, Suze silently prayed. The passive effect of honest oral liquid is like a ticking time bomb. Offending people in the reserve team would at most lead to isolation, but offending the temperamental big shots in the first team. Suze dared not think further. He stopped in front of a heavy wooden door marked First Team Locker Room. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and pushed open this door, leading to an unknown hell. On August 19th, in the morning, the interior decor of the Carrington Training Base's first team building is a world apart from that of the reserve team. The polished marble floor, the comfortably climate-controlled air conditioning, and the portraits of legendary players from the Red Devils that seemed to scrutinize every visitor, all showcased the profound heritage of this elite Premier League club. Suze stood before the heavy oak door marked with a bronze plaque reading First Team Locker Room, feeling as if his legs were filled with a dozen pounds of mercury. Just moments ago, the reserve team coach Joyce had sent him off with a gaze that seemed to look upon death. Now he was about to face the most fearsome gang of elites in all of England and Europe. The Manchester United locker room of 2010 is certainly not a playground for children. It is fraught with strict class barriers and the law of the jungle. Suze reached out, gripping the cold brass doorknob, and pressed down with force. The heavy wooden door swung open. A smell of expensive men's cologne, muscle ointment, and potent male hormones rushed towards him. The previously noisy locker room fell silent in an instant as the door opened. Dozens of oppressive gazes swept toward him. Sitting at the back by the lockers was Ryan Giggs, the evergreen star of Manchester United, calmly wrapping bandages around his legs and glancing up at Suze. Nearby, Paul Scholes fiddled with his football boots, not even lifting his eyelids, yet the invisible authority he exuded made one feel they had to breathe cautiously. And in the center of the locker room sat the Serbian Iron Man Nemanja, who struck fear into the hearts of all Premier League forwards. His broad shoulders resembling a wall and fierce facial features made him appear like a deity ready to devour anyone at any moment. Suze felt nearly suffocated by the aura of these giants. He felt like a frail white rabbit that had wandered into a pack of wolves, every cell in his body blaring alarms. Just as he stood frozen at the door, torn between entering and retreating, a rough voice with a thick Merseyside accent came from the treatment table on the right side of the locker room. "Hey, look who's here." A stocky man resembling a heavy-duty tank jumped off the treatment table barefoot on the thick carpet and strode to the center of the locker room. Wayne Rooney, the undisputed star of Manchester United, the leading striker of England. However, at this moment Rooney was in a fraught phase of his career. He was deeply embroiled in contract negotiations with the club, while recurring ankle injuries had caused his form on the pitch to fluctuate. Recent tabloids in England had been frantically stirring up his private life, turning this already hot-headed English forward into a powder keg ready to explode. Rooney sized up Suze, his gaze lingering on the ill-fitting faded reserve team training kit for a couple of seconds before raising an eyebrow. "I watched TV last night." Rooney placed his hands on his hips, his tone dripping with the insolence and provocation unique to a British street thug. "You're the one who compared the Manchester City reserves to a wheelchair-bound Granny Wright." Several young players around, like Nanny and Anderson, exchanged glances, all adopting a posture that suggested they were eager to watch the drama unfold. In the Manchester United first team, it is an age-old tradition for veterans to give newcomers a harsh welcome. Suze fought the impulse to run, nodding awkwardly. "You've got guts, Asian kid." Rooney stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than half a meter. Although Rooney's height was not particularly outstanding, his broad chest and solid muscles exuded a terrifying pressure upon Suze. "I have a bad temper, and I despise those who act meek in front of me." Rooney stared into Suze's eyes, raising his voice a notch, clearly testing this rookie's courage. "I heard you have a sharp tongue in the reserves. Did you nearly give Joyce a brain hemorrhage with your words, eh?" Rooney extended a thick finger, pointing at his own nose. "Come on, since you're so bold, tell us what you think of me in front of— Remember, I want to hear your most honest thoughts. If you dare to say anything to please me, I'll toss you into the garbage bin outside." The air in the locker room seemed to freeze. Vidic furrowed his brow, standing up straight. Giggs also halted his bandaging. Everyone knew Rooney was a powder keg, asking a rookie fresh from the youth academy to evaluate him. That was practically a death sentence. Suze felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He frantically banged on the keyboard in his mind, attempting to compose a perfect public relations statement. "Wayne, you are the greatest striker in all of England. Though currently hindered by injuries, I believe you will soon reclaim your peak and lead us to all the championships." This statement not only gave him face, but also cleverly avoided the sensitive topics of contract negotiations and form, making it a textbook answer. Suze took a deep breath, preparing to make his expression appear filled with admiration and sincerity, then recite this passage loudly. However, at this critical moment, a chilling sensation akin to a Siberian cold wave surged violently from deep within his throat. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid forcibly took over his highest control. Suze felt his facial nerves were instantly severed, and the worshipful smile he attempted to muster was ruthlessly erased by an invisible force. His cheek muscles quickly reformed into a visage devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he regarded all things in the world as mere ants. "It's over. I'm really going to die here in Carrington today." Suze let out a desperate wail deep within, but his mouth opened uncontrollably, producing a steady, indifferent, yet piercing voice. "Wayne, since you requested honesty, I will be straightforward." Suze's gaze slowly moved from Rooney's face upward, finally locking onto Rooney's increasingly sparse hairline. "Your temper lately is far worse than your form on the pitch. Injuries and off-field trifles are destroying the explosive power you once took pride in." As soon as this first part of the statement left his mouth, several young players in the locker room were left breathless. Did this Asian kid just dare to criticize Rooney's form to his face? But Suze's mouth did not stop. This terrifying truth machine was delivering its final fatal blow. "Moreover, I must candidly tell you that the hair transplant surgery you underwent recently had a terrible effect. The transplanted hair looks incredibly fake, like a few dried weeds forced into a glossy boiled egg. This not only failed to make you look younger, but instead made your head resemble a failed landscaping project. As soon as the words fell, the entire first-team locker room fell into an absolute silence where even the sound of airflow could be heard. Nanny's shin guard dropped to the floor with a crisp sound, but he didn't even dare to bend down to pick it up. Scholes abruptly raised his head, his usually placid eyes filled with disbelief. Vidic had already taken 2 steps forward, muscles tensed, ready to intervene and prevent this enraged forward from strangling the audacious Asian kid. Dried weeds stuck on an egg. A failed landscaping project. These few statements were like sharp surgical knives, precisely piercing Rooney's heart while wildly stirring his pride. All of England knew that Rooney cared deeply about his increasingly thinning hair, even going so far as to spend a fortune on a hair transplant. Now a mere rookie, just promoted from the reserves, had the audacity to tear apart this veil of shame in front of the entire first team. Rooney stood frozen in place. His cheek muscles bulged from clenching his jaw, and his already reddened face was now as swollen as a ripe tomato. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. These 3 seconds felt to Suze like 3 centuries. He silently prayed for an ambulance to arrive quickly, hoping to save his front teeth. Just as Vidic prepared to forcibly intervene and pull Suze out of the locker room, a thunderous, explosive laughter erupted from Rooney's throat. Rooney laughed so hard, he nearly fell over, dramatically bending at the waist and pounding his thigh. Tears almost streamed from the corners of his eyes. This scene left everyone in the locker room dumbfounded. Good kid. You've got balls. Rooney straightened up, striding up to Suze and clapping his large bear-like hand heavily on Suze's thin shoulder, nearly causing him to buckle at the knees. You know, over the past month all the media in the UK have been mocking my hair and form, but the bastards in the club, including David and the others, only say to my face, "Oh Wayne, your new hairstyle is so cool," or "Wayne, you'll score soon." They're all a bunch of hypocritical sycophants who don't dare to speak their minds. Rooney roared, glancing around at his teammates in the locker room, then looking back at Suze with a hint of unmasked appreciation in his eyes. "I like straightforward people. Since you dared to tear down that paper in front of me, it shows you're a brave, real man. I'm starting to like that damned wheelchair granny theory." Rooney threw his arm around Suze's neck, roughly ruffling Suze's dark hair. "Welcome to the first-team kid from the Great Sia. If anyone tries to bully you here, drop my name." Suze was nearly gasping for air from Rooney's grip, maintaining an outward facade of a detached master while internally gasping for breath. He survived. He miraculously survived. How do these British tough guys think? Being scolded like an egg, and they still think I'm sincere. Just as the tension in the locker room was completely dissolved by Rooney's laughter, the heavy oak door was pushed. The room, which had been filled with whispers and laughter, fell silent the moment they saw who entered. Everyone quickly composed themselves, standing straight. Sir Alex Ferguson walked into the locker room. He wore a crisp, dark training suit, glasses perched on his nose, and was chewing gum at a steady rhythm. His hawk-like sharp gaze swiftly swept across the room, finally settling on Suze's face, which appeared somewhat aloof due to the lingering effects of his passive skill. Ferguson did not inquire about what had transpired in the locker room. His powerful control did not require him to bother with such trifles. He walked steadily to the center of the room, fixing his gaze on Suze, and issued his command in a voice laced with Scottish accent and absolute authority. "Change into your training kit, and let the physiotherapist give you a thorough checkup. Then go to the tactics room to collect your materials." Ferguson paused, chewing gum, his tone becoming more serious. "Get the physiotherapist to give you a thorough checkup, then join the first team's training. Show me what you've got, kid. Old Trafford doesn't keep idle people." After saying this, Ferguson turned and strode out of the locker room, leaving behind an imposing figure. Suze stood still, listening to the heavy wooden door closing behind him. Premier League. 18-man roster. Old Trafford. Just a few days ago, he was a marginal outcast in the reserves, facing contract termination, barely able to enjoy a meal. Now he was about to step onto the stage of the world's top football league, the theater of dreams that represented unparalleled glory. Suze slowly clenched his fists, feeling the sweat seeping from his palms due to overwhelming nervousness. His absurd and crazy legend on the green field was truly beginning at this moment. On August 20th, in the morning, the training field at Carrington Base was trimmed to perfection, each blade of grass seemingly emanating the scent of money and top-tier leagues. However, for Suze, this green field was nothing short of hell. Hurry. Run. Don't move like a wandering old lady. Speed up the ball movement. The booming voice of the first team's fitness coach Mick Clegg echoed across the training ground. Holding a stopwatch, he stared intently at the players engaged in small-sided games. The pace of the Premier League is a concept from an entirely different dimension compared to the reserves. In the reserves, Suze could barely survive a few minutes by relying on his observations and occasional flashes of brilliance. But here the speed of the ball was dizzying, and the physical confrontations between players reached an alarming level. Bang! A dull thud. Suze had just received a pass from Scholes at the edge of the penalty area. Before he could stabilize his position, or even process his next move, a figure as imposing as a black iron tower crashed into him from the side. Nemanja Vidic. This Serbian center-back, regarded as a nightmare by all forwards in the Premier League, executed his defensive moves with clean precision, yet with a ferocious power that could shatter. He didn't even make a concerted effort to collide with Suze, he merely leaned in slightly with his broad shoulder within the bounds of reasonable contact. Suze felt as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest, or rather, as if he had been grazed by a speeding arm. His paltry 35 points of strength seemed utterly flimsy before Vidic. Suze's entire body left the ground flying sideways in midair, soaring more than 3 meters before crashing heavily onto the grass, rolling twice before finally coming to a stop. Beep. Assistant coach Mike Phelan blew his whistle, but his gestures signaled a throw-in. Legal contact. Phelan shouted, not even glancing at Suze, who lay on the ground. On the training ground of the Premier League, such a level of contact didn't even count as a tickle. No one would sympathize with you for being knocked down. That's the survival rule here. If you can't stand, you're out. Suze lay on the grass, feeling as though his insides were churning violently, breathless from the pressure in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he tried to push himself up with his hands. But his already depleted stamina of just 38 points was flashing red after enduring over 10 minutes of high-intensity sprints. The muscle fibers in his legs burned with an acid-like pain, and each breath was heavy with the taste of blood. What drove him to despair was that he felt utterly superfluous in this confrontation. Aside from Scholes' routine pass earlier, no one was willing to pass the ball to him. Giggs sprinted down the left flank, Nani cut inside on the right, and Rooney grappled with Ferdinand in the penalty area. Everyone was holding themselves to the standards of the Premier League, while Suze couldn't even touch the passing line of that standard. He was like a weak lamb that had wandered into a pack of wolves, helplessly watching the wolves tear at one another, unable to even qualify to participate. On the sidelines, Sir Alex Ferguson, clad in his iconic long coat, had his hands stuffed in his pockets, chewing gum rapidly. His hawk-like sharp gaze was locked onto the frail young player from the Dacia Kingdom, who was struggling on the field. Assistant coach Mike Phelan approached Ferguson, his brows furrowed, filled with concern and confusion. This is simply absurd, Phelan complained, looking at Suze, who was once again easily blocked by Evra and unable to touch the ball. Look at him in his current physical condition, he doesn't even have the capital to establish himself in the championship. Putting him in first-team training is a complete waste of everyone's time. Phelan's tone grew more serious. Tomorrow's match is against Aston Villa. This will be a tough match. Martin O'Neill's team is solid defensively and sharp on the counterattack. We are indeed facing a crisis in our forward line. Rooney's ankle has issues. Berbatov's playing style tends to be too soft against that kind of muscle fortress, and Owen cannot last the entire match. But even so, Phelan pointed at the tactical board in his hand, emphasizing, we cannot pin our hopes on a porcelain doll who can't even withstand a light nudge from Vidic. Bringing him along is a waste of our precious 18-man squad list. It sends a wrong signal to the media and fans. We are completely out of options in the forward line. Phelan's complaints were not without merit. As Manchester United's chief assistant coach, he had to come from the most rational tactical perspective. Suze's physical test data and his performance on the training ground all prove that he could not adapt to the high-intensity, physical confrontations of the Premier League. Faced with Phelan's barrage of doubts, Ferguson did not respond immediately. He continued to gaze at the frail figure on the field, hunched over and gasping for air. He had watched the video of yesterday's reserve match 3 times. Those 3 goals, though seemingly absurd and filled with a taste of sheer luck. Once can be luck, twice a coincidence, but what about those 3 times? Especially in the most dangerous and chaotic areas of the opponent's penalty box, he had accurately captured the deadly falling point 3 times in a row. This surely could not be explained by mere luck. Ferguson's mind once again conjured up the ghostly figure, that innate sensitivity to the falling point of the ball, that bizarre movement that seemed to predict the future, was a top-tier talent that could not be cultivated through training. Mike, you only see his weakness, but overlook the kind of devilishness he exhibited in the reserves. Ferguson finally spoke, his Scottish accent deep and firm, carrying an undeniable aura of authority. Devilishness. Phelan was taken aback, completely unable to grasp the tactical significance of that term. Yes, devilishness. Ferguson turned to look into Phelan's eyes. His physical condition is indeed poor and his stamina is subpar. But in the penalty area, his ability to make defenders collectively lose their wits and always appear in unmarked areas is something I have never seen in the Carrington Academy over the years. We need goals now, whether they come from headers, foot strikes, or even a butt slam. Aston Villa's defenders are tall and strong, If it turns into a physical battle, our advantage is not obvious. But this kid's movement, that quality of playing by completely ignoring the rules and always finding space to survive in gaps, might just become the surprise weapon to break the deadlock at a critical moment. Ferguson's gaze shifted back to the field, looking at Souza's face, which appeared somewhat distorted from fatigue. Notify the medical team arranged the best recovery therapy for him after today's training. Tomorrow afternoon's match against Aston Villa. Ferguson paused for a moment, using that irrefutable tone to make the final decision. Bring him along. Let him sit on the bench. I want to see with my own eyes if that devilishness in him can continue to work on the grass of Old Trafford. On August 22nd, in the afternoon, the sky over Manchester was rarely clear, with beams of sunlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating the magnificent red and white structure of Old Trafford. This football sanctuary, known as the Theatre of Dreams, was welcoming the arrival of the new season's first home match day with its unique solemnity and fervor. With an hour and a half left before the match, the outside of the stadium was already bustling with noise. More than 70,000 fans formed a sea of red surrounding the streets around the stadium. The air was filled with the aroma of fried fish and chips, the richness of beer, and the unique, exhilarating scent of male hormones that belonged to English football. Inside the players' tunnel, Souza was standing at the end of the line, wearing a Manchester United warm-up vest emblazoned with the number 39. Though he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, the moment he stepped onto the staircase leading to the pitch and heard the thunderous roar from the end of the tunnel, his legs began to tremble slightly. This was not cowardice, but rather a natural physiological response experienced by any young person stepping onto the grandest of stages, facing an overwhelming sense of pressure. Breathe in, breathe out. Souza took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm his heart that felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. The veteran Giggs turned to look at him, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a calm tone accustomed to grand occasions. Don't be nervous, kid. It's like this for everyone the first time. Just run a couple of laps. When you get out there, loosen up. Remember, this is our... Souza forced a stiff smile and nodded. With a roar from Captain Vidic, the entire Manchester United team burst forth like a pack of unleashed tigers, running out of the players' tunnel and onto the emerald-like pitch of Old Trafford. Boom. The moment Souza's feet touched the grass, an enormous cheer powerful enough to pierce eardrums swept in like a tsunami from the stands. 76,000 fans erupted simultaneously with a thunderous roar, accompanied by the resounding battle drums and the synchronized chant of "Glory, Glory, Man." United, the sound transformed into a tangible shockwave, crashing into Souza's chest. He looked up and surveyed his surroundings. The grand 3-tiered stands loomed like 3 insurmountable walls, tightly enclosing the pitch. Red flags waved vigorously in the wind, and countless fervent eyes were fixed on every player wearing a Manchester United jersey on the field. This is the Premier League. This is the pinnacle of the world's #1 sport. Souza felt his blood ignite at that moment. He wanted to run to leave his mark on this sacred turf. However, just as he prepared to follow the team for a warm-up jog across the half, he was suddenly interrupted. That familiar, cold, and emotionless mechanical voice erupted in his mind like a midnight bell, tolling ominously. Ding! Detected host's first entry into a top professional match. Star Behavior Art System Premier League debut extreme task has been triggered. Souza's footsteps abruptly halted. An ominous premonition surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. System brother, don't mess with me. This is Old Trafford. There are thousands of people watching. Souza mentally pleaded. Yet the system's blood-red task panel mercilessly unfolded on his retina. Task name: Eastern Mysticism Master of Tai Chi at the Theatre of Dreams. Task background: as a star destined to conquer the world, you need to announce your arrival to the 70,000 fans at Old Trafford in an extraordinary, soul-shaking manner. You must make them understand that your football philosophy is unfathomable. Task content: during the warm-up phase, walk alone to the loyal stand directly beneath the west stand at the Stretford end, face the stands, and perform a complete set of elderly Tai Chi simplified 24 forms lasting at least 3 minutes. Task reward: strength 2. Failure penalty: if given a chance to substitute in this match, you will be forced to wear women's pink lace underwear under your jersey. If the shorts tear during the match, the consequences are your responsibility. Souza stared blankly at the last line about the pink lace underwear punishment, feeling as if struck by lightning, nearly collapsing onto the grass. What kind of insane punishment is this? In Old Trafford, playing in pink lace underwear, facing the risk of exposure. If that really happens the next day, the British tabloid The Sun would undoubtedly use the most vicious headlines to nail him to the pillar of shame in the world football arena. He could even imagine the headline: a cross-dressing freak appears at Manchester United lace temptation on Old Trafford grass. That would ruin his life. Returning to the Great Xia Kingdom would mean being nailed to the historical pillar of shame. Compared to that, performing a Tai Chi routine is nothing. It's just a bit of embarrassment, right? As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassing one is others. Let's do this. For the sake of my future dignity. Suze gritted his teeth, turned around, and amidst the astonished gazes of teammates engaged in passing drills left the warm-up group and strode towards the West Stand. West Stand, Stretford End. This is the most sacred and fervent gathering place for die-hard fans at all. Here sit the most loyal supporters of Manchester United, loving their home team deeply, while also being the harshest critics of the visiting teams and underperforming home players. At this moment, the die-hard fans in the stands were singing loudly, suddenly noticing a black-haired lad in a Manchester United substitute vest walking alone to the edge of the field directly below them. Who is that kid? I haven't seen him before. Did he come up from the reserves? Hey, what is he coming over for? Is he looking for autographs? The fans in the stands murmured, thousands of eyes fixated on Suze. Not just the fans, even the photographer from Sky Sports setting up the camera on the sidelines keenly sensed the unusual situation and immediately directed the lens towards Suze. Martin, look over there. What is that new face from Manchester United doing? Said Sky Sports star commentator Andy Gray, pointing at the broadcast screen with a puzzled expression. Martin Tyler glanced at the big screen. Oh, that seems to be the young lad from the Great Xia Kingdom, whom Sir Alex promoted from the reserves a couple of days ago, named Suze. I heard he scored a hat trick in the reserves derby. But why isn't he warming up over there, and instead went to the West Stand? At that moment, all eyes in the arena curiously focused on Suze. Suze stopped less than 5 meters away from the first row of fans in the West Stand. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shame that made him want to find a crack in the ground to hide in. He closed his eyes, quickly recalling the simplified 24-form Tai Chi he learned in elementary school. P.E. Class. Commence. Suze silently recited in his mind. In the next second, under the astonished gaze of over 70,000 live fans and captured by the high-definition broadcast camera of Sky Sports, Suze stood, with his feet parallel shoulder-width apart. His hands slowly raised forward, then he bent his knees and squatted down, the movements gentle, soft, and filled with a unique health-preserving feeling typical of elderly morning exercises. Wild horse parts mane. White crane spreads wings. Hand waves the pipa. Suze closed his eyes, his expression serious, as if participating in a sacred religious ceremony, his body moving in sync with those ancient forms, gracefully and methodically twisting upon the pitch of Old Trafford, which was imbued with modern industrial vibes. Silence. The die-hard fans in the West Stand first fell into an eerie silence, then 10 seconds later their scalps felt as if they had exploded, erupting into waves of incredulous exclamations. What the F? What is he doing? Is he dancing? Or is he sleepwalking? Can someone tell me what the hell this pre-match warm-up action is, eh? The die-hard fans were completely bewildered. They had watched football for a lifetime, seen players kiss the grass before a match, seen them draw crosses in prayer, and even seen players pounding their chests to boost morale. But to run to the loyal stand below before a match and wave arms like an old man at such a snail's pace. This was absolutely a first in history. On the other end of the pitch, the Manchester United first team, engaged in a circle training, also stopped their move. Rooney's eyes widened, still holding the ball. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. That kid. Did he take the wrong medicine before the match? What is he doing? Giggs shook his head in disbelief. Today's youth will do anything to attract attention. Scholes frowned, confusion written all over his face. Is he warming up with such slow movements? Will that activate his muscles? How could Sir Alex tolerate such circus-like behavior? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Sir Ferguson, who had been discussing tactics with assistant coach Phelan, stood frozen. The old man's piece of chewing gum fell to the ground with a thud, and his weathered face instantly turned. Phelan, what the hell is that kid doing? Ferguson pointed at Suze, his voice trembling. What kind of old disco is he dancing under the West Stand? Phelan, equally bewildered, exclaimed, Boss, I don't know. This is completely outside our warm-up plan. While Manchester United's players were collectively baffled, the Aston Villa fans in the away stand exploded with laughter and boos, as if they had found the perfect material for mockery. Ha ha ha. Manchester United bought a lunatic. Clown, go back to the Great Xia Kingdom and dance. Is this Manchester United's new weapon? Slow motion killer. So funny. Is he here to perform a comedy? The torrent of boos, whistles, and laughter surged towards. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler couldn't help but laugh. Incredible. This is simply unbelievable. This young lad from the Great Xia Kingdom, during the warm-up phase of his debut at Old Trafford, actually performed that should be traditional martial arts from Great Xia, right? Tai Chi. He looks very focused, Andy Gray added, suppressing his laughter. But honestly, I don't think this slow movement will warm him up for the intense Premier League match. Sir Ferguson's expression now looked as if he was about to devour someone. I bet if this weren't before a match, that kid would already be kicked out of Carrington. 3 minutes, 180 seconds. For Suze, these 3 minutes felt longer than a century. Amidst the laughter and jeers of over 70,000 people, the bewildered gazes of his teammates, and the murderous glare of Ferguson, he persisted and completed the final movement of the simplified 24-form Tai Chi finish. As he pressed his hands down, Suze opened his eyes. Ding! Tai Chi Master Task completed. Strength Attribute 2. Congratulations, host, your stress resistance has been epically trained. Upon hearing the notification, Suze's tense nerves finally relaxed. He could even feel that due to the increase of those 2 points in strength, the muscles in his legs seemed slightly firm. Though it wasn't much in the fiercely competitive environment of the Premier League, even a slight increase in strength was. Most importantly, he preserved his dignity of not having to wear pink lace underwear onto the field. Suze ignored the surrounding stares as if he were an alien, turned around maintaining an extremely aloof demeanor, as if he were a transcendent figure with a blank expression on his face, steadily making his way back to the bench amidst the ongoing jeers. As soon as he sat down, Ferguson's grim face, which seemed capable of dripping water, was right in front of him. Ferguson gritted his teeth, lowering his voice, each word sounding as if it were squeezed out from between his teeth. You better pray you don't get a chance to play today. Otherwise, if you perform like a soft-shelled shrimp on the field, I swear after the match, I will personally shove you into the grass shredder at Carrington. Suze looked at the furious Ferguson, mentally shouting, Boss, I didn't want this. I was forced. Yet under the system's control, his vocal cords honestly and flatly uttered a truth that almost gave Ferguson a brain hemorrhage. Boss, you don't need to threaten me. With my current stamina, even if I play, I can only walk on the field like I did during Tai Chi. If you want to see someone sprint, you should switch in more players who can run. Ferguson felt a chill run down his spine, pointing at Suze's nose, unable to utter a word for a long time. Lunatic. This kid is definitely a complete lunatic. Ferguson abruptly turned around, angrily walked back to the coach's seat, unwrapped another piece of chewing gum, and chewed it furiously. On August 22nd, the match had progressed to the 70th minute. The sunlight above Old Trafford had been obscured by heavy clouds, dimming the light within the stadium. Accompanied by this dim light, the atmosphere in the Dream Theater had reached a peak of oppression. With a dull thud of muscle colliding, Manchester United's star forward Wayne Rooney fell painfully within the penalty area of Aston Villa. He clutched his already injured ankle, rolling twice on the grass, angrily gesturing with his hands towards the referee in protest. But the referee merely shook his head, indifferently signaling for the game to continue. The successful tackle was made by Villa's ironclad centre-back Richard Dunn. This Irishman, standing at 188 meters and as robust as a great bear, didn't even glance at the grounded Rooney. He swung his right leg, launching the ball like a cannonball towards Manchester United's half. It was a typical English defensive counterattack. As the ball crossed the midfield, Aston Villa's forward Agbonlahor surged forward like a heavy motorcycle in top gear. His sheer speed tore through Manchester United's defense, which had become vulnerable due to their aggressive pressing. Fortunately, veteran Vidic desperately managed to block the inside, forcing Agbonlahor to take a heavy touch, and the ball ultimately rolled out of play. Phew! The more than 70,000 fans at Old Trafford let out a collective sigh of relief. However, the threat being averted did not bring them even a shred of ease. Glancing up at the enormous electronic scoreboard at both ends of the pitch, the bright red numbers felt like a loud slap across the face of every Manchester United fan. Manchester United 0-1 Aston Villa. This was Old Trafford. This was the first home game of the, with more than half of the second half gone. The home side had not crushed their opponent, as everyone had expected, but instead Aston Villa, led by Martin O'Neill, had sneaked in a goal. What was even more despairing was that Manchester United's performance in attack today could only be described as a disaster. Rooney was tightly ensnared by Villa's muscular defenders. Already troubled by a contract dispute and an ankle injury, he appeared isolated on the pitch, his emotions frayed like a ticking time bomb. On the other hand, fellow forward Berbatov, while displaying footwork as graceful as a ballet dancer, seemed too soft for the brutal physicality of the Premier League. Every time he received the ball, as soon as a Villa defender applied even a slight physical challenge, he would lose possession like a falling leaf. On the flanks, Nani and Giggs delivered countless crosses, yet the aerial dominance in the box had been completely asserted by Villa's towering giants, standing at 1.9 meters. With no goals in sight and repeated attacks failing, the anxious tension spread like a plague in the stands, with sporadic boos beginning to rise from the home supporters. In front of the coaching bench, Sir Alex Ferguson was utterly furious. The hot-tempered Scotsman had a face flushed red, and he suddenly lifted his right foot, violently kicking a half-full plastic water bottle away. The bottle tumbled through the air, drenching the shiny black shoes of the assistant coach Mike Phelan, yet Phelan didn't dare to move. What the hell are they playing? Ferguson roared at the pitch, his voice loud enough for even Giggs on the field to hear. Cross it! Cross it! Is Richard Dunn's head made of iron? Do you have to keep smashing the ball at his head? Ferguson chewed his gum vigorously, his cheek muscles bulging from anger. He turned his head, glaring at Phelan like a lion hunting for prey. Mike, we need a goal. Even if it means biting, you have to get that damned ball into the net. Phelan, with a pained expression, cautiously opened the tactical board in his hands, his voice a bit dry. Boss, the problem we face now is that there's no focal point in the middle. Bruni was being tormented to the brink of madness by their little tricks, while Berbatov couldn't withstand such savage collisions. We can't create openings from the outside, and we can't seize the ball in the box. I don't need tactical analysis. I need solutions. Ferguson slammed his hand on the tactical board. Tell me who on the bench can come on and change the game. Phelan turned his head to glance at the bench. Makita, too young, he would get lost in front of such a meat grinder defense in just a few minutes. Michael Owen, his fragile nature might need a stretcher in just 10 minutes under such intense competition. Hernandez, Little P is indeed a good prospect, but he needs his teammates to feed him the ball. The current midfield of Manchester United simply cannot create comfortable through-ball spaces. Phelan sighed. Boss, facing a team like Villa that is clearly determined to defend to the end unless God puts on a Manchester United jersey, traditional substitutions are unlikely to yield immediate results. Ferguson said nothing, but looked over Phelan's shoulder, directing his sharp gaze straight at the far end of the bench. There sat a black-haired youth bundled up in a large substitute coat, huddled in a corner. Suze. Because the weather had turned cooler, and he had been sitting on the bench, Suze was now slightly shrinking his neck, trying to ward off the chill of Manchester's wind. He looked nothing like a savior who could rescue Manchester United from turmoil. Phelan followed Ferguson's gaze and immediately felt a chill run down his spine, quickly lowering his voice to dissuade. Boss, you can't be thinking. Why not? Ferguson interrupted the assistant coach, a glint of gambler-like madness in his eyes. But he just did 3 minutes of Tai Chi under the West Stand before the match. All of England is laughing at us for signing a circus clown. Phelan's voice became urgent, and you've seen his physical stats. Sending him into a game like this, he would be devoured by Villa's brutes. Ferguson stopped chewing his gum. He fixed his gaze on Suze. The image of the boy slowly waving his arms in front of 70,000 people flashed through his mind. A circus clown. Ferguson suddenly asked back, his tone carrying a strange determination. Mike, if it were you, could you complete a complex set of Eastern gymnastics on the sidelines amid the boos and jeers of 70,000 people, without even a single unnecessary emotional fluctuation? Phelan was left speechless. Let alone performing a routine, even a typical newcomer would probably have their legs turned to jelly from such a tsunami of insults. This kid is a complete madman. Ferguson took a deep breath, making his final decision. But what we need now is a madman who doesn't play by the rules. His movements have an inexplicable kind of wickedness. Since conventional methods cannot breach Villa's defense, let's try this unconventional approach. Let's treat this like a dead horse being used as a live one. Ferguson ignored Phelan's dissuasion, striding toward the bench, extending his sturdy finger and accurately pointing at the dazed Suze. You? Kid from Great Sia. Ferguson's voice thundered like lightning over the substitute bench. Suze was startled by the sudden shout, raising his head in confusion, directly meeting Ferguson's bloodshot. Take off your jacket. Ferguson pointed at the pitch, spitting words. Get up there. If you can't get that damn ball into the opponent's net, you can swim back to Great Sia tomorrow. Suze was completely stunned. Me? On the field? Now, the 70th minute, trailing 0-1, facing opponents towering at 1.9 meters with arms thicker than his thighs. With his newly boosted strength of just 37 points, what was he supposed to do? Become a free stress toy for their center backs? This was not an urgent mission, it was clearly a death sentence. Boss, I think Suze instinctively wanted to find an excuse, like saying he had a stomach ache or cramped up during warm-ups. However, at this critical moment, the passive effect of honest oral liquid once again forcefully took over his body. The panic-stricken expression that had surfaced on his face was instantly smoothed out by an invisible force. Suze's Asian features transformed in a mere half-second into an extremely cold and even somewhat indifferent visage towards the pitch, as if his facial nerves had been completely frozen. He slowly stood up, his movements carrying an air of elegance and composure. He did not respond with any trembling fear to Ferguson's roar, but leisurely zipped open his jacket, casually tossing aside the Manchester United substitute vest, revealing a red jersey with the number 39. To others, this was the kind of arrogant dismissal displayed by a top troublemaker when faced with a sudden command from the head coach. Only Suze himself knew that inside, he was fervently praying, tears welling in his eyes. Stop pretending to be tough, body. Hurry up and tremble a little. Let me seem scared. I really can't handle this deadlock. Yet his body completely disobeyed. Suze maintained his cold expression as he walked step by step towards the fourth official under the astonished gazes of the substitute players. During a dead ball phase, the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board. Manchester United substitution. Off 9, Dimitar Berbatov. On 39, Suze. The stadium's DJ announced this substitution adjustment in a deep voice. Manchester United makes their first substitution of the match, taking off Berbatov and bringing on 39 Su-Zhe. When this name echoed above Old Trafford, the stadium, which had been extremely anxious due to the team's trailing score, erupted after a moment of shock. Boos. A chorus of boos filled the air. If the fans were merely puzzled by Su-Zhe's Tai Chi before the match, now at this crucial moment, when the team desperately needed a goal, Ferguson had actually substituted a clown who had never played a single official Premier League match and had just performed a bizarre act under the loyal fans' stand. To the home fans, this seemed an unforgivable betrayal equivalent to raising a white flag in surrender. Go back to the reserves. We don't need acrobats. Has Ferguson gone senile? Why not bring on Owen? Get down. Get out. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa fans in the away stand erupted in derisive laughter. Look, the Tai Chi master of Manchester United is going to perform magic. Watch out, guys. He might blow you away with his inner strength. Manchester United has run out of substitutes. They're doomed today. Mockery, boos, and insults intertwined to form a tremendous wave of sound capable of shattering the psychological defenses of any young player, fiercely crashing against Su-Zhe, who stood on the sidelines. In the commentary box of Sky Sports, Martin Tyler looked at the thin figure from the east on the broadcast screen, his tone filled with disbelief. I can hardly believe my eyes. In trailing by a goal, Sir Alex has made a bold, or perhaps desperate substitution. Sitting next to him, former Manchester United star Gary Neville showed no restraint in expressing his discontent and sorrow. This is a disastrous decision. Neville almost slammed his hands on the table as he commented, I don't know what this kid has shown in training, but just look at his physique. Can he stand for 5 seconds in front of Richard Dunn? Old Trafford doesn't need circus performances. We need warriors who can smash the ball into the net. This substitution is irresponsible to the Manchester United players who are fighting on the pitch. At this moment, Su-Zhe stood at the junction of the center line and the sideline. It felt as if the entire world was against him, and the air in Old Trafford was filled with doubt and malice directed at him. For any newcomer standing here would likely distort even their walking posture. But Su-Zhe maintained his extremely cold face. He lifted his foot, the studs sinking deep into the soft, damp grass of Old Trafford, since he had already been thrown into the fire with no way back. Then let the storm come even fiercer. Su-Zhe gritted his teeth inwardly, stepping into this brutal Premier League hunting ground amidst the cacophony of boos. On August 22nd, the match reached the 71st minute. The turf at Old Trafford was softer than that at the Carrington training base. With each step, the studs sank deep into the soil, requiring extra effort to pull them out. But for Su-Zhe at this moment, it no longer mattered. Amidst the jeers directed at him, Su-Zhe jogged on. He did not glance at the fans waving their middle fingers at him, nor did he pay attention to Ferguson's predatory glare from the sidelines. All his focus was on the towering figure of the man standing not far away. Richard Dunn, the defensive core of Aston Villa, a burly Irishman standing at 6 feet 2 inches and weighing over 90 kilograms. With his shaved head and a face full of brawn, he was one of the most intimidating butchers among the rough men of the... As Su-Zhe ran towards the front, Dunn turned his head and sized him up like prey. He said nothing, but the subtext in his gaze was unmistakable. Welcome to the Premier League, little shrimp. The match resumed. Manchester United was eager to equalize, pushing forward aggressively. Scholes received the ball in midfield, his radar-like vision scanning the front line. Rooney was tightly marked by 2 defenders while Nani was cornered on the flank. Scholes' gaze ultimately landed on Su-Zhe, who had just entered the field. Although the fans at Old Trafford were booing this young man as the brain of the team, Scholes could only choose to trust the coach's substitution decision at this moment. Bang! With his right foot, Scholes delivered a powerful ground pass that sliced through Villa's midfield line like a scalpel, perfectly reaching Su-Zhe, who was facing away from the goal and standing at the edge of the penalty area. This was an excellent position to receive the ball. As long as Su-Zhe could stabilize the ball, whether turning to shoot or passing to the overlapping Giggs, he could create a significant threat. The Manchester United fans in the stands held their breath. Su-Zhe looked at the ball rolling towards him, but internally, he was lamenting. He was all too aware of his own limitations. His meager ball control and strength were utterly insufficient to support a complex back-to-goal maneuver in such a precarious area. What was even more terrifying was that he could sense a tremendous force barreling towards him from behind. Richard, this Irish butcher, gave Su-Zhe no time to think. Just as the ball was a meter away, Dunn charged at him like a rampaging rhinoceros. This was not an obvious foul, but rather a reasonable collision, a technique that Premier League defenders excelled at. Dunn used his massive frame and the momentum of his sprint to slam his chest into Su-Zhe's relatively slender back. Bang! Another sound of muscle colliding. Su-Zhe felt as though he had been struck by a massive iron hammer, his insides churning violently. His recently boosted strength of 37 points felt like fragile paper against Dunn's brutal charge. As soon as the ball brushed against his toe, he completely lost his balance and flew forward like a disconnected. With a splat, Suze tumbled onto the turf tasting mud and water, while Dunn easily intercepted the ball and cleared it forward. Beep. The referee's whistle did not sound. He didn't even glance at the fallen Suze, merely waving to signal the game to continue. What the hell? Is that a day? The Manchester United fans erupted in a chorus of despair and anger. They had once harbored unrealistic hopes for this young player from the Great Summer Kingdom, but that previous scene had shattered their dreams completely. He falls at the slightest touch. He can't even control the ball. This is not a hero here to rescue the team. He's just here to hand over the game. Garbage. Get off. What good is it to substitute him? Is he just a speed bump for Villa players? Ferguson has lost his mind. We are definitely going to lose this match. The insults surged like a tide. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville openly expressed his disappointment and heartbreak. A disaster. A complete disaster. I have said it before, this kid simply cannot adapt to the physicality of the Premier League. Just look at that last play, how Richard Dunn didn't even exert full force, and he was already sent flying. Martin Tyler sighed as well. Yes, Gary. This is a cruel league. Suze's physique is too flimsy. He is like a primary school student who has wandered onto the wrong set, being casually trampled by a group of grown men. Manchester United is effectively playing with 10 men now. On the sidelines, Ferguson's face was as dark as water. He said nothing, merely chewing his gum furiously, his fists clenched. On the field, Suze struggled to rise, rubbing his aching chest. He glanced at Dunn, who had just knocked him over, and saw him looking down at him, disdainfully, even taunting him. Suze ignored the provocation. His mind was racing. No, I absolutely cannot play like this anymore. Suze thought frantically. Going head-to-head is tantamount to seeking death. With my stamina, if I take 2 more hits, I'll end up in the hospital. I have to find a way to trigger the Master of Eating Cakes. However, the conditions to trigger Master of Eating Cakes were stringent. First, it must be within the small penalty area. Second, at the moment of contact, there must be absolutely no physical confrontation within a 1-meter radius. During that last touch, Dunn was glued to him like a dogskin plaster, making it impossible to trigger the skill. If he continued to play like a normal forward, demanding the ball at the edge of the penalty area back to goal, and turning, the Villa defenders would surely pounce on him, like hungry wolves, tearing him to shreds. To trigger the skill, the only way was to make the opposing defenders completely ignore him. How can one make a defender ignore a forward? Suze looked around at the Villa players, who were on high alert and focused on defense, and a bold, even reckless thought emerged in his mind. In the next 10 minutes, Old Trafford witnessed a scene that left everyone baffled. As Manchester United's forward Suze suddenly transformed into a ghost. When Manchester United launched an attack down the left, he did not move toward the center of the penalty area to make a run, nor did he position himself at the back post. Instead, he slowly jogged to the right sideline of the pitch, even stepping out of bounds with 1 foot. When Scholes had the ball in the center and prepared to send a through ball, Suze not only did not make a forward run to avoid offside, but turned and jogged back, moving to a safe, unhelpful area far from the penalty box. It seemed as though he was deliberately avoiding all the balls and all the defenders. His movements were random and devoid of any tactical purpose. At times he stood near the corner flag, lost in thought, and at others he strolled in the vacant area outside the penalty box, almost as if he wanted to chat with the ball boy on the sideline. At first, Richard Dunn kept a close watch on Suze, fearful that this kid had some scheme. But after observing for a few minutes, this Irish defender was utterly bewildered. Has this kid been knocked silly by my earlier hit? Dunn muttered to himself. He watched as Suze flitted around the unimportant corners of the field like a headless fly, showing no intention of participating in the attack, not even retreating to defend, looking like a lost tourist on the pitch. Dunn was a professional player. He would not waste his precious stamina and defensive focus on a coward who posed no threat to the goal and was too afraid to even touch the ball. What a waste. Dunn shook his head in disgust, decisively abandoning his marking of Suze and focusing all his energy on smothering Rooney. Other Villa defenders reached the same conclusion. In their eyes, Suze had transformed from a potential threat into a joke that merely ran around the pitch aimlessly. Manchester United was effectively playing with 1 man down. The booing from the stands had turned into despair. The fans no longer hurled insults, as they felt that even berating this clown was a waste of energy. In the commentary booth, Gary Neville was so exhausted he lacked the strength to be angry. He slumped back in his chair, his voice steeped in sorrow. It's over, it's all over. The substitution by Manchester United was a total failure. Just look at Suze's movement. He's practically hiding from the ball. He's afraid of physical confrontation, afraid of getting hurt. He doesn't even dare to approach the penalty area. Such a player is utterly unworthy of wearing Manchester United's red jersey. Martin Tyler echoed, his performance now is even more embarrassing than if he were just practicing Tai Chi before the match. Sir Ferguson truly misjudged this time. What he bought was not a hero, but a complete coward. The broadcast camera gave Ferguson a long 5-second close-up. The Scottish elder's face was ashen, his gum chewed completely flavorless. He stared at the black-haired youth on the pitch, aimlessly running around like a lost soul, his eyes filled with confusion, anger, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. "What are you doing, kid?" Ferguson silently roared in his heart. "Where's that wicked energy of yours? If you're just a coward, then I will surely tear you apart." At this moment, Suze stood in an absolutely vacant area 2 meters from the right side of Villa's small penalty area. His chest heaved violently, and his shirt was soaked with sweat. Though he had not engaged in any fierce physical confrontations, this aimless running around had also greatly exhausted his meager stamina. He gasped for breath, feeling as if fire were burning in his lungs, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. He glanced at Richard Dunn, who was grappling fiercely with Rooney not far away, and then at the Villa players around him, who completely regarded him as air. "Laugh at me, ignore me." Suze silently recited in his heart, "Prey is most deadly when it is least." The match time was the 85th minute. Manchester United was still trailing 0-1. This might be their veteran. Giggs received the ball on the left flank, and facing the double team from 2 Villa players, the Welsh wizard showcased his enduring brilliance. With a clever feint, he created a bit of space, and then sent an extremely threatening cross with his magical left. The ball traced a beautiful arc in midair, soaring over the defenders at the front post, heading straight for the center of the Villa penalty area. There lay the battleground of Rooney and Richard Dunn. "Rooney, get in there!" Commentator Martin Tyler exclaimed loudly. Instantly, over 70,000 fans at Old Trafford rose to their feet, their eyes glued to the ball flying towards the penalty area. However, Villa's defense was simply too tight. Richard Dunn, using his strong body and excellent judgment of the ball's trajectory, blocked Rooney's position, leaping high to attempt a header clearance. "Get out!" Dunn shouted angrily, smashing his forehead against the ball. However, at the moment of takeoff, Rooney discreetly nudged Dunn from below. This movement was so subtle that the referee did not see it, but it caused Dunn's body to lose balance in mid. Dunn's header clearance lacked force, and the ball did not fly toward midfield as he had anticipated. Instead, it emitted a dull bang sound, taking on a bizarre deflection in midair. It deviated from its original trajectory, descending in a highly irregular arc, flying over the crowded center of the penalty area towards the right sideline of the pitch. At that moment, the player closest to the ball was Nani, who was sprinting in from the flank. On August 22nd, the match reached the 86th minute. At Old Trafford, the clouds hung low in the sky, and the air was thick with an emotion called despair. The score of 0-1 on the scoreboard was like a glaring scar, reminding all the home fans that they were about to swallow the bitter fruit of defeat in their first home game of the new season. As the ball dropped toward the right sideline, Nani charged in like lightning. The Portuguese winger had given his all today, his shirt soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his body. After gaining possession, he did not pause for a moment, fully aware that time was running out for Manchester United. Facing the approaching Aston Villa left-back Warnock, Nani opted not for a safe backward pass, but instead executed his signature move near the sideline. His legs quickly circled above the ball, attempting to create space. Warnock was unfazed, tightly blocking the route for an inward cut. As seconds ticked away, Nani grew anxious. He forcefully nudged the ball towards the baseline, and in a precarious state of almost losing his balance, gritted his teeth and swung his right leg, delivering a strained high-arching cross. "Stop him!" Villa's goalkeeper Friedel commanded the defense loudly in front of the goal. Due to the sheer force behind Nani's cross, the ball whistled through the air like a fired cannonball, heading directly toward the most chaotic and crowded central area of the Villa penalty box. At this moment, the Villa penalty area had transformed into a meat grinder. To make a final push, even center-back Vidic abandoned his defensive post and moved up as a forward. A group of towering men, each nearly 2 meters tall, crowded around the penalty spot, tugging at each other's jerseys, surreptitiously pushing and shoving, unwilling to give an inch. Meanwhile, Suze stood at the edge of the small box in a state of utter despair. The continuous sprints had completely exhausted his already inadequate stamina. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and he gasped for breath like a dying fish. The defender responsible for this area was another Villa center-back, James Collins. Collins had been warily watching Suze, but when he caught a glimpse of Nani's cross and saw Vidic charging into the penalty area like a raging bear, he immediately made a tactical decision that was logical, yet utterly fatal. That Eastern kid can barely stand, a what good is he to defend against? Go block Vidic. Collins thought swiftly. Without hesitation, he abandoned Suze and turned to assist in marking Vidic. However, as he turned, Collins found Suze in his way too bothersome. He didn't even use his hands, merely bumping Suze's chest with his broad shoulder as he started moving. "Get out of the way, weakling," Collins mumbled. This was merely a motion slightly larger than that of walking for a Premier League defender, and even the referee wouldn't call a foul. But for Suze, whose strength was only 37 and whose stamina was nearing its limit, this bump was utterly catastrophic. Suze felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, his already unstable footing faltered, and he uncontrollably fell backward. Thud! He landed hard on the wet grass of Old Trafford, his back aching from the impact, mud splattering all over his face. Moreover, he fell in an extremely awkward position, sprawled on his back like a turtle turned upside down, his hands flailing uselessly in the air, unable to get up. Suze mentally cursed Collins and his entire ancestry. How could this be? Not even a feint, just a blatant push, as if he was invisible. However, just as he lay despairingly on the grass, preparing to watch Manchester United's attack fizzle out, the situation took an unbelievable turn. In the central area of the penalty box, Nani's powerful cross struck the bodies of Vidic, who was leaping desperately, and Villa midfielder Petrov, tangled together. The ball did not fly toward the goal, but instead took an exaggerated deflection. It altered its trajectory midair, spinning erratically, bouncing high, and then plummeting straight down toward the left side of the small box. And right beneath where the ball was descending coincidentally lay Suze, sprawled on the grass. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Suze looked up from the ground, seeing the overcast sky of Old Trafford and the black and white orb rapidly enlarging in his pupils. More critically, because of the earlier shove by Collins and his subsequent turn to help Mark Vidic, Suze now lay on the grass, completely unbothered within a 1-meter radius. Not a single Aston Villa defender, not a hand or foot interfering with him. A perfect, absurd vacuum zone had formed within the tightest defensive line in the Premier League. Ding! The system alert only Suze could hear sounded like a lightning bolt tearing through the night, exploding in his mind. Detected that the host is within the opponent's small box. Detected that there are no close defenses or physical contact within a 1-meter radius of the host. The causality divine skill master Baker is forcibly activated. Physical laws distortion initiated. Trajectory correction in progress. Suze had no time to think or get up. His current position was too ridiculous, his back pressed against the grass, his legs slightly bent. As the ball was about to smash into his face, instinctively driven by human self-protection and the invisible force from the system, Suze reflexively lifted his right leg. His right toe barely and casually brushed against the descending ball in midair. Puff! The sound was so faint it resembled a finger popping a balloon, devoid of any force, even exuding a comical weakness. Villa's goalkeeper Friedel, standing at 191 meters, was quite experienced. He had already been thrown off balance by the deflection in the middle, and now seeing the ball headed for the prone Suze, he even let out a sigh of relief. What threat could a person lying on the ground casually tapping the ball with his toe pose? At most it would be a soft shot rolling harmlessly out of bounds. Friedel even refrained from making a standard save motion, merely taking a casual step back, tilting his head ready to watch the ball soar into the stands. The Manchester United fans in the stands also despairingly closed their eyes. It was over. This clown could barely stand, and now he was lying down to kick. This ball was definitely gone. But the next second, a scene that could be recorded in the chronicles of antiphysics in world football unfolded before the eyes of 760 spectators. The ball, which had only been lightly flicked by Suze's toe, seemed to be infused with the power of a miniature jet engine the moment it left his boot. It did not fly high toward the stands, nor did it softly roll out of bounds. It traced a highly exaggerated, extremely distorted parabolic arc in midair, seemingly completely defying the laws of aerodynamics and gravity. At the apex, the ball appeared to pause for a brief moment before plummeting down with a furious force like a giant sickle carving a perfect rainbow in the sky. Friedel's relaxed expression instantly froze. He widened his eyes, staring at the ball rapidly descending in his field of vision, his brain sounding alarms of panic. This is impossible. Friedel exerted himself to leap off the ground, fully extending his massive 191-meter frame, stretching his right hand toward the sky in an attempt to reach the ball. But it was too late, and the ball was too high. With an agonizing precision, the ball just barely cleared Friedel's outstretched fingertips, nearly grazing the underside of the crossbar with a sharp swish sound. The white net rippled violently as the ball struck, spinning madly in the net, as if mocking every defensive tactic in the world. At this moment, the scoreboard flickered. Manchester United 1-1 Aston Villa. Time froze at 86 minutes and 42 seconds. The entire Old Trafford Stadium at that instant felt as if someone had violently yanked the power plug, plunging it into an eerie silence. No cheers, no boos, nothing at all. 760 fans, whether home or away, stood frozen in their seats like wooden statues. They gaped, their eyes vacantly darting between the ball and the net, and Suze still lying on his back on the grass of the small box. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Martin Tyler felt his breath caught in his throat. He gripped the edge of the commentary desk, tightly, forgetting to even pick up the microphone. Gary Neville, who was about to launch into a long tirade about Suze's fall, suddenly found himself choked, unable to utter a single syllable. A full 5 seconds passed. The 70-year-old Scottish manager suddenly sprang up from the leather seat on the sidelines, forcefully spitting out the tasteless gum he had been chewing, waving his hands vigorously in the air and roaring at assistant coach Fergie. "Did you see that? Mike, did you fucking see that? I told you this kid's positioning is uncanny." Fergie, completely stunned, looked at Suze lying on the ground, stammering, "Boss, he just scored while lying down. What kind of positioning is that?" "Shut up. A goal is the truth." Ferguson's face turned red, trembling with excitement. "You don't know a damn thing about tactics. That ability to accurately judge the ball's landing point, even while falling, and to use a concealed toe flick to hit a world-class curve. That's called talent. That's absolute talent." Ferguson's roar on the sidelines ignited the volcano that had been suppressed for a full 86 minutes at Old Trafford. Boom! The thunderous cheers cascaded down from all directions of the stands like a flood breaking through a dam. The Manchester United fans who had just been hurling insults at Suze were now completely deranged. They embraced each other, spilled their beers into the sky, and screamed with deafening excitement. "Oh my God! What kind of goal was that? He scored while lying on the ground. It's incredible. Is this kid a wizard?" The extreme absurdity of the goal, combined with the world-class beauty of the ball's flight, created a strong sense of visual dissonance. Meanwhile, the Aston Villa players were utterly crushed. Goalkeeper Friedel scrambled up from the grass, hands on his head, staring vacantly at the ball in the net, muttering, "Impossible. That angle, that kicking posture, how could he produce that kind of curve? This defies the laws of physics." Collins, who had pushed Suze down, looked as pale as a ghost, staring at Suze lying on the ground like a fool. If he hadn't gone to Mark Vidic, if he had just stood next to Suze. But there are no ifs. At this moment, Suze, revered as a god by the crowd and praised to the skies by Ferguson as a tactical genius, was struggling to push himself up from the grass. Looking at the ball rolling in the net and listening to the deafening cheers, he felt no excitement at having scored, but rather an indescribable fatigue and frustration. Could this damned system not let me score in a slightly more normal position? Suze rubbed his chest, which had been struck painfully, and glanced at the mud on the tips of his shoes. Before he could fully stand up, the Reedy, Rooney, and Nanny charged over like two crazed beasts. They paid no heed to Suze's expression of utter despondency, tackling him onto the muddy grass, excitedly ruffling his hair. "Good lad. You did brilliantly," Rooney shouted excitedly, scoring a divine goal while lying on the ground. "You're simply insane." Suze, pinned beneath several large men, found it difficult to breathe, his face smeared with mud. Amid the chaos, he sadly gazed up at the overcast sky of Old Trafford, sighing helplessly, "It's over. I can never live this down." On August 22nd, the match reached its 87th minute. The cheers above Old Trafford roared like an unending thunderstorm, causing the entire steel structure of the stadium to tremble slightly. Over 70,000 Manchester United fans seemed as if they had collectively been injected with a frenzy. They hurled their beer cups and popcorn buckets into the air, their hoarse voices screaming in unrestrained release of the frustration that had been building for a full 86 minutes. "Sue! Sue! Sue!" It was unclear who started it, but sporadic chants of Suze's clumsy monosyllabic name began to rise from the stands, soon merging into a thunderous wave of sound that echoed in every corner of the Dream Theater. Those fans who had just a minute ago viciously cursed Suze as the clown of the Great Sia Nation and a circus acrobat had completely cast these thoughts aside. In the world of football, a goal is the hardest currency capable of pulling a team back from the edge of a cliff, and a goal that brings such a miraculous transformation possesses an enchanting power that makes one forget everything instantly. Oh God, I take back what I just said. That kid is not a clown, he's a magician. How did Sir Ferguson find this gem who can score such a divine goal, even while lying on the ground? Could it be that practicing Tai Chi before the match really summons some mysterious Eastern power? They'll have to give it a try next time. The chaos in the stands stood in stark contrast to the despair of the Aston Villa players on the field. Villa's goalkeeper Friedel remained in his position, looking skyward, his towering frame of 191 meters seemed drained of all strength as he slumped helplessly on the grass. His hands, encased in heavy gloves, weakly pounded the ground, his eyes vacant like a recently bankrupt gambler. "FK, how is this possible? It doesn't even conform to aerodynamics," Friedel muttered incessantly. He was a seasoned veteran of the Premier League, having seen all sorts of miraculous goals. But that last goal, kicked by a weak little kid who was flat on his back and hadn't even completed his kicking motion, curved in a way that would have even astonished David Beckham. This is no longer football, this is witchcraft. The Villa defender Collins, who had just knocked Suze down, was pale with shock. He stared blankly at Suze, who was struggling to rise from the crowd of Manchester United players, feeling chills running down his spine. If he hadn't gone to Mark Vidic, if he had just stood next to this kid from the Great Sia Nation, even if he had just extended a foot to interfere, that bizarre goal would never have happened. "I ruined this match." Collins was filled with intense regret and fear. In the commentary booth of Sky Sports, Martin Tyler finally regained his voice after several seconds of shock, but his fingers gripping the microphone were still trembling slightly. Incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed the most unbelievable, absurd yet breathtaking goal in the history of Old Trafford. Tyler's voice became sharp with extreme excitement. Suze, the young player who shocked us before the match with a segment of Eastern Tai Chi, at this moment of life and death executed a comical fallen posture to complete a lob that is destined to enter the history books. Gary Neville, sitting beside, had a facial expression worse than if he had eaten a fly. Just a few minutes ago, he had been sternly criticizing Sousa's laziness and avoidance of confrontation as cowardly behavior, declaring that Manchester United's substitution was a disaster. Yet as soon as he finished, this kid slapped him hard across the face with a miraculous goal that broke the laws of physics. As a professional commentator and former captain of Manchester United, Neville's professionalism compelled him to say something to smooth over the situation. He cleared his throat twice, suppressing the embarrassment, and forced himself to begin the ultimate skill of a commentator: forced interpretation. As everyone can see, this truly was an unexpected goal. Although Souze seemed to lack involvement for most of the match, we must acknowledge that his touch while falling just now exhibited astonishing ball sense and flexibility. The more Neville spoke, the more convinced he became that he had found the point of logic, and his voice gradually grew louder. Look closely at the slow-motion replay. At the moment the Villa defender knocked him down, he did not give up tracking the ball. He utilized the gravitational potential energy of his falling body, subtly executing a perfect technique that could be described as using a feather to lift a heavy weight. This is definitely a muscle memory developed through long-term rigorous training. If Souze could hear Neville's serious nonsense, he would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Muscle memory, my ass. Using a feather to lift a heavy weight, my ass. At that moment my mind was just filled with thoughts of cursing the ancestors of the defender who pushed me. But the fans in front of the television didn't know that. They looked at Souze's face, which appeared devoid of emotion due to exhaustion and fear, and paired with Neville's professional vocabulary interpretation, they instantly felt that this kid was profound and inscrutable. So he wasn't avoiding confrontation, but rather searching for the most lethal opportunity. Damn it, Tai Chi wasn't practiced in vain. This is definitely the practical application of great Xia Kung Fu on the football field. In the online forums, discussions about Souze's goal had spiraled completely out of control, with all sorts of absurd speculations emerging. Meanwhile, the time left in the match at Old Trafford was quickly running out. A score of 11 was clearly insufficient for Manchester United, who desperately needed a victory to stabilize the morale of the team. Sir Ferguson stood on the sidelines like an enraged lion, waving his arms and roaring madly at the players on the field. Push forward. Keep pushing forward. I want 3 points. No draws. Aston Villa's coach Martin O'Neill was also anxious. He could not accept losing a point from what seemed to be a guaranteed win against Manchester United. Mark him tightly. Keep a close eye on that kid from the Great Xia Nation. O'Neill shouted at the Villa defenders, spitting as he did so. Don't care if he's a skinny monkey. Even if he were crippled, you must stick to him like a plaster. Even if you have to pull or kick, you must not give him another chance to shoot. Upon receiving the coach's urgent command, the Villa defense immediately made adjustments. A defensive midfielder known as the Villa meat grinder at 185 meters tall and heavily built was urgently moved back to the penalty area. His sole task was to monitor Souze 247 without any blind spots. The match resumed. Souze moved his heavy feet slowly towards the edge of Villa's penalty area. His stamina was not only depleted, it was as if he were overdrawing his life. The fiery pain in his lungs made him want to cough with every breath, and his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, making it extraordinarily difficult to lift his feet. Huff, huff. Souze leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. He felt that even a gust of wind could knock him down at this moment. At that moment, the heavily built Villa midfielder pressed against him like a mountain of flesh, sticking closely to Souze's back. The opponent did not hide his malice, using his elbow to discreetly jab at Souze's lower back, breathing heavily and warning in a fierce tone, "Kid, your good luck has run out. If you dare to touch the ball from now on, I will break your legs." Souze was shoved forward by this overwhelming force, nearly falling. He turned his head to look at the opponent's menacing face. A deep despair surged within him. It's over. One of the twisted conditions for the skill master of eating pastries is absolutely no confrontation within a radius of 1 meter. Now this muscle-bound giant was glued to him. Even if the ball were to fly bizarrely towards his face again, the skill would definitely not trigger. Moreover, in his current physical state, let alone breaking free from the defense, even if the opponent stood still and let him run, he wouldn't get 3 steps far. Souze leaned against the goalpost, sweat pouring down his face. He felt as if his heart was about to explode. "Buddy." Souze gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently, using his last ounce of strength to look at the Villa midfielder clinging to him, ready to plead with the most sincere and humble tone. I really can't do it anymore. Even walking is a struggle. Could you please move a little further away, just 1 meter, so I can catch my breath? This was Su Ze's most genuine plea. He merely wanted to survive the last few minutes on the field. However, that bone-chilling coolness like a Siberian cold wave surged up from the depths of his throat again at this most critical moment. The passive effect of honest oral liquid was forcibly activated. The fatigue, pain, and pleading on Su Ze's face were instantly smoothed over by an invisible force. His eyes fixed intently on the Villa midfielder as he calmly and devoid of emotion uttered a few words that sent shivers down the opponent's spine. Don't cling to me, buddy. My stamina is completely exhausted and my legs are as weak as noodles. I couldn't outrun even a newly hatched chick right now. So you have absolutely no need to follow me like a bodyguard. You can go defend Rooney or Giggs. I promise from now on I'll just lean against this post motionless. As soon as these words were spoken, the once menacing Villa midfielder suddenly froze. He stared wide-eyed at Su Ze's face, which appeared devoid of any emotional fluctuation due to the effects of honest oral liquid. On the football field, especially in the Premier League filled with trash talk and psychological warfare, which forward would actively admit to a defender that they couldn't run anymore. Which forward would tell their opponent, don't mark me, go defend someone else. This is absolutely a trap. This is the highest level of psychological warfare. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the Villa midfielder's forehead. He looked into Su Ze's eyes, his mind replaying the miraculous goal that defied the laws of physics, the one he scored while lying on the ground, and the bizarre image of this kid practicing Tai Chi in front of 70,000 people. He's trying to deceive me. He is absolutely trying to deceive me. This kid is deliberately pretending to be weak just to make me lower my guard. The moment I leave, he will surely strike like a venomous snake, biting me in the most fatal spot. This kid is not a madman, he is a devil. Thinking this, the Villa midfielder did not step back. Instead, he clung even tighter to Su Ze, gripping his jersey and synchronizing his breathing with Su Ze's. You think you can trick me into leaving? No way. The Villa midfielder growled through gritted teeth. Even if I die, I will die on top of you. Su Ze leaned against the post, feeling the almost suffocating force behind him, and let out a desperate scream in his heart. System, damn you. I'm telling the truth. Why don't these British guys believe me? On August 22nd, the match entered stoppage time. The fourth official raised an electronic board displaying the red number 4 minutes of added time. The air above Old Trafford seemed to solidify as 76,000 fans stood almost entirely on their feet watching the game. The entire stadium resembled a high-pressure cooker ready to explode, a tremendous roar reverberating amongst the stands, urging the players in red jerseys to launch a final assault. In this home opener against Aston Villa, Manchester United could not accept a draw. Run, push forward, pass the ball forward. Sir Alex Ferguson had long since left the dugout, standing at the edge of the technical area, his graying hair tousled by the wind. This Scottish elder resembled a furious tiger at that moment, waving his hands wildly in the air, shouting tactical commands. Manchester United's formation had completely transformed into a frantic funnel, heavy on top and light at the bottom. Even left-back Patrice Evra had burrowed into the edge of the opponent's penalty area, leaving only Vidic behind to hold the defense. Meanwhile, Su Ze was experiencing the darkest moment of his 18 years of life. He was trapped on the right side of Aston Villa's small penalty area, his legs feeling as if they were filled with 2 large buckets of cement, and every half step he took sent waves of cramping pain through his thigh muscles. To make matters worse, that burly Villa midfielder was still glued to his back, like a dutiful conjoined twin. Come on, I beg you. Su Ze gasped heavily, sweat stinging his eyes. He muttered to the massive man behind him in a near pleading tone. The match is almost over. I'm struggling to breathe. Just stand half a meter away from me, so I can at least straighten my back a bit. However, the Villa midfielder did not relent at all upon hearing this, instead tightening his grip on the hem of Su Ze's jersey, his heavy breathing blowing on Su Ze's neck. Do you think I'm going to let you go? Dream on, you devil. The Villa midfielder gritted his teeth, his mind flooded with the horrifying image of Su Ze scoring while lying on the ground moments ago. I would rather do nothing for these 4 minutes than give you even a centimeter of space. Su Ze looked up at the gloomy sky, wanting to cry without tears. Were all these Englishmen suffering from paranoia? What happened to the most basic trust between people? Just as the two of them were entangled in the penalty area like a grinding mill, Manchester United's final onslaught. Nani attempted to break through on the right with 2 feints, and upon finding no space, decisively passed the ball back to veteran Ryan Giggs, who was receiving it in the center. Giggs didn't stop the ball, instead he met it with his left foot, sending a brilliant over-the-top pass. The ball arced through the air like a rainbow, perfectly finding Rooney on the left side of the penalty area. Stop him. Villa's goalkeeper Friedel screamed hysterically. 3 Villa defenders immediately lunged, surrounded by a thicket of muscle. Rooney couldn't find an angle to shoot. Just before losing his balance, he barely flicked the ball with his heel towards the edge of the penalty area. They're in an open space. No, not just open. A short midfielder with ginger hair was sprinting towards the ball rolling out of the penalty area with a rhythmic pace. Paul Scholes. In that moment, the fans at Old Trafford held their breath, simultaneously knowing exactly what it meant when the ball rolled comfortably towards Scholes in that position. Scholes didn't make any unnecessary adjustments, his left foot firmly planted on the grass for support. He leaned his body significantly to the left, his right leg pulled back, like a taut heavy-duty bow stretched to its limit. Bang! A sound akin to a cannon exploding rang out above Old Trafford. The ball was struck hard by Scholes' right foot, visibly deforming at the moment of impact. No spin, no arc. It was purely a powerful, violent shot. The ball shot like an armor-piercing projectile, whistling through the air at a speed almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, heading straight for the Aston Villa goal. And right in front of the trajectory of the flying ball, coincidentally, was the position where Souze was entangled with that Villa midfielder. Souze instinctively turned to look when he heard the horrifying thud. In his line of sight, that black and white ball with an afterimage was rapidly enlarging towards his face. 37 points of power, 38 points of stamina. Souze's brain quickly reached a precise physical conclusion in a split second. If hit directly in the face by Paul Scholes' full-force strike, his nasal bone would surely shatter on the spot, and he could even fall into a vegetative state from a severe concussion. To hell with scoring. To hell with the mission. Saving my life is the priority. Help! Souze screamed internally like a pig being slaughtered, stripped of any defensive posture or tactical awareness due to the purest fear of death. His legs went limp, and he squatted down like a shrimp, wrapping his arms around his head and burying it deeply between his knees, adopting the posture of a coward caught in a street fight. In that extremely abrupt moment, when Souze squatted down and hugged his head, the Villa midfielder who had been glued to him was startled by Scholes' terrifying shot. He intended to step up to block it with his body, but suddenly found Souze squatting on the ground in an incomprehensible display of cowardice. In the face of the high-speed cannonball and the suddenly disappeared obstacle, the Villa midfielder's brain short-circuited for half a second. Instinctively avoiding danger, he took half a step to the left, trying to dodge the cannonball. Just as he stepped, a miraculous narrow gap appeared around Souze, completely untouched by anyone. Within 1 meter, an absolute vacuum of defense. Ding! That mechanical sound, only audible to Souze, resonated like a divine voice tearing through chaos, echoing in his mind amidst the loud clamor of Old Trafford. Detection host is within the small penalty area. Detection host meets the condition of no physical confrontation. Causality, divine skill, master of eating cakes, forcibly activated. Ballistic correction activation in progress. In front of the goal, Villa's goalkeeper Friedel demonstrated world-class reflexes. His massive frame leaped like a cheetah, arms stretching out with all his might, miraculously touching Scholes' seemingly unstoppable cannonball with his fingertips. I got it, Friedel thought wildly. The ball was forcibly deflected by his fingertips, soaring high, and should have gone over the crossbar and out. However, under the unreasonable causal law of master of eating cakes, the ball seemed to hit an invisible gravitational field midair. It didn't fly towards the stands, but instead, with a harsh angle of refraction, fell straight towards the right side of the small penalty area. There Souze was squatting with his hands on his head, shivering. Thud! A not so loud thump sounded. The ball fell from the air, perfectly hitting Souze's right shoulder, which had been raised due to his squat. The ball rebounded off his shoulder, tracing a light, yet deadly arc sailing over Friedel's head, who had just landed and hadn't managed to get up yet, and slowly rolling into the far corner of the net. The net rippled. Time froze at 92 minutes and 45 seconds. The entire Old Trafford Stadium experienced a brief moment of suspension. All 76,000 fans focused on the young man from the Great Sia Nation, still squatting with his head in his hands, and the ball quietly lying in the net behind him. The next second, goal. Martin Tyler at the commentary box nearly broke his vocal cords, his voice cracking with extreme excitement. A last-minute winner. Manchester United has defeated Aston Villa. It's Souze. It's him again. He completed an unbelievable deflected goal with his shoulder at the last moment. This theater of dreams filled with countless glories exploded into an active volcano at that moment. Deafening screams, roars, and whistles intertwined into an enormous wave of sound capable of tearing apart steel and concrete, soaring into the sky. Countless Manchester United fans embraced and kissed each other frantically, with even some fans in the front row so excited that they climbed over the first barrier only to be tightly held by security. Ferguson, like a playful old man on the sidelines, pulled hard on his tie, his fists wildly waving in the air. He turned around and hugged his assistant coach, who was still in shock, laughing and shouting, "I saw it. I saw it very clearly. This is not luck at all." He squatted down in advance to meet the ball with his shoulder. That is the ultimate sense of positioning. Meanwhile, on the field, Suze still maintained the cowardly posture of squatting with his head in his hands. Hearing the deafening noise around him, he slowly lifted his head, his hands still covering his ears, peeking through his fingers at the surroundings. I wasn't hit. I'm still alive. Before he could stand up to check where the ball went. Sue, you insane genius. A rough shout came. Rooney, like a wild bull with red eyes, was the first to dash over, sliding on the wet grass and crashing heavily into Suze. Ouch! Suze screamed as he was slammed back to the grass by Rooney's massive frame. But next was Nanny, then Gig Scholes Evra. Even Vidic and goalkeeper Van der Sar, who were far back in the defense, sprinted 90 meters in excitement to join in. Amazing. That move of predicting and squatting down to stop the ball with his shoulder was simply incredible. This is definitely the calmest last-minute winner I've ever seen. You saved the team, kid. More than a dozen muscular, sweaty stars piled on top of Suze, pinning him down in the mud. Suze felt his ribs were about to break under the weight of these giants, and the spot on his shoulder where the ball had hit burned with pain. Let me go. Help. My shoulder is going to break. Suze struggled desperately at the bottom of the pile, his face turning red from being suffocated, his voice as weak as a duck with its neck stepped on. But to outsiders, especially to the stunned media and fans, this young man from the great Sia nation was being celebrated in the center by the legendary stars of Manchester United, enjoying the utmost honor of the new king of Old Trafford. The Aston Villa players stood frozen in shock throughout the field. That Villa midfielder looked despairingly at Suze struggling in the pile, his mind buzzing. He squatted down just now, not out of fear but to dodge my defense while conveniently using his shoulder to deflect Scholes' shot. The Villa midfielder felt as if his IQ had suffered a dimensionality reduction blow, and he painfully shut his eyes. What kind of monster is this? On August 22nd, the post-match press conference hall. Inside the press conference hall at Old Trafford, the air seemed to be heated to a boiling point, mixed with the cheap cologne scent from the journalists, the faint burnt smell from camera batteries, and the unique fervor that arises when capturing a monumental news event. Numerous cameras and microphones were set up densely below the stage, and the flashlights flickered like continuous silver lightning, illuminating the entire podium as bright as day. Click, click, click. As the sound of shutters nearing their breaking point echoed, the dark wooden door on the side of the press hall was pushed open. Sir Alex Ferguson strode in first, moving with great confidence. The Manchester United leader looked radiant today, with his chin slightly lifted and his steps full of vigor. The iconic long black coat he wore exuded an aura of dominion. Just over an hour ago, he had angrily thrown a water bottle on the sidelines due to the team's prolonged struggle to score. Now he was the tactical master who turned the tide and discovered hidden potential, revered as a god at Old Trafford. Following closely behind Ferguson was the absolute protagonist of this match, the focal point that the media of England and the world was eager to dissect, analyze, and study under a microscope. Suze. In stark contrast to Ferguson's exuberance, Suze's image at this moment was somewhat hard to describe. He had just hastily washed up in the locker room, his hair still damp and sticking to his forehead. Due to the frenzied celebrations following the last-minute winning goal, he was limping as he walked. Most notably, his right shoulder was covered with a large ice pack, a result of a heavy strike from Scholes and the reflection of cause and effect, his work injury. Suze followed Ferguson expressionlessly, his eyes revealing a sense of disillusionment and apathy. All he wanted was to quickly deal with this swarm of fly-like reporters and retreat to his dormitory to lick his wounds. This damned Premier League debut nearly cost him his life. The two took their seats at the center of the podium. Ferguson habitually unwrapped a new piece of gum and popped it into his mouth, chewing a few times before crossing his hands on the table and leaning forward, casting a gaze filled with pressure and pride over the ravenous journalists below. All right, gentlemen, the Manchester United press officer cleared his throat. Thank you all for attending tonight's post-match press conference. As per usual, please raise your hands to ask questions and state the name of your media organization before asking. Instantly, dozens of arms shot up in the audience, the scene comparable to a fervent cult gathering. The press officer randomly pointed to a journalist sitting in the front row wearing black-rimmed glasses. Good evening, Sir Alex. I am Paul Hayward, the chief football reporter for the Times. This journalist stood up, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible sharpness and provocation. First of all, congratulations to Manchester United for securing a hard-fought 3 points at home. However, in the 71st minute, at a critical juncture when the team was trailing, you made a substitution decision that left everyone, even all of England, astounded. You took off an experienced forward and brought on this, a previously obscure Asian rookie who even behaved oddly during the pre-match warm-up. The journalist directed the microphone at Ferguson, throwing out the bombshell question that everyone wanted answered. May I ask, sir, what did you see in that desperate situation? What made you go against the tide to make such a gamble-like substitution? Did you foresee that he would change the game in such a unique way? As soon as this question was posed, the entire press hall fell silent, all recording devices and cameras trained on Ferguson. This was a prime deification moment. Ferguson stopped chewing gum. His wrinkled, old face, illuminated by the flashes, slowly revealed a deep, inscrutable smile characteristic of a top tactical master. He cleared his throat, slightly adjusted the angle of the microphone, and quickly organized a tactical analysis mini-essay in his mind that would be at least 500 words long, enough to make fans around the world revere him. He intended to start with Souza's ghostly runs displayed in the reserves, then talk about his sharp insights into the psychological qualities of young players, ultimately elevating the seemingly absurd crouching defense winning goal into a top-level spatial awareness that only geniuses could comprehend, transcending conventional tactical frameworks. Ahem. Ferguson took a stance, preparing to begin his performance. Paul, that's a good question. Actually, many people see that as a gamble, but in my eyes. However, just as Ferguson was about to start and put on a grand show in front of the entire British media sitting beside him, Souza, who had previously seemed like a transparent person with no presence, his shoulder still covered with the ice pack. Suddenly, naturally, smoothly, and even with a hint of impatience, he pulled the microphone in front of him closer to his mouth. A chilling sensation akin to the Siberian cold abruptly seized Souza's throat and vocal cords in that split second. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid activated at this absolutely critical moment. About this question there isn't that much profound meaning. Souza's voice was steady, clear, and cold as a machine devoid of emotion, suddenly echoing in the silent press conference hall. Ferguson's prepared, boastful words were caught in his throat as he turned his head, abruptly staring at Souza as if looking at an alien. Paul Hayward in the audience was also stunned. But Souza did not stop talking. This terrifying truth-telling machine continued its indiscriminate, destructive assault. The situation at that time was very simple. The boss was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, because the forwards available to substitute were either old or injured, and he had no one left to change. And the most crucial point is, Souza displayed a certain indifference, as if stating a cosmic truth. At that time my shoes on the bench were the cleanest, not a speck of mud on them. Moreover, I happened to be sitting at the very end, looking relatively idle. So the boss just casually pointed at me. With that he finished. Time came to a complete standstill in the press conference hall at Old Trafford on the evening of August 22, 2010. There was no sound. There was no movement. Even the flashlights seemed to collectively short-circuit at that moment. Dozens of the sharpest and most acerbic sports journalists from all over England and even Europe held their recording devices and cameras, resembling a group of statues turned to stone after a glance from Medusa. Their brains frantically processed the words they had just heard. No one to substitute. Anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Only the cleanest shoes. Because they looked relatively idle. Was this a tactical interpretation made by a hero who had just completed a miraculous last-minute goal at Old Trafford regarding Sir Alex Ferguson, the greatest coach in Manchester United's history and a god in the world of football? 5 seconds passed. Uffed. A suppressed laugh erupted from an unknown corner of the room. This laughter acted like a spark that ignited a fuse, instantly exploding the entire press hall. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. What is he saying? The cleanest shoes. Because they looked relatively idle. Ha ha, this is definitely the most ridiculous reason for a substitution I've ever heard. Dozens of journalists laughed uncontrollably, some even shedding tears from laughter. They frantically pressed their shutters, capturing this absurd, comedic, and utterly unorthodox moment in football news history. Paul Hayward from the Times laughed so hard he could barely hold the microphone. He looked at the calm-faced Eastern boy on stage as if he were watching a madman defusing a bomb. Meanwhile, on the podium, Sir Alex Ferguson, the Scottish old man whose fiery temper could break Beckham's brow, was completely stiff. His face, which had been flushed from the victory, was now visibly turning from red to a dark purple. He felt his blood pressure skyrocketing, his veins nearly bursting. The 500-word tactical masterpiece he had prepared was utterly shattered by Souza's clean shoes remark, trampled underfoot hundreds of times. This kid. This damned bastard. Ferguson let out a desperate roar in his heart. He turned around abruptly, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Souza, filled with murderous intent. Souza sat there maintaining an outward facade of aloofness. But inside he was already crying out for help me. I didn't mean to. Boss, please don't look at me like that. I feel like I'm about to be assassinated by you. Souza screamed in his heart, trying to close his mouth and look away, but the passive skill kept him firmly seated like a statue, even blinking innocently at Ferguson's murderous glare. Just as the reporters below, like sharks smelling blood, were preparing to press on with more sharp questions towards Souza. Bang! A loud sound. Sir Ferguson slammed his palm on the table, causing the microphone in front to jump. He suddenly stood up, his movements rough, like an enraged bear, directly extending his big rough hands to cover the microphone in front of Souza, nearly crushing it. Ahem. Ahem. Ferguson coughed loudly twice, forcibly suppressing the urge to strangle Suze on the spot using a tone that was almost gritted with teeth, yet had to appear calm as he shouted at the audience. All right. This press conference is over. This kid. He ran too hard on the field today. Ferguson's excuse sounded extremely forced. He is severely oxygen deprived and is experiencing hallucinations and ramblings. He needs to return immediately for a checkup by the medical team. Right now. After saying that Ferguson gave no opportunity for any journalist to rebut or ask questions, he grabbed Suze by the collar like an eagle catching a chick and roughly pulled the still-dazed Eastern boy up from his chair, almost dragging him out of the press hall in a disheveled manner. August 23rd morning. The mornings in Manchester always carry a chill and dampness. Suze struggled to rise from the single bed, feeling as if his entire body had been crushed repeatedly by a steamroller, especially his right shoulder, which had been struck by Paul Scholl's powerful shot. Despite the team doctor's ice treatment, it still swelled into a prominent bruise. His thigh muscles ached from yesterday's extreme physical exertion on the field, leaving him trembling at the thought of getting up to walk. However, the physical torment paled in comparison to the mental anguish. Suze sat on the edge of the bed, gripping his disheveled hair tightly as last night's scene in the Old Trafford press conference began to replay uncontrollably in his mind. At that time on the bench, my shoes were the cleanest, and I was sitting at the very edge looking rather idle. Remembering how he had shattered Sir Ferguson's carefully prepared tactical myth in front of dozens of the top media outlets in England, Suze felt an impulse to throw himself out of the third-floor window. It was terrifying. The stubborn, stern Scotsman known throughout the Premier League, as the hairdryer looked at him with eyes that seemed to want to stuff him alive into the Carrington base's meat grinder to make sausages. It's over. Today when I report to the base, the old man will definitely make me run 100 laps around the training ground, and then send me to clean the toilets. Suze let out a desperate wail. His stomach protested with a growl of hunger. With a sigh, Suze put on a gray hooded sweatshirt, pulled the oversized hood over his head, and zipped it up to the top, nearly obscuring half of his face. He felt like a fugitive hiding from the light, sneaking out of the apartment to the corner store to buy the cheapest sandwich and a bottle of milk to tide him over. He had mentally prepared himself for the British newspapers to tear him apart today. He had already rehearsed in his mind the headlines: the arrogant clown from Dacia, a useless nobody who doesn't know his place, the worst signing in Manchester United's history. Pushing open the glass door of the convenience store, he found the newsstand piled high right next to the cashier. The chubby store owner was holding a cup of hot red tea, engrossed in reading a newspaper, completely unaware of the customer entering. Suze lowered his hood and cautiously approached the newsstand. The moment his gaze landed on the top row of newspapers, he froze in place, as if struck by a spell. In the most prominent position was the best-selling tabloid in the UK, The Sun. The front page did not feature a celebration of Manchester United's last-minute victory, but rather an exaggerated collage of two photos. On the left was a comical depiction of Suze slowly performing Tai Chi in front of the die-hard fans in the West Stand. On the right was a close-up of him in the press conference, expressionless with an aloof gaze. Above it was a striking headline printed in bold red: "Is he a Tai Chi master or an honest clown? Old Trafford has welcomed the most unbelievable new toy." Suze felt his heart skip a beat and quickly shifted his gaze to the Manchester Evening News beside it. This authoritative local sports media had also dedicated its entire front page to him, the collapse of the tactical myth. The youth from Dacia reveals the secret: Ferguson's substitutions were only because his shoes were the cleanest. Looking further down, the Daily Mirror, Daily Mail, and even the usually serious Times were filled with terms like Suze, Tai Chi, and clean shoes in their top headlines. Suze felt dizzy. Did the reporters from Fleet Street go mad? Instead of lambasting him for disrespecting the head coach, they were sensationalizing this absurd narrative as the headlining news. He quickly grabbed a few different newspapers, threw them alongside the sandwich and milk on the counter, tossed a 20-pound note without waiting for change, and fled back to the apartment like the wind. With a loud bang, he locked the door behind him and plopped down on the cheap second-hand fabric sofa. He gasped for breath, tore open the sandwich packaging, took a bite, and then opened the sports section of the Times. Occupying the central position of the entire page was a lengthy column written by Gary Lineker, a renowned English football legend and famous football gentleman. As Suze chewed on the dry bread, he looked at the body of the article. As he read, his eyes widened, and he almost choked on the bread. Lineker wrote, "Last night at Old Trafford we witnessed a bizarre drama. Many people, including my peers, were mocking the young man named Suze from Dacia. They laughed at him for dancing that ridiculous Eastern dance amidst the jeers of 70,000, and for ruthlessly undermining Sir Alex's authority in the press conference. But gentlemen, do you really think he was just messing around? No, you are gravely mistaken. Let us peel back the surface to see the essence. In today's highly commercialized football world, players have long become public relations machines. When they win, they mechanically recite the opponent is strong, and we were lucky. When they lose they repeat, that's football, we must look forward. The entire Premier League is rife with nauseating hypocrisy and pretentiousness. And Sousa's appearance was like a boulder thrown into this stagnant water. What he did before the match, that so-called Tai Chi, was not a clown's trick. It was a deep meditative focus originating from the ancient East. He was using those slow, defiant movements against modern football's fast pace to forcibly calm his racing heart on his debut in the top-level competition, using Eastern philosophy to completely shield himself from the jeers of tens of thousands. Now look at his post-match remarks. The shoes were the cleanest. I looked rather idle. It sounds absurd, but it is precisely his silent protest against the excessive packaging and forced interpretation of tactics in modern football. He ripped away the hypocritical veil of the football world with the most straightforward and jarring honesty. He was telling everyone football is about kicking the ball into the net without needing all those metaphysical tactical excuses. He is not just a cold-blooded killer who can seize opportunities in dire situations. He is also a philosopher of the green field, rebelling with both body and language. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Upon seeing the words philosopher of the green field, Sousa could no longer contain himself, bursting into a fit of violent coughing, and a mouthful of milk he had just swallowed sprayed out, splattering all over the coffee table. As he frantically wiped the milk stains off his chin with tissues, he stared at the newspaper in his hand, as if it were a science fiction novel. What kind of nonsense are these British media filled with? Sousa let out a desperate question from the depths of his soul. Deep meditative focus. At that moment I was just afraid of having my nose shattered by Scholl's kick, crouching down to protect myself. Alright. If I didn't finish that set of 24 forms, I would have exposed myself in front of 70,000 people. God forbid a silent protest against modern football's hypocrisy. At that time I was desperately trying to organize my words in my mind to flatter Ferguson, only to have the damned honest oral liquid choke me, forcing the truth out. Sousa felt that this world was simply absurd to the extreme. He grabbed the remote control from beside him, turned on the television, and switched to Sky Sports' morning news football analysis program. On the screen, two famous football commentators in suits were seated in the studio, and the large screen behind them was repeatedly playing the footage of last night's winning goal. The image was frozen at the moment Scholl struck the ball, while Sousa crouched down holding his head. Look here, everyone, pay close attention to this freeze frame. The balding commentator pointed at Sousa on the screen, his tone filled with incredulous admiration. Everyone in the Premier League knows how powerful Paul Scholl's shot is. Any normal player facing such speed would instinctively either jump to evade or use their body to block. But look at Sousa. He made an intuitive movement. He deliberately curled himself into a ball, crouching down while holding his head. Why? Is it because he was afraid? The commentator on the right immediately chimed in, wearing a knowing smile. If you think he was afraid, then you are gravely mistaken. He crouched down to greatly lower his center of gravity. Look at the Villa defender. That defensive midfielder was originally right next to him, but it was precisely because of Sousa's sudden crouching feint that disrupted the defensive midfielder's balance, causing him to instinctively sidestep to the left. It's that half step. The balding commentator excitedly slapped the table. Sousa used a seemingly surrendering, deceptive movement to perfectly clear a 1 meter square of absolute vacuum space for himself in that crowded penalty area. Then he used the thickest part of his shoulder to absorb the impact of the ball, creating that perfect deflection angle. This requires not only inhuman predictive ability regarding the ball's trajectory, but also an extremely cold-blooded psychological quality and absolute control over the psychological reactions of the defenders. This is definitely not a coincidence. This is a spatial magic completed by a genius shooter in mere. Sousa sat on the worn-out sofa watching these two suited men on the television, completely numb. He sat there with his mouth agape, still holding half a sandwich, feeling as though his intelligence was being rubbed into the ground by these British commentators. Spatial magic. Psychological manipulation. Sousa leaned helplessly against the back of the sofa, gazing at the ceiling in despair. At that time I was clearly just afraid of having my nasal bone shattered by Scholl's kick, crouching down to protect my life. What kind of severe paranoia do you guys have to turn a fifth-rate player into a master tactician? Control. He finally understood. In this crazy Fleet Street public opinion arena, in this football environment filled with hype and overinterpretation, the real events that transpired were utterly unimportant. What mattered was that they needed to create a god. They needed an eccentric, sharp-edged individual who could provide an endless stream of topics and traffic. And Sousa's social death operation last night, due to uncontrollable circumstances, inadvertently aligned perfectly with all of the media's fantasies. What the hell is this? Sousa helplessly covered his face with the newspaper. The good news was that with this kind of near-to frenzy of damage control and overinterpretation from the media, even if Ferguson was furious under the pressure of public opinion, he probably wouldn't dare to throw a freshly minted philosopher of the green field directly into the reserves to clean toilets over a single honest statement. The bad news is, From now on, in the eyes of all British fans and media, he had been completely nailed to the pillar of an extraordinary, aloof individual radiating the essence of Eastern pride and disdain for all tactics. As someone who struggled even to run 3 kilometers, if he couldn't live up to this persona, wouldn't he be devoured by the media until not a single bone was left? Does this damned system think the media of the British Empire are filled with porridge? Suze's desperate lament echoed in the small apartment. August 25th, afternoon. In a Starbucks near Piccadilly Gardens, in the heart of Manchester. Suze was wearing an inconspicuous black hoodie zipped all the way up, nearly hiding the lower half of his face within the collar. He sat huddled in an unremarkable corner. In front of him was a cup of cold Americano, and he was absently stirring a plastic stirrer. It had been exactly 3 days since the shocking Old Trafford last-minute goal and social death press conference that stunned all of England. In these 3 days, Suze's life underwent a complete and tumultuous transformation, or rather he fell into an unprecedented chaos. With the rampant idolization and excessive interpretation by the Fleet Street tabloids, such as The Sun and The Times, Suze leaped from a previously unknown contract-terminating youth training failure to the most talked-about and sought-after traffic password in all of English football. Countless eyes were fixed on this suddenly dazzling piece of meat. Every morning, Suze's mailbox in his rundown apartment would be stuffed with various exaggeratedly colored letters. Some were from third-rate scouts from unknown clubs making promises on the phone that if Suze signed, he would absolutely be guaranteed a starting position in the Turkish Super League. Others were even more ludicrous sponsors, such as a local Manchester factory famous for producing plus-size men's underwear, which even offered a high price of £5,000 hoping Suze would show off their latest leopard print briefs after scoring in the next match. Of course, Suze's response to all of this was a single word: get lost. But what bothered him the most was not these nonsensical harassments. It was that he urgently needed a professional to help him deal with these chaotic off-field affairs. How could a fighting five scum who couldn't even manage his own meager physical fitness have the energy to deal with those cunning bloodsuckers? If he continued to let these people fleece him, or if one day he were to explode with some shocking scandal due to the honest oral liquid without a professional team to handle the public relations, then his career would likely be beyond redemption. Thus today, Suze had taken the risk to sneak out of Carrington Base to come to this Starbucks just to meet a so-called professional he had contacted online who supposedly had qualifications as an agent. Ding dong. The glass door of the coffee shop swung open, accompanied by the crisp sound of a wind chime, and a tall figure walked into the shop, filled with the aroma of coffee beans. Suze instinctively lifted his head, and his gaze was instantly drawn in. It was a young woman dressed in a well-tailored dark gray business suit. Her long golden hair was neatly pinned up behind her head, revealing a long and fair neck. She wore a pair of silver-framed glasses and held a thick stack of documents, striding confidently in black high heels, each step resonating with an assertive and imposing rhythm. Her bright blue eyes quickly scanned the coffee shop, ultimately landing accurately on Suze, who was huddled in the corner like a wrapped dumpling. The woman walked straight up to Suze, pulled out a chair, sat down, and heavily dropped the documents on the table, making a dull thud. "Mr. Suze Wright." The woman's voice was crisp and efficient, carrying an undeniable assertiveness. She didn't even extend her hand to shake. "I am Chloe, a recent graduate with a dual degree in law and sports management from the London School of Economics, currently seeking suitable clients as a stepping stone for my career." Suze was taken aback by this rapid-fire elite self-introduction. He scrutinized the seemingly only a few years older than him, but exuding an overwhelming aura of beauty. London School of Economics. A top student. This resume sounded quite impressive, but what was the meaning behind this lofty demeanor? Am I here to interview her, or is she here to interview me? Chloe clearly didn't care about Suze's gaze. She pulled out an A4 sheet printed with various data from the pile of documents and pushed it in front of Suze. "The reason I agreed to meet you is not because of that lucky deflected goal on the pitch. Instead, it's because as an excellent research subject for my thesis, the traffic password and commercial monetization behind abnormal behaviors of modern Premier League players, you are a perfect dramatic conflict-laden experiment." Suze was stunned, pointing at his own nose. "Experiment? Exactly. I meticulously studied your pre-match Tai Chi video online, as well as your remarks at the press conference that were nothing short of a public relations disaster. If an ordinary player acted like you, they would have long been socially dead under the spittle of public opinion. Yet those delusional idiot reporters from Fleet Street somehow elevated your ridiculous, rude, and even neurotic behavior to something like a proud philosopher resisting the hypocrisy of modern football. So you don't need to pretend to be profound in front of me. I know that your so-called Eastern meditation and straightforward remarks are definitely some form of low-quality publicity stunt. But there's no denying that this extreme contrast in an age that needs stars is the rarest kind of traffic. I can be your agent. I will help you turn this negative traffic into real money. But the prerequisite is that you must absolutely obey my public relations arrangements. From now on, without my permission, you cannot casually speak to the media, and even what actions you take on the pitch must be approved by me. After delivering this lengthy monologue, Chloe leaned back, arms crossed over her chest, staring at Suze with the demeanor of a victor who had seen through everything, as if to say, just sign the contract. In her view, this young man from the Great Xia, who had just turned 18 and earned less than £1,000 a week as a youth training salary, would surely be grateful and agree to all conditions when faced with a top-tier professional willing to package him. However, Suze's mood was at its lowest. Research subject. Experiment. Low-quality publicity. Suze roared inwardly. This woman looks pretty, but her head is filled with conspiracy theories like those reporters from Fleet Street. I practiced Tai Chi on the pitch to avoid wearing pink lace underwear. I spoke nonsense at the press conference because the system's passive skill had choked me. What the hell is a low-quality publicity stunt? If I could choose, I'd rather be an invisible person with no presence. An uncontrollable surge of anger surged up from Suze's heart. He originally wanted to endure his rage and find some excuse to dismiss this arrogant woman. At worst, he'd just post a recruitment ad online. However, just as he opened his mouth to prepare to say politely, "Miss Chloe, your demands are too high, we may not be suitable," that familiar chilling sensation, like ice water, surged up once again from deep within his throat. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid flared up at this extremely emotionally testing negotiation table right on cue. Suze felt his facial muscles instantly lose control. The fake smile he had prepared was forcibly erased, and his expression was like a dead pool, turning into a visage devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if viewing all living things as mere ants. He let out a desperate scream, in his heart system. No. This was the only candidate I had painstakingly managed to arrange who seemed somewhat normal. If I scare her away, who will help me clean up that pile of mess? But his mouth was completely out of control, delivering the deepest, most genuine thoughts of his heart in a calm, detached tone that carried an air of superiority. "Miss Chloe, since you enjoy analyzing data, let me analyze you." Suze's gaze scanned the woman opposite him like a scanner, and with that expression combined with his emotionless voice, the impact multiplied exponentially. This seemingly well-tailored dark gray business suit, if I'm not mistaken, should be a discounted item from some high street brand. Although you desperately try to use it to hide your slightly mediocre and curveless figure, it does not make you appear more like a Wall Street elite. Suze's voice echoed particularly clearly in the quiet corner of Starbucks. Chloe's originally confident smile instantly froze on her face, her bright blue eyes widening in disbelief. But that was not the end. This terrifying truth machine continued to output indiscriminately. Moreover, to cover up the air of smoke and fire you carry from just exiting a cheap apartment after squeezing out of the subway, you have overapplied perfume. But this pungent scent of cheap perfume not only fails to enhance your professional aura, but rather exposes the embarrassing reality that you are currently financially strained and desperately need a benefactor to pay your rent next month. To sum it up, you are a person with a beautiful education but currently devoid of money, resources, and grossly self-important. You attempt to use an air of superiority to mask your lack of confidence. That is the true low-quality negotiating tactic. As his words fell, the air around the coffee table seemed to freeze into ice cubes. The soft jazz music in Starbucks continued to play, but all Chloe heard were Suze's sharp, soul-piercing evaluations. Mediocre figure. Cheap apartment. The embarrassing truth of being financially strained. Chloe's breathing instantly became rapid. Her fair cheeks flushed a deep red akin to a ripe tomato from extreme anger and the embarrassment of being exposed. She had always been a top student, the favored child wherever she went. She had imagined countless scenarios where Suze might bargain, but she never dreamed that this young man from the Great Xia would dare to directly shatter her carefully constructed elite facade with such blunt and insulting words. You unreasonable bastard." Chloe suddenly stood up, the force of her movement causing her knee to bump against the coffee table. The cup of cold Americano at the edge of the table shook violently, although it did not spill. A few drops of brown liquid splattered out, staining her meticulously prepared thesis materials. Chloe trembled with rage, pointing at Suze and growling through gritted teeth. "Now I finally understand why those peers from Fleet Street describe you as a madman. You are not a philosopher at all, you are just a rude scoundrel with a mouth fouler than a sewer." She grabbed the documents on the table, not bothering to pick up the scattered data charts, and in her high heels, she turned and stormed out of this humiliating place with a decisive tap tap tap. Suze sat in his chair, appearing calm, but frantically berating himself inside. "It's over completely." Now even the last lifeline had been scared away by himself. With her temperament, she would probably immediately call the media upon exiting, revealing that Manchester United's new star Suze is not only arrogant, but also a scoundrel who only critiques women. Just as Chloe took 2 steps and was about to completely leave Suze's side, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait. Since he was destined to walk the path of offending people because of the honest oral liquid, what he needed most was someone who could not only help him handle contracts, but also possess a strong psychological capacity and counterattack ability amidst countless public relations disasters. This woman, named Chloe, although he had verbally battered her, still managed to quickly recognize the situation in her rage, not splashing coffee on her face like a shrew, but leaving with the last shred of dignity. More importantly, her recent analysis, though self-righteous, had indeed accurately grasped the current media climate and the essence of traffic, proving she had a keen business sense. Thick-skinned, strong psychological quality, and keen business acumen. Isn't she the perfect candidate to help clean up the mess for someone like him, a social death shooter? Miss Chloe, please wait a moment. Suze took a deep breath forcibly under the system's control and called out to her angry figure in as calm and emotionless a tone as possible. Chloe's footsteps paused for a moment, her sharp mind as a top law student momentarily producing a damned hesitation. After all, the traffic on this bastard was simply too tempting. But she did not turn back, holding on to her pride, her voice as cold as ice. Mister Sue, if you intend to apologize for your previous rudeness, I suggest you save your energy. I will never work for a madman who doesn't even understand basic respect. I never apologize for the truth I've spoke. Suze sat in his chair, but I must admit your analysis just now about how to transform this negative traffic into real money was very accurate. Chloe turned her head, narrowing her eyes slightly, her gaze carrying a hint of vigilance and doubt. What do you mean? It's quite simple. Suze met Chloe's gaze, his voice infused with an irresistible sense of truth. You need money, and you need a client with immense controversy and traffic to make your first pot of gold, while I need someone who is not only intelligent, but also has a strong psychological capacity to quickly assist me in handling the aftermath whenever I might make a shocking statement. Suze pushed the scattered data charts on the table towards her. Since you have already seen through my low-quality publicity stunt, since you know the immense commercial value hidden behind this, then are you willing to endure my occasionally blunt remarks for the pounds that are about to fill your account? Chloe looked at Suze's expressionless face. She was an extremely rational top law student. The anger earlier had indeed made her lose her rationality, but now Suze's bluntly near-violent proposal for a trade-off hit her soft spot perfectly. She really needed money. Not only did she need to pay the exorbitant rent in London, but she also required a ticket to fame within this male-dominated football agent circle. Although this young man was so verbally toxic that it made her want to kill him, the traffic and controversy surrounding him were simply a once-in-a-century gold mine. If handled properly. Chloe took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to splash coffee on his face. Her rationality as a top law student told her that while his harsh analysis was piercing, it had accurately struck her Achilles heel. Faced with an empty wallet and high self-esteem, she decisively chose the former. She returned to the table, pulled out the chair, and sat down in an even more forceful and colder manner than before. 10% commercial commission. All your public speaking scripts must be reviewed word for word by me. If you dare to say anything similar to today's madness in front of the media without my permission. Chloe leaned forward, her bright blue eyes fixed intensely on Suze, gritting her teeth, as she said, even if it costs me my reputation, I will personally shatter your image to pieces, ensuring you can never even land a deal for plus-size underwear. Suze watched this sharp woman regain her fighting spirit, secretly relieved. Though threatened, at least the embryonic form of the public relations team had been established. Deal. Suze nodded expressionlessly, their hands clasped on the cold coffee table. This was the most bizarre and unreasonable shooter in Premier League history, aligned for the first time with a beautiful agent who was fiercely efficient and constantly on the brink of a public relations crisis. Suze knew that his business empire, or rather his social death cleanup assembly line, was finally officially in operation. On September 10th, in the morning, the early autumn of Manchester brought a unique damp chill as the gray light struggled to penetrate through the single glazed window, barely illuminating this less than 30 square meter cheap rental. On the mottled composite wood floor, Suze was gritting his teeth doing a plank. Sweat dripped down his somewhat pale cheeks, pooling into a small puddle on the floor. His arms trembled uncontrollably, as if they would fall apart at any moment. 48. 49. Suze silently counted down in his mind until he could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the floor with a loud thud, gasping for breath. After slightly calming his breath, he skillfully summoned a light blue virtual panel in his mind that only he could see. Host Suze, current team Manchester United, strength 45, stamina 48, speed 56, shooting 62, unlocked skill master of eating pancakes, 100 success rate for shots in a vacuum state. Within the small penalty area, looking at the slowly rising statistics on the panel, Suze sighed helplessly. Ever since he secured a spot in the first team, he had been training rigorously every day, even doing a few sets of core strength training before going to bed. However, the foundation of this body was too poor, and the growth rate of all indicators was despairingly slow. The good news was that his strength and stamina had finally broken free from the 30-something critical state, where he could drop dead on the field at any moment, gradually approaching the passing line. The bad news was that he was evidently still far from unlocking the next system skill, and the Premier League's ferocious defenders would not wait for him to develop slowly. Just as Suze was staring blankly at the ceiling, a rhythmic sound of high heels echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound stopped at the door, followed by 3 crisp knocks. The door isn't locked, come in yourself. Suze rolled over, lacking even the strength to get up. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. Chloe entered the narrow rental wearing a well-tailored dark blue pinstripe women's suit, strutting in with black high heels that were 8 centimeters tall. Today she wore a subtly fragrant wooden-scented perfume, evidently having learned from the last time at Starbucks, when Suze openly criticized her for wearing cheap perfume. However, Chloe's attention was completely focused elsewhere. She disdainfully glanced at the scattered sports socks on the floor, using her long fingers to shove a pile of clutter on the sofa aside, making space to sit down, casually slamming a thick folder onto the shaky coffee table in front of her. So if you don't get up from the floor and look at these data, I guarantee you will regret it for the rest of your life. Chloe's voice was filled with an uncontrollable excitement, her blue eyes sparkling with the shrewdness of a businessperson. Suze slowly climbed up, wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, and sat down across from the coffee table. What data could be more important than what I will have for breakfast tomorrow? Chloe didn't care about his lack of energy. She directly opened the folder and pushed several color-printed reports in front of him. Look at this. This is the viewership line graph of your videos on YouTube over the past half month. The video of you doing Tai Chi at Old Trafford before the match has already surpassed 8 million views. There are over 300,000 comments below. And the interview where you said the cleanest shoes at the press conference has been turned into various meme compilations by British netizens, even reaching the top of Twitter's trending topics. Chloe pointed at the soaring red lines, speaking rapidly. Do you understand what this means? It means you are no longer just a football player. You have become a phenomenal cultural symbol on the internet. In the core consumer group aged 18 to 25, your visibility even surpasses half of the key players in Manchester United. Suze looked at the exaggerated data charts, feeling quite shocked inside. He could understand that netizens in the Great Xia Kingdom like to create memes, but he never expected that these British netizens would be so crazy about it. A shameful task he was forced to do had actually stirred up such a huge wave online. He wanted to sigh and say these netizens really have too much time on their hands, but a familiar coolness suddenly surged in his throat. The passive effect of honest liquid is forcibly activated. Suze's facial muscles quickly relaxed. He lifted his eyelids, looking at the excited Chloe across from him, his voice steady, as if reading a verdict. Chloe, the way you look at me right now is like a hyena that has gone 3 days and nights without food, suddenly discovering the corpse of a plump zebra. The extreme desire for money in your eyes has stripped away the Ivy League charm you take pride in. Have you even calculated how to allocate your 10% commission after we make money in the future? Once these words were spoken, the narrow rental fell silent for a few seconds. Chloe, who had been leaning forward in excitement, froze. She took a deep breath, her ample chest rising and falling vigorously, struggling to suppress the impulse to grab the water cup on the coffee table and smash it on Suze's face. For the past half month, she had experienced this Great Xia boy's infuriating sharp tongue countless times. She repeatedly reminded herself he is a mentally unstable cash cow, a do not argue with a madman. Say what you want. Chloe forced out a professional smile. Whether it's a hyena or a capitalist, I'm here to find you because we must face a serious issue. She pulled out a thin copy from the bottom of the folder and shook it in the air. This is a copy of your current youth So do you know what your current weekly salary is? Suze answered honestly, £800. After taxes and accommodation costs, it barely covers a few nice steak dinners in Manchester. This is simply the biggest robbery in football this century. Chloe raised her voice. You, a player with a 10 million level of online exposure, who completed a last-minute goal in your Premier League debut, are actually earning less than a Chelsea doorman. Manchester United is not cultivating you. They are shamelessly exploiting every drop of commercial value. Chloe stood up and paced around the narrow living room, her high heels clicking sharply on the wooden floor. I carefully studied Manchester United's current salary structure yesterday. A rising star like you at your age and visibility, if you were at Manchester City or Arsenal, your weekly salary would definitely start at no less than £30,000. And we have a stronger bargaining chip than them, which is your unique contrast and topic-creating ability. She suddenly turned around, pressing her hands on the coffee table, staring intently at Suze. I want to see I will walk into that vampire CEO's office, tear this old contract to shreds, and demand they provide you with an official superstar contract for 4 years with a weekly salary of at least £50,000. £50,000. Suze's heart skipped a beat at the mention of that figure. £50,000 a week converted into Great Xia currency, that's several hundred thousand. That would amount to over 20 million a year. For a poor kid who was worried just months ago about whether he could stay in England to play football, this was undoubtedly a staggering fortune. He wanted to immediately jump up, shake Chloe's hand, and shout, "Well done, it's all on you, boss." However, the passive skill activated again. Suze remained seated on the sofa, his expression as indifferent as if he were discussing someone else's affairs. He looked at Chloe and stated in an almost cruelly objective tone, "Your business proposal is grand. But in terms of competition, it is purely daydreaming. A player with a weekly salary of £50,000 is expected to have the stamina to play at least 80 minutes and possess the hard power to break through at critical moments. Yet my current stamina under the high-intensity, grinding defense of the Premier League can at most sustain a leisurely 20 minutes of jogging. You are trying to sell a second-hand bicycle with an oil-leaking engine as a Ferrari to David Gill. The Glazer family may be greedy, but they are not foolish. They will absolutely not sign this contract." Chloe, listening to Suze's self-deprecating remarks, was nearly driven to madness. All the agents in the Premier League are finding ways to embellish their players, even if it's just a rough guy who can only boot the ball. They are packaged as defensive masters. Yet this guy here is stripping himself bare and even ridiculing the agent's business plans. "Shut up, Sue. Your current stamina is not important at the negotiation table." Chloe slammed her hand on the table. "What I am selling is not your pathetic lung capacity. I am selling your commercial monetization ability. It is the visibility and jersey sales that David Gill values most. As long as you can maintain this mystery and topic-creating ability on the pitch, leave the rest to me." Suze shrugged, no longer arguing. After all, someone was willing to be the bad guy and argue with the club's higher-ups. He was happy to take it easy. Chloe took a deep breath, sat back down on the sofa, and pushed a schedule in front of Suze. "I came here today not just to inform you about the negotiation plan, but more importantly, to confirm the timing with you." She extended her wrist, adorned with an exquisite watch, pointing to a date heavily circled in red on the schedule. "September 19th. 9 days from now." Chloe's tone became unusually serious. "Manchester United will face Liverpool away. This will be the first Red Derby of the season. All eyes in England, no, all of Europe, will be focused on Anfield. The attention for this match will be 10 times that of your previous 2 matches. I do not plan to see Gill right now. I want to wait." Chloe's eyes sparkled with ambitious light. "I want to wait until you take the field in the red. As long as you can maintain your high visibility in that so-called most terrifying home ground in the Premier League, even if you are just walking on the pitch, as long as you can score a goal or create a sufficiently big media storm. At that time, we will have the most irrefutable bargaining chip. I will make David Gill plead with us to sign that £50,000 a week contract." Suze looked down at the bright red circle on the schedule. "Liverpool, Anfield." These words in the English football scene represent the utmost hatred and the most intense confrontation. For Manchester United players, going to that place is like walking into an arena as a captive. A slight misstep could lead to being torn apart by tens of thousands of loyal Red Army fans. For some reason, looking at that date, Suze suddenly felt a strong sense of unease surge within him. He understood all too well the troublesome star behavior art system. His current strength and stamina were about to break through a new critical point. According to this broken system's nature, it would definitely not miss such an excellent big stage like the Red Derby. If in normal matches he had to do some Tai Chi or say a few clever words, he could grit his teeth and endure it. But this is Anfield. What if the system assigns him some shocking and embarrassing task at this critical moment, facing over 50,000 Liverpool thugs who hate Manchester United to the bone? Suze felt that his life's safety might not even be guaranteed. "What's wrong with you? You look pale." Chloe noticed Suze's oddness and furrowed her brows, asking, "Are you worried about not being able to handle Liverpool's defenders?" "No." Suze raised his head, staring blankly at the grey Manchester sky outside the window, his voice dry, as if it were a piece of withered grass. "I'm just paying my respects in advance for my soon-to-be lost safety and dwindling dignity." September 17th, afternoon. Less than 48 hours remained before the first leg of this season's Shuanghonghui would commence. The atmosphere at the Collingdon training base could no longer be described as merely tense. It had congealed into a near-solid, murderous hush. An early autumn wind swept across the manicured turf, stirring a few fallen leaves, but it could not disperse the heavy pressure that clung to the heart of every Monlian player. The blinds of the tactical analysis room were drawn tight, leaving only the projector's pale blue glow to paint the vast screen at the front. "Look at you lot of limp-wristed slackers. What are you doing? Putting on a promenade for the Liverpool fans?" Sir Yalakizi Fugason's roar detonated in the sealed room like thunder, making the eardrums of the young players in the front row buzz. The large screen looped footage of Monlian's hard-fought draw away at Everton from the previous round. On the footage, Malian's midfield had been shredded by relentless pressing. Up front, Looney, still limping from an ankle injury, floundered under the double coverage of two centre-backs time, and again failing to break through. Ferguson gripped a tactical baton and jabbed it hard at the screen where Liverpool's crest sat, its red liverbird suddenly unbearably glaring. The day after tomorrow, we go to that damned place. And feared. Ferguson spun around, his bloodshot eyes sweeping each man in the room like searchlights. He stopped chewing his gum. The face that usually wore authority had flushed a fierce crimson from exaltation and fury. Some of you will be playing your first Shuanghonghui and may not yet understand what it truly means. In Anfield, there are no tactical masters, no gentlemanly courtesy, and certainly no bullshit about friendship coming first. His voice dropped, carrying a chill that crawled down spines. It is a war, a century-long meat grinder of battle. Who is Liverpool's current manager? Kenny, that stubborn old Scotsman. He dreams of devouring us whole at home, of rubbing Malian's dignity into the dirt beneath his boots. So if any of you soft lads still treat it like a friendly, thinking you can prance away from Anfield unscathed with a few fancy touches, let me tell you now, you will be torn to pieces by over 50,000 Liverpool maniacs. You will be mocked for a year. I want you to fight like real men. Contest every ball. Smash Liverpool's goal wide open. Whoever dares retreat half a step on that pitch, I swear, he will never wear the Malian shirt again. Silence fell so absolute in the tactical room that one could have heard a pin drop. Veterans like Jajisi Saikirsi and Ferdinand sat with stern faces, their eyes ablaze with a consuming hunger for victory. They knew the weight of the Shuanghonghui too well. This was not merely a contest for 3 points. It was a mortal struggle between two cities, two of England's greatest clubs, fought over honor, belief, and history. In a corner, the newly promoted Susie shrank into his chair, feeling as if he might suffocate. His body, which had only just gained a little more strength and endurance, trembled involuntarily under Ferguson's storm-like dressing down. The old man is terrifying, Susie cursed inwardly. Though he had read much about Premier League history and knew the enmity between Malian and Liverpool as a young player from Dacia, he lacked that deeply ingrained sense of century-old grievance. All he could think about now were his attributes. After yesterday's extra session, his strength and stamina had painfully crept to 49 points. He stood on the brink of that mystic threshold of 50. He knew the system's cruel ways. When attributes hit a critical value, a bloody social death baptism would inevitably follow. And to trigger such a task on the eve of the Shuanghonghui, a spectacle watched across England and broadcast to dozens of countries, Susie could not bear to imagine the consequences. Please not now, please not now. He prayed frantically to whatever gods might listen, begging the system to wait just until after this terrible away match. Just as Ferguson finished his harangue and waved his hand to announce extra defensive drills this afternoon, a dull funeral bell seemed to be struck deep within Susie's mind. A cold, mechanical, unsettlingly gleeful electronic chime sliced through his eardrums without ding. A diagnostic detected that the host's basic body attributes had reached the skill unlock threshold, strength, stamina, approaching the 50 mark. It detected an imminent fate-level confrontation scenario, the Shuanghonghui Anfield Stadium. The superstar performance art system, an epic extreme task, had been triggered. Susie's breath stopped. He bit his lip, eyes wide, as a pale blue virtual panel arrogantly unfurled before his retinas. In bold red type, like fresh blood, task named the philanthropy that bridges 100 years of hatred. The peace emissary of Anfield. Task background: a true footballing superstar should not be shackled by narrow club grudges. On the battlefield of Malian versus Liverpool, saturated with fury and bloodlust, you must perform the most subversive, soul-stirring act of philanthropy imaginable. Display your transcendent pitch philosophy and use love to soften the eyes clouded by hatred. Task content: before kickoff, during the mutual handshake between the two managers, the host must walk alone to the center of the pitch and in a warmly ardent and irresistible manner forcibly embrace Liverpool's manager, Kenny Dalglish. Duration of embrace must last more than 5 seconds. Task reward: unlock the causality marvel, Shangdi Zhuanxing God's crosshair, which forcibly corrects shot trajectories within 1 meter of deviation, enabling miraculous curling goals. Failure penalty: permanent revocation of all system skills and mandatory naked sprinting around Anfield Stadium no less than 3 minutes while singing Liverpool's anthem, You'll Never Walk Alone. Susie felt his scalp split open. Electric with panic, he bolted from his chair and slammed his knee against the table before him. The bang was jarringly loud in the suddenly quiet room. Ferguson, preparing to leave, spun at the sound, his sharp gaze sliced towards Susie like a blade. What is it, Sue? Have you got a problem with my tactics, or do you think Anfield's turf is too soft for your precious boots? Ferguson glared. The Malian elders all turned, fixing the startled rookie with looks that could kill. Susie rubbed his bruised knee, tears welling. Got a problem. He had a world of problems. System, are you ill? Are you insane? At Anfield, in front of tens of thousands of Lawupu devotees who would happily eat Monlian players in that most charged pre-kickoff moment. You want me to forcibly embrace the iron-fisted patriarch Kenny Djilishi and hold him for 5 seconds. What is the difference between that and setting off firecrackers in a powder keg? That hot-tempered Scotsman would surely punch my nose to a pulp. Not to mention warriors like Shidowin Gilade and Jimmy Kalage standing nearby among the Lawupa faithful. If I dared touch their managers' hairs, those red-clad men would storm the pitch and beat me to death. It's a suicide and the failure penalty. Nakedly sprinting around Anfield while belting out, "You'll never walk alone." That is 1,000 times crueler than death. If he actually did that, he would never set foot back in Manchester. The extremist Homelaw fans would brand him a traitor and, following the threads online, tear up his family's ancestral tombs. Susie closed his eyes in despair. How he longed to shout, "I quit," to kneel before Ferguson and beg to be demoted back to the reserves. But that nightmare-cold piercing sensation welled up again from deep in his throat. The passive effect of Chungshir Kufui honesty draft activated mercilessly at this moment of utter collapse. The system's force seized control of his facial expression. The despair in Susie's eyes was forcibly suppressed. He reverted to that detached, indifferent demeanor, as if life and death had long since ceased to matter. Meeting Ferguson's murderous stare, he forced his body upright, and in a calm tone that chilled the blood spoke the only truth he could muster to save his life and secure the Shangdi Juanxing. "Boss, I have no objections." His voice echoed through the tactical room. "I simply feel that although Anfield's turf radiates hostility, it is also a superb stage. I can hardly wait to present Mr. Djilishi with a grand, heartfelt embrace to dissolve the tedious hatred of this century-old Shuanghonghui." When the words fell, the room seemed to be instantly drained of air. Jijisi's mouth flew open and the tactical notes in his hand slid to the floor. Ferdinand stared as if at a monster. Is this kid mad? To call the Shuanghonghui's hatred tedious in front of Ferguson and say he wanted to embrace Lawupu's man, it was an open provocation against the entire Homelaw spirit. Ferguson froze his face, turning from red to purple, his chest heaving, as if he might cough up old blood at any second. "What did you say?" Ferguson ground his teeth to force the words out. "Embrace Djilishi. Dissolve." Susie wept inwardly. "Boss, I really didn't drink last night. I'm being hijacked by the system." But his mouth, obedient to the Chungshir Kufui, kept pushing him toward disaster. "I'm perfectly sober, boss. I simply think that compared to pointless on-field brawling, sometimes a single embrace, filled with philanthropy, might strike deeper at Lawupu's souls. I want to do it before kickoff. It is vital to my footballing philosophy." 10 seconds passed, then Ferguson let out a cold, bitter laugh that cut like Arctic wind. "Fine. Very well." He turned and strode for the door. "Football philosophy, is it? A philanthropic embrace, is it?" At the doorway he whirled back, eyes fixed on Susie with a look that seemed to want to devour him. "You want to be a piece of tomorrow's squad list? Get your arse on the bench. If you dare make a fool of yourself hugging Djilishi at Anfield, I swear I'll sit your butt sore on that bench, and you'll never play another minute." The door slammed. Susie collapsed into his chair, utterly drained. "Bench. Sit my butt sore." On the surface it seemed like good news. At least he wouldn't have to start against those ferocious Lawupu defenders. But even from the bench, if he was expected to carry out that embrace before kickoff, an act that would enrage every single Lawupu supporter, those furious red-clad men would surely surge over and tear him apart. Tomorrow at Anfield, what awaited him would still be a bona fide one-sided slaughter. September 19th, noon. Liverpool, Anfield Stadium. This football sanctuary, which carries a century of glory and disgrace for the Reds, seems even darker than usual today. Gray clouds hover above the stands, and instead of the refreshing chill of early autumn, the air is filled with a suffocating tension and hostility. For any visiting team, Anfield is hell. But for Manchester United, it is the deepest layer of purgatory. There are less than 40 minutes until the kickoff of the season's first Red Derby. The more than 50,000 seats in the stadium are already filled to capacity. In a blinding sea of red, the diehard Liverpool fans in the KOP stand are already in battle mode. "You'll never walk alone." The famous anthem roars from the throats of tens of thousands, a massive wave of sound reverberating within the enclosed structure of the stadium, as if it were about to lift the roof off. There is no warmth in this song, only pure pressure and deep-seated hatred directed at their archrivals Manchester United. At the exit of the players' tunnel, the Manchester United players are preparing to step onto the pitch for their pre-match warm-up. Even the muscular and seasoned Vidic and Ferdinand appear particularly grim at this moment. Habitually chewing gum, they sharply scan the stands, trying to draw energy for battle from the overwhelming hostility. Meanwhile, Suze, who is towards the back of the line, feels as if his legs are like 2 strands of overcooked noodles. This is dire. This noise, this atmosphere, it feels like I'm going to be eaten alive. He shrinks into his oversized substitute jacket, exposing only his somewhat terrified eyes. He sneaks a glance at the Liverpool fans in the stands, their faces twisted in rage, furiously flipping him off. Although his fitness data has barely climbed to 49, pulling him back from the extreme danger of sudden death, this frail Asian body feels like a leaf that could be torn apart at any moment in the ferocious atmosphere of Anfield. Even more terrifying is the system task panel hanging like a death warrant on his retina. Task countdown 38 minutes 12 seconds. Objective: forcefully hug Liverpool's manager Kenny Dalglish for 5 seconds before kickoff during the handshake. 5 seconds. To hug their king in front of tens of thousands of rabid Reds. Suze lets out a piercing scream in his heart. This is not performance art. This is clearly a suicidal terror attack. He can even imagine that when he opens his arms to lunge at that Scottish old man, Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard, warming up nearby, will undoubtedly charge at him like a mad bull, ready to break 3 of his ribs with a kick powerful enough to shatter steel. And the fiery-tempered vice-captain Jamie Carragher will probably grab him by the neck and rub him against the grass. System, I really can't do this. Punish me, let me go back home to live off my parents. I would rather work in an electronics factory than be killed here on the spot. Suze desperately struggles in his mind. However, the passive effect of honest oral liquid cruelly strips him of the right to escape in this moment of extreme fear. A familiar cold sensation spreads through his body, freezing his trembling nerves caused by fear. He involuntarily straightens his back, and a sense of proud pity shines in his eyes. Stop pretending, body. Shake a little. Let me appear a bit scared. I don't want to die this dramatically. Suze's inner self is roaring madly, but his legs uncontrollably step forward, following the team out of the players' tunnel. Boom. The moment the Manchester United players step onto the pitch, the anthem above Anfield abruptly stops, replaced by a cacophony of booing and deafening curses. Get back to Manchester, you bunch of trash. Today is your day of reckoning. The souls of the Munich air disaster are watching you. This curse, which directly strikes at the historical pain of Manchester United, is undoubtedly the most vicious provocation that Liverpool's football hooligans could devise. Unspeakable profanity rains down on Manchester United's half. Some extreme fans even throw coins and lighters at the field. Suze pretends to be calm as he follows his teammates in shuttle runs and passing warm-ups. His gaze, however, remains locked like a radar on the figure at the opposite end of the pitch in front of the home team's coaching bench. Kenny Dalglish. The legendary figure revered by Liverpool fans as the king is dressed in a long dark grey coat, arms crossed, with a stern expression, watching the Liverpool players warming up on the field. There is not a flicker of emotion on his weathered face, exuding an air of iron-willed authority. Time ticks. As warm-ups conclude, both teams gradually return to the locker rooms for the final tactical adjustments. Accompanied by the iconic rousing entrance music of the Premier League, the starting 11 for both Manchester United and Liverpool, led by the referee team, walk out of the players' tunnel side by side. The roar of the crowd reaches a crescendo at this moment. In the center of the pitch, the starting players from both sides line up for the customary pre-match handshake ceremony. The air is thick with gunpowder. As Gerrard shakes hands with Rooney, their eyes collide midair, nearly sparking with tangible intensity. The gaze shared between Vidic and Torres is even more filled with raw, murderous intent. In this charged atmosphere, Suze, as a substitute player, is wrapped in that oversized Manchester United jacket, trailing behind the other substitutes, slowly moving towards the away team bench along the sideline. Today he was punished by Ferguson and pinned to the bench. This should have relieved him, allowing him to avoid facing Liverpool's flying tackles right at the start. But at this moment, the glaring task countdown on his retina flashes like a death warrant, forcing him into a corner with no way out. Just as the substitutes are about to take their designated positions and sit down, Suze suddenly stops dead in his tracks, as if frozen in place. He ignores the assistant coach Mike Phelan urging him to sit down, and the teammate Scholes preparing to high-five him, not even glancing at Rooney, who has already moved to the center circle ready for kickoff. His mind races, calculating distances, his gaze locking onto the two head coaches slowly approaching each other on the sidelines. The next second, Suze, who should have obediently returned to the bench and become transparent, suddenly turns around sharply. He moves like a cruise missile that has deviated from its intended course, striding forward with legs that feel somewhat stiff from extreme fear, heading straight for the two head coaches on the sidelines. Sue, what is that kid doing? He's running in the wrong direction. The first to notice something amiss from the substitutes bench is assistant coach Mike Phelan, who stands up in surprise. On the pitch, Giggs and Vidic are also stunned, staring in disbelief at Suze's retreating figure. And under the gaze of the crowd, Suze has reached the sidelines. He ignores Ferguson's wide-eyed, puzzled, and furious stare. With more than 50,000 fans, countless cameras, and the stunned gazes of everyone on both benches on him, Suze suddenly opens his arms as if meeting a long-lost relative, and with an enthusiastic, passionate, even somewhat irresistible determination, he lunges at the silver-haired Liverpool patriarch, Kenny Dalglish. Bang! Souza's body crashes solidly into Dalglish's expensive dark gray coat. He almost knocks the 60-year-old man off balance with the force of his impact. Then he tightly wraps his arms around Dalglish's back, even pressing his cheek against Dalglish's shoulder, which is momentarily stiff from shock. 1-2. Souza frantically begins to count down in his heart. Time at this moment comes to a complete standstill at Anfield. Ferguson's hand poised to shake Dalglish's becomes frozen in midair. Due to extreme shock, he accidentally bites his tongue hard, and the piece of gum he was chewing nearly gets sucked into his windpipe. The old man's face, flushed with anger, instantly loses all color, and his eyes widen like two copper bells. What is this madman doing? Ferguson's brain collapses under the weight of this moment, logic completely failing him. Meanwhile, Kenny Dalglish, who is being held tightly by Souza, is entirely petrified. His weathered eyes are filled with shock and disbelief. He even forgets to resist, his hands stiffly hanging by his sides like a puppet caught in a spell. A player in a Manchester United red jersey, before kickoff, at Anfield, forcefully hugging him. The entire Anfield Stadium seems to have been detonated by a 10th nuclear bomb. After a brief moment of shock, more than 50,000 Liverpool fans erupt with a roar like a tsunami, one that could topple the entire stadium. What the F? What is that Manchester United bastard doing? Get your dirty hands off the king. Kill him. Tear apart that little clown from the Great Sia. The storm of curses and roars intertwines, exploding like a thunderstorm above the pitch. Countless water bottles, coins, and lighters rain down from the stands, and even some extreme fans in the front row, disregarding the security, shake the barriers wildly, trying to rush onto the pitch to devour Souza. On the pitch, the Liverpool players finally react from their shock. F. You're looking for death. The hottest-headed Liverpool vice-captain Jamie Carragher charges towards Souza like an enraged lion, his eyes bloodshot, as he sprints over 40 meters from the backfield. Captain Steven Gerrard is equally furious, shoving aside the referee in front of him as he strides towards the sidelines. In their eyes, this is undoubtedly the most unforgivable provocation and insult to Liverpool FC and to Dalglish. On Manchester United's side, although Vidic and Ferdinand, the big shots in the locker room, also think Souza is crazy, they instinctively rush forward to protect their teammate. 3-4. Souza tightly closes his eyes, holding on to Dalglish, feeling the earth-shaking roars and the increasingly rapid footsteps around him as he desperately counts down in his heart. At that moment, Dalglish finally snaps out of his shock. The Liverpool patriarch feels the young body pressed against him, a mix of humiliation and anger igniting a fire in his head. Get off, you little brat who doesn't know when to stop. Dalglish roars, pushing hard, trying to break free from Souza's embrace. But the old man's strength is no match for the young Souza. Even though Souza's current strength is a pitiful 49 points, he refuses to let go to complete that last second, clinging on like an octopus. 5. Ding. Extreme task bridge, a century-old grudge, peace messenger of Anfield. Completion. Task completed. Reward: unlocking the causality technique. God's crosshair. As the heavenly music of the system prompt echoes in his mind, Souza feels an overwhelming relief as he releases his grip. But he doesn't even have time to savor the thrill of the new skill. Bang. The furious Carragher has already run. This notoriously fierce Liverpool defender does not waste any words. With a powerful shove, he crashes hard into Souza's chest. Souza, already unsteady from tension, cannot withstand this immense force, and he flies backward like a kite, with its string cut, crashing heavily onto the grass at the sidelines. Do you want to die, you motherfucker? Carragher shouts, angrily pointing at the fallen Souza with fiery eyes. Immediately after, Gerard Torres and several other Liverpool players rush over, surrounding Souza, ready to devour him alive right there at the sidelines. At this moment, Vidic and Ferdinand also arrive. Back off. Carragher, do you want to fight? Vidic stands like a wall in front of Souza, glaring fiercely at Carragher. Ferdinand shoves Gerard aside. Don't touch our man. The players from both sides instantly clash together at the sidelines, and the scene spirals completely out of control. Referee Anthony Taylor blows his sharp whistle, sweating profusely as he rushes into the crowd, with two assistant referees trying to forcibly separate both sides. Substitutes and coaching staff from both teams also surge forward. The atmosphere on the pitch has reached its boiling point, and a large-scale brawl is about to erupt. And the instigator of all this, Souza. At this moment, he is awkwardly sitting on the grass at the sidelines, clutching his chest, where Carragher pushed him, which is now painfully sore. He watches as the players on both sides all chaos from his hug and listens to the deafening shouts from Anfield, feeling his heart completely shatter. Now I've really become a historical sinner. Souza silently tears up in his heart, but looking at the golden glowing skill icon of God's crosshair on the system panel, he feels that perhaps this beating is worth it. The chaos at Anfield lasted a full 3 minutes. Referee Anthony Taylor, sweating profusely, blew his whistle with a deafening sound, while the two assistant referees desperately tried to separate the clashing players from Manchester United and Liverpool. As the instigator of this massive uproar, Souze was currently being protected by Vidic like a chick being lifted. His red jersey had been slightly deformed by Carragher's tugging, and his chest ached faintly, yet on his cold, rigid face hardened by passive skills there lingered a faint indifference that seemed to see through the mundane. Taylor strode up to Souze with a grim expression, and without any hesitation, he pulled a yellow card from his jacket pocket and held it high. The match had not even officially begun, and Manchester United's number 39 was already carrying a yellow card. This was undoubtedly a rare spectacle in the century-long history of the fierce rivalry. Sir Alex Ferguson on the sidelines felt a surge of blood rush to his head, angrily spitting his chewing gum onto the pitch and unleashing a torrent of Scottish curses at the fourth official. But he knew better than anyone that this yellow card was not given unjustly. If not for the consideration that sending off a player before the match even started would provoke a larger riot, Taylor would have had grounds to show a red card. Pull him back. Ferguson turned his head and shouted angrily at assistant coach Mike Phelan, pointing at the just-carded Souze. Immediately. Right now? I can't let this troublemaker stay on the sidelines for another second. He'll be devoured alive by those butchers from Merseyside. Thus, the troublemaker Souze, who had just caused a scene on the sidelines, was dragged back to the darkest corner of the substitutes' bench like a wrongdoer. The stands at Anfield erupted with thunderous laughter. To the Liverpool fans, this was the comical retreat of a clown from the great Sia kingdom, fleeing in disgrace. Souze sat down on the cold substitutes bench, zipped up his oversized jacket, and tucked most of his face into the high collar. To outsiders, this seemed like he was feeling shame and fear for the disaster he had caused. Yet in reality, despite his facial muscles being rigid as stone under the forced control of his passive skill, there flickered an undeniable joy deep within his eyes, hidden beneath the shadow of his oversized coat. Ding! Extreme task, bridging a century of hatred, the peacemaker of Anfield. Task completion 100. Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked the causal law, divine skill, God's crosshair. As the heavenly mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind, Souze felt a burst of dazzling golden light erupt from the virtual panel in front of his retina. A golden icon adorned with a complex crosshair pattern firmly embedded itself in his skill bar, shimmering alongside the icon representing Master of Eating Cakes. Although the system had yet to provide detailed skill values and activation conditions, just from the name and the strange warmth flooding through his limbs, Souze knew that the perilous 5-second embrace he had just experienced was absolutely worth the price. With this, no one will dare to say I can only score with my backside. Souze muttered fiercely in his heart, casually rubbing his chest where Carragher had pushed him. Beep. Referee Taylor's long whistle finally pierced the oppressive air at Anfield, officially igniting this highly charged clash. From the very first second, the match plunged straight into a frenzied meat grinder mode. Souze's extremely insulting pre-match embrace did not diffuse hatred as he had claimed. Rather, it was like tossing a torch into a barrel filled with high explosives. The entire Liverpool team was thoroughly enraged. They poured all their anger towards Souze onto the Manchester United players on the field. From the forward Torres to the midfielder Gerrard and the defensive stalwart Carragher, every player in the red jersey resembled a bloodthirsty wolf charging madly across the pitch with reddened eyes. Manchester United was completely stunned by this unreasonable ferocity. In just 10 minutes, they had already made 5 passing errors in midfield. Scholes was brutally taken down by Liverpool's defensive midfielder Lucas while receiving the ball, yet the referee only awarded a standard free kick without even a verbal warning. This was the scale of the derby: rough, brutal, filled with testosterone-fueled collisions. Manchester United's defense was teetering under Liverpool's relentless pressing. In the 23rd minute, Anfield erupted for the first time. Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard forcefully pushed past Carrick in midfield, delivering a penetrating ground pass. The ball sliced through Manchester United's entire defense like a scalpel, accurately finding the speeding holy child Fernando Torres. Torres showcased the terrifying explosiveness of a world-class striker, deftly evading the sliding tackle of Vidic and calmly slotting the ball past the advancing goalkeeper Van der Sar into the far corner. 10. Liverpool took the lead at home. Boom. Over 50,000 Liverpool fans leaped from their seats, their thunderous cheers seeming to engulf the entire stadium. Torres rushed to the corner flag, knelt down to slide, and was subsequently buried under his excited teammates who came rushing in. In front of the coaching bench, Ferguson kicked a piece of turf away violently, his face dark and terrifying. He glanced at the substitutes bench where players avoided his murderous gaze, lowering their heads in silence. Manchester United's attack had completely collapsed. Berbatov, who had temporarily replaced Souze in the starting lineup, appeared overly graceful and weak under the muscular squeeze of Carragher, and Skritel unable to maintain his footing in the penalty area. Rooney was forced to frequently drop back to midfield to retrieve the ball entangled in a futile struggle with Liverpool's meat grinder. By the 35th minute, the situation had still shown no improvement, with Manchester United's possession rate plummeting to a pitiful 38%. Ferguson knew he couldn't wait any longer. If they ended the half in such a completely suppressed state, Manchester United's morale would be utterly destroyed, and the second half would only devolve into a one-sided massacre. So, Ferguson turned around, violently tearing off his red scarf, and shouted angrily to the far corner of the substitutes' bench, "Get up. Go warm up. Get ready to come on in a minute." Soucek, who had been engrossed in studying his new skill, jumped at the sudden roar. He raised his head, incredulously pointing at himself. "Boss now?" In the 35th minute. In a football match, being substituted before the first half is over unless due to injury is a significant tactical denial and humiliation for the player being substituted. Ferguson's decision to make this change now clearly showed that he could no longer consider any feelings. He needed a variable to break the deadlock. "That's right. It's you, the troublemaker." Ferguson strode up to Soucek, grabbing the collar of his oversized coat and yanking him up from his seat. "Didn't you find the hatred of the derby boring? Didn't you want to be the peacemaker? Now get up there, and with your feet, not that mouth of yours, show those bastards from Merseyside a thing or two." Thus, amidst the sympathetic and shocked gazes of the other substitutes, Soucek took off his coat and walked towards the fourth official. The player being substituted was the ineffective Berbatov. The Bulgarian walked off the pitch with a grim expression, not even glancing at Ferguson, and slammed his shin guards onto the substitutes' bench. And at the moment Soucek stepped onto the slick grass of Anfield, the Liverpool fans, who had just been reveling in their lead, seemed to suddenly switch to a frenzied mode. "Shoo! Get out, clown from the great Sia Kingdom. This is Anfield. Break his legs, Carragher. Crush that fraud's kneecap." The sky was filled with boos and venomous curses, converging into a tangible wave of hostility that struck Soucek from all directions. The noise was 10 times more terrifying than the boos from the loyal stands at Old Trafford. It was a hostility laced with genuine hatred. But thanks to the absolute mental immunity provided by the honest oral liquid, Soucek's face remained as calm as a still pond. He didn't even turn to glance at the stands, instead walking at a measured pace towards Manchester United's forward position. His indifferent demeanor was the epitome of arrogance in the eyes of the Liverpool players. "Kid, you're dead today." Liverpool's Brazilian midfielder Lucas Leiva stood not far from Soucek, chewing gum as he fixed a menacing gaze on him. Just moments ago in the dressing room, Coach Dalglish had given a stern order for this guy who dared to insult Liverpool's dignity before the match. If he dared to touch the ball, he must pay a bloody price. The match resumed. Manchester United was awarded a throw-in from the back. Evra hurled the ball forcefully towards midfield, with Carrick flicking it on with his head, just barely landing it about 2 meters in front of Soucek. This was Soucek's first touch of the ball since coming on as a substitute. He forcibly called upon his stamina, which had just reached 49 points, and opened his legs, preparing to control the ball. However, before Soucek's right foot could even graze the edge of the ball, a red figure shot in from his diagonal front like a cannonball. It was Lucas. This Brazilian midfielder was not aiming for the ball. He had his studs exposed, charging in with significant force, body horizontal on the ground, his legs scissoring straight towards Soucek's support leg. What the hell? Soucek instinctively jumped up at the last moment in a desperate attempt to avoid the tackle. But how could a flying tackle from an English midfielder be so easily evaded? Although Lucas' stud did not directly strike Soucek's shin, the tremendous inertia still slammed heavily. Bang! Soucek felt as if his ankle had been struck by an iron rod, the intense pain radiating throughout his body. He completely lost his balance in midair, crashing down onto the grass like a discarded sack, and due to inertia he rolled in the mud for 3 or 4 turns before finally coming to a stop. Beep! Referee Taylor's whistle finally sounded, but he merely awarded Manchester United a free kick without pulling out a single yellow card. In the context of the derby, this was considered just a slightly larger than normal routine confrontation. The stands at Anfield erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. "Well done, Lucas. Keep it up. Break that yellow-skinned monkey's legs." Every time the Liverpool fans saw Soucek go down, they would fall into a frenzied celebration, as if it was a performance more wonderful than a goal. Soucek held his throbbing ankle, gritting his teeth, as he climbed up from the grass. He glanced at Lucas, then at Carragher, who was eagerly poised to come in and challenge him. "These lunatics. They're nothing but lumberjacks." Soucek roared in frustration within. "Did I not just hug your coach for 5 seconds before the match? Did I dig up your ancestral grave? Why do you hate me so much that you want to kill me like a father killer?" The next 10 minutes of the match completely turned into a survival documentary solely featuring Soucek. As long as the ball entered within 10 meters of Soucek, whether it was Lucas Carragher or even forward Quit, they would pounce upon him like rabid dogs. They didn't care where the ball was, they charged in, either using their bodies to collide violently or discreetly tugging at his shirt and stepping on his foot. Souza's barely adequate physical attributes were completely fragile in the face of such high-level English lumberjack tactics. He could hardly complete a single clean stop. As soon as he touched the ball within 3 seconds, he would definitely be brought down to the ground. The Liverpool fans were ecstatic and the mocking laughter never ceased. In the commentary booth of Sky Sports, Gary Neville could not help but deliver a scathing comment as he watched Souza fall repeatedly and look utterly miserable. This is the price for arrogance. Souza's foolish pre-match embrace had completely enraged the entire Liverpool squad. At Anfield, without physical toughness and an indomitable, "well, you don't even qualify to stand and play," he was now like a punching bag being mercilessly beaten on the boxing ring, and Manchester United's attack had become even more fragmented with his presence. Indeed, Sir Alex's substitution this time clearly did not have the desired effect. Souza's stamina seems to have already been drained significantly, and he is even starting to deliberately avoid physical contact now. This was not the attitude a Manchester United player should have in a match. On the pitch, after being brutally shoved out of bounds by Carragher once again, Souza simply sat down on the grass, gasping for breath and not immediately rising. His stamina had sounded the alarm, and his jersey was covered in green grass stains and black mud, looking utterly miserable. But no one knew that beneath Souza's face, which still appeared cold and expressionless due to his passive skills, his mind was undergoing a calm yet frenzied calculation. "I can't keep clashing like this. If I get knocked around a few more times, I might end up buried here at Anfield." Souza glanced at the tightly defended small penalty area of Liverpool far away, then looked down at his toes. The master of eating cakes could find no triggering vacuum here. In that case, Souza's gaze slowly rose, ultimately locking onto a relatively open midfield area about 30 meters from Liverpool's goal. In his mind, the just unlocked God's crosshair skill icon, glowing with brilliant golden light, emitted a deadly wave of temptation. "Since you won't let me stay in the penalty area?" Souza struggled to push himself up from the grass, dusting off the dirt from his shorts, and under the hostile gazes of the Liverpool players an unusual cold, mocking expression appeared on his face. "Then let you witness what true divine punishment looks like." On September 19th, the match reached the 42nd minute. The rain at Anfield gradually lessened, yet the atmosphere on the field was thick with tension. Throughout the first half, Manchester United resembled a battered ship tossed by wild winds and giant waves being mercilessly pressed back by the red-clad Liverpool warriors. Particularly the substitute Souza, whose pre-match embrace could be described as a suicidal terror attack, became the focal point of ire for over 50,000 Liverpool fans and the 11 Liverpool players on the field. Whenever the ball came close to Souza's control range, both Lucas, the defensive midfielder, and Carragher, the center-back, would pounce on him, like hungry wolves smelling blood, taking him and the ball down together. This was hardly football, though it was outright lumberjack work. Just moments ago, Manchester United's Portuguese winger Nani had made a difficult breakthrough on the right flank. He used his signature step-over to deceive Liverpool's left-back Konchesky and was about to cut inside when he was met with a fierce sliding tackle from Mascherano that sent him crashing to the ground with the ball. Beep. The whistle of referee Anthony Taylor finally sounded. This time he showed no leniency. He not only called the foul, but also issued a yellow card to Mascherano. Manchester United was awarded a free kick in the attacking half. The foul occurred at a position just outside Liverpool's penalty area, slightly to the left. From a shooting tactical perspective, the position was rather awkward. It was a full 32 meters away from the goal. At this distance, even the top free kick specialists in today's football, such as Cristiano Ronaldo or Juninho, would require a significant amount of luck to score. The ball would spend too long in the air, giving world-class goalkeepers ample time to anticipate and make a save. Moreover, Liverpool's goalkeeper was José Reina. Although this Spanish international occasionally made some neurotic mistakes, his reaction speed and goalkeeping technique were undoubtedly top-notch in the Premier League. Amidst the deafening boos of Liverpool fans, several senior players from Manchester United began to gather around the penalty spot. Veteran Ryan Giggs and star player Wayne Rooney stood side by side behind the ball, both covering their mouths with their hands as they quietly discussed tactics. "This distance is too tough for a direct shot." Giggs pointed to Vidic and Ferdinand, who were desperately jostling for position inside the Liverpool penalty area. "I'll float a high ball to the back post, and you and Nemanja can contest for the first touch, see if we can knock it in." Rooney frowned. Although he wanted nothing more than to unleash a signature strike in the enemy's stadium, he had to admit that Giggs' assessment was correct. At 32 meters, his kicking power was sufficient, but ensuring the ball would drop quickly after passing over the wall was exceedingly difficult. Just as the two veterans reached a consensus and were preparing to implement their strategy, a figure in a red number 39 jersey, muddy and grass-stained, suddenly squeezed between them like a It was Souza. His current appearance could only be described as tragic. His shorts had 2 large holes, and a small area of his left sock was stained with blood, He was gasping for breath, and his thigh muscles trembled uncontrollably. However, to the astonished gaze of Giggs and Rooney, this young lad who had just been chased around the pitch like a stray dog by Liverpool players suddenly bent down, without a word, and hugged the black and white ball to his chest. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" Rooney was momentarily stunned, then instantly enraged. He was already anxious due to the team's deficit, and now seeing a rookie who had barely been in the first team for days daring to come over and seize the ball during such a crucial set piece in a match of this magnitude. This was absolutely outrageous. "Put the ball down, get back into the box, and prepare for the rebound." Rooney shouted at Suze without hesitation. "What makes you think you can touch the ball? With legs as thin as a toothpick, you probably don't even know where the goal is from 30 meters away." Giggs also frowned. As a veteran of the team, he felt this rookie's actions were rather excessive. "Sue, stop messing. This ball is too far, and it requires high tactical coordination, or just hand me the ball." If it were the usual Suze facing the reprimands from the two biggest power players in the Manchester United locker room, he would have immediately backed down, obediently handing over the ball with both hands, then hiding away in a corner. But now it was different. Just 3 minutes ago, when he was knocked aside by Carragher and rolling helplessly on the grass, the skill icon in his mind that had been in a gray-locked state, God's crosshair, suddenly burst forth with dazzling golden light. Before being substituted onto the field, Suze's stamina and power attributes had already reached 49. Although he had just been chased around the pitch by Liverpool players like a beast, which was excruciating, it was akin to a purgatory-like training that forced his last bit of attribute out. He finally saw the domineering and almost unreasonable skill description of God's crosshair, active skill. Trigger condition: the host must preset a clear landing spot for the ball in their mind at the moment of taking the shot, i.e., a dead corner within the goal frame. Skill effect: as long as the ball kicked by the host at the moment it leaves their foot has a theoretical deviation in its flight trajectory from the preset landing spot in their mind of no more than 1 meter, i.e., within the system's error range. The system will forcibly take over the ball's physical properties. No matter how slow the initial speed of the ball or how absurd the point of force when kicking the ball, will encounter the ultimate distortion of aerodynamics in midair, transforming into an unpredictable falling leaf curve forcibly corrected into the net. Seeing this skill description, Suze was so excited he nearly cried out on the grass. What kind of divine skill? As long as the deviation did not exceed 1 meter, he could forcibly bend the ball into the dead corner. This was simply an invincible cheat tailored for a novice like him, whose shooting skill barely passed at 62, and with power that was abysmal. Thus, when Manchester United was awarded this prime free kick, Suze rushed over without hesitation. He desperately needed this goal, not only to prove himself, but also to end the humiliation of being treated like a punching bag by Liverpool. In the face of Rooney's furious roar and Giggs' reprimand, Suze's heart was pounding even faster than a drum, but the passive effect of honest oral liquid once again showcased its unparalleled stabilizing morale effect at this critical moment. Suze's expression was like a still pond, his facial nerves seemingly frozen, showing not a hint of fear. Holding the ball, he faced Rooney's piercing gaze as if wanting to devour him, and spoke in an extremely calm tone, even carrying a hint of condescension, uttering a blunt truth that could infuriate Rooney to the point of a stroke. "Wayne, I'm not messing around." Suze's voice sounded somewhat weak amidst the raucous Anfield crowd, yet it clearly reached Giggs and Rooney. "Your current condition is absolutely terrible. Your mind is completely elsewhere during the match. Those last few breakthroughs were so stiff, you look like an old man with arthritis. Not to mention." Suze's gaze lingered for a second on Rooney's increasingly sparse hair. "Wayne, I know your ankle hurts right now, but that shouldn't be an excuse for your petulant play style. As for your thinning hair, I think you should worry more about whether the wind at Anfield will blow away those few new strands you just glued on rather than focusing on scoring. Step aside, don't delay me from saving the team." As soon as these words were spoken, Giggs felt a chill run down his spine. Rooney stood frozen in place as if under a spell. Being publicly mocked by a rookie who had barely been in the first team for days in front of thousands of spectators for his poor form and bad temper. Despite the deafening uproar, the fans couldn't hear what they were saying, and even being teased about his most sensitive hair transplant issue. "You're looking for death." Rooney roared, his eyes bloodshot like a bull, thoroughly enraged, charging forward to grab Suze by the collar, his immense strength nearly lifting Suze off the ground. "Wayne, calm down. Are you crazy? This is Anfield." Giggs was startled and quickly abandoned the tactical layout, desperately clutching Rooney's waist, trying to pull the furious forward away. Nearby Manchester United players noticed the commotion and rushed over to mediate. Referee Anthony Taylor, busy spraying white lines in front of Liverpool's wall, heard the disturbance and immediately blew his whistle, running over to sternly warn the Manchester United players to control their emotions. On the sideline, Sir Alex Ferguson was so furious at this scene that he nearly smashed the water bottle in his hand onto the field. "What are those two idiots doing? Are they fighting among themselves in the enemy's home ground? Ferguson shouted angrily at the pitch, "Get that lad from the Dacia Nation away. Give the ball to Giggs." Yet at this moment of utter chaos, Souze still clutched the ball. Even as his collar was being tugged by Rooney, his face showed no sign of compromise. Looking at Giggs, he spoke seriously. "Ryan, trust me. I have a strong premonition of this ball can only be scored by me. If I don't score, I willingly volunteer to clean the toilets for the entire season in the reserve team." Giggs stared at Souze's eyes devoid of any ripple, yet exuding a strange confidence, and was momentarily stunned. On the football field, sometimes a player's intuition or premonition is indeed something that cannot be explained scientifically. Some top strikers have a mystical feeling before shooting, like, "This ball is definitely going in." Moreover, Giggs recalled Souze's performance during the reserve team derby and the previous match against Villa. This kid, despite his nonsensical chatter and odd behavior, truly possessed an uncanny ability to seize scoring opportunities that couldn't be ignored. "Let him go, Wayne." Giggs suddenly released his grip, his tone turning serious. The seasoned veteran of Manchester United displayed his unquestionable authority in the locker room at this moment. Although Rooney was still seething with anger, he released Souze's collar with a heavy breath in the face of Giggs' order. "All right, kid." Giggs pointed at the ball in Souze's arms. "Since you've guaranteed it with your reserve career, that ball is you." Rooney shot Souze a fierce glare. "You'd better pray you can score that damn ball, or I'll personally skin you alive by halftime, without waiting to return to Carrington." Souze paid no mind to Rooney's threat. Expressionless, he walked to the penalty spot, bent down, carefully adjusted the ball's valve, and then placed it steadily on the grass. The boos at Anfield reached a peak at that moment. "Huh. Look, that clown from Manchester United who can't even stop the ball is going to take the free kick. Is he trying to kick the ball into the Mersey River to feed the fish? Go back to practicing your Tai Chi, you Dacia Nation waste." The Liverpool fans laughed maniacally, hurling all sorts of vulgarities at Souze. Liverpool's wall was tightly packed. Captain Gerrard, centre-back Carragher Skirtle, and defensive midfielders Lucas and Mascherano stood side by side, 5 tall, fierce-looking men forming an impenetrable wall of size. Goalkeeper Jose Reina stood in the center of the goal. He didn't even bother to adjust his position, merely placing his hands on his hips, looking at Souze with a disdainful theatrical gaze as he stepped back to measure his distance. At 32 meters with this kid's skinny arms and legs, let alone a curve, if he can even kick the ball within the goal range, I consider myself defeated, Reina scoffed inwardly. Souze took 5 steps back, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. The deafening insults around him, Rooney's deadly glare from behind, Ferguson's furious shouts from the sidelines. At this moment, all were blocked from his perception by the absolute mental immunity effect of honest oral liquid. Souze's mind became crystal clear. He concentrated all his attention on the virtual golden crosshair glowing before his retina. Landing point preset, Liverpool goal, upper right corner, absolute dead angle. As Souze issued the command in his mind, the golden crosshair seemed to take on life, flying out from before his eyes, soaring over that tall red wall, precisely imprinting onto the upper right corner of the goal behind Reina. September 19th, the match had reached the 44th minute. Above Anfield Stadium, fine threads of rain lit by the floodlights fell like a multitude of silver needles, mercilessly pricking the slick turf. At that moment, the roar of the crowd swelled to a suffocating, almost tangible climax. The jeers, taunts, and abuse of over 50,000 Liverpool fans coalesced into a storm strong enough to shatter any young player's mental defenses, sweeping toward the slight figure in the Monlian number 39 shirt who stood behind the ball. Referee Anthony Taylor stood to the side of the wall, glanced at Lou Ni and G. Gussie, who had fully stepped back, then at Souze, expressionless, as if utterly sealed from outside disturbance, and blew the whistle hard. The sharp blast cut through the clamorous and feared night. Souze drew a deep breath, his face numbed by the passive effect of the Chungshire oral liquid, and as placid as a still pool betrayed no anxiety or fear. His gaze as deep as a bottomless well fixed on the gray sky above the wall. In his mind, the golden crosshair scintillated. The lethal mark was locked squarely on the upper right corner of the Liverpool goal. "This is the moment of truth," Souze mouthed silently. He began his rune up. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. His approach was not hurried, its rhythm lacked explosive intent, hardly the posture of a professional set-piece taker preparing to strike from over 30 meters. Yet as he prepared to plant his supporting foot and swing his right leg in that critical fraction of a second, an accident occurred. The Anfield turf sodden from half an hour of fierce contest, and the rain had turned into a quagmire. Souze's already weak left foot failed to find purchase. As he stamped down, his studs slipped violently in the slippery mud. With a skidding sound, Souze lost his balance and pitched backward, involuntarily falling into the air. His right leg, already swinging, continued by inertia to sweep toward the ball. Under the gaze of over 50,000 eyes, Suze, in an undignified, almost comical half-split, scraped the underside of the ball with the outside of his right foot. The touch produced a sound softer than a muffled fart. In the cacophony of the stadium, it was nearly imperceptible. No thunderous explosion, no cannon-like blast. The black-and-white ball left his boot like a deflated balloon, limp, listless, wobbling up into the air. It carried no fierce spin and traced no menacing curve. The ball climbed slowly its trajectory and speed reminiscent of the harmless lob served by elderly players in a park volleyball game. Worse, because of Suze's slip, the initial vector was not aimed at the Luwupu goal at all. It veered wildly away from the posts, missing the goal mouth by at least 2 or 3 meters, and drifted toward the stands behind the corner flag. Ha 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 ha. My God. What is he doing? So this is Monlian's secret weapon. A circus clown who cannot even kick a ball. I'm dying laughing. Did he mean to pass the ball to the birds in the stand? A volcanic eruption of derisive laughter exploded from the Anfield terraces. Luwupu fans doubled over with laughter, some clutched their bellies and crouched. The hostile adversarial tension that had filled the stadium moments before dissolved into a sea of merriment. Within Luwupu's wall, Captain Gelada and Kalagu prepared to leap and block, watched the soft, absurd ball float high above them, and exchanged looks of unconcealed, contemptuous amusement. Is this kid a moron who came to make us laugh? Kalagu relaxed, hands on hips, enjoying the joke. At the Spain's guardian, Hisei Reina, seeing the ball's arc, immediately let his tense, battle-ready posture slacken. The professionalism of a top-class keeper allowed him to judge the landing in a heartbeat. This would drift well wide of the byline by at least 3 meters. Reina did not bother to shift his feet to narrow an angle. He stood centrally on the line, hands hanging at his sides, a mocking smile on his face, ready to watch the ludicrous ball reach the stands. On the touchline, Sir Yalakizi Fugson's face, which had gone ashen with fury after Suze seized the kick, had now drained to the color of dead ash. He spun around and stamped his foot so hard on the coaching dugout support that the canopy trembled. Mike, get me a substitution. Now. Immediately. Fugson roared at assistant coach Fei Lan, like an enraged lion spitting in Fei Lan's face. Before halftime, take that damn madman off. I don't want to see him disgracing the Monlian shirt for another second. Fei Lan turned pale, fumbling for the substitution board and nodding frantically. On the pitch, Ji Gusi pressed his hands to his face in helplessness while Lu Ni stamped and raged, pointing at the dazed Suze on the ground and yelling, "You idiot. You turned our last chance into a national joke." Everyone assumed this was merely a failed, humiliating strike. But in this world, only one person knew what would happen next. Suze sat in the muddy turf, his right leg aching from the forced exertion. Though even he felt the kick was shameful, his eyes tracked the wobbling ball in the air with an almost mad expectancy. At the instant the ball left his foot, the cold mechanical system prompt in his mind arrived on schedule. Ding. Detection, host's kick action completed. Detected preset landing in host's mind, Luwupu goal, upper right dead corner. Detecting current ball trajectory. Warning, initial trajectory seriously deviates from preset landing. Estimated deviation to 8 meters. Skill Shandi crosshair, God's crosshair forcibly activated. Intervention of causal law, physics correction program initiating. High above the penalty area, that once limp, harmless ball, just as it cleared Luwupu's wall and reached the apex over the box, underwent a sudden, unexpected transformation. Under the stare of more than 50,000 eyes and countless high-speed cameras, the ball struck an invisible, intangible air wall of terrifying force. Its soft flight came to an abrupt, unheralded halt midair, an unnerving suspension that made every spine tingle. It was as if the film itself had been paused. Then, to the astonishment of all, the ball betrayed Newton's laws and every aerodynamic principle. It snapped at a harsh, unnatural angle and turned midair. Not the elegant curve born of friction, but the feel of an invisible hand, an apparent deity, brutally wrenching the ball leftward toward the goal. There came a ripping scream as the air itself was violently torn. The once powerless sphere, having altered course, seemed to have its seals broken, gravity's pull intensified exponentially in an instant. It plunged with ferocious speed and brutal force like a black meteor, hurtling straight for the small, upper right dead corner of the Luwupu goal. What is that? At the goal, Reina, who had been standing with hands on hips and a mocking smile, froze utterly. His keeper's eyes, long bloodshot from countless saves, widened as if they might bulge from their sockets. A cold hand of pure terror clutched his heart. Reina's mind screamed the commands: jump, stretch, get that damn ball away. But his body, confronted with this preternatural change of course, locked. His proud keeper's legs felt as if filled with lead, nailed to the goal line. Incapable of moving, he could only stand like a condemned man and watch the death-tinged ball enlarge across his retina. There was a crisp, resonant thud as the ball struck the inner side of the post, an impact that exploded across it. The ball clung to the post, then mercilessly smashed into the white, net lifting it high as it buried itself deep within. Liverpool won 1 million. Time seemed to freeze in that single breathless second. And feared a cauldron moments before with jeers and ridicule, now felt as though every last sigh and sound had been driven from it by some violent hand. Over 50,000 Liverpool fans stood with mouths agape, their mocking expressions frozen. They seemed like statues petrified en masse, staring dumbly at the ball still twirling in the net. In the wall, Gialladis still had his hands over his groin, but his neck was stiffly turned toward the goal. His eyes had gone hollow like a soulless puppet. Kalagu collapsed onto the turf, grabbing his hair and murmuring incoherently, "God, what devilry is this?" On the touchline, assistant coach Fei Lon, about to raise the substitution board, trembled and dropped the electronic board with a splat into the mud. And Sir Yalakizi Fuchsen, a man tempered by countless storms, stood struck dumb on the sideline, as if struck by lightning. His aged eyes glued to the goal, his mouth slightly open. The gum he had dropped vanished somewhere. On his wrinkled face flickered in rapid succession anger, shock, ecstasy, and an ineffable awe. How is this possible? Fuchsen muttered, his voice trembling. Not even David at his peak could produce a midair bend like that. It's impossible. In the Sky Sports commentary box, a 10-second silence suffused the air. Martin Taylor breathed like an old bellows, his hands gripping the desk. What have I just witnessed? Martin Taylor's voice warped with shock, a tremor of tears seeping through, the unrestrained reaction of one who has witnessed a miracle. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment the laws of physics have been ruthlessly shattered. Suze, that Desai youth who was the laughingstock of Quani England just seconds ago. With a disastrously clumsy slipping strike, he has produced a deathly arc that would make Newton rise from his grave in alarm. That wasn't a kick. Someone or something in the heavens altered the ball's path. The miracles of loud air food are no accident. He has here at Anfield, in the very heart of the enemy, replicated a legend that defies reason. Beside him, Gary Neville's face flushed scarlet. He tore at his tie and screamed into the microphone like a madman, "Shut up, you fools," who mocked him. This was pure genius instinct. His slip was not a mistake. He used the turf's friction to covertly shift the ball's point of force. This is a spatial trick that only a transcendent talent could master. On the pitch, the architect of this impossible strike, Suze, still sat in the muddy grass. He looked at the ball in the net, then glanced at Lu Ni and Ji Gussi nearby, who viewed him with the sort of look one gives a monster. Though his right leg throbbed, and though the sickly thrill the system had given him made him itch to leap up and howl to the sky, 3 times he stayed motionless. Under the chilling suppression of the Chungshire oral liquid passive, the few smudges of mud on Suze's face did not betray a single flicker of euphoria. He rose slowly from the turf, brushed the mud from his shorts, and facing the tens of thousands who now stared as if, Suze turned, and with a cool, almost offhand tone, as if he had only performed a trivial task, looked at the still stunned Lu Ni, and said plainly, "I told you, Wayne. I'll teach you how to put the ball into that damned frame." On September 19th, the match had reached the 45th minute. The referee, Anthony Taylor, finally blew his whistle, pointing to the center circle to indicate that the goal was valid. The sharp sound of the whistle seemed like a switch that released a binding spell. In that instant, a strange and eerie low pressure enveloped the atmosphere. Over 50,000 Liverpool fans remained completely silent. No boos, no curses, not even the sound of breathing was audible. They stood dazed in the stands, their eyes fixed on the big screen, replaying the goal in slow motion. Once, twice, 3 times. With each replay, the ball, which had bizarrely paused midair, sharply curved, and then crashed into the corner like a meteor, mercilessly shattered the worldview of these loyal Merseyside fans. This can't be real. A burly fan at the front of the KOP stand, bare-chested and tattooed with the liverbird, covered his bald head in anguish and exclaimed, "That kid clearly slipped. He didn't even make contact with the ball properly. How could he kick such a curve? This must be witchcraft. Did he somehow put magnets in his shoes? Or is the ball deflated?" Another fan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, trying to find a scientific explanation for this absurd scene. However, no matter how unwilling they were to believe it, the glaring score of 11 on the scoreboard cruelly announced that Manchester United had equalized in this fierce rival's home ground in the most unreasonable manner. On the field, Jose Reina remained frozen in his position on the goal line. The Spanish goalkeeper's legs seemed rooted to the turf as he turned his head, staring at the ball still spinning in the net, his eyes filled with fear of the unknown force. Impossible. I clearly predicted its trajectory. It should have flown into the stands. Reina murmured to himself, his voice trembling. He recalled the moment the ball suddenly changed direction midair. It was not a curve that a human could kick. It was as if God himself had kicked it in the air. Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard stood with a grim expression at the wall. Unlike his usual encouragement of teammates after conceding a goal, he was focused on the slender figure nearby, leisurely brushing mud off his shorts. Gerrard's fists were clenched tightly. As the soul of Liverpool, he understood too well the devastating impact this goal would have on the team's morale. If Sousa's earlier embrace was a provocation, then this goal was a blatant insult. Scoring the most inexplicable goal in the most ridiculous manner. This was practically rubbing the entire Liverpool defense's collective IQ into the ground. Meanwhile, on Manchester United's side, the situation was equally strange. Rooney stood still watching Sousa's face, which resembled a stagnant pool with no joy after the goal, and felt a chill run down his spine. Sousa's earlier words, "Let me teach you how to kick the ball into that damned goal," felt like a loud slap in the face to the England star. Rooney wanted to explode with anger, to rush over and grab the collar of this clueless kid. But as he recalled the bizarre trajectory of the goal, his anger was unexpectedly subdued by an inexplicable, "What is this kid? Human or ghost?" Rooney's gaze towards Sousa had completely changed. From disdain and anger to a kind of wary trepidation. Veteran Giggs stepped forward, not embracing the goal scorer as usual, but instead scrutinizing Sousa with the gaze of an alien, finally managing to utter, "Sue, did you intentionally slip just now? Intentionally slipped?" Hearing this, Sousa felt like crying inside. "What the hell do you mean intentionally slipped? I almost cramped my right leg from that fall. If it weren't for the damned system's gods aiming correcting the ball's trajectory, I would have been scolded by all of England's media as a historic villain." However, the passive effect of honest oral liquid still controlled his vocal cords. Sousa's facial muscles seemed completely frozen. He faced Giggs' probing gaze and replied in a calm tone, as if merely stating that the weather was nice today. "Of course it was not an intentional slip. The Anfield turf is too poor, like a muddy pit." His gaze swept over Gerrard not far away, his voice not loud, but piercingly clear, "But that does not affect the goal. As long as I think clearly about kicking the ball into that corner, even if I'm lying in a mud pit, the ball has to go in." Upon hearing this, Giggs was left completely stunned. Rooney's scalp exploded at the side. What the hell kind of wolfish words are these? Just think clearly, and you can score even from a mud pit. This was no longer arrogance. This was treating oneself as a god ruling the field. And this phrase was also relayed verbatim to Gerrard's ears not far away. The Liverpool captain's eyes turned red instantly. Like a bull completely enraged, he stormed towards Sousa, pointing at his nose and shouting, "Shut your filthy mouth. You little bastard who scored by sheer luck. This is Anfield. Do you think you can act wild here?" Faced with Gerrard's murderous glare and his close-range roar, Sousa was actually panicking inside. He wished he could take 2 steps back and say, "Captain, please calm down, I was joking." But the system's passive effect kept him rooted to the spot. Not only that, under the system's strict control, Sousa didn't even bother to argue back. He slowly raised his right hand, extending a finger and gently placing it on his tightly closed lips. "Shoo!" A subtle yet deeply insulting sound escaped Sousa's teeth. A gesture to be quiet. In this silence of over 50,000 diehard Liverpool fans, in this heart of a century-old rival, an 18-year-old young player from the Great Xia Kingdom, after scoring a goal that defied the laws of physics, not only did not celebrate wildly, but instead made an arrogant and defiant gesture of "shut up" towards Liverpool's soul and the 50,000 fans in attendance. This scene was precisely captured by countless high-speed cameras on the sidelines. Boom. If the earlier silence was the calm before the storm, then at this moment Anfield had completely welcomed the catastrophic tsunami of doom. "Fuck him. Kill him, Carragher. Break his legs for me. Manchester United bastard. You won't end well." The anger of over 50,000 Liverpool fans was completely ignited by this utterly contemptuous gesture. A torrent of vicious curses and deafening boos mixed with countless objects hurled at the field in fury, pouring down like a torrential rain. The entire stadium seemed to be shaking violently. Gerrard, furious, reached out to grab Sousa's collar. Fortunately, Vidic and Ferdinand reacted quickly, charging over like 2 iron towers, shielding Sousa and forcibly pushing Gerrard away. "Don't touch our player." Vidic glared fiercely, standing his ground against Gerrard. The scene immediately turned chaotic again. At this moment on the sideline, Sir Alex Ferguson, who just a few minutes ago was furious enough to want to swallow Sousa alive, was now experiencing a violent storm of emotions. He stared at Sousa, who remained expressionless amidst the chaos, maintaining the "shut up" gesture, his mouth slightly ajar, his breathing becoming rapid. "Boss, it's too crazy. This kid is definitely a madman." Assistant coach Mike Phelan stammered beside him, looking at the nearly berserk Liverpool fans in the stands, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Shut up, Mike." Ferguson suddenly interrupted Phelan's words in a low voice. The old man suddenly bent down, picked up the piece of gum he had spat out in anger earlier, and without caring about cleanliness stuffed it into his mouth, chewing furiously. In his bloodshot eyes, what flickered at this moment was no longer anger, but an extreme excitement, as if witnessing a miracle. "What do you know? You don't understand anything." Ferguson shouted at Phelan, but his voice was laced with uncontrollable joy. "This is not madness. This is absolute confidence. This is an absolute talent that transcends all tactics and common sense. Ferguson pointed at Suze on the field, his finger trembling slightly. Did you see that goal? That curve that forcibly changed trajectory midair, that rapid descent that ignored the goalkeeper's prediction. Do you think that was a lucky fluke? No, absolutely not. Ferguson's mind began to go wild with a frenzy of imaginative reasoning. That kid had been calculating everyone from the start. He intentionally slipped while running to disguise his real striking point. He took advantage of Anfield's slippery turf, creating a devilish curve that defied aerodynamics, while losing balance to the extreme. David at his peak couldn't have kicked such a ball. This is spatial magic that transcends modern football theory. He wasn't just shooting, he was using his brain and calculation skills to force the ball into that corner. Phelan was left dumbfounded. The boss imagination was too strong, right? That ridiculous slip looked like a dog eating shit. How did it turn into a devilish curve under extreme conditions? But seeing Ferguson's nearly frenzied expression, Phelan didn't dare to retort. And just look at his expression now. Look at the gesture he made facing Gerrard and the 50,000 Liverpool fans. Ferguson grew more excited, even slapping the ceiling of the coaching area. That's arrogance from the bones. It's the utmost contempt for a mortal enemy. His pre-match embrace with Dalglish was not some damned peace gesture. He was declaring war on Liverpool. He was telling them that not only would he break through their defenses in the most unreasonable way, but he would also make everyone in their sacred home ground shut up. This is the true gene of the Red Devils. This is the killer that Old Trafford needs. Arrogant, cold-blooded, ruthless, but capable of putting that damned ball in the net. Ferguson turned around, looking at the Liverpool fans throwing objects in frenzy. Tremble, you country bumpkins of Merseyside. Today you awakened a true monster. In the commentary box of Sky Sports, after experiencing half a minute of chaos and shock, Martin Tyler's voice finally rang out again. This time his voice was no longer mocking, but filled with awe of the unknown. Whether you like this young man from the great Xia Kingdom or not, whether you think that goal was a miracle or witchcraft, but one thing is certain. Martin Tyler looked at the broadcast image of the cold figure of number 39 amidst the chaos, taking a deep breath. Suze. He, with an unreasonable goal and an arrogant gesture that would be recorded in the history of the fierce rivalry, made the entire Anfield Stadium fall into utter madness after a moment of silence. This is unscientific. This defies Newton's laws. But this is the charm of football. Ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely an incredible first half. With the referee's whistle, this long and magical first half finally came to an end amidst the deafening boos. Suze limped behind his teammates toward the player tunnel. His right leg was still aching from the awkward exertion earlier. Listening to the venomous curses from the stands above, Suze silently shed 2 lines of tears. System, I beg you, please don't issue any more tasks in the second half. I still want to walk back to Manchester alive. September 19th, the second half. The door of the away team's locker room at Anfield was tightly shut, yet it could not block out the surging chorus of Liverpool's team song from outside. The atmosphere inside Manchester United's locker room was a bit strange. The heart-stopping last 5 minutes of the first half left everyone experiencing a roller coaster of emotions. Falling behind, being besieged, and then Suze being relentlessly pursued after coming on, culminating in that bizarre goal that could only be described as Newton's coffin lid couldn't hold it down, along with an audacious gesture to silence the crowd. Everything happened too fast, too irrationally. Rooney sat in front of the locker, gripping a bottle of sports drink, his gaze occasionally drifting to the corner where Suze was allowing the team doctor to spray cold medication on his right ankle. Is this kid really insane or just pretending? Rooney muttered to himself. He admitted that the goal was uplifting, but Suze's pre-match embrace with Dalglish and the taunting of Gerrard and the KOP stand after scoring were simply dancing on a tightrope. All right, lads, lift your heads. Sir Alex Ferguson clapped his hands as he walked to the center of the locker room, his face glowing with excitement. In the first half, we withstood the onslaught of those Merseyside thugs and countered them in the most beautiful way. At this point, Ferguson deliberately paused, his gaze landing firmly on Suze. Everyone in the locker room followed the gaze of the legendary manager. Sue Ferguson chewed gum, his tone carrying rare admiration. Well done. Your prediction of the ball's trajectory and control of your foot under extreme conditions showcased your unparalleled talent. Suze, grimacing in pain, felt a chill at Ferguson's praise. What the hell was this prediction and foot control? At that moment, he clearly slipped when he kicked. If it weren't for the system's forced correction, the ball would have long flown into the stands and hit some unlucky soul. Suze wanted to humbly say, boss, you're flattering me. It was pure luck. But how could the passive effect of honest oral liquid let this opportunity to self-destruct slip away? That familiar cool sensation instantly blocked his throat. The pained expression on Suze's face vanished, replaced by a state as still as a stagnant pool. He met the gazes of his teammates, his tone as flat as if reading a product manual. Thank you, boss. As I said, as long as I think about putting the ball in that dead corner, no matter how bad the pitch is, I can stuff it in. The Liverpool goalkeeper is as easy to deceive as a wooden stake. Giggs helplessly covered his face, while Vidic shook his head with a bitter smile. This kid really doesn't know how to write the words humble. But surprisingly, Ferguson didn't get angry. Instead, he burst out laughing. Ha! Good. I like your arrogance. In the second half, they will definitely come at you like rabid dogs. But I need you to stay on the field like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into their hearts. Ferguson turned around facing all the players, his voice suddenly rising. Listen. In the second half, Liverpool's mentality will be unbalanced. They are eager to regain their pride at home, and their defense will certainly expose huge gaps. We will counterattack. Pass the ball into the gaps, and let those Reds taste what true despair is. For the glory of the Red Devils. Go, go. With a thunderous roar, the Manchester United players charged out of the locker room like wolves. The second half officially kicked off. The atmosphere at Anfield was even more frenzied than the first half. Liverpool fans seemed to have concentrated all their hatred on the kid in the number 39 jersey. As soon as Souček touched the ball, a tidal wave of boos swept in like a tsunami. The Liverpool players also faithfully executed the will of the fans in the stands. They completely abandoned tactical discipline, especially in their defense against Souček, which could no longer be described as tight, but was simply murderous. Just 5 minutes into the second half, as Souček received Carrick's pass with his back to the goal, near the center circle, Liverpool's defensive midfielder Mascherano came charging like an out-of-control bulldozer, sliding in from the side, and sending Souček crashing down into the mud. Beep. Referee Taylor blew the whistle, but did not show a card. Souček covered his painfully kicked calf and struggled to get up. He glanced at the fierce-looking Mascherano, cursing in his heart. Did these British tough guys grow up eating? The ferocity of that tackle was as if they wanted to send him straight to the intensive care unit. The game continued, and Liverpool's offensive waves came one after another. Gerrard and Torres frequently created goal-scoring opportunities up front, suffocating Manchester United. Souček stood alone on the front line. Not only could he not receive the ball, but he also had to constantly be wary of black boots that could come flying out from any corner. His stamina was once again depleted, gasping for breath as if his lungs were about to explode. No, if this keeps up, I'm really going to end up here. Souček calculated in his mind, our master of eating goals and God's crosshair, still cooling down. No, wait, the system didn't say a skill can only be used once per match. He suddenly realized that as long as the triggering conditions were met, these two causal law skills seemed to have no use. This discovery ignited a glimmer of hope in Souček's despairing heart. The match reached the 65th minute. Liverpool pressed forward, even their two wingbacks advanced past the halfway line. Only Carragher and Skrtel remained on the back line. Manchester United struggled to regain possession of the ball, and veteran Scholes sharply noticed the huge gap behind Liverpool's defense. Without hesitation, he swung his right foot and delivered a penetrating long pass. The ball flew like a precision-guided missile, heading straight into the heart of Liverpool's penalty area. At the moment Scholes kicked the ball, Souček gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of strength in his body, dragging his heavy legs, and sprinting desperately toward the ball's landing point. Stop him! Liverpool goalkeeper Reina shouted. Carragher and Skrtel were on high alert, forming a perfect double team to block Souček's path. The ball landed in the 6-yard box, bouncing on the wet grass. Souček rushed to the ball, but he despaired to find Carragher's strong body pressed against his left side, and Skrtel's arm was resting on his right shoulder. The triggering condition of no physical contact within a meter was completely destroyed. Die, kid! Carragher roared, extending his long leg ready to clear the ball out of play. In this critical moment, Souček made a bold, even reckless move. He gave up on trying to reach the ball. He used Carragher's force to tilt his body sharply to the left. Not only that, but at the moment he fell, he discreetly extended his left foot in front of Carragher's right foot, which was about to land. Bang! Carragher had no idea Souček would pull such a move, and his right foot firmly landed on Souček's foot, the tremendous inertia causing him to lose his balance instantly. Ouch! Carragher screamed, his massive body collapsing forward like a cut-down log. In the direction he fell happened to collide with another center-back, Skrtel. Bang! Ouch! The two ironclad Liverpool center-backs comically collided in their own 6-yard box, tumbling together like a couple of rolling gourds. The referee's whistle remained in his mouth, yet he did not blow it. Because Souček's action was too discreet from the referee's perspective, it appeared that Carragher lost his footing and fell, taking out his teammate. At this moment, the ball that had been deflected landed squarely on the knee of Souček, who was sprawled on the ground. Just as Carragher and Skrtel fell, the area within a meter around them instantly cleared out. Ding! Detecting that the host is within the 6-yard box. Detecting that there is absolutely no tight marking or physical contact within a meter, the enemies have all self-destructed. Master of eating goals forcibly activated. Souček lay in the mud, not moving at all. The ball, under the force of gravity, came crashing down on his right knee that was tense from anxiety. Thud! A dull sound echoed. The ball ricocheted oddly off Souza's knee, not following the laws of physics to bounce upward, but instead flying like a ground-hugging cue ball, skimming the grass at a concealed angle, squeezing through the gaps between the fallen bodies of Carragher and Skirtle, slowly rolling toward the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Reyna was already distracted by the two defenders' tumble. By the time he saw the ball rolling out, it was too late for him to dive and save. He could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled into the goal for the second time. 12. Manchester United had turned the tide. Carragher and Skirtle sat on the ground looking at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and humiliation. These two hulking men, both over 6 feet tall, had just let a beanpole lying on the ground block a ball. What the hell is this hellish joke? GL. Martin Tyler's roar echoed in the broadcast booth. Souza. He scored again. And in such a comical, unbelievable way. In a prone position, he delivered a fatal strike with his knee. Liverpool's defense has become a complete joke. The two center-backs even collided with each other. Souza seems to possess a magical ability to lower the IQ of the opposing defense. The Manchester United bench erupted in cheers. Ferguson excitedly yanked the zipper of his jacket open and vigorously waved his fist at the sky. Meanwhile, Souza remained quietly lying on the grass at Anfield. He looked at the ball calmly lying in the net, feeling no elation, only a deep sense of powerlessness. Once again I scored while lying down. Can this skill not let me stand up and show off, just once? Souza sighed sadly in his heart. But he quickly adjusted his mindset. No matter how ugly the posture, scoring is what matters. He slowly climbed up from the ground, brushing the mud off his knee. Then he turned his head to look at Carragher, who was sitting on the ground with a pale face. Honest oral liquid act. I warned you earlier that your defense is as riddled with holes as my grandmother's wooden fence in the backyard. Souza's voice was flat now. It seems that not only is your defense poor, but you can't even stand firm. Do you need me to call an ambulance for you? This statement struck Carragher's heart like a poisoned dagger. The Liverpool vice-captain trembled with rage, his eyes nearly popping out. If it weren't for Skirtle holding him tightly by the side, he would have definitely rushed up to strangle Souza. The match continued. Having conceded 2 goals, both scored in humiliating fashion by the same kid from the Dacia Kingdom, Liverpool's mentality completely collapsed. The Anfield fans ceased singing their team song, and instead unleashed a chorus of despairing boos directed not only at Souza, but also at the poor performance of the home side. Liverpool's players completely lost their minds, abandoning tactical organization and madly charged toward Manchester United's half like a swarm of headless flies. This all-out assault played right into Ferguson's hands. In the 82nd minute, a lethal opportunity arose once more. Liverpool made a passing error in the front and Vidic intercepted. Vidic passed the ball to Scholes, who delivered a long pass directly behind Liverpool's defense. At this moment, most of Liverpool's half was deserted. Souza burst out like an arrow released from a bow the moment Scholes kicked the ball. Although his speed was a pathetic 56 points, Liverpool's defense was pushed too far up, and the two center-backs Carragher and Skirtle could not catch up in time. Souza received the ball near the center circle. This was an excellent unknown opportunity. Over 50,000 pairs of eyes were focused on the slender figure in the number 39 jersey, who was running alone and determinedly toward the goal on the lush green grass of Anfield. Stop him. Hurry, stop him. The Liverpool fans let out a desperate wail. Goalkeeper Reyna charged out like a cornered beast, clawing at Souza, trying to block all his shooting angles. Souza advanced to about 2 meters outside the top of the penalty area. Reyna had already rushed to the edge of the box, only less than 10 meters away from him. As long as Souza took another step forward, Reyna would surely dive at him, without hesitation, taking both man and ball down. Exhausted, Souza's legs felt weak, almost unable to support his weight. I'm done for if I keep this up. Souza gritted his teeth and suddenly stopped in his tracks 20 meters from the goal. No unnecessary adjustments, no fancy feints. Souza swung his right leg and struck the ball hard under Reyna's terrified gaze. Bang! At that moment, Souza closed his eyes. In his mind, the shimmering golden crosshair once again locked onto the top right corner of Liverpool's goal. Target point set. Detecting that the host has completed the shooting motion, God's crosshair forcibly acted. Causal law correction initiated. In the real world, Souza's hurried shot, due to exhaustion and an unstable supporting foot, once again resulted in a serious miss. The ball flew weakly into the air, resembling a completely harmless clearance, drifting far off target and heading toward the corner flag. He missed again. This useless waste. Even an unknown chance turned out like this. The Liverpool fans in the stands, who had just been filled with despair, erupted into laughter as if they had survived. Reyna also stopped, taking a long sigh of relief as he watched the ball head toward the corner flag. Yet history often repeats itself. Just as the ball passed over Reyna's head, about to fly out of play, that invisible, unbreakable wall of air appeared once more. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, that softball abruptly paused in midair for a fraction of a second, then forcefully altered its trajectory at an outrageous angle. It descended violently like a black meteor, tracing an extremely twisted arc of death through the air, crashing forcefully into the top right corner of the goal. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed in the silent Anfield Stadium, seemingly amplified countless times. The ball lodged in the net, spinning violently. 13. Souček completed an incredible hat-trick at Anfield in the devilish away game of the Red Devil. The mocking expressions on the faces of Liverpool fans instantly froze as if they had received a resounding slap. Reina stood dazed on the edge of the penalty area, watching the ball in the net, his legs giving way as he fell to the grass, filled with utter despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Reina clutched his head in agony. This is a devilish curve. No one can produce such a physics-defying shot twice. On the sideline, Sir Ferguson did not leap up to cheer like a playful old man this time. He merely stood quietly in the coaching area, his gaze deep as he watched the expressionless Souček on the field. The old man's wrinkled hands trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress his nearly manic joy. Genius. No, this is a monster. Ferguson murmured, a monster who can turn the worst mistakes into the deadliest kills. On the field, Souček limped toward the Liverpool loyal fans with his nearly broken legs. He did not rush to celebrate, nor did he embrace his teammates. He slowly raised his right hand, placing his index finger to his lips, making the classic gesture that all Liverpool fans loathed the most. Shoo! Anfield, the scariest home ground in the Premier League, was completely silenced by an 18-year-old boy from Dacia. On September 19th, the post-match press conference. The atmosphere in the press room at Anfield was so oppressive it felt as if one could wring water from it. The air was not only thick with the suffocating gunpowder scent of the intense rivalry, but also filled with a collective bewilderment, as if pressed down by some supernatural force. Liverpool's head coach Kenny Dalglish wore a grim expression, hastily concluding his speech, which resembled a disaster report retreating through a side door under the hungry gaze of dozens of Liverpool-affiliated media members. Taking his place at the center of the podium was the triumphant Sir Alex Ferguson, along with the absolute focus of the match, Souček, who had performed a bizarre hat trick. Click, click. Flashbulbs rained down on Souček's face, which bore an expression devoid of emotion due to exhaustion and passive skills. Below, the reporters from Fleet Street were like a pack of bloodthirsty sharks, whispering to each other, their eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and malice. They were desperate to extract something from the mouth of this young man from the Great Xia country. A rookie who had forcibly embraced the enemy coach before the match completed a hat trick with his buttocks the back of his head, and a move that could be deemed sorcery, and made a shut-up gesture to the KOP stand after scoring. This was simply the ultimate traffic machine granted by God to the British tabloids. As soon as the press officer announced the beginning of the QA session, veteran journalist David Maddock from the Liverpool Echo sprang up from the front row like a coiled spring. Good evening, Sue. Maddock's tone was laced with unabashed hostility and a hint of trap setting. Firstly, Liverpool fans were impressed by your performance today. However, we are very curious why before the kickoff of such a match filled with a century of hatred you suddenly crossed half the pitch to forcibly hug our coach, Mr. Dalglish. Maddock's piercing gaze fixed on Souček as he forcefully pushed the microphone forward. May I ask if this provocative act was intended to infuriate the entire Liverpool team for some ulterior psychological warfare goal? Or was it simply your blatant disdain for Anfield as a Manchester United player? This question could not be described as anything but sharp. If Souček admitted it was to provoke the opponent, then the entire media in England would label him as arrogant, uncultured, and psychologically dark by tomorrow. The FA might even use this as an excuse to impose additional penalties on him. In the corner of the press room, Chloe, who had just become Souček's intern agent, had dressed in a smart black professional outfit, blending in among the reporters. Hearing this question, Chloe's heart instantly jumped to her throat. She knew all too well how Souček's uncontrollable mouth could be. Please, for the love of God, say something diplomatic. Just say it was out of respect for the legends, or that you were moved by the atmosphere at Anfield. Whatever you do, don't mess this up. Chloe was anxiously stomping her feet below the stage, her hands clasped together, as she wildly gestured towards Souček on stage, signaling him to think carefully before speaking. However, sitting on stage, Souček was 1,000 times more distraught than Chloe at that moment. Psychological warfare. Disdain. What the hell is psychological warfare? I was terrified to the point of almost collapsing by you tens of thousands of Liverpool giants, if it weren't for that deadly punishment hanging around my neck from the system, who would want to hug that irascible old Scotsman. Souček took a deep breath, desperately organizing the public relations phrases that Chloe had taught him in his mind, preparing to defend himself. Yet history tends to repeat itself in astonishing ways. Just as his vocal cords were about to vibrate, that familiar piercing cold sensation akin to eternal ice surged from deep within his throat. The passive effect of honest oral liquid once again ruthlessly seized control at this critically scrutinized moment. Suze watched helplessly as the innocent expression he had initially tried to squeeze out was forceful. His facial muscles rapidly reconfigured, transforming into a face devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if viewing all things in the world as mere ants. "It's over, I'm going to make the headlines again," Suze internally lamented in despair. But his mouth opened, a calm, indifferent voice, even carrying a hint of a look akin to being intellectually challenged, resonated in the silent press room. "No, you overestimate Liverpool too much." Suze's voice was not loud, but it carried immense penetration. "Liverpool is not worthy of me using psychological warfare. That would be a waste of my intelligence." Boom. The press room instantly erupted with suppressed gasps, and Maddox's face turned ashen. Sitting next to him, Sir Ferguson, though internally elated, still coughed tactically a couple of times. Chloe below covered her eyes in pain, feeling as if her career had ended before it even began. But it wasn't over yet. This terrifying truth machine continued its indiscriminate strikes. "The reason I went to hug Mr. Dalglish is very simple." Suze's gaze swept across the reporters below, speaking in a flat tone as if stating an objective fact, "because during the warm-up I noticed that the deep gray custom trench coat he wore was exquisitely made and should be quite valuable. Moreover," Suze wrinkled his nose slightly, as if recalling a certain scent. "The cologne he used had a very expensive woody fragrance. In a stadium like Anfield, filled with the smells of sweat and mud, he smelled like a moving high-end department store. At that moment I thought, since this old man is so wealthy and has such good taste, if I hug him I might soak up some of his wealth and good fortune, and maybe I could score in today's match." It turned out that my judgment was quite accurate. That's all there is to it. As the words fell, time in the Anfield press room on the evening of September 19, 2010, came to a complete standstill. There was no sound, no movement. Even the flashbulbs seemed to collectively short-circuit at that moment. Dozens of the top sports journalists from all over England maintained their poses, holding recording pens or cameras like a group of statues that had been cursed into stillness. Their brains were frantically processing the words they had just heard. "Not worthy of psychological warfare. Custom trench coat looks expensive. The cologne smells good. Hugging to soak up wealth and good fortune." This was the motivation explanation for a new Manchester United star who had just completed a hat trick at the doubled match towards the arch-nemesis Liverpool's coach. It took a full 10 seconds. No one knew who reacted first. Then the entire press room erupted like boiling water, instantly bursting into chaos. "My God, what is he saying? Soak up good fortune. Cologne. This is definitely the most absurd and ridiculous reason for pre-match provocation I've ever heard in my journalistic career. This kid is simply insane. What does he think the doubled match is? A high-end department store fragrance trial area?" The reporters frantically recorded, some even excitedly dropping their pens. Maddox from the Liverpool Echo was trembling with rage, pointing at Suze, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Sir Alex Ferguson, sitting on stage, was red-faced with suppressed amusement. He had originally thought Suze would act like a headstrong rookie and trade barbs with the reporters, or like last time spout some absurd tactical remark about clean shoes. But he never expected this kid could explain a pre-match hug filled with tension in such a refreshing and unconventional way, so full of the smell of money and absurdity. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Sir Ferguson could no longer contain himself, using violent coughs to mask his nearly crumbling expression management. He pressed down on Suze's microphone and shouted towards the audience, "All right, this press conference is over. This kid ran too much on the field today. His olfactory nerves might be a little off. He needs to rest." After finishing, Ferguson grabbed Suze, who was still maintaining a poker face due to the effects of honest oral liquid, and almost fled the press room amidst the chaos and flashing lights. In the backstage corridor, Chloe rushed over in high heels like a whirlwind. She grabbed Suze's arm, her bright blue eyes filled with despair and anger. "Are you crazy, Sue? Do you know what you just said?" Chloe growled in a low voice, her ample chest rising and falling violently. "Cologne. Soak up good fortune. Tomorrow, all the newspapers in the UK will paint you as a materialistic, frivolous, mentally ill lunatic. You ruined my public relations plan." Suze broke free from Chloe's grip, leaning weakly against the cold wall of the corridor. He looked at the furious beauty agent, feeling a deep frustration he couldn't articulate. He couldn't possibly tell Chloe, "I was hijacked by something called the Superstar Behavioral Art System. If I didn't hug that old man, I would have to run naked in front of 50,000 people singing the Liverpool team song." Could he? "Chloe," Suze took a deep breath, maintaining a cool expression, "this is real football. I just spoke the truth. If those reporters can't handle the truth, that's their problem, not mine. You?" Chloe was almost struck with a heart attack by Suze's nonchalant attitude. However, what neither Chloe nor Suze nor even Sir Ferguson expected was They severely underestimated the peak overinterpretation abilities of the British tabloid reporters from Fleet Street, and also grossly underestimated how terrifying the media's tolerance and imagination could be towards an oddity that didn't play by the rules in this era of idol creation. The next morning, as the streets of England were still shrouded in mourning mist, newspaper kiosks across the country had already sold out. Chloe, sporting two heavy dark circles under her eyes, sat on Sue's apartment sofa, holding a stack of newspapers still emitting the scent of ink. She had prepared herself to face a storm of insults, even drafting a resignation letter in her mind. But when she opened the best-selling Sun newspaper, she was instantly petrified. The front page of the Sun did not feature words like arrogant lunatic or clown. Instead, it showcased a large photo occupying the entire page. In the picture was the moment Suze tightly embraced Dalglish before the match. The photographer captured it from a unique angle, showing Suze with his eyes closed, desperately counting down, his cheek pressed against Dalglish's shoulder, exuding an inexplicable sense of sanctity and tranquility. Above this photo, a bold, large black headline read, "Beyond a century of hatred, Suze resolves hostility with a hug. The peacemaker of Anfield." Chloe rubbed her eyes in disbelief and hurriedly read the text below. This was a depth commentary article written by a renowned columnist, filled with spine-tingling praise and utterly absurd philosophical interpretations. On this night, filled with violence, fouls, and unrestrained insults of the doublered match, we witnessed a miracle. Many people cannot understand why this young star from Manchester United would make such a shocking move before the match. His reasoning given during the post-match interview was even more laughable, just for cologne and to soak up good fortune. If you truly believe that this was his intention, then you are very foolish. This is precisely Suze's most brilliant and profound disguise. Imagine in that hostile stadium the flames of hatred nearly consuming everything. But Suze, this young man from the ancient Eastern country, was not infected by this hostility. He used an absurd, even mocking reason to cover up his true purpose of resolving hatred with love. He did not hesitate to lower himself with materialistic and frivolous labels just to cool down that intensely charged moment. He was using this almost self-mocking way to tell everyone football is just a sport. It should not bear the heavy, bloody grievances of a century. He is unworthy of using psychological warfare. Yes, because he doesn't even care to use psychological warfare. He only cares about the purity and beauty of football itself. With a hug, he diffused the anger of Liverpool fans. With his self-deprecation after the match, he drew all the media's firepower towards himself. This is a football philosopher who transcended primitive confrontations. This is a noble peacemaker. He gave the restless modern football world the most vivid lesson in Eastern philosophy through his actions and words. Thud. Chloe's coffee cup fell to the carpet, the brown liquid splattering on her high heels, but she was completely oblivious. She stared blankly at the text in the newspaper, then turned to look at Suze, who was sprawled on the bed sleeping like a dead pig with drool at the corner of his mouth. Noble. Peacemaker. Eastern philosophy lesson. Chloe felt her worldview had suffered a catastrophe. She even began to doubt whether what she had heard about Soot and Cologne in the press conference yesterday was just her. What kind of crap are these British reporters filling their heads with? Can this really be washed clean? And so refreshingly and epically at that. Chloe took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the absurdity that welled up within her. Her commercial radar as a top agent, after a brief stall, suddenly began to issue frantic warnings. Regardless of how the media speculated, regardless of whether Suze was a true lunatic, one thing was certain: this kid's current traffic and topic level had completely detonated the entire European football scene. 5,000 weekly salary. No, that's too low. Chloe picked up the coffee cup from the ground, took out her phone, and quickly dialed the office number of Manchester United CEO David Gill. Hello, is this Mr. Gill's secretary? I'm Suze's agent. Please inform Mr. Gill that our asking price for Sue's contract renewal has changed. We want a superstar contract worthy of the new king of Old Trafford and football philosopher. Yes, right now, immediately. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee whether Sue will deliver a speech on Manchester United management is like a shriveled hot dog on the training ground tomorrow. After hanging up, Chloe looked at the still soundly sleeping Suze. Regardless of whether you are a deity or a lunatic, now that you are on this pirate ship, prepare for the storm of wealth, my peacemaker. September 22nd, 10 a.m. In the spacious office of CEO David Gill at Manchester's Trafford Training Centre. The air seemed to solidify into substance with only the ticking sound of the antique clock on the wall remaining. David Gill, the shrewd and capable CEO of Manchester United, was currently frowning as he leaned back in his large leather chair. In his hand was a cup of cold coffee, his gaze darting back and forth across the young woman radiating confidence sitting across the desk. Chloe was wearing an aggressively striking burgundy business suit today, her long hair neatly tied up, and her bright blue eyes shimmered with unabashed commercial ambition. In front of her lay 3 thick documents. Mr. Gil, I think we no longer need to continue this tentative game. Chloe's slender fingers lightly tapped the top document marked Manchester United Youth Training Contract Upgrade, draft, her voice crisp and undeniably assertive. Suze is still under a youth apprenticeship contract with a weekly salary of $800. What has he brought to Manchester United in the past half month? Chloe suddenly pushed the second document in front of Gil. It was a thick stack of dense data reports, and in his debut at Old Trafford, he scored the winning goal against Aston Villa in the high-stakes derby. He performed a hat trick in the first half, completely dominating Anfield. More importantly, his commercial value and online traffic have entirely surpassed that of an average football player. Chloe pointed at the red line on the report that soared like a rocket. His related video views on YouTube have exceeded 50 million. Discussions about his Eastern philosophy and peace ambassador have dominated the global trending topics for 3 consecutive days. Leaning forward, hands on the table, Chloe stared aggressively at David Gil. He is not just the deadliest striker for Manchester United. He is the most talked about, trend-setting superstar in the Premier League, and even in European football, attracting the younger generation of fans. And you, Manchester United, are still trying to dismiss him with a so-called generous contract of €200 a week for 3 years. David Gil smiled wryly. He certainly understood Sousa's current value, but as the club's CEO, his duty was to manage the salary structure and never let a rookie, who had played less than 5 matches in the first team, disrupt the wage equilibrium in the locker room. Miss Chloe, I admit that Sousa's start has been truly spectacular. But you must understand he is only 18 years old, and the Premier League season is long. No one can guarantee how long this miraculous form will last. Gil attempted to suppress her with experience. A weekly salary of €200 is already a rare high salary in Manchester United's history for a young man who has just stepped up to the first team. Even Cristiano Ronaldo and Wayne Rooney did not receive such treatment at this age. That was in the past, Mr. Gil. Times have changed, and the speed of monetizing traffic has changed. Chloe retorted without backing down, directly flipping open the third document, which she did not push towards Gil, but merely showed him a header logo. It was a light blue color with a sailboat logo printed on it. Manchester City. David Gil's hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly. This is the preliminary offer submitted to me privately by the sports director of Manchester City through a third-party channel yesterday afternoon. Chloe's tone was as cold as an unfeeling assassin. They are willing to directly pay Sousa's trivial youth training breach fee and promise to provide a formal 5-year contract with a base weekly salary of €800. If you include various generous appearance fees and goal bonuses, the total value of this contract would be astronomical. Impossible. David Gil sat up straight, his face turning ashen. Manchester City is blatantly violating the rules by contacting our player. And €800. Are they out of their minds? Buying an 18-year-old who has only played a few good games in youth training. I don't know if Manchester City is crazy, but I know those Middle Eastern oil tycoons are never short of money. What they love to do most is to snatch away the talents that Manchester United covets, just to annoy you. This was, of course, Chloe's bluff. Manchester City had indeed expressed interest through intermediaries, but they had absolutely not made any substantive offers of €800. Yet in negotiations, such half-truths and half-lies are often the deadliest weapons. Especially at a sensitive time when Manchester United's attacking line is stretched thin and Rooney's contract renewal is stalled. David Gil absolutely could not afford the political disaster of letting a star who had just shone brightly in the derby and was hailed as the philosopher of football jump ship to their city rivals. That would drown him in the spittle of Manchester United fans. David Gil took a deep breath, just about to argue that Manchester City's offer was unrealistic, trying to regain the initiative in the negotiation. Ding, ding, ding. The red internal line phone on the desk rang harshly. Gil glanced at the caller ID. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately answered the phone. David, it's Alex. On the other end of the line, Sir Ferguson's iconic Scottish accent, brimming with undeniable authority, was clearly audible in the quiet office. Boss, I'm negotiating with Sousa's agent. Gil glanced at Chloe across the desk, trying to lower his voice. I don't care what that vampire woman has put forth. David listened carefully. Ferguson's voice suddenly rose, carrying a rare urgency. Give him what he wants. Satisfy all her reasonable and even slightly unreasonable requests. But boss, this will disrupt our salary structure. Fuck the salary structure. Ferguson unceremoniously interrupted the CEO, his roar almost penetrating the phone. Wayne's ankle injury is more severe than expected. Owen will be out for at least a month. Aside from that kid from the Great Xia country, I have no one left to use in the attack. This kid is a genius born for the big stage. The wickedness and unpredictability within him are the key pieces I need to reclaim the Premier League title. Ferguson's tone turned stern. If because of your damn financial reports this kid ends up at Manchester City or Chelsea, David, I swear, he'll personally throw you off the roof of Old Trafford. Immediately. Sign that damn contract now. Beep. 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 The phone was... David Gill stood there with the phone frozen in place. He knew Ferguson too well for this Red Devil patriarch to be so desperate to keep a young player was rare in Manchester United's history. Chloe watched David Gill's changing expression with amusement, her heart already blooming with joy. Although she couldn't hear everything on the other end of the line from Ferguson's iconic roar and Gill's pained expression, the outcome was clear. Mr. Gill, it seems Sir Ferguson understands Suze's value better than you do. Chloe smiled as she pushed a brand new contract draft in front of Gill. For 4 years. Base weekly salary of 5,000. Appearance fees and assist bonuses calculated at the standard for the main squad. In addition, because of Suze's position as a forward, we demand a steep-tiered goal bonus clause. If the number of Premier League goals exceeds 10 in a season, an extra 1,000 for each goal. If it exceeds 20, an extra 2,000 for each goal. David Gill looked at this money-grabbing contract draft, feeling his temples throb. 5,000. For an 18-year-old rookie, this was definitely a sky-high contract in the Premier League of 2010. This meant Suze's annual salary would directly enter the realm of 2.5 million, instantly placing him among the high earners in Manchester United. But thinking of Ferguson's earlier threat of throwing him from the top, and the rumors of Manchester City's poaching like a thorn in his back, Gill sighed helplessly, took out the gold-trimmed Mont Blanc pen from his suit pocket, and signed his name on the heavy contract. At the same time, in the first-team locker room at Carrington, Suze was slumped in front of his locker holding an ice pack against his still aching right knee. His teammates around him were enthusiastically discussing the Champions League match from the night before, but whenever there was a lull, someone would come over and look at him with a strange gaze, as if observing a rare animal. Even the usually serious Scholes, when passing by him, gave him a rare pat on the shoulder and quietly said, "Sue, although I still don't quite understand your way of scoring by kicking the ball off, as long as you can score, I would applaud you even if you pooped at Anfield." Suze replied with a "Thank you, brother Paul," but inside he was bleeding profusely. He knew too well his current positioning in the locker room. Not a technical genius nor a tactical core, but a thoroughgoing mystical monster dominating the Premier League through unknown sorcery and extreme arrogance. At this moment the locker room door swung open. Chloe walked in wearing high heels, holding something in a beautifully crafted leather folder, her face glowing. A chorus of whistles erupted in the entire locker room. For these hormonally charged Premier League stars, an intelligent and powerful female agent was a rare sight at Carrington. Rooney even let out a lewd whistle and jokingly teased, "Hey Sue, your beautiful agent has come to check on you. Do we need to step out for a moment?" Suze ignored Rooney's teasing, looking at Chloe's flower-like smiling face, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. "Sue, sign this." Chloe walked up to Suze, handing him 2 thick contracts from the folder along with an expensive Parker pen. "What is this?" Suze asked, a bit confused as he took the contracts. "The first step you take to truly reach the pinnacle of this world." Chloe's eyes sparkled with the light of money as she lowered her voice and spoke in an excited tone that only Suze could hear. "For years, 5,000 weekly. Not to mention the exorbitant goal bonuses. Sue, from today on you will no longer need to buy discounted sandwiches at those cheap convenience stores. You are now a true star at Old Trafford, a millionaire. 5,000 weekly." Upon hearing that figure, Suze felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy bomb, losing his ability to think with a buzz. The hardships he endured in the youth training camp, even in his dreams, he never imagined such a sum. Converted into his homeland's currency, this is several million in annual salary. His hand holding the pen began to shake uncontrollably, and his heart felt like it was about to leap out of his throat. He wanted to jump up, excitedly hug Chloe, and spin around 3 times, then shout, "I'm finally rich. I'm going to buy a sports car. Buy a mansion." However, at this moment when he desperately wanted to vent his joy, the chilling sensation that felt like ancient ice once again brutally sealed his vocal cords. The passive effect of honest oral liquid forbids the host from displaying the behavior of a country bumpkin in the face of such immense benefit. The joy on Suze's face was forcibly smoothed out, replaced by an ultimate cold demeanor, as if money. Looking at the astronomical figure on the contract, there was no hint of greed in his eyes. Instead, there was a sense of detachment, as if he had seen through the mundane. In front of his curious teammates, he spoke in a calm, indifferent tone, delivering a hard truth that almost gave Chloe a heart attack. 5,000. Suze's voice was not loud, but in the now quiet locker room it sounded exceptionally jarring. "It seems David Gill's vision is still too narrow. This amount barely covers a few tailor-made suits from Savile Row or buying the most basic Aston Martin." As he casually signed his flamboyant name on the contract, he continued in a tone that could infuriate anyone, "Chloe, next time you negotiate you ought to be tougher. For a superstar who completed a hat trick at Anfield and saved Manchester United's attack, this weekly salary is simply an insult to my football philosophy." Thud. The half bottle of mineral water Rooney was holding fell to the ground, spilling water everywhere. In the entire locker room, all Manchester United players, including those big shots earning over 1-0 a week, looked at this 18-year-old kid from the great Sia country as if he were a monster. 5-0 weekly, and he still thinks it's too little. Just enough to buy a few suits. This kid's appetite and arrogance are even more incomprehensible than his scoring style. Chloe stood nearby, her face turning from joy to deep red. She bit her back teeth, desperately suppressing the impulse to smash the thick contract over Suze's head. This bastard. Does he know how much drama and bluffing I went through in front of David Gill for this 5-0? Chloe screamed in her heart. But looking at Suze's face, which remained unfazed after signing, Chloe could only force a smile that looked worse than crying, snatch the contract back, and stomp away in her high heels. She feared that if she stayed any longer, she would really lose control and kill someone. At this moment, Suze watched Chloe's furious departure, his heart bleeding. Oh God, I really don't think it's too little. I'm so excited I might wet my pants. Why does this damn passive make me act like a nouveau riche who looks at money as if it were dirt? But regardless of how broken Suze's heart was at this moment in the locker room at Old Trafford, with the signing of this exorbitant contract and his extremely arrogant declaration of thinking it's too little, Suze, who had been struggling at the edge of the reserve team over a month ago, firmly established his status as a top star in the Premier League. Mid-October, London Cobham training base. As the double champion of the Premier League and FA Cup last season, Chelsea's early form this season remains scorching hot. Under the guidance of the Italian master Carlo Ancelotti, this iron-blooded blue army, built with substantial funds from Abramovich, is leading the Premier League table with an overwhelming presence. However, today in the tactical analysis room at Cobham, the atmosphere appears somewhat grave. In front of the large tactical board, Ancelotti, dressed in a sharp, dark training suit, had his trademark left eyebrow raised high. He held a red marker in his hand, drawing a large and conspicuous red circle on the tactical board. In the center of the red circle were two pinyin letters, Suze. The lighting in the tactical room was dim, and a projector was repeatedly playing a video clip on the screen in front. It was a compilation of Manchester United's away victory against Liverpool with a score of 31 in the double red match. More precisely, it was a slow-motion replay of Suze's 3 goals that completed his hat trick in that match. Chelsea's defensive stalwart and iron-blooded captain John Terry, along with world-class left-back Ashley Cole, were sitting in the front row, both wearing exceptionally serious expressions. Stop. Ancelotti pressed the pause button on the remote, freezing the frame on Suze's outrageous slipe-and-shoot goal. The ball took a bizarre curve midair, finding the dead corner, as the desperate expression of Liverpool's goalkeeper Reina was magnified countless times by the close-up shot. Gentlemen, I believe you have all watched this footage countless times. Ancelotti turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping over each Chelsea player present, his tone deep and powerful. Those foolish journalists from Fleet Street have hailed this kid from the great summer country as some greenfield philosopher and a genius who has mastered spatial magic. He struck the red circle on the tactical board with a marker, making a dull sound. But to me, that's all nonsense. This tactical master, who once led AC Milan to 2 Champions League titles, demonstrated his extreme rigor and keen insight. I spent an entire night analyzing the running patterns, ball touch habits, and physical data of this young man, named Suze, frame by frame. Ancelotti pointed at the large screen. Then I arrived at a conclusion that is completely opposite to those media outlets that only seek sensationalism. Terry leaned slightly forward, listening intently. As one of the top defenders in the Premier League, he always felt an inexplicable discomfort when watching Suze's match footage. The way he scores goals is simply unconventional. His fatal weaknesses are as numerous as a sieve. Ancelotti began to rapidly list a few data points on the tactical board. First, his physical fitness is extremely poor. In matches against Aston Villa and Liverpool, his effective running distance was even less than that of our goalkeeper Cech. Most of the time, he is just strolling on the field, or rather evading running. Second, his absolute speed is very slow. If there were a 30-meter sprint, I would bet that even the 30-something Drogba could outpace him by 5 meters. Third, and most importantly, Ancelotti's gaze sharpened. His ability to withstand physical challenges is nearly zero. Ancelotti pulled up the footage of Suze rolling on the ground in the second half of the double red match after being knocked down by Mascherano and Carragher. Look here. As long as Liverpool's players apply even a little bit of pressure on him, he will lose his balance like a dried leaf. He can't even perform the most basic back-to-goal receiving and shielding of the ball. A slight murmur arose in the tactical room. The Chelsea players were seasoned veterans in the Premier League, and they certainly recognized Suze's serious deficiencies in physical confrontations. Boss, if he's so weak, how does he score so many goals? Terry couldn't help but ask, his brow furrowed. That goal where he lay on the ground and deflected with his knee, and that falling leaf shot that changed direction in midair, surely they can't all be explained by luck, right? John, that's his most cunning aspect. Ancelotti nodded approvingly, walking up to Terry. He is very aware of his weaknesses, so he employs a rare hide-and-seek playing style to mask his lack of physical confrontation ability. Ancelotti struck the tactical board again. All of his goals rely on two stringent conditions. Either he finds an absolute unmarked space within the penalty area, especially near the small box, allowing him to use his bizarre instinct for goal-scoring akin to Inzaghi to deliver a killer blow, or he gains uninterrupted kicking space from about 30 meters away from the goal to execute those outrageous long shots. Ancelotti looked at the central defenders Terry and Alex. Therefore, the method to crack this so-called mystical shooter is actually very simple enough that it doesn't require any complex tactical systems. He strode to the tactical board and drew a large X over Souze's name with a red pen. Ancelotti's voice echoed in the tactical room, carrying an undeniable dominance. John and Alex, we are visiting Old Trafford this weekend. Your task is singular. Do not give him space inside the penalty area, nor give him any free kick opportunities within 30 meters. As long as you stick to him like two pieces of chewing gum, one on the left and one on the right, denying him any opportunity to turn, shoot, or even breathe. Remember, do not use any zonal marking, nor try to predict his erratic movements. As long as the ball is in Manchester United's half, use your bodies to suppress him. With your muscles, with your physicality, ensure he can't even touch the ball. If you stick to him, he is a complete... Terry nodded, clenching his fist. As Chelsea's iron-blooded captain, dealing with such a physically frail technical forward was right up his alley. Don't worry, boss. He'll make sure he spends the entire match lying on the grass at Old Trafford eating dirt. Not just Chelsea. At Arsenal's training base in Coney, manager Wenger was also frowning and pondering over the video footage. At Manchester's Etihad Stadium, Manchester City's manager Mancini was similarly rehearsing Souze's movements on the tactical board. As Souze's fame skyrocketed in the Premier League and across Europe, the astonishing goal-scoring efficiency he exhibited in the previous matches finally raised the alertness of the top managers at major clubs. Those tactical analysts who once scoffed at this kid from the great summer country began to scrutinize his match footage with a magnifying glass frame by frame. They attempted to unravel the eerie causality that surrounded Souze using the most rigorous science and tactical theories. An invisible net is quietly being cast over the whole Premier League. All teams are rolling up their sleeves ready to teach this greenfield philosopher, who has been elevated by the media, a harsh lesson named reality through the most ruthless English-style defense in the upcoming matches. At this moment, Souze was completely oblivious to all of this. Or rather, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. Because he was now facing a problem more troublesome than the combined efforts of all defenders in the Premier League. In Manchester, inside Souze's upscale apartment. Achoo! Souze sneezed heavily, rubbing his slightly itchy nose. He was sitting barefoot on the expensive leather sofa in the living room with various colorful documents, faxes, and even several exquisitely packaged gift boxes piled on the coffee table in front of him. Ever since signing that exorbitant contract with a weekly salary of £50,000, Souze's quality of life has indeed undergone a qualitative leap. He finally moved out of that rental apartment which had erratic heating and into a high-end apartment with a monthly rent of £5,000. However, the material wealth did not bring him much ease. Because the woman controlling all his off-field affairs in this apartment was even more dictatorial than Ferguson. So if you dare to reply to those female fans' comments on Twitter without my permission again, I will immediately hack into your account and change the password to the birthday of that cafeteria lady Doris, whom you hate the most. Chloe was wearing a smart white silk shirt and a black pencil skirt today, and the silver-rimmed glasses on her nose glinted with a cold light. She held a red marker, swiftly crossing out items on a schedule. And this an invitation to a fashion show from a brand called Victoria's Secret I declined for you. Although they offered a high appearance fee, your current persona is that of a disillusioned philosopher of the football world, not some male model flaunting his looks. This would severely damage your high-end commercial value, Chloe said without looking up, her tone filled with undeniable authority. Souze slumped on the sofa, feeling helpless. How he wished to shout back. I'm a normal 18-year-old passionate youth. I want to see the Victoria's Secret show. I want to reply to female fans. What disillusioned philosopher? That was all imposed on me by you damn media. However, the passive effect of the honest oral liquid once again ruthlessly suppressed his rebellion. His facial muscles instantly stiffened, becoming an expression like that of a monk in meditation. Souze looked coldly at Chloe, his voice steady, as if it carried no ripple. Chloe, your decision is very wise. Those trivial commercial activities indeed distract me from my focus on the field. As my agent, you have fulfilled your duties well. Chloe paused her pen and looked up at Souze. Though she had gradually gotten used to Souze's occasional bursts of seemingly emotionless, brutal honesty, each time she heard it, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This kid's mental fortitude is simply abnormally strong. How could he remain so calm in the face of so much money and temptation? Very well, it's best if you think this way. I came here today not only to confirm this week's commercial schedule with you, but also to inform you of something very important. She pulled out a beautifully bound draft contract from the bottom of the pile of documents and pushed it in front of Suze. This is the preliminary endorsement intention letter from Adidas European headquarters. They are very interested in your highly topical and contrasting persona and are preparing to customize a special series of football shoes for you. If negotiations go smoothly, this will be a 5-year contract worth over £10 million. 10 million. Suze's heart skipped a beat upon hearing that figure. He felt his breathing quicken. £10 million, that's nearly 100 million great summer country dollars. This money is enough for him to buy an English League One team and become the owner himself. He wanted to jump up excitedly and give Chloe a big hug. But tragically, the passive skill still controlled his body. Suze gave the contract draft a scrutinizing glance, then spoke in a flat tone. £10 million. It's barely acceptable. But this is just a preliminary intention. I don't want you to waste too much energy over such a small amount until I see the final signed version. Your primary task now is to manage the relationship between me and those idiot journalists from Fleet Street, ensuring they won't interpret my tactical runs into some goddamn Tai Chi. Small amount. £10 million is called a small amount. Is this kid misunderstanding money? Or is he actually some long-lost illegitimate child of a Middle Eastern oil tycoon? Chloe took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to throw coffee in Suze's face, gritting her teeth as she said, "Don't worry, my big boss. I've already arranged everything regarding PR. As long as you don't pull any stunts in the upcoming matches, I guarantee to package you as the most perfect commercial icon in the entire Premier League." Suze silently shed tears in his heart. Stunts. Do you think I wanna? But this damned system is about to upgrade. He looked at the attribute panel on his retina, which was already at the critical point and flashing red, and an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. In late October, the autumn wind in Manchester bore a chilling bite, and every morning the grass at Carrington Base was covered with a thin layer of white frost. The first-team locker room was always a closed space filled with male hormones, the odor of sweat, and a strong sense of class barriers. Here the gang culture of the Premier League giants was vividly displayed. Since the departure of fiery Irish captain Roy Keane, the voice of authority in Manchester United's locker room has been firmly held by the class of '92 legends like Gary Neville, Giggs and Scholes, along with the defensive titans Ferdinand and Vidic. For newcomers trying to establish themselves here, merely being able to run and jump on the pitch is far from sufficient. They must endure various forms of intimidation masquerading as tradition from the veteran players. This morning's tactical session had just concluded, and the atmosphere in the locker room felt particularly oppressive. The newly signed Mexican forward known as Little P. Javier Hernandez stood anxiously in front of his locker. He had just crossed the Atlantic this summer, basking in the glow of being a prodigy, always wearing a sunny smile, his English still a bit halting, but he greeted everyone he met embodying the spirit of a good boy. However, this innocence made him a prime target for some of the seasoned players in the Premier League locker room. "Hey, flea from Mexico, keep your dirty towel away from me. That training kit stained with mud has ruined my custom leather shoes." The speaker was a local English substitute defender named Steve. At 28, he had been with Manchester United's first team for 4 to 5 years, and though he had hardly played, not even making the core rotation, he always took the lead in bullying newcomers attempting to assert his minuscule presence as a veteran. Chewing gum, Steve casually tossed a pair of his own foul-smelling socks, exuding a strong sour odor, right at Hernandez's feet. "Since you love cleaning so much, why not wash these socks for me? Remember to hand wash machine, washing will ruin the fibers." Steve stood with his arms crossed, his tone dripping with condescension. Hernandez was taken aback, his sunlit baby face filled with bewilderment. He stared at the repugnant socks on the floor, gripping the hem of his training kit tightly. He wanted to refuse, but as a newcomer he dared not offend anyone here, fearing that even a small incident would reach the ears of Coach Ferguson and jeopardize his playing time. At the other end of the locker room, Ferdinand was listening to rap music through massive headphones, while Vidic silently wrapped protective bandages around his ankle. The few true big shots paid no attention to this scene. To them, it was merely a compliance test that rookies had to endure. As long as it didn't lead to bloodshed, they couldn't be bothered to intervene. "Hurry up. Your movements are as slow as a Mexican turtle." Steve, seeing that the big shots didn't intervene, grew bolder, even stepping forward to shove Hernandez's shoulder. Creak. At that tense moment, the heavy oak door of the locker room was pushed open. Suze walked in, holding a bottle of electrolyte water just picked up from the nutritionist, rubbing his sore neck as he strolled in leisurely. He had been pestered by a beautiful agent named Chloe these past few days, his mind filled with how to handle the upcoming commercial shoot, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere in the locker room. When Steve saw Suze enter, his eyes lit up, and his malicious intent quickly shifted targets. Compared to the obedient Hernandez, he actually found this little kid from the summer country more irritating. Why should a skinny twig with such poor stamina and just strolling around the pitch earn a weekly salary of £50,000 based on a few miraculous goals? Having spent 5 years at Manchester United, Steve barely scraped by with a weekly salary of £20,000. This intense jealousy drove Steve to want to assert his seniority in front of this hotshot. Oh, isn't this our great football philosopher, the peacekeeper of Old Trafford? Steve turned around, blocking Sousa's path to the locker, dramatically spreading his arms wide, his tone filled with sarcastic mockery. Great philosopher, since you are so charitable, why not help this poor little Mexican with some work? How about going to that storage room and helping me bring over that box of protein powder? As soon as these provocations were uttered, the air in the locker room seemed to freeze instantly. Hernandez looked worriedly at Sousa. Ferdinand also took off one headphone, and Vidic paused his bandaging, all eyes turning to the scene in the center of the aisle. Sousa stopped, looking up at this substitute defender whose name he couldn't even fully recall. Though his body was tired, his mind was exceptionally clear. He understood very well that this was a typical case of bullying the weak and fearing the strong in the locker room. If he went to fetch that box of protein powder today, tomorrow these guys would dare to make him wash the entire team's dirty socks. Get lost, good dogs, don't block the way. Sousa mentally prepared a straightforward and brutal retort to send this clueless guy back, ready to throw down if necessary. After all, his strength was already close to 50, while he couldn't take on Vidic. Dealing with a substitute who spent all his time by the water cooler would be more than enough. However, just as Sousa opened his mouth ready to unleash his innermost thoughts, that bone-chilling sensation, like ancient ice, surged forth from the depths of his throat without warning. The passive effect of honest oral liquid abruptly took control at this sensitive moment, where social tact and locker room politics were desperately needed. Sousa watched helplessly as the fierce expression he had prepared for a fight was forcibly smoothed away. His facial nerves seemed to freeze completely, his facial muscles quickly reconfiguring into an expression devoid of emotional fluctuation, as if he had already seen through all the world's illusions. He silently screamed in despair, "System, don't cause trouble at this moment. I want to curse. Let me honestly, this could be deadly." But his vocal cords had completely slipped from his brain's control. Ding! Detecting the host-facing locker room bullying, temporarily activating the honest, sharp-tongued intelligence support system. Accompanied by the sudden mechanical sound ringing in his mind, a steady, cold voice, objective and clinical, like a medical report, abruptly echoed in the extremely quiet locker room. "Steve, instead of using bullying to cover up your incompetence on the pitch, I strongly recommend you immediately ask the club for sick leave and get a specialist appointment at the infectious disease hospital in downtown Manchester." As soon as the statement was made, everyone was stunned. Steve's mocking grin instantly froze. He completely didn't understand what Sousa was saying. "What? Are you out of your mind? What infectious disease hospital?" Sousa's gaze remained unwavering, directly locking onto Steve's eyes, as if he were an emotionless truth-telling machine, continuing his indiscriminate, devastating strike. "Last weekend, you spent £2,000 on a bottle of Ace of Spades in the VIP room of the Red Mill nightclub, and for 45 minutes you had a French kiss with a stripper wearing a leopard print miniskirt and sporting luscious golden waves. However, you might have missed an important physiological detail due to the effect of alcohol." Sousa's voice echoed in the locker room, each word like a heavy hammer. "That stripper who made you swoon was actually a 38-year-old male, transgender person from Eastern Europe. Although the foundation on his face was thick, he likely hadn't shaved properly, and his stubble must have rubbed your chin." As the words fell, time in the first-team locker room of Carrington in late October 2010 came to a There was no sound, no movement. A dozen top Premier League stars worth millions froze in their last-second poses like a group of statues petrified by Medusa. Their brains frantically processed the nuclear-level gossip they had just heard. Red Mill nightclub. £2,000 for Ace of Spades. Golden waves of a stripper. A 38-year-old Eastern European transgender person. 45 minutes of French kissing. A full 5 seconds of absolute stillness passed. Clang. It was unclear who dropped the steel water bottle on the floor, but the sound ignited like a spark, instantly exploding the entire locker room. Ha! Ferdinand was the first to crack this usually image-conscious England central defender, laughing so hard he tumbled off the bench, pounding the floor with his hands, tears streaming down his face. "Oh my God. An Eastern European truck driver. Steve, you really have a thing for that, huh?" Vidic, whose face was usually fierce and cold, was now beet red, struggling to cough to hide his laughter, while silently giving Sousa a thumbs up. The entire locker room transformed into a joyful madhouse, with veterans laughing uproariously, while several young players crouched on the ground, clutching their stomachs in fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Steve's face, once arrogant and domineering, had completely drained of color, pale as a freshly painted white wall. His legs trembled uncontrollably. He stared at Sousa like he had seen a ghost, his mind flashing back to that crazy night at the nightclub last weekend. No wonder. No wonder he found that spicy girl had a somewhat rough voice, and why it felt strange when he touched the other's Adam's apple. How do you know? Are you stalking me? Steve's voice was shrill like a duck with its tail stepped on, his mental defenses crumbling completely at this moment. Suze stood there, his heart already in turmoil. How do I know? I want to know how I know such things too. System, what have you implanted in my brain to eavesdrop on my life? I clearly spent last weekend doing planks in my apartment, never stepping out the door. But Suze's body responded honestly. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes revealing a depth of, if you want others not to know, you must not do it yourself. He offered no explanation, only gazed at the nearly collapsing Steve with an expression of having seen through all the world's vanities. This unspoken pressure was deadlier than any explanation. Steve could no longer withstand the sharp, mocking gazes in the locker room that felt as cutting as knives. He didn't even bother to pick up the foul socks on the ground, grabbing his backpack from the locker and letting out a horrified scream like a groundhog that had its tail stepped on, fleeing through the door. Bang! The wooden door of the locker room slammed shut. As Steve made his hasty exit, the laughter in the locker room gradually subsided, but the way everyone looked at Suze had undergone a dramatic change. In the culture of Premier League locker rooms, the big shots despised two types of people. One was the petty person who reported behind others' backs, and the other was the hypocritical phony. Suze's performance just now was seen as a symbol of toughness in their eyes. Facing off directly, unflinchingly exposing the hypocritical mask of the seasoned players. This straightforward style of action, implementing a dimensionality reduction strike on the front lines without any petty maneuvers, was exactly to the liking of these British roughnecks. Well done, Sue, Ferdinand exclaimed as he got up from the floor, wiping away tears of laughter, and walked up to Suze, giving a solid pound on his chest. I've been displeased with that softy, who only bullies newcomers for a long time. Your move was a killer shot, just perfect. Vidic also stood up and joined Suze, though he didn't speak. His approving gaze said it all. In the eyes of the Serbian ironclad, this kid from the summer country not only had an edge on the pitch, but also proved to be a hidden ruthless character in the locker room. The most excited was Little P. Hernandez. This newly arrived Mexican forward, who had originally thought he would suffer great humiliation today, was surprised to see his usually cold and detached teammate number 39 step up for him, without hesitation, directly annihilating the team bully. Hernandez quickly walked up to Suze, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He quickly grabbed a brand new lavender-scented warm towel from his locker and respectfully handed it to Suze. Brother Sue. Thank you. Hernandez said in halting English, sincerely, from now on, whenever you need it on the pitch, I'm willing to pass you the ball, every time. You're my big brother here at Manchester United. Suze took the warm towel, maintaining an expressionless demeanor that exuded an air of detached control, nodding slightly, as if everything was within his grasp. Amid the appreciative gazes from Ferdinand and the others, he walked to his locker and slowly sat down. Then internally he was frantically clutching his head, letting out a soul-crushing wail. This is it. Not only am I a socially awkward shooter, but now I've become a twisted information head who knows all the team's secrets. I can't live like this anymore. How can I face these roughnecks in the locker room from now on? But no matter how much Suze's heart collapsed. From that day onward, his ecological niche in Manchester United's locker room underwent a strange and irreversible change. He was no longer the luck-driven rookie who could be taught a lesson by veterans at any moment. He became a tough, mysterious figure brimming with enigma, wielding a terrifying intelligence network who never knifed anyone in the back. Those marginal players who originally wanted to tease him would instinctively tuck in their tails at the mere sight of Suze's emotionless face, fearing that their secret about buying hemorrhoid cream last month would be revealed. Even Ferdinand and Vidic, the defensive titans, exchanged glances, both catching a hint of deep trepidation in each other's eyes. If he can uncover even Steve's private and outrageous nightclub escapades, so clearly this kid's background and intelligence network must be unfathomable. By a twist of fate, the little summer country player Suze unexpectedly secured the position of Big Brother in the Old Trafford locker room. Friday, October 29th. In a luxury apartment in central Manchester, the underfloor heating hummed at full tilt, yet Suze felt chilled to the bone. He stood barefoot in the center of the living room. The eyes that usually read the flight of a ball with uncanny precision were fixed now on a parcel radiating an uncanny aura atop the coffee table. Just minutes earlier, the system's mechanical voice had arrived on schedule, shattering the quiet of the morning. Ding! Detected host strength and endurance attributes have stably surpassed the 60 threshold. Bodily condition meets the Ingchow Pass standard. Superstar Performance Art System Phase 1 of the Ultimate Public Humiliation Chain Mission is now triggered. The very phrase Ultimate Public Humiliation Chain Mission made Suze feel an almost animal urge to pack and flee back to his ancestral home in Dachau to till the soil. The earlier tasks had been embarrassing at worst. Now the system invoked both Ultimate and Chain. It seemed bent on driving him into an abyss. When the mission text bloomed across his retina, he realized how miserly his imagination had been. Task named the Pink Stoic's Tenderness, a gentle blade that pierces the ironclad defense. Mission background: this weekend Monlian will travel to face the defending champions Kyrxi. Satandafukio is the most impregnable fortress in all of Ingchao. Yuehan Teli is its To crack him, you must employ the most subversive, most shaming method imaginable. Expose to him an intimate part of yourself that will rend his ironclad pride. Mission objective: after scoring in the match, immediately remove your jersey and reveal a pink lady's lace undergarment, size considerably large, which you must have been wearing beneath the jersey. The undergarment must bear the following tacky line in bold on the chest: Yuehan Teli, your defending is as soft as my underwear. Display must last no less than 10 seconds. Mission reward: qualification to proceed to Phase 2 of the ultimate task, unlocking the third divine skill. Failure penalty: permanent revocation of all unlocked causal law divine skills, strength and endurance attributes forcibly reset to 0, revert to the original worthless fifth-rate state. System: you bastard. Suze cursed in a raw dashao expletive the instant he read the mission. To strip him of all divine skills. To annihilate his attributes. That was not merely to break his livelihood, but to consign him back to the nightmare of gasping after 2 steps and flying off balance at the slightest impact. What made him collapse further was that as the mission was announced, a parcel had in fact materialized on the coffee table. Hands trembling like a man defusing a bomb, he gingerly opened it. There, brazen and enormous, a pink lace undergarment lay before him, the fatal slogan printed across the chest in heavy black type. Is this even made for a human? Suze snatched the garment up, feeling the coarse shoddy lace bite between his fingers as if his worldview were tearing apart. What was Tai Chi at Leo Telefiud or embracing Dage Leisure at Anfield compared to this? Next to this pink lace monstrosity, the earlier tasks were child's play. This was away at Satandafukio against last season's double winners Kyrxi. Never mind whether his current physique could even find a chance against the steel wall of Teli and Alashi, even if his ancient ancestors rose and he somehow scored. To strip off his jersey and present that pink undergarment with that humiliating slogan, Teli would surely snap. Amidst the roar of tens of thousands of Kyrxi fans, they would tear him to pieces. The Yingzizong would not spare him either. Fines and suspensions inevitable. Worse, what would fans and the press? A cross-dressing pervert. A man who plays football in women's underwear. No, absolutely not, he told himself. I'd rather retire and sell street food than wear that. With that, he hurled the undergarment onto the sofa like a burning brand and buried his face in his hands, howling in anguish. At that moment, the front door clicked as a key turned. The door opened with a crisp creak. "Sue, I've got several new sponsorship drafts you need to look over." "What on earth are you doing?" Kuluoi swept in, wearing a cream trench coat, clutching thick folders and clicking along in high heels. But when her gaze fell upon the garish pink lace on the sofa, and then on Suze crouched with his head in his hands, her words died on her lips. The air in the living room froze. Kuluoi's blue eyes reflected that undergarment. Her expression shifted from bafflement to shock, then settled into a complex mingling of horror and disgust. "Sue," her voice trembled, and she instinctively took a half step back. You actually have this kind of..." Suze snapped his head up and, confronted with a look that measured him as if he were a depraved murderer, felt his stomach drop. He knew he was done for. "No. Listen, I can explain. This isn't mine. This is the sample from a sponsor." He stammered, scrambling to hide the garment behind his back. But his damned passive Chungshir Kufui flared at the worst possible moment and brazenly seized his vote. The panic vanished from his face as if wiped clean. In its place sat a cold, impassive mask. Staring at Kuluo-e in a tone almost robotic, he recited the facts. "This is not a sponsor sample, Kuluo-e. It is a personal piece of equipment I will wear beneath my jersey in the match against Kyrxi this weekend. It possesses irreplaceable tactical significance for me. Though its style is garish and the material poor, this pink undergarment will be my ultimate weapon to breach Satandafukio's defense." Each phrase struck Kuluo-e like a sledgehammer against every fragile assumption she had about her client. Personal equipment. Tactical significance. An ultimate weapon to break a defense. Her mind felt as if it had crashed. She looked from Suze's unbearably earnest face to the outrageously flashy lace, and thought with a shudder that the world had gone mad. "Sue, I am your agent, and I have tried to understand your strange Eastern philosophies and your pre-match rituals," Kuluo-e said, drawing a long breath as she fought the urge to call the police. "But if you truly have a cross-dressing fetish, if you actually intend to play in this pink women's undergarment with that bizarre sentence printed on it..." She closed her eyes in pain. "I simply cannot accept it. Such vulgar, even perverse. This kind of scandal would annihilate everything I have built for your commercial image. No respectable brand will appoint a player known for wearing women's clothing as their ambassador." Inside, Suze wept in silent fury. He did not want to wear it either. Who would choose to be branded a pervert? But if he refused, he would be reduced to the player who could not even hold the ball steady, utterly useless. That would cost him endorsements and might even squander his 50,000 weekly wage at Monlian. He could not reveal the existence of the system. He maintained his icy composure and delivered a tone of absolute authority. My commercial image does not require your concern. You only need to remember that I am your employer. For the weekend match, regardless of what unfolds, your job is to prepare the media statements. Kaluo, he stared at him, her chest heaving. After a full 30 seconds, she turned sharply and slammed the folders down upon the shoe cabinet in the entryway. Fine. You're the boss. If you want to be a pervert, then be one. But if you ruin everything and Monlian fires you, don't expect me to stay and watch you fall into disgrace. With a loud slam, the apartment door shut. Suze collapsed onto the sofa, powerless, staring at the pink lace, as if it were an accusation bereft of tears. What a curse. The match hasn't even begun, and the backyard is already on fire. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away in London, at the Kabamu training base, in Kierx's tactical room, Kerluo Ankyluoti had just concluded a 2-hour session of focused tactical instruction. His board was scrawled with complicated defensive lanes and zonal diagrams. Every arrow converged on the name circled in red: Suze. Gentlemen Monlian are in good form at the moment, particularly that Daxiao lad. His scoring rate borders on. Ankyluoti leaned on the table, eyes sweeping across the assembled Kierxi starters. But I've studied all. He lacks any true ability in direct duels. He is not fast. His goals come either from chaos in the box or from strange, highly fortuitous long shots. His gaze landed on Captain Telly and the Brazilian center-back Alashi. Yuehan Alashi, you are the toughest center-back pairing in Ingshao. This weekend, I want you to be like two walls and lock that Daxiao boy into our half. Give him no room to shoot, not even from 30 meters. If the ball approaches the box, put your bodies on it. Use your muscle to show him that Ingshao defending is not the soft playground of youth football. If we strangle him, Monlian's attack will be half paralyzed. Telly rose and struck his chest, the angles of his face hard with ferocity. Don't worry, boss. Leo Telefeud may indulge him, but at Satandafukio, I will make him learn what a real nightmare is. I'll defend him until he forgets how to walk. A storm was gathering. At its center, Suze hid in the bathroom, and with humiliation and effort pulled the pink lace garment over the faintly defined muscles of his chest. Early November. London Stamford Bridge Stadium. The early winter night sky of England is always dreary enough to stir irritation, with the cold wind mixed with the Thames humidity slicing through the faces of over 40,000 Chelsea fans in the stadium, yet it does nothing to diminish their fervor. Come on, Chelsea! Come on, Chelsea! The deafening cheers reverberated within the cramped confines of Stamford Bridge, creating a wave of sound powerful enough to suffocate. The stadium, filled with a sea of blue, welcomed their greatest foe on the road to defending their title, Manchester United, currently at the top of the league standings. In the players' tunnel, both teams have lined up. The atmosphere is as cold and hard as a piece of iron just taken from the ice house. Chelsea's captain John Terry stood at the front of the line, his chiseled face covered in stubble devoid of any expression, but his wolf-like eyes occasionally darted past the referees, locking onto the black-haired youth in the number 39 jersey of Manchester United. Suze stood behind Rooney, maintaining the ultimate disguise granted by his passive skills, even slightly raising his chin, trying to appear like a detached master. But in reality, his heart had long since crumbled into pieces. Suffocating. Which unscrupulous manufacturer produced this terrible fabric? It's completely non-breathable. Suze lamented frantically in his mind, feeling the large pink lace underwear tightly constricting his pectoral muscles and ribs with each breath he took. The rough, cheap synthetic material scraped against his skin, making his walking posture awkward and stiff. If I start sweating, I'm going to end up with heat rash from this thing. Suze thought in despair, even daring not to make too much of a chest movement, fearing that the humiliating words printed on the underwear would show through the jersey due to the taut fabric. Beep. The long whistle from referee Atkinson finally pierced through the oppressive air of Stamford Bridge, officially igniting this explosive clash between red and blue. From the very first second, the match plunged directly into a brutal melee. Chelsea's coach Ancelotti stood on the sidelines with his hands in the pockets of his black coat. The mousetrap tactic tailored for Suze immediately showcased its terrifying power. In the third minute, Manchester United's midfielder Scholes completed a steal in the backfield, delivering a precise ground pass, trying to find Suze stationed at the front. The ball zipped towards Suze like a surgical knife, cutting through Chelsea's midfield defense, rolling accurately to his feet. Opportunity. Suze felt a surge of joy and prepared to turn to receive the ball. However, just as he turned halfway with his right foot yet to touch the ball, two figures towering like black iron towers charged towards him from both sides. On the left was Chelsea's captain John Terry, a muscular figure standing at 187 meters. On the right was the equally imposing Brazilian center-back Alex, known as the Cannon. These two top muscle-bound players of the Premier League offered Souze no space to stop, turn, or shield the ball. They were like two hydraulic plates closing in on him, trapping Souze's slender body in between. Bang! Souze felt as if he had been struck by two heavy trucks colliding. Heat in his insides churned violently, and his meager 60 points of strength felt utterly fragile against the onslaught of these two elite center-backs. He couldn't even let out a scream. His body exploded out like a crushed hamburger, both feet leaving the ground, as he was forcibly squeezed out between the two players. Slap! Souze landed awkwardly on the grass, chewing on a mouthful of mud, while the ball had long been easily intercepted by Terry, who cleared it to the front. Referee Atkinson stood nearby, merely waving his hand, indifferently signaling for the game to continue. According to the standards of the Premier League, this level of physical confrontation was completely reasonable shoulder-to-shoulder contact, as long as there were no studs shown or obvious pulling. Boo! The stands of Stamford Bridge erupted with deafening laughter and jeers. Go back to the reserve team, you soft-shell shrimp. This is Stamford Bridge, not your backyard, Manchester United. Terry, well done. Smash that Eastern clown's bones. The taunts from Chelsea fans surged like a tide. On the sidelines, Ancelotti nodded in satisfaction and turned to his assistant coach, saying, "Did you see that? I said long ago that as long as we cut off his space and crush him with our bodies, that so-called divine striker from the great Xia Kingdom is just a fragile waste that shatters at a touch. His mystical goals are utterly useless in the face of real defense." Sir Ferguson on the coaching bench was angrily pacing and shouting at the fourth official, protesting the excessive actions of the Chelsea players, but it was all in vain. On the field, Souze struggled to get up, bracing himself with his hands on the grass. His ribs ached as if they were dislocated, especially the damned lace underwear. Due to the fierce collision and tugging earlier, it clung tightly to his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. These lunatics simply have no sense of sportsmanship. Souze cursed wildly in his heart, but outwardly maintained an icy demeanor. The match continued, but for Souze, it was a one-sided torture. Terry and Alex were like two hungry wolves stalking their prey, faithfully executing Ancelotti's meat sandwich tactic. As soon as the ball crossed the halfway line, no matter how Souze positioned himself, one of these hulks would be right behind him, while the other was always ready to flank. In the 12th minute, Nani broke through on the right and crossed the ball, but just as Souze aimed to jump for a header in the penalty area, Alex discreetly nudged his thigh with his knee from behind, and Terry jumped high, heading the ball out of danger, causing Souze to fall awkwardly in the box once again. In the 25th minute, Giggs sent a through ball, and Souze tried to use his speed to evade the offside trap, but Terry skillfully positioned himself to block Souze's sprinting path, shoulder-checking him out of bounds. Throughout the first half, Souze could count his touches on one hand. He felt like a small boat struggling in tumultuous waves. Every attempt to touch the ball was mercilessly crushed by Chelsea's ironclad defense. Worse still, Souze's stamina was depleting at a terrifying rate. Although his endurance had reached the passing mark in this high-intensity, almost wrestling-like melee against Terry and Alex, the consumption of energy was exponentially magnified. Huff, huff. As the match approached the 40th minute, Souze braced his hands on his knees, gasping for air, sweat cascading down his cheeks like a waterfall splattering onto the grass of Stamford Bridge. He felt as if his lungs were a broken bellows, wheezing with his legs feeling heavy as if they were filled with lead. "You're done, kid." Terry stood less than half a meter away from Souze, looking down at him with disdain, his tone filled with condescension. "Your flashy tricks won't work here. As long as I'm on the field, don't even think about touching the ball, let alone getting near my goal." Souze raised his head, gazing at Terry's provocative face, filled with hatred, yet under the control of honest oral liquid his expression remained unchanged. "John, your defense is indeed very tough." Souze's voice was steady and devoid of fluctuation, as if merely stating an objective fact. "But I must remind you, your close marking right now is causing me a strong sense of physical discomfort." Terry was taken aback, his brows knitting together. "What do you mean?" Souze locked eyes with Terry, honestly stating, "Because you're too close. The smell of your sweat mixed with some cheap muscle cream is far worse than the public restroom at Carrington. I even suspect you fell into a trash can before the match. If your defensive strategy is to suffocate me with odor, then I admit you win." Upon hearing this, Terry's previously cold face turned crimson. "Fuck, you damn yellow skin," Terry roared. Had it not been for the yellow card he was carrying, he would have punched this insolent kid to the ground. "He'll take you down, ball and all," Terry vowed through clenched teeth. Souze appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was weeping profusely. "Bro, I truly didn't mean it. This broken skill is literally playing with my life." With the referee's whistle, the first half concluded. The score was 10. Chelsea took the lead against Manchester United thanks to Drogba's header in the 20th minute. Throughout the first half, Manchester United's offense was nearly paralyzed by Chelsea's ironclad defense. As the lone striker, Suze was completely ensnared in the muscular mire of Terry and Alex, finishing the half with 0 shots, 0 breakthroughs, and not a single successful touch. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler ruthlessly summarized the half. This has been a one-sided slaughter. Ancelotti's tactics were highly effective. He completely saw through Suze's weaknesses. When a forward can't even stand firm, his so-called spatial magic and causal shooting become nothing more than a joke. If Ferguson doesn't make changes in the second half, Manchester United is undoubtedly doomed to lose today. Gary Neville unusually did not defend his teammate. He sighed, frowning. Suze's physical disadvantage has been magnified infinitely today. Terry is like an insurmountable mountain, completely crushing Suze. He doesn't even have the strength to run anymore. In the Manchester United locker room, the atmosphere was at an extreme low. Ferguson wore a grim face, pacing back and forth in the center of the locker room, chewing his gum loudly. He didn't explode in anger. He just shot stern looks at each player, ultimately settling his gaze on Suze, who sat in the corner with an ice pack on his ribs. At this moment, Suze felt worse than death. The pink lace underwear had stuck to his skin due to sweat and tugging from the first half, leaving him with a suffocating sensation. He glanced at the tactics board in the locker room, and then at his nearly depleted stamina bar. To withstand Terry and Alex's defense and score in the second half, that was utterly fantastical. But the damned cross-dressing task penalty loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. If he didn't score in this match and couldn't publicly showcase this shameful underwear, he would lose all his divine skills and revert to being a nobody. Going head-to-head is definitely a dead end. Suze's eyes glinted with cold light under the dim locker room. He took a deep breath, forcing back the pain in his ribs and the constricting feeling of the underwear, frantically calculating every possible variable in his mind. Since you all want to stick to me, since you think cutting off my space can incapacitate me, then in the second half I'll show you what true unconventional tactics look like. The whistle for the second half of the match blew once again at Stamford Bridge. Accompanied by the referee Atkinson's gesture, the Chelsea fans' singing reached a new peak. The score of 10 on the scoreboard, along with Chelsea's overwhelming performance against Manchester United in the first half, convinced every Blue supporter that tonight, in this arena hailed as the strongest fortress in the Premier League, they would completely shatter Manchester United's dream of leading the league. Especially that forward from the great Sia nation, Suze, who had been hyped up by the media before the match. In the first half, under the meat sandwich defense of Terry and Alex, he resembled a small boat on the verge of capsizing amidst a raging storm. Keep smashing him, John. Make him roll back to Manchester. The mocking and taunting shouts from the stands continued to accompany him. On the sidelines, Chelsea's manager Ancelotti had his hands in the pockets of his black coat, leisurely chewing gum, as he observed Suze, who was repositioning on the field. Alex didn't substitute him at halftime. Ancelotti turned his head and whispered to the assistant coach beside him. It seems he really has no one left to use. As long as John and Alex continue to suffocate that kid's space, Manchester United's attack will be nothing but a bunch of headless flies. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. Boss, your tactical arrangement is perfect. That kid from the great Sia nation has no ability to receive the ball with his back to the goal or to engage in physical confrontations. As long as we stick tight to him, all his miraculous goals will be nothing but empty talk. At this moment on the field, Suze was standing near the top of the center circle, his jersey stained with mud from the repeated falls in the first half. What made him suffer even more was the pink lace plus-sized underwear hidden beneath his jersey. Soaked with sweat, that cheap synthetic fabric clung tightly to his skin. Every breath and every turn felt like a blunt knife grinding against his ribs and chest. This is not football. It's like enduring the 10 most brutal tortures of the Qing dynasty. Suze screamed in agony within his heart, but he knew very well that his current predicament was even deadlier than that damned underwear. If the second half continued like the first, like a traditional stationary center forward or a poacher physically clashing with the two human-like beasts Terry and Alex in the penalty area, he would not only fail to touch the ball, but might also be carried off the field by a stretcher due to exhaustion or a broken leg. Not to mention completing the ultimate social death task, where failing to score and show off his underwear would lead to the permanent deprivation of all his divine skills by the system. Since you won't let me live in the danger zone, then I won't stay there. Suze gritted his teeth fiercely. Under the effect of the passive ability of honest oral liquid, his mud-stained face remained cold as frost, but his eyes began to take on a strange gleam. In the 48th minute of the match, Manchester United completed an interception in their backfield. Veteran Scholes, upon receiving the ball, instinctively looked up to find a target in the attacking front. According to the usual tactics, Suze should have been roaming near the edge of Chelsea's penalty area, attempting to stretch the defensive line or receive the ball with his back. The Chelsea captain John Terry, responsible for marking him, had already stuck to him like a piece of chewing gum, staying less than a meter away, ready to unleash a deadly blow with his powerful physique. However, just as Scholes was about to launch a long pass, an incredible scene unfolded on the field, leaving everyone, including teammates, opponents, coaches, and tens of thousands of fans, collectively bewildered. Suze moved, but he neither made a run to avoid offside, nor came back to receive the ball. He turned around, stepped forward with his legs that felt somewhat heavy from exhaustion, and with a bizarre, even carefree gait headed directly towards the left sideline of the field, running towards the corner flag area, away from the Chelsea goal. Scholes' right foot raised to kick froze midair as he looked in shock at Suze running towards the sideline, a huge question mark forming on his forehead. What is this kid doing? Is he going to the away fans to get some water? Terry was also stunned. As an experienced world-class center-back with a sharp defensive instinct, Terry's defensive system was built on accurately predicting the intentions of attacking players. He was used to battling wits and physical strength with forwards in the penalty area. But now that kid from the Great Sia Nation, whom he had been closely marking the entire match, was unexpectedly running silently towards the corner flag, a spot utterly unhelpful to the attack, at a critical moment when the team was transitioning from defense to offense. This completely contradicted the tactical logic of football. Terry instinctively followed Suze towards the sideline for 2 steps, but quickly stopped. This must be a trap, Terry quickly judged in his mind. The miraculous goals that kid scored in previous matches had long proven his cunning football intelligence akin to that of a genius. His current behavior, which looked like that of a madman, was definitely meant to deliberately pull my defensive position. As long as I followed him to the sideline, the Chelsea defense in the middle of the box would expose a huge gap. At that time, other Manchester United players like Nani or Rooney would take advantage of the opening. You want trick me, you crafty little Oriental. Terry decisively abandoned his close marking of Suze, turned around, and returned to the danger zone at the top of the penalty area, re-establishing the impregnable defensive barrier with Alex. In his view, a forward who had wandered off to the corner flag posed no threat whatsoever. Wasting defensive resources in such a place was simply an insult to his defensive intelligence. Thus a bizarre scene appeared at Stamford Bridge. Manchester United was organizing an attack, while their lone forward Suze stood alone near the left corner flag, and Chelsea's half hands on hips, panting heavily. Within a 10-meter radius around him, it was empty, with not a single shadow of a defender. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler looked bewildered. What is Suze doing? He has completely detached from the match. He has run to a corner where he can't even receive a cross. Could it be that the fierce clashes in the first half injured him? Or has his stamina completely collapsed, causing him to strike? Gary Neville also frowned, his tone filled with obvious disappointment. This is an irresponsible attitude towards the game. Even if you can't compete with Terry, you can't just hide in the corner flag like an old man watching the show. Sir Ferguson's expression right now was as if he wanted to kill someone. The broadcast camera turned to the sideline where Ferguson was. This Scottish old man was indeed furious, his face turning purple as he chewed gum, furiously roaring at the field, but due to the overwhelming boos from the crowd, it was impossible to hear what he was shouting. However, Suze was completely oblivious to it all. Standing in the corner flag area, he felt the refreshing air without any pushing or collisions, and let out a long sigh of relief. I'm exhausted. These Brits are simply beasts. Suze rubbed his chest, which was sore from the constriction, secretly relieved. He was certainly not on strike. He was executing his painstakingly devised random running strategy. Since brute force would lead only to a dead end, and since the triggering conditions for Master of Eating Cakes and God's aiming both required absolute space, then I will abandon all conventional tactical runs. I will run to the places where your defense is weakest, and where you think poses no threat. I will run out of your defensive logic, shatter your tactical system. As long as you think I am harmless and abandon your marking, it will be the best opportunity for me to create an absolute vacuum and trigger the system's divine skills. The match continued. Manchester United, lacking a focal point in the attack, found it exceptionally difficult to launch an offensive. The ball was passed back and forth outside Chelsea's half, but could not penetrate the penalty area. In the 55th minute, Manchester United initiated an attack on the right. Nani's successive breakthroughs were unsuccessful, and he passed the ball back to Carrick. Seeing the ball on the right, Suze immediately started moving casually, crossing the entire field from the left corner flag with a leisurely pace, as if an old man was out for a morning exercise, slowly running towards the right sideline. In the process, he even casually passed through Terry and Alex's defensive zone. Is this kid sick? Terry watched Suze swaying past him and felt a headache coming on. He instinctively wanted to follow closely, but Suze's running route was too bizarre. He had no intention of entering the penalty area and was heading straight for the right sideline. Terry mentally prepared himself. This is psychological warfare. He's trying to lure me away from the center. I absolutely cannot fall for it. Thus, Terry forcefully resisted the impulse to defend Suze, watching helplessly as Suze ran to the vicinity of the right sideline and once again stopped with hands on hips. In the 62nd minute, Manchester United lost the ball in midfield, and Chelsea launched a quick counterattack. Normally Suze, as a forward, should be hovering near the center circle waiting for a counterattacking opportunity, even if he didn't fully retreat. But he didn't. He turned around, and with heavy steps jogged back to his own half, eventually standing near Manchester United's left-back Evra. Evra, who was desperately defending, was startled when he saw Suze coming over. "Sue, what are you doing here? Go forward and prepare for the counterattack." Suze replied expressionlessly, "Patrice, I am practicing full attack and defense. If you think I'm in the way, I can go to the right." Evra nearly choked on those words. In a moment like this, he was practicing full attack and defense. Chelsea's players were also thoroughly confused by Suze's completely unprincipled and utterly nonsensical running strategy. What position is this kid even playing? Has he lost his mind? Why is he running all over the place, specifically to places with no ball? On the sidelines, Ancelotti's previously confident smile gradually faded. He frowned as he watched Suze, who looked like a wandering ghost on the field, feeling an inexplicable annoyance rising within him. As a tactical master, he was most afraid of those runs that were predictable and had tactical intent. But Suze's current running style was completely like a randomly generated Brownian motion lacking any logic or purpose. If you send someone to mark him, he runs to places that pose no threat to the goal, purely wasting manpower. If you don't mark him, he's like a venomous snake that might bite at any moment, always lurking at the edge of your vision. This unpredictability was gradually eroding Chelsea's originally rock-solid defense. "John," Ancelotti finally couldn't hold back, walking to the sidelines and shouting at Terry, "Don't care where he goes. Keep your eyes on him. You must not let him out of your sight." Upon hearing the coach's shout, Terry gritted his teeth, cursing silently, "Fuck." Though he thought it was foolish, he could not defy the coach's orders. Thus, in the following minutes, tens of thousands of fans at Stamford Bridge witnessed a comical cat and mouse game in Premier League history. Whenever Manchester United gained possession, Suze would begin his highly theatrical random running. He ran to the corner flag, and Terry had to grit his teeth and follow him there. He retreated to the center circle, and Terry had to retreat to the center circle like a little shadow. There was even one time he ran off the field to get some water, and Terry could only awkwardly stand 2 meters away like a dutiful bodyguard. Chelsea's originally tight central defense began to expose obvious gaps, because Terry was forcibly pulled away by Suze to various odd corners. Rooney and Giggs keenly noticed this, and Manchester United's attack began to show signs of life, creating several dangerous situations near Chelsea's penalty area. "This is too bizarre. This is simply a unique phenomenon in the history of football tactics." In the commentary booth, Martin Tyler's voice was filled with shock. "I take back what I said earlier. Suze is not on strike. He is using a shameless yet effective extreme method to tear apart Chelsea's defense. He sacrificed all his chances to touch the ball to forcefully disrupt Chelsea's defensive core. Terry. This is definitely a secret tactic arranged by Sir Ferguson in the locker room. A tactical miracle called suicidal random running." If Suze could hear Martin Tyler's wild conjecture, he would certainly spit blood on the spot. Goddamn suicidal random running tactic. Goddamn disruption. I was just looking for open space to breathe and rest, because of exhaustion and fear of being collided with. Can your excessive interpretive abilities have a limit, you British media? But no matter how the outside world interpreted it, Suze's shameless tactic did indeed earn him precious breathing time and an excellent environment to trigger skills. The match time had silently arrived at the 80th minute. The score remained 10. Suze was still wandering aimlessly on the field. Terry was nearly driven mad by Suze's illogical running style. As a tough center-back accustomed to direct confrontations, he would rather defend against peak Drogba than chase a madman running around who doesn't touch the ball like a fool. This kid is definitely a pure idiot. Terry's patience had been exhausted, and his defensive focus Meanwhile, Suze, after avoiding confrontations for a full 35 minutes, had his eyes fixed on the ball's trajectory like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows ready to show its fangs. Now is the time. Suze silently thought the pain in his chest seemed more bearable with the imminent On the sidelines, Ancelotti's brows were tightly knitted. His proud mousetrap tactic had been unraveled by a rookie using the most shameless running. This can't go on. Ancelotti rushed to the sidelines, cupping his hands like a megaphone, yelling into the field, "Forget about that, madman. Get back to your position. Hold the center." Upon receiving the coach's order, Terry felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He shot a fierce glare at Suze, who was still gasping near the sidelines, and without hesitation turned around and sprinted back to the dangerous area at the top of the penalty box. Finally freed, let that kid play in the mud by the sidelines. Terry let out a long sigh of relief, refocusing his attention on Rooney, who was in possession of the ball. At that moment, Suze watched Terry turn away, and his expression, usually cold due to a passive skill, briefly flashed with a wild fervor akin to a hungry wolf spotting its prey. His muscles, trembling from extreme fatigue, tightened once more. The match had officially entered the 80th. Manchester United struggled to complete a tackle in their own half. The ball fell to veteran Paul Scholes' feet. Gingerhead, Scholes lifted his head, his radar-like eyes quickly scanning the front line. Chelsea's defense became impenetrable again after Terry's return. Rooney was tightly marked by Alex while Nani was caught in a two-man trap on the right side. With time running out, Manchester United had to push the ball into the danger zone quickly. Scholes made no unnecessary adjustments. He keenly sensed a huge gap on the left side of Chelsea's defense, an area where Terry had just abandoned his mark and fullback Ashley Cole hadn't yet had time to cover. Bang! Scholes swung his right foot, striking the bottom of the ball with the instep. This was a signature Scholes long pass. The ball flew like a missile with a fierce whistling sound, tearing through the chilly air of Stamford Bridge, heading straight for the left side of the Chelsea penalty area. What a ball! Paul's long pass is still world-class. Sky Sports commentator Martin Tyler exclaimed loudly. However, although the pass had excellent vision, it suffered from a serious miscalculation in power. As the match entered its final stages, Scholes' stamina had also declined, and the pass was far too strong and too wide. The height of the ball's flight showed no sign of decreasing. Rather, it soared higher and faster, looking nothing like a pass, but more like a clearance. Oh no, too far. Gary Neville lamented, slapping the table in the commentary box. Meanwhile, on the field, Susie had just wandered into that vacant area to avoid a confrontation. When he heard the dull thud of the ball being struck and looked up, he could only see a black and white shell barreling toward him with an unstoppable force. Damn! The speed of the ball was far too fast for his poor reflexes to issue a command to dodge in time. He could only watch as the ball magnified rapidly on his retina, and then, bang! The crisp, loud sound of flesh colliding with leather exploded above Stamford Bridge. The ball struck Susie's face, which was completely unguarded due to extreme fatigue, without any finesse. Susie let out a pitchy scream. He felt as if he had been struck heat-in by a massive iron hammer. His nose felt like it had shattered, stars danced before his eyes, and his mind went blank. The tremendous impact flipped his frail body backward. He covered his face with his hands, collapsing awkwardly and painfully onto the slippery grass. Oh God! Headshot! That looked painful. Is Scholes trying to murder his teammate? Huh. That's what happens when you run around aimlessly. A waste who can't even dodge the ball. Chelsea fans erupted into a mix of gasping and gleeful laughter from the stands at Stamford Bridge. Terry stood in the penalty area watching Susie roll on the ground, covering his face. Is this what they call Eastern meditation? Stopping Scholes' cannonball with your face. What a fool. Everyone thought that this attack had come to a complete halt due to Scholes' mistake and Susie's face stop. The referee was even ready to blow the whistle to stop the match for the medical team to enter. However, in this world, only the cold, unfeeling, mechanical voice of the system controlled the law of causality. Ding! Detected that the host completed a touch in the 35-meter danger zone outside the penalty area. Face touch valid. Detected a fatal lapse in Chelsea's defense. Within 1 meter of the host, there was absolutely no close marking or physical confrontation. Conditions for the divine skill god's crosshair fulfilled. In that absolute instant when Susie was struck and about to fall backward, the ball that had slammed into his face did not bounce out of bounds as one would expect, nor did it gently fall to the feet of a Chelsea defender. At the moment of impact with Susie's cheek, it seemed to trigger some bizarre physical rebound mechanism. The ball, with an irregularly strong backspin, suddenly halted in midair, then, like a well-behaved sprite, landed perfectly by Susie's right foot as he was about to fall. A great opportunity. Even though his nose felt like it was about to crack and tears were swirling in his eyes, the shooting instinct honed by the system surged beyond physiological limits at that moment. In the last moment before he fell heavily onto the grass, Susie gritted his teeth against the pain, relying on instinct. He made no adjustment to stop the ball and did not look at the goal, but swung his right leg and wildly kicked at the descending ball. He screamed in his mind, "System, aim for the dead corner. Shoot." Landing point preset, absolute dead corner in the upper left corner of the Chelsea goal. God's crosshair forcibly activated. Trajectory correction initiated. The laws of aerodynamics are distorting. Bang. The sound of the kick was not particularly loud, even somewhat hasty and soft. To anyone, this shot seemed like a total fluke. Because Susie kicked while his body was fully leaning back and his view was obstructed. When the ball left his toe, it not only moved as slowly as an old lady crossing the road, but its direction was absurd. It described an extremely high arc, as if it were going to fly up to the outer layer of the stands, heading straight for the dead corner, where the corner flag and the goal line intersect. Huh. He kicked it wrong again. Is this a shot? This is a clearance. The clown from Dachau, are you feeding the birds in the stands? Chelsea fans were laughing hysterically as if they were watching a ridiculous circus performance. Chelsea goalkeeper Petr Cech, heralded as the world's best goalkeeper, didn't even prepare to make a save upon seeing the ball's absurd trajectory. He simply stood in the center of the goal line, hands on hips, preparing to watch this comical ball fly out of bounds. Terry even turned around, preparing to walk towards the center circle, believing the match held no more suspense. However, a miracle, or rather a terrifying supernatural event defying the laws of physics, unfolded at that moment under the gaze of over 40,000 pairs of eyes. In midair, the ball that had originally soared high, appearing harmless and about to miss the goal line at the very instant it reached the highest point above the penalty area, seemed to hit an invisible, unbreakable wall of air. The ball's soft flight path experienced a spine-chilling abrupt halt in midair. Then, as everyone was gripped by extreme shock, the ball defied gravity, defied inertia, and at an unnatural angle, made an exaggerated 90-degree turn in midair. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sharp sound of air being torn apart. The ball, bearing an extreme downward force, descended like a gigantic black sickle, tracing a grotesquely twisted arc toward the narrow upper left corner of the Chelsea goal. What is this thing? In front of the goal, Czech, who had originally had his hands on his hips, suddenly froze, his eyes hidden beneath his helmet widened like saucers, and a feeling of extreme fear gripped his heart like a cold hand. Czech's brain frantically issued save commands. He leaped with all his might, stretching his impressive 196-meter frame in midair. But it was too late, and the shot was too tricky. The ball, with a desperate precision, grazed Czech's outstretched fingertips, producing a muffled bang as it crashed into the inside of the left post. The ball rebounded off the post, mercilessly slamming into the depths of the pristine net, lifting it high. Chelsea 1-1 Manchester United. Time froze at 82 minutes and 14 seconds. Stamford Bridge, once filled with laughter and curses, fell completely silent in that moment. Over 40,000 Chelsea fans stared blankly at the ball spinning in the net. Terry stiffly turned his head to look at the goal, his iron-faced expression filled with disbelief and extreme. On the sidelines, Ancelotti's gum dropped with a thud onto the grass. The tactical master, who had seen it all, felt as if his football worldview was undergoing a catastrophic blow. This is impossible. That posture, that point of contact. How could this curve be achieved? This defies science. In the Sky Sports commentary box, Martin Tyler was silent for a full 5 seconds before erupting into a roar that could almost shatter the microphone. Joel. Oh God, what is this? What did I just see? This isn't a shot. This is magic. This is a celestial phenomenon. Susie. He stopped Scholl's cannon with his face, and then in the moment of falling executed a blind shot that would make Newton weep in his grave with a death-defying curve. He did it. He equalized at Stamford Bridge in the most incomprehensible way. Gary Neville was completely at a loss for words, holding his head and roaring frantically in the commentary box. Don't talk to me about science and tactics anymore. This kid is an unreasonable monster. His body is as fragile as glass, but his feet have been kissed by God. Meanwhile, on the field, Susie was still sprawled out on the muddy grass. His face burned with pain, and he felt warm liquid flowing from his nose. He struggled to open his eyes, looking at the ball in the net. The joy of scoring had not yet spread through his heart when a chill more terrifying than death instantly enveloped him. Ding! The mechanical sound of the system rang out right on time, but to Susie it sounded like the death knell. Task countdown 10 seconds. Host, please immediately remove your jersey, display pink lace lingerie, and recite the specified sweet words to complete the ultimate social death task of the tough guy with a tender heart. Overtime penalty, permanent deprivation of all divine skills, forced attribute reset. Susie closed his eyes in despair. He knew that the real hell was just beginning. Beep. Referee Atkinson blew a long, decisive whistle confirming the goal, his arm thrust firmly toward the center circle. Manchester United had equalized 11 away from home. United's bench erupted into a jubilant sea, players sprinting wildly along the touchline, waving towels in exultation. On the pitch, Rooney and Nani wore ecstatic grins, roaring as they whirled around, ready to embrace the young man from Dacia, who lay sprawled in the mud, having stopped the ball with his face to complete an unimaginable comeback. Yet Suze, who moments before had lain supine on the sodden turf, suddenly surged upright like a leaping carp exploding from the muck with astonishing power utterly incongruous with his utterly depleted stamina. 9. 8. Inside his skull, the merciless system countdown hammered relentlessly into his nerves with cold mechanical precision. If he failed to complete that grotesque, ultimate social mortification mission, within 10 seconds the goal he'd just scored at mortal cost, the astronomical weekly wage he'd barely secured, the miraculously upgraded physique he'd only just escaped from mediocrity, all would vanish in an instant. Get out of my way. Suze shoved Rooney aside as the latter opened his arms for an embrace, the force so sudden and violent that Rooney staggered backward half a step. Rooney stood frozen, bewildered, watching Suze streak past him like a gust of wind. What's gotten into this kid? Did scoring a goal make him forget his own teammates? Rooney scratched his head in utter confusion. Not only he but all 40,000 spectators inside Stamford Bridge and hundreds of millions watching worldwide now fixated on the black-haired youth. They watched as Suze ignored every teammate, ruthlessly extracting the last dregs of his vitality to unleash a sprint that shattered human limits. Dragging his heavy right leg, he charged forward with near-tragic intensity, like a doomed cheetah in its final desperate lunge, straight toward the heart of the broadcast operation, a high-definition crane camera positioned directly in front of the corner flag. Behind that lens lay Chelsea's most fervent and most vocally hostile supporters stand. What is he? Is he about to provoke the away fans? Martin Tyler, Sky Sports commentator, gripped his microphone tightly, his voice trembling with adrenaline. After equalizing, Suze appears poised to deliver a fierce rebuttal to those Chelsea supporters who mocked him. He's earned that right. Gary Neville immediately chimed in, voice booming. After enduring over 80 minutes of brutal lumberjack style, defending, scoring a celestial, otherworldly goal like that, he absolutely deserves to vent freely at Stamford Bridge. Reality, however, proved infinitely more absurd than any commentator's script. 3, 2. Suze skidded to a halt mere inches from the camera lens. He gasped raggedly, his chest heaving violently under oxygen debt and raw tension. A trickle of warm blood seeped from his nostrils, mingling with mud on his cheeks, rendering him the grim visage of a battle-scarred warrior returning from the front lines. Facing the camera's vast black eye and the tens of thousands of hostile eyes in the stands, Suze clenched his molars tight, silently wailing in despair, "Farewell, the meager remnants of my dignity. Farewell, my 18 years of spotless, blameless existence." In the final millisecond before the countdown hit 0, Suze seized the hem of his red Manchester United jersey and yanked it upward with both hands. The crimson fabric soared over his head, fully obscuring his face, yet exposing his bare chest entirely, unreservedly beneath the global spotlight. No chiseled abs, no flamboyant tattoos. Instead, the high-definition broadcast revealed a garish, audacious, oversized pink women's lace bra, its synthetic fabric cheap and glaringly conspicuous. Pink lace strained taut across Suze's modest pectorals, soaked through with sweat. Its delicate pattern stood out with unnerving clarity under the stadium's blinding floodlights. Emblazoned dead center on that pink lace, in bold black marker, was a line of stark, jarring English letters. "John Terry, your defense is as soft as my underwear." Time froze. The cacophony of boos that had erupted after Chelsea conceded was severed midair, as if by an invisible colossal pair of shears. 40,000 Chelsea fans gaped, transfixed by the magnified close-up of that pink lace projected onto the giant screen. Their optic nerves suffered unprecedented catastrophic overload. What is this? Pink lace, women's lingerie. A professional footballer, a Manchester United striker who just scored a goal destined for legend, wore women's underwear beneath his kit. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suze remained frozen, arms raised high, jersey draped over his head, standing motionless like a pink statue beside the corner flag. He dared not lift his head, fearing he might collapse on the spot from sheer unbearable shame. Hold on. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Eyes shut tight beneath the jersey, Suze bit his lip until blood welled. While in those suffocating seconds, the entire football world detonated in unprecedented chaos. In the commentary booth, Martin Tyler's tactical notes scattered across the floor like confetti, his weathered face contorted with existential shock. "Good God, what did I just see? That's women's lingerie." Tyler's voice cracked, shattering all vestiges of professional composure. "Suze, he's actually wearing a pink lace bra beneath his shirt." Beside him, Gary Neville clutched his head, expression ghost pale, as if confronting a specter in broad daylight. He forgot to comment altogether, merely uttering a string of nonsensical gasps. Ow. This, into the microphone. Online pandemonium reigned. Countless viewers, regardless of allegiance, spewed beer and soda from their mouths the instant the image appeared. Twitter servers buckled under the heaviest traffic surge in the platform's history, within seconds. WTF? Did I hallucinate? Is this Manchester United kid a crossdresser? Pink lace. My eyes. Hand me eye wash now. Look at the text. He's mocking John Terry with, "This is the most deranged, arrogant, and skin-crawling celebration of the century." Related hashtags. Suze pink bra, Terry's soft defense, rocketed to the top of Twitter's global trending list, surging exponentially until Europe's servers crashed for 2 full minutes due to cascading logical overload. In a luxury London apartment, Chloe, Suze's intern agent, sat before her television, holding a glass. The moment that garish pink flash filled the screen, her hand jerked, shattering the wine glass onto the carpet, crimson liquid splashing up her trousers. That lunatic. He actually wore it, and dared expose it before the entire world. Clutching her head, Chloe paced frantically across the living room, her mind consumed by a single chilling thought: it's over. Utterly over. By morning she'd face relentless media condemnation across Britain, and furious termination calls from sponsors. Her career hadn't even begun, and already it was collapsing alongside her deranged client. Back at Stamford Bridge, it took 5 full seconds for the crowd to emerge from paralyzing shock. Then Chelsea's stands exploded. Earlier boos stemmed from rivalry, but this eruption came from a collective sense of historic, unspeakable humiliation inflicted upon themselves and their captain. Pervert. Sick pervert. Kill him. Throw him out. Water bottles, lighters, even half-eaten hamburgers, rained down like monsoon hail, blanketing Sousa's corner flag zone from all angles. Yet none of it matched the fury radiating from one man on the pitch. John Terry, Chelsea's iron-willed captain, the immovable bulwark of England's backline. He stood rooted at the edge of the penalty area, staring at the giant screen where bold black letters glared, "John Terry, your defense is as soft as my underwear." This was total multidimensional psychological annihilation. Had he been mocked by a goal, he could accept it. It was football. Had he been baited with trash talk, he could retaliate. But to be ridiculed globally with women's cheap pink lace, bearing his name, declaring his defense as flimsy as lace. For a Hardman center-back who prized honor above life itself, it was like having his skin peeled off and trampled into dust. Terry's eyes flooded crimson, his breath roared like an enraged bull. "I'll kill you, you yellow-skinned freak." With a guttural, inhuman bellow, Terry launched himself forward, legs churning like a runaway tank, barreling straight towards Sousa at the corner flag, heedless of everything else. All thought of football vanished from his mind. He wanted only to pulp that scrawny pink-clad figure into blood. "John, calm down." Frank Lampard, nearest Chelsea midfielder, lunged to restrain him, only to be flung aside by Terry's blind volcanic rage. Manchester United reacted instantly, though even they were stunned speechless by Sousa's jaw-dropping, gender-bending spectacle. Giggs and Scholes turning away in mute disbelief. On the pitch, protecting one's teammate remained sacrosanct. Block him. Vidic and Ferdinand, the twin sentinels of United's defense, charged forward, locking Terry in a desperate left and right bear hug. "Get off me. I'll tear that freak apart." Terry thrashed wildly, his brute strength dragging Vidic and Ferdinand several meters forward across the turf. Players from both sides swarmed the corner flag, shoving, shouting, colliding, devolving instantly into chaotic full-scale pitch mayhem. Referee Atkinson blew, furiously plunging into the fray, straining to separate the berserk Terry from United's players, amidst total pandemonium and 40,000 delirious souls. 10. As the system's final countdown ticked down. Ding. Required display duration achieved. Congratulations, host. The pink iron-hearted tenderness ultimate social mortification mission has been successfully completed. Mission reward distributed. All divine techniques retained. Eligibility granted to advance to the next tier. Unlocking the third divine technique. Hearing that heavenly chime, Sousa's tautest nerve snapped at last. With the lightning speed of an 18-year celibate, he ripped the jersey from his head and pulled it back on in one fluid motion. The movement flowed seamlessly, swift, precise, designed solely to conceal that mortifying pink lace beneath Manchester United's crimson shield as rapidly as possible. The moment the jersey settled, the passive effect of the honest oral solution perfectly masked the torrent of shame and self-loathing surging within him. Sousa adjusted his collar, then lifted his head, meeting the shoving players surrounding him, meeting the debris raining from the stands. His mud-streaked, blood-smeared face betrayed no panic. His gaze swept coolly over John Terry, still locked in Vidic's iron grip, snarling and flailing at him. That look held 3 parts icy detachment, 3 parts haughty disdain, and 4 parts the utter contempt reserved for non-recyclable waste. Then Sousa turned, like a sovereign who'd just received his crown, and walked away, leaving behind a lone, indelible silhouette against the apocalyptic chaos of Stamford Bridge, a quiet, enigmatic backlit emblem of triumph veiled in mystery. His stride was steady, unhurried, utterly unruffled, as though the man who'd just clad himself in pink lingerie and paralyzed the internet had never existed. Referee Atkinson, however, remained unmoved by such stoicism, dashing over with unflinching impartiality to raise a yellow card high behind that serene retreating back removal of shirt during celebration. Mandatory caution per regulations. Yet for Sousa, already socially obliterated, this was the most trivial penalty imaginable. In early November, the away changing room at Stamford Bridge. This room, which should have been filled with post-match celebrations mingled with the scent of sweat and champagne, was now as quiet as a midnight morgue. Manchester United players sat by their lockers in small groups, tearing off the bandages from their legs, while casting strange glances as if they were looking at an alien towards the person sitting in the far corner. That forward from the great Xia Kingdom who had caused the entire internet to crash moments ago with a piece of pink lace lingerie, almost igniting a massive bloody conflict on the pitch. Sousa. Veteran Giggs rubbed his temples and glanced at the equally incredulous Scholes beside him, lowering his voice. Paul, I've been playing here for nearly 20 years. I've seen Keane fight with Vieira in the tunnel and Cantona kick a fan. But, Giggs pointed towards Suze, his tone filled with fear of the unknown. What kind of tactic is it to print the opponent's captain's name on pink women's lingerie and display it in front of tens of thousands? Is this the highest realm of psychological warfare? Scholes, whose face was usually calm, now showed a rare expression of absurdity. Ryan, I even suspect he might have been cursed by some crazy female fan. Or perhaps it's some sort of a provocation invented by Sir Alex. Just as the Manchester United players were still frantically brainstorming, trying to rationalize this surreal farce. Bang! The heavy oak door of the changing room was violently pushed open. Sir Alex Ferguson stormed in like an enraged Scottish lion, his trademark red face, now an alarming shade of purple. In the post-match mixed zone, he had been mercilessly grilled by the English media. Chelsea's coach Ancelotti angrily accused Manchester United of lacking basic sportsmanship in a press conference, and Chelsea's official statement announced a formal protest to the FA demanding severe punishment for this shameless pervert. Ferguson held off all the fire from outside, roaring with his fierce hairdryer and pushing back the wolf-like, but that did not mean he could remain calm in the changing room. So, Ferguson's furious shout made the air in the entire changing room drop to freezing point. He strode up to Suze, towering over the culprit who was still applying an ice pack to his cheek. His gaze was like two sharp knives, as if he wanted to slice Suze open to see what kind of indescribable waste. You better give me a damn good explanation. Ferguson pointed at the drenched red jersey on Suze's chest. What the hell is that cheap pink rag? Do you have any idea you almost sparked a riot? What do you take Manchester United's 100-year honor for? Your personal circus? Ferguson's roar echoed in the changing room, causing the new recruit Little P. Hernandez to shrink in the corner, trembling. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Suze. Rooney was even ready. The moment Suze dared to retort or say something outrageous, he would immediately rush forward to pin this water-brained guy to the ground, lest he be struck down by the boss. However, Suze's heart felt like it was sinking into an ice-cave, despair engulfing him. Explanation. What could I use to explain? To tell you all that I was threatened by a system bound deep within my soul. If I don't wear this gaudy lingerie, I would revert back to the useless person who could barely breathe after running 2 steps. It's over. I'm really going to be torn apart by this old man today. Suze closed his eyes in despair. He took a deep breath, preparing to endure Ferguson's storm of fury, or simply remain silent and let the media speculate. But that bone-chilling sensation, like the Siberian cold wave, surged up from deep within his throat once again. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid ruthlessly stripped him of all escape routes at this moment, when he needed to be smooth-talking and play dumb the most. The horror and regret on Suze's face were instantly forced away. He opened his eyes, and his mud-streaked face showed not a trace of panic, but instead a bottomless indifference and calm like an ancient well. He looked at the furious Ferguson, his gaze clear, his voice steady, without a hint of fluctuation, as if stating a cold objective fact. Boss, I have no special preferences. Suze's voice was not loud, but it was clear in the silent changing room. I absolutely do not want to wear that damned thing. Its rough lace edges hurt my skin, severely affecting my breathing rhythm and sprinting speed. Ferguson paused for a moment, his raised arm freezing in midair. Then why did you wear it? Suze's gaze showed no signs of evasion, and he continued to deliver his big truth in a tone so cold it was almost cruel, because I was forced to face a choice. If I don't wear it and don't show it to the world, I will immediately lose the footballing magic that allows me to predict the drop points and kick deadly arcs on the pitch. I would revert to being a worthless player who can't even play in League One. So to preserve my starting position under you, to protect my hard-won career, I had no choice but to sacrifice my dignity to humiliate John Terry. As his words fell, time in the away changing room at Stamford Bridge came to a complete stop. There was no sound of breathing, no heartbeat. Dozens of high-value Premier League superstars, along with a legendary coach, stared blankly at the thin figure sitting in the corner, as if they had been hit by a freeze spell. Lose footballing magic. Become a worthless player. Be forced to sacrifice dignity. The weight of this revelation was immense enough to leave this group of seasoned footballers momentarily speechless. A full 10 seconds passed. The first to break the silence was actually the usually serious Vidic. This Serbian ironclad defender widened his eyes and looked at Suze as if he were an alien, stammering, "Su, are you saying someone threatened you with some kind of supernatural power? Or witchcraft? No, Nemanja, you're thinking too complicatedly." Veteran Giggs suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes widening with the realization. He turned to Ferguson, lowering his voice. "Boss, this must be the work of those damned vampire sponsors. It's those unscrupulous businessmen's overreaching clauses." Giggs' divine intuition was like pouring cold water into a boiling pot of hot oil, instantly igniting the changing room's imagination. "That's right. It must be." Rooney slapped his locker in anger, shouting, This kid just signed a bunch of ridiculous endorsement contracts a few days ago. It has to be those greedy capitalists who included this perverse clause in the contracts. They forced an 18-year-old young man to wear women's clothes at Stamford Bridge for the sake of attention and traffic. How shameless. This is a blatant violation of the human rights of professional players. He is fighting against the power of capital with a man's dignity. He is sending a silent SOS. The Manchester United players were instantly filled with indignation. In their view, Sousa's remarks about losing footballing magic and becoming worthless were perfectly interpreted as if he didn't comply, he would face astronomical breach of contract fees, and his career would be utterly ruined. What the hell, this is not a pervert. This is clearly a tragic hero who had to bow to evil capital to keep his job. Sousa sat in his chair listening to his teammates' extreme damage control and wild speculations, feeling completely numb. He sat there with his mouth agape, still holding the ice pack, feeling as if his IQ was being mercilessly rubbed into the ground by these English giants. What the hell is capital's kidnapping? What the hell is a silent SOS? Sousa let out a desperate wail in his heart. I'm clearly talking about a system. It's the system that stripped away my divine skills. How did your reading comprehension even pass? But at this point he had no way to refute it. Or rather, under the control of the honest oral liquid, what he just said was in a sense an impeccable truth. Meanwhile, the fury on Sir Ferguson's face had completely dissipated. A complex light flickered in his sharp eye. There was shock, confusion, but more was a heartache and determination to protect his own. Ferguson strode up to Sousa and placed his large rough hand heavily on Sousa's shoulder. Kid. Ferguson's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable dominance. At Manchester United, no capital can override football. No one can force my players to engage in such disgraceful acts on the pitch. He turned to the assistant coach McFarlane, who was standing nearby in shock, and shouted, Mike, immediately contact David Gill. Have him bring this kid's agent to Old Trafford. I want to personally find out which damn sponsor is behind this. And, Ferguson surveyed the changing room like a lion defending its territory. About what happened today, everyone keep your mouth shut. If I hear even a hint of rumors about Sousa's mental state, I guarantee you will regret ever knowing me. This is an internal matter for us, Manchester United. No one touches my people. A unified response echoed in the changing room. Rooney even came over and gave Sousa's chest a hearty thump filled with sympathy and admiration. Brother, you've been wronged. Don't worry, I will protect you on the pitch from now on. Sousa looked at his indignant teammates, and then at Ferguson, who was protecting him like a father, and he couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. He took a deep breath, maintaining an enigmatic expression, and limped out of the changing room amidst the crowd. Meanwhile, outside the media corridor at Stamford Bridge, the mixed interview area, already packed to the brim, was filled with hundreds of reporters from around the globe, anxiously waiting like sharks sensing blood. Their microphones and recording pens were impatient, and flashlights were ready to explode. As Manchester United's bus slowly pulled out of the stadium corridor, facing the mad throng of journalists who were banging on the windows and trying to block the bus for interviews, Sousa sat in the corner of the last row of the bus, pulling down the curtains. He knew that tomorrow morning, when newspapers across the UK and even Europe hit the stands, a media tsunami 10 times more intense than the derby match, a frenzied storm that would either deify or demonize him, was about to sweep through the entire football world in a way he could not control. The pink Iron Man's tenderness. What the hell is going on? Sousa covered his face, letting out a desperate sigh in the swaying bus, a sound only he could hear. Mid-November. The shocking pink lace underwear incident at Stamford Bridge has now passed for exactly 3 days. During these 3 days, the public opinion in England has not, as Chelsea officials expected, completely nailed Sousa to the shame pillar of pervert and rogue. Instead, it has surged in a bizarre and absurd direction, spiraling out of control. Sousa sat on the leather sofa of his high-end apartment, holding a cup of freshly brewed hot milk. He stared blankly at the large-screen television on the wall, feeling as if his worldview, cultivated over 18 years, was being repeatedly rubbed against the ground by the British media. The BBC's morning news was being broadcast on the television. In the footage, a group of British women from an equal rights organization wearing pink short sleeves and holding various banners were gathering in Trafalgar Square, London. They looked passionate, with some even enlarging a photo of Sousa holding up his jersey in the corner area, revealing his pink underwear, turning it into a giant poster raised high like a totem. A female spokesperson from the Equal Rights Organization, wearing black frame glasses, was passionately addressing the camera of a BBC reporter. For a long time, modern football has been filled with a toxic male gaze and hegemony. Those crude fouls and barbaric physical confrontations have been packaged as the so-called tough guy spirit. However, Manchester United's Sousa has shattered this stereotype with his actions. He fearlessly showcased pink lace in the hostile and masculine meat grinder at Stamford Bridge. He is telling the world that softness does not equate to weakness and feminine elements can also achieve a kill in the most brutal arena. He has single-handedly fought against the entire football world's gender bias. He is our idol of equality in the new era. Huff, cough, cough. Hot milk sprayed directly onto the glass coffee table in front of him, causing him to cough repeatedly, tears nearly bursting from his eyes. Damn breaking gender bias. Damn equality idol. As Suze frantically grabbed tissues to wipe the table, he let out a desperate wail in his heart. I was clearly forced by a crazy system with a knife to my neck to wear this. How did you media and organizations of the British Empire come up with such nonsense? Don't you feel a pang of conscience saying this illogical whitewashing? Not only the Women's Equal Rights Organization. Due to the god-level speculation of the Manchester United veterans in the locker room, the reporters from Fleet Street have already racked their brains to concoct a logically coherent narrative titled The Capital Kidnapping of a Genius Player. The Sun's headline today is Silent Protest. Digging into the sponsorship's abusive clauses behind Suze's pink underwear. The article meticulously analyzes that Suze must have signed a rogue contract with some unscrupulous South American betting company, being forced to engage in this humiliating brand exposure after scoring, and that the message he wrote for Terry was a desperate struggle to vent his inner pain. In an instant, Suze transformed from a suspected cross-dresser into a dual tragic hero fighting against the evil capitalists and breaking gender gaze. Click. Just as Suze was doubting life, the electronic door lock of the apartment emitted a soft sound. Intern Chloe in high heels swept into the living room like a red tornado. She appeared to be in an excited state, her previously tidy blonde hair now slightly disheveled with a few strands sticking to her forehead. In her left hand, she held a hot BlackBerry phone, while another backup phone was wedged between her right shoulder and ear, and she was rattling off a long string of professional business jargon at lightning speed. No, a 3-year contract worth £150,000. Are you kidding me? Sue's current popularity is the highest in all of Europe. Any offer below £3 million shouldn't even be sent to my inbox. I won't even look at it. Sorry, I have an important call coming in. Goodbye. Chloe abruptly hung up the phone and tossed the 2 hot phones onto the sofa. She took a deep breath, seemingly drained, sinking into the soft sofa back, her chest heaving violently. Water. Give me a glass of water. My throat is about to smoke. Chloe extended her hand towards Suze, her voice hoarse, as if she had trekked through the desert for 3 days and nights. Suze quickly handed her a bottle of unopened mineral water from the table. Chloe twisted off the cap and downed more than half the bottle in one go, finally letting out a long sigh, her bright blue eyes reigniting with a captivating fervor. Sue, you damn bastard, do you know what you've done? Chloe suddenly sat up straight, grabbing her platinum bag and slamming a thick stack of documents onto the glass coffee table. I originally thought that the farce at Stamford Bridge would completely ruin my career. I was already prepared to pack up and find a new job on Wall Street. Chloe's tone was filled with a kind of madness that came from surviving a disaster, but the absurdity of this world has clearly exceeded the textbooks of Ivy League business schools. Her long fingers pointed forcefully at the documents. Because of your pink underwear, because of the capital kidnapping smoke bombs released from the Manchester United locker room, plus the equal rights organization's parade this morning, you have now completely exploded into fame. You are no longer just an Asian striker who understands a bit of metaphysics. You have become a cross-border supercultural symbol. So, you mean? Suze asked cautiously, his eyes twitching slightly. It means we are going to make a fortune. Make a fortune? Chloe excitedly grabbed Suze's arm, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Since last night, my 2 phones have been completely blown up. A single charge lasts only 2 hours. Top brands from around the world are waving their checkbooks, lining up to sign contracts with you. Chloe pulled out a few of the most eye-catching documents from the stack and laid them out in front of Suze. Look at this. Calvin Klein wants you to be their European spokesperson for the latest men's sports underwear, 2 years for £280,000. They believe your cold exterior, wild interior trait perfectly matches their brand tone. Suze's eyes instantly widened. £280,000. They want him to sell underwear. That's not even the most outrageous part. Chloe pulled out another document. Victoria's Secret. Yes, the Victoria's Secret, full of supermodels. Their CEO personally called me. Suze felt a chill run down his spine. What do they want from me? I can't possibly walk the runway at the Victoria's Secret show, can I? They want you to be the first ever invited male brand ambassador in Victoria's Secret history. Chloe's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. The offer is £5 million for 3 years. They even promised to design a limited edition men's sleepwear named Suze Gentle / just for you. £5 million. This number hit Suze's heart like a heavy hammer. In his previous life, he could never have earned even a fraction of this amount, with a lifetime of hard work in the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom. Of course, I've temporarily set aside the offer from Victoria's Secret. Chloe casually pushed the exorbitant intention letter aside, her tone returning to the calm and rationality of a top agent. Why? Suze instinctively exclaimed, his heart bleeding. That's £5 million. Because that would overdraw your career lifespan. Chloe gave him a disdainful glance. Your current core identity is Manchester United's top scorer, a secret weapon in Sir Alex's hands. I can make money using your contrast, but I cannot let you become a shameless entertainer who flaunts his looks. Once you are completely labeled as vulgar, those truly high-end endorsements, such as luxury watches and cars, will forever close their doors to you. The contracts I've selected are all able to maintain your unique persona of coldness and absurdity while not provoking extreme disgust from traditional football veterans. Chloe pulled out a formal contract from the bottom of the pile, marked with various color-coded revisions. For example, this one, the globally renowned energy drink Red Bull. Their advertising concept is to have you meditate at the edge of a cliff, then drink a sip of Red Bull, instantly unleashing power capable of changing the laws of physics. This endorsement perfectly aligns with the Eastern metaphysics persona the media has created for you. £150,000 a year. I've already refined the contract details to perfection. Suze stared blankly at the carefully selected contracts on the coffee table. Energy drinks, high-end men's perfumes, and even a custom sneaker deal from a top sports brand. The total amount of these contracts, just the signing fees and endorsement fees for the first year, had already solidly surpassed the seven-figure pound mark. He looked at the long string of zeros, listening to the wild beating of his heart in his chest like a war drum. I'm going to be a millionaire. I can finally buy a few courtyard houses in the second ring road of the capital and live a laid-back life. The ecstatic emotions overwhelmed Suze like a tsunami. He was just about to open his mouth to lavish praise on Chloe, the contributor to his success, and express his excitement about finally breaking free from poverty. However, at the face of this soul-stirring monetary temptation, the cold sensation akin to eternal ice, accompanied by the system's unreasonable absolute, will once again surged explosively from the depths of his throat. The passive effect of honest oral liquid forcibly took over his vocal cords. Suze's ecstatic expression was instantly smoothed out by an invisible force. Sue, you seem not very excited. Chloe looked at Suze, whose face resembled a stagnant pool of water, with some confusion. Seven-figure pounds lay before him, yet this kid didn't even bat an eyelid. Suze desperately nodded, in his heart. I'm excited. I'm so excited I'm about to have a brain hemorrhage. Quick, give me the pen, I want to sign. But his mouth, however, uncontrollably opened slightly. In this moment that required extreme honesty, the system forced him to speak the unvarnished truth about the causal relationship between that pink underwear and this huge sum of money. Excited? No, I just think all this is very reasonable. Suze's voice was calm and cold, carrying an air of clarity that saw through the essence of capitalism. To be honest, Chloe, looking at these seven-figure pound numbers, I suddenly feel that the cheap lace underwear I wore that day at Stamford Bridge is no longer constricting at all. Suze's gaze was sincere, even carrying a hint of profit-driven clarity. If they double the money, I wouldn't mind wearing it again. I could even consider replacing John Terry in that sentence with Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich. As the words fell, a strange silence enveloped the living room of the high-end apartment. Chloe's hand holding the mineral water bottle froze in midair. She widened her beautiful blue eyes, staring at Suze as if he were a monster. She had originally thought Suze's remarks about being kidnapped by capital in the locker room were genuine. She had thought this kid, despite his crazy actions, was still a tragic genius who had compromised for his football. But now Suze's naked and unembellished truth of as long as the money is enough, the underwear can still be worn was like a heavy hammer shattering the shred of sympathy that had just taken root in Chloe's heart. You. Chloe took a deep breath, her full chest heaving violently, and through gritted teeth squeezed out a few words. You are simply the greediest, most bottomless, most pragmatic bastard I have ever seen. Suze sat on the sofa, appearing calm on the surface, but internally he was bleeding profusely. His image was completely ruined. Now in the eyes of his agent, he had entirely become a shameless person who only recognized money. But Chloe did not storm off. As a top commercial elite, after a brief collapse of her worldview, she instead wore an expression filled with extreme ambition. However, I like your honesty, you bastard boss. Chloe heavily slapped the signature pen on the contract. As long as you can continue scoring on the pitch, as long as you can maintain this exposure that drives people crazy, I guarantee I will make your bank account grow to the point where even you can't count it. Suze expressionlessly picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name. The commercial empire officially set sail at this moment. But before Suze could fully imagine his future luxurious life, Chloe's other work phone suddenly rang urgently. Chloe glanced at the caller ID, her expression instantly darkening. It's the legal department of Manchester United. After answering the call and listening for a few moments, her brows furrowed tightly. Hanging up the phone, Chloe turned to Suze, who had just signed and was still maintaining his aloof demeanor, and said solemnly, your checkbook might take a bit longer to be cashed, Sue. The FA's disciplinary committee has officially intervened in the Stamford Bridge underwear incident. They believe your actions have severely damaged the public image of the Premier League and even carry a nature of malicious provocation and insult towards others. Chloe took a deep breath. Sir Alex has already gone to London. A hearing regarding you is about to begin. In late November at the headquarters of the English Football Association in Soho Square, London, a fax machine slowly spewed out an official document stamped with a bright red seal. Just 10 minutes later, the contents of this document spread across the entire British Isles through breaking news from major sports media. In response to the dressing code violation and provocative behavior of Manchester United player Suze during the match against Chelsea, the FA's disciplinary committee made the following decision: a fine of £20,000 and an additional one-match suspension for Suze. Reason: deliberate provocation of the opponent, severely damaging the public image and sportsmanship of the Premier League. This fine was like a bombshell, instantly stirring up a storm in the already heated public opinion arena. Over at Stamford Bridge, it was almost a scene of jubilation. Chelsea fans were spreading the news on various forums, celebrating as if they had just won the Champions League final. Chelsea's captain John Terry made a point to stop in front of a group of reporters after the public training session that afternoon. He adjusted the collar of his training gear, his eyes gleaming with a sense of vindication and arrogance. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Terry stated solemnly to the camera, "Football is a serious sport for men. The pitch is a battlefield for warriors, not a circus for some ill-mannered youngsters to showcase their dressing antics. The FA has made a professional ruling. We need to protect the dignity of this sport and completely expel those vulgar clowns." Following his remarks, Chelsea-affiliated media erupted in applause, praising Terry for demonstrating the perspective and generosity of an experienced Premier League veteran. Meanwhile, in Manchester, the skies above the Carrington training base seemed to be shrouded in a heavy, oppressive, low-pressure system. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Manchester United held its routine press conference. The press room was packed with twice the usual number of journalists. The aisles were filled with cameras, and the air buzzed with a palpable tension, as if everyone was eager to witness Manchester United's downfall. All the reporters were rubbing their hands together, ready to witness Sir Alex Ferguson's humiliation. In their eyes, Suze had caused a scandal too big. Not only did he disgrace Manchester United, but he also angered the FA. The usually strict Ferguson would undoubtedly explode at the press conference, possibly announcing severe internal suspensions and hefty fines for Suze. The heavy oak door swung open. Ferguson walked up to the podium with a steady gait. Today he wasn't chewing gum. His weathered Scottish face bore no unnecessary expression, resembling a deep, bottomless cold pool. As soon as the press officer announced the start of questions, a senior reporter from the Daily Telegraph couldn't wait to stand up, his gaze flashing with unhidden aggression. "Good afternoon, Sir Alex. A few hours ago, the FA's fine was officially issued. What is your evaluation of Suze's bizarre and severely insulting actions against the opponent at Stamford Bridge?" This reporter deliberately raised his voice, pressing on aggressively. "As a club with a century of glory, will Manchester United impose a more severe internal punishment on Suze than just a one-match suspension? After all, he has brought shame upon the entire Old Trafford." The press room fell silent, and all the microphones were thrust forward. The reporters held their breath, waiting for Ferguson's wrath to descend upon that young lad from Dacia. Ferguson sat in his chair, his hands resting on either side of the microphone. He lowered his head slightly, remaining silent for a full 5 seconds. When he finally raised his head again, the eyes hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses seemed to ignite two blazing flames capable of burning the entire press room to ashes. "Scandal. Shame." Ferguson's voice was extraordinarily deep, yet it bore a terrifying pressure that caused the scalp of anyone listening to prickle. He slammed his hand on the table with such force that it knocked over the water bottle in front of him, spilling water everywhere, but he didn't even glance at it. "You hypocrites who spend all day in tailored suits, sitting in air-conditioned rooms typing on keyboards, and that bunch of bureaucrats in London who only know how to sip afternoon tea and set rules, do you even know what the hell football is?" Ferguson's roar hit every reporter's eardrum like a tangible sound wave. The questioning reporter turned pale, instinctively taking a half step back. Ferguson didn't give him a chance to retort. He stood up, leaning over the table like a lion fiercely defending its territory, unleashing his fury upon the media of England. "You talk to me about dignity. Talk about public image. That's utterly ridiculous." In the history of Manchester United, Eric Cantona leaped over advertising boards to kick those thugs who insulted him with racist slurs to maintain his dignity. Roy Keane fought opponents to bloody pulp for the team's victory in the midfield. They are legends of Old Trafford, the iron-blooded essence of the Red Devils. And Suze. Ferguson pointed a finger emphatically at the table, his voice thunderous. "He is just an 18-year-old kid. At Stamford Bridge, he was tortured for 80 minutes by the two center-backs with brutal, even murderous defense. The referee turned a blind eye, and Chelsea's fans insulted him with the dirtiest words from the stands." In that dire situation, he did not back down. He made a stunning comeback with a goal that would be etched in Premier League history. He took off his jersey, revealing a pink shirt with a statement about Terry's defensive flaws. What does that count as malicious provocation? That is creativity. That is the passion and rebellious spirit belonging to a genius. The entire press room fell silent. The reporters who had initially come to gawk at the spectacle were now stunned by Ferguson's overwhelming and powerful to elevate wearing pink lace underwear to the level of genius creativity. To label the extreme humiliation of Terry as the truth regarding tactical flaws. This defense was simply insane. The FA wants to suspend him. Ferguson's eyes revealed an unyielding dominance. These fools are attempting to stifle the personality of a once-in-a-century football genius. They are turning the Premier League into a lifeless, passionless factory. Ferguson yanked the microphone from the table facing the camera. He articulated his final ultimatum word by word. I will make this clear today. Manchester United will never accept this absurd and extremely unjust punishment. We will not impose even a penny of internal fines on Souze. If those fools at the FA insist on suspending him, we will appeal. We will appeal to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. We will fight against this damn bureaucracy to the end. At Old Trafford, no one can touch my players. No one can. Bang. After Ferguson finished his last words, he slammed the microphone on the table and strode out of the press room, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded reporters staring at each other. At the same time, in a luxury apartment in downtown Manchester, Souze watched the live broadcast of the press conference on the television screen. Chloe stood before the television holding a thick stack of crisis public relations strategies that she had spent 3 sleepless nights writing, completely petrified. She had already prepared herself mentally for Souze to face severe internal penalties from the club, even being demoted to the reserve team. She had dozens of excuses ready to explain to sponsors. But she never expected that Sir Alex Ferguson, the most stubborn and strict leader in all of Europe, would declare a total war against the FA and Chelsea for the sake of a young lad from Dacia. Is this old man crazy? The public relations draft in Chloe's hands fell limply onto the expensive carpet. This unyielding defense was 1,000 times more formidable than the most elite PR team. Ferguson, with his unshakable status in football, forcefully transformed an extremely embarrassing social death incident into a tragic narrative of the Red Devil's iron will to combat the world's injustice. And sitting on the sofa, Souze's emotions were tumultuous. He quietly watched Ferguson's angry departing figure on the television screen, his nose suddenly tingling inexplicably. Ever since he inexplicably came to this world and was bound by that troublesome system, he had been living in constant fear. To survive and retain his football talent, he was forced to kiss old ladies, practice Tai Chi, and wear lace underwear. He was hated by his opponents, ridiculed by the media, and misunderstood by fans. He felt like a puppet controlled by the system, playing the role of a clown seeking attention in front of the whole world. He thought that in this cold and cruel professional football world, he was destined to face all malice alone. But today, at this moment when he needed help the most, and was facing the worst reputation, that old man who usually yelled at him and threatened to throw him into a shredder unexpectedly stepped forward without hesitation, spreading his broad wings to protect him, shielding him from all the storms outside. In this old man's heart, I am not some circus monkey that brings traffic. I am his player, the soldier he wants to protect. Souze leaned back on the sofa, tilting his head, fighting to keep the warmth in his eyes from spilling out. An unprecedented and intense sense of belonging surged wildly in his heart, like wild grass in spring. Sue. Chloe snapped back to reality, looking at the silent Souze on the sofa. She tentatively asked, "Are you okay?" Sir Alex has really stirred up a hornet's nest. He has offended the entire Fleet Street and the FA for you. Souze took a deep breath. The bone-chilling sensation, like ancient ice, surged up his throat. The passive effect of honest oral liquid was activated. The emotion on Souze's face was instantly smoothed over, his facial nerves seemingly frozen completely. He looked at Chloe and in an extremely calm yet incredibly firm tone expressed his most genuine feelings. "I am fine. I just feel like I have found a very sturdy and protective thigh in this damn place." Souze shifted his gaze from the television screen to the gloomy Manchester sky outside. That old man is 1,000 times cooler than any top PR firm in the world. Since he is willing to go to war with the whole world for me, I will risk my life to ensure he does not lose. Chloe listened to Souze's almost vow-like truth, and as she looked at his expressionless yet strangely compelling profile, her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. She bent down, picked up the public relations draft from the floor, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. "You're right, boss." Chloe's eyes reignited with the ambition of a powerful businesswoman. "With Sir Alex backing you along with your unreasonable scoring efficiency from today onward, those who criticize you will only become the stepping stones to your ascent to the throne. Our business empire will face no more obstacles. just as the two in the apartment reached a peculiar consensus. The public opinion within the entire English football scene had completely turned around due to Ferguson's statements. Chelsea fans were so frustrated online, they could almost spit blood. They tried to refute only to find that Ferguson had elevated the matter to the level of stifling genius creativity, making their criticisms seem unreasonable. The FA found themselves in a difficult position. The bureaucrats who had intended to use Sousa to establish authority now faced the toughest nail in the Premier League. Ferguson. If they forcibly suspended him, they would undoubtedly encounter endless appeals and struggles from Manchester United. A storm surrounding Sousa seemed to have been temporarily quelled by Ferguson's strong hand. However, Sousa knew very well that while the external crisis had been averted, the ticking bomb within him had just begun its countdown. Because just last night, after he completed that grueling match, the three core attributes of his body finally broke through a certain threshold simultaneously. That was the stepping stone to the highest stage in Europe, as well as the death notice of the new round of horrific torment that the system was about to unleash. In mid-December, the harsh winter had just descended upon Manchester, with fine freezing rain drifting over the Carrington training base. However, on this morning, the atmosphere in the first-team locker room was ablaze with a fervor that surged with adrenaline entirely different from the Premier League. Today was the day when the results of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 draw would be revealed. A large screen television mounted on the wall of the locker room was broadcasting the draw ceremony from UEFA's headquarters in Nîmes, Switzerland. On screen, UEFA Secretary-General Infantino and draw guest Figo were drawing small balls inscribed with the names of Europe's top clubs from a transparent glass bowl. Please don't let it be Barcelona, and definitely not Real Madrid, at least not now. Veteran Giggs murmured to himself, while applying muscle-warming cream to his legs, his eyes fixed on the screen. While Manchester United was making great strides in the Premier League on the European stage, this team, in a transition phase, was still somewhat lacking in confidence when facing the galactic teams with superstars like Messi and Ronaldo. "It's out," Vidic suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen. On screen, Figo unfolded a small piece of paper revealing a name that filled all Premier League teams with dread, yet also with a classical sense of fatalism: AC Milan. The locker room erupted into a murmur of low discussions. Milan. Those old Italian men. Rooney threw the water bottle in his hand onto the bench. Their defense must be nearly 150 years old altogether. Perfect. Let us go to San Siro and teach them what Premier League speed is. Don't be careless, Wayne. Scholes frowned seriously, advising, the Italian defense is ingrained in their bones. Although Nesta is old, his positioning and anticipation remain world-class, not to mention, they now have a monstrous Thiago Silva. While the veterans were discussing their upcoming European opponents in a corner of the locker room, Sousa leaned against his locker door, holding a freshly published Gazzetta dello Sport, his eyes twitching violently at the headline. This most authoritative Italian sports newspaper did not as usual indulge in grand narratives about the historical encounters between the two teams after the draw. Instead, they lavishly dedicated the entire front page to Sousa alone. To be precise, it was a collage of two extremely embarrassing photos of Sousa. One showed him slowly performing Tai Chi, like an old man in front of the Loyal stand at Old Trafford. The other, captured at the corner flag at Stamford Bridge, showed him lifting his shirt to reveal a pink lacy large-sized bra in a perverse moment. Above these two visually shocking photos in bold Italian was an eye-catching title filled with arrogance and mockery: "The clown from England's circus is coming." The artistic temple of San Siro will be personally taught by Nesta what true football defense is. The introduction to the article belittled Sousa to a worthless degree. Manchester United seems to treat the Champions League as some sort of low-grade reality show. This Asian forward named Sousa from the Great Xia Kingdom has deceived silly goal statistics in the Premier League through some nonsensical luck and attention-seeking pre-match rituals. But please note, this is the Champions League, the home ground of tactically disciplined Serie A teams. When he faces the ironclad defense formed by Nesta and Thiago Silva, his clumsy spatial tricks and neurotic runs will be utterly useless. The art of Italian defense will act like a precision scalpel, shattering this clown's disguise and exposing him to roll back to that rain-soaked industrial city. Sousa looked at the Italian text on the newspaper. Although he couldn't understand it, Hernandez beside him had kindly translated it word for word into broken English. He felt as if a large stone was blocking his chest, making him breathless. Did these Italian media lose? Did I provoke you guys? I practice Tai Chi to avoid wearing women's clothing. I wear women's clothing to maintain my skills. I am already miserable enough in the Premier League, being used as a punching bag by various defenders, and now even the Champions League opponents, who haven't even started yet, have to publicly humiliate me. Sue, look at what these Italians are writing. Rooney strode over, snatched the newspaper from Sousa's hands, glanced at the photos on it, and slammed his palm on the locker with a loud bang. Not only are they insulting you, but they are also insulting our entire Manchester United. A circus clown. Do they really think their aging defense can stop us? Rooney was like an enraged bull snorting angrily. When we get to San Siro, we must kick their butts hard. Let them know the power of the Premier League. Vidic also stood up, clenching his fists, the joints cracking ominously. That's right, football is played with feet, not with newspapers. When we get on the field, I will let their forwards know what true hell is. The Manchester United players in the locker room were all agitated. Premier League teams often feel a complex blend of tactical inferiority and physical superiority when facing Serie A teams. Now, with the Italian media openly mocking their newly promoted key forward, it was undoubtedly like throwing a match into a powder keg. All the Manchester United players at this moment shared a common hatred for the enemy, wishing they could fly to Milan right now and smash the editorial office of Gazzetta dello Sport. Souze looked at his teammates, who were ignited with fierce battle spirit because of him, and felt somewhat moved inside. These usually hot-tempered veterans indeed protect their own. He opened his mouth, intending to follow the crowd and passionately deliver a pre-match rallying speech like, "I will definitely score," and hit them in the face in Milan, or "Thank you for your support, brothers," to further solidify his status as the big brother in the locker room. However, that damned, completely unperceptive, honest, oral liquid passive effect activated once again at the most inappropriate time, ruthlessly sealing his vocal cords. A familiar cool sensation rushed to his head. He internally wailed in despair, "System, oh system. Speaking the truth at this moment will get me beat up. Please let me act tough, just this once." But his mouth was completely out of control. In a steady, objective tone, even carrying a hint of self-reflection, he emitted a long string of harsh truths that made everyone's blood pressure soar in the agitated locker room. "Wayne Nemanja, you really don't need to be this angry." Souze's voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible in the suddenly quiet locker room. Rooney was stunned, holding the newspaper, looking at Souze with a dazed expression. Souze's calm gaze swept over the photos on the newspaper, continuing with that infuriating tone, "If we set aside emotional factors and look purely from a visual and logical perspective, the evaluation in this newspaper is indeed very fair and objective. Look at my stiff and slow posture while doing Tai Chi in the photo. It indeed resembles some sort of low-grade juggling performance, and that pink lace lingerie takes the absurdity to the peak. Especially since my hair was not well-groomed due to sweating sticking to my forehead, I indeed looked no different from those clowns responsible for humor in a circus. They did not fabricate facts, they merely stated my embarrassing behavior over the past period." With those words, silence fell. Time stood completely still in the Carrington first-team locker room. No sounds of breathing, no heartbeat. Dozens of Manchester United stars who had just been boiling with blood and preparing to fight at San Siro were now staring blankly at Souze as if they had all been collectively cursed with paralysis. What were they hearing? A forward who was publicly humiliated by the opposing media as a clown. Not only did he not explode in rage and vow revenge, but he was also earnestly arguing that the insults from the other side were very fair and objective from a visual and logical perspective, and even analyzing the absurdity caused by his bad hairstyle. A full 5 seconds passed. Thud. Rooney's newspaper fell to the ground. This #1 forward of England felt as if his brain had been crushed by a road roller, completely losing the ability to think. "Sue, you," Rooney stammered, pointing at Souze, unable to produce a complete sentence for a long time. He even doubted whether Souze had been so traumatized that he had completely lost his sanity. Giggs painfully covered his face while Scholes looked at the ceiling with a detached gaze. "Crazy, this kid is definitely crazy," Evra muttered quietly beside them, instinctively taking 2 steps back, afraid of being infected by Souze's bizarre mental state. Souze sat there, appearing as steady as a mountain, but inside, he was bleeding profusely. How he wanted to jump up and shout, "That's not what I meant. I was forced." But he couldn't do that. He could only watch his teammates shift from anger to shock, finally turning into an extreme speechlessness, as if they were looking at a late-stage lunatic. Just as the atmosphere in the locker room was about to descend into an indescribable awkwardness and absurdity, a click sound was heard as the locker room door was pushed open. Sir Alex Ferguson strode in, holding a Champions League schedule. The old man quickly sensed the strange atmosphere in the locker room. He glanced at the Gazzetta dello Sport on the floor, then looked at the expressionless Souze and immediately understood what was going on. Ferguson did not ask Souze what shocking nonsense he had just said. He simply walked to the center of the room and broke the deadlock with his commanding voice. "Did you all see? The Italians have declared war on us in advance." Ferguson pointed at the newspaper on the ground. "They mock our players as clowns. Well then, at Old Trafford there is only one way to respond to mockery." The old man turned his head, his sharp eyes fixed on Souze, his gaze burning with a frenzied fighting spirit. "Sue, pack your bag. Next Tuesday, I want you to step onto the pitch at San Siro as the starting forward. Since they want to see a circus performance, you will go to that so-called artistic temple and give those arrogant Italians a class-titled Premier League nightmare." Ferguson's words struck like thunder, instantly reigniting the flame that had just been extinguished in the locker room. Roar. The Manchester United players let out a thunderous roar. Though they did not understand Sousa's thought process, as long as Ferguson issued the battle command, they were a group of unyielding red devils. Sousa looked at the furious Ferguson and his passionate teammates, yet his heart felt as cold as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Starting. San Siro. He internally screamed in despair. Boss, are you overestimating me? That's Nesta and Thiago Silva. With my petite frame starting at the meat grinder of Serie, I means not attending class, but going to serve as fodder. But at this moment the die was cast. The trumpet of the Champions League had sounded. A storm more brutal and testing of humanity than the Premier League was silently brewing over the city of Milan. On February 21st, late at night, on the charter flight from Manchester to Milan, most Manchester United players had already put on eye masks and covered themselves with blankets, drifting into slumber. Inside the cabin, apart from the low rumble of the engine, the only sound left was the occasional rustling of newspapers. Sousa sat by the window, resting his head against the cold fuselage, gazing at the ink-black night sky outside. He couldn't fall asleep. It wasn't due to the excitement of his first European Champions League away game, but rather a profound anxiety about the impending judgment he was about to face. Over the past season, he had experienced a fantastical leap from being a fringe player on the verge of relegation to the starting center forward for the Red Devils in the Premier League. He had endured the harshest blows, suffered tremendous losses, and used the most inexplicable methods to score goals, leaving the lofty media experts on Fleet Street with faces swollen like pigs. But all of this was built upon the Premier League's fast-paced rhythm, emphasizing physical confrontations and swift transitions between attack and defense. Serie A was different. It was a league that ingrained defense into its very bones and elevated tactics to an art form. The AC Milan defense was not a muscle jungle like Aston Villa relying solely on physical strength. It was the wall of size formed by Nesta and Thiago Silva. They wouldn't easily knock you down like Premier League defenders, creating a vacuum where you could trigger the master of eating cakes, nor would they allow you space to take a shot from 30 meters away to trigger the divine aiming. What if I can't even touch the ball at San Siro? Wouldn't that render my skills useless? Sousa silently calculated in his heart, feeling a chill creep down his back with each thought. He knew his limitations. Without the support of the system's divine skills, he might not even measure up to a 10-year-old ball boy in front of Nesta. Buzz. Just as Sousa was irritably trying to rub his eyes, he felt a sudden surge of a weak, yet undeniable strange sensation from deep within his body. It felt like a long dry riverbed finally receiving the nurturing of the first spring rain. In his limbs and bones it was as if a million ants were gently gnawing at his muscle fibers, bringing a tingling and sore sensation. Immediately a warm current of energy surged from his dantian, traveling up his spine and spreading throughout his body in an instant. Sousa instinctively clenched his fists, surprised to find that his once frail arms, akin to dry wood, seemed to have gained a semblance of tangible strength. He immediately summoned the faint blue virtual panel in his mind that only he could see. Host Sousa, current team Manchester United, strength 60. You are no longer a mere reed that can be blown down by a gust of wind, barely able to withstand an ordinary collision on the Premier League's bench. Stamina 60. Congratulations, your lung capacity is now sufficient to support you in completing a half's worth of high-intensity shuttle runs without worrying about needing oxygen afterward. Agility 61. Although your movements still lack grace, at least you won't trip over yourself when unopposed. Speed 58. Still an average shortcoming. Shooting 65. With the support of divine skills, you can barely be considered a competent shooter. Tip: the host has perfectly absorbed the beginner's attribute compensation package through daily self-harm training at Carrington Base, exceeding 3 times the norm, along with the baptism of high-intensity confrontations in the Premier League. 60. Past. No wonder, despite being crashed into by Vidic every day for the past 6 months, my body has thickened like a balloon. Sousa glanced at the panel, finally feeling a bit of comfort. The grueling schedule of the past season, combined with the insane training at Carrington Base, had finally provoked a qualitative change. He was no longer the ultimate failure with stamina in the 30s. Although the stats still hovered around the passing line under the intense sharpening of the Premier League, he now at least possessed the foundation of a normal professional player. However, before Sousa could recover from the joy of escaping poverty, the cold, mechanical, and even oddly pleasant electronic prompt tone pierced through his eardrum without warning, like a midnight death knell. Ding! Detected that the host's core physical attributes, strength, stamina, agility, have all comprehensively surpassed the passing mark of 60. Detected the impending fate of facing the Champions League round of 16, a showdown against Serie as top-tier chain defense San Siro. Star Behavior Art System Champions League Epic Limit task has been officially triggered. Upon hearing the words epic limit task, the slight excitement generated from the boost in attributes instantly felt like being doused with liquid nitrogen at 20 degrees below zero, freezing him completely. He knew all too well the nature of this troublesome system. Every time attributes reached the standard, it was inevitably accompanied by an earth-shattering social death baptism. Last time at Anfield, when he hugged Dalglish too tightly, he nearly got beaten to death by the Liverpool fans. Showcasing pink lace underwear at Stamford Bridge had made him a hot topic across the internet as the perverted equality idol. Now on the globally focused stage of the Champions League, in that venue known as the Scala of football, the San Siro. What more tricks could this system pull? Souza bit his lip as the faint blue virtual panel unfolded before his retina. In a domineering manner, lines of bold red text resembling death warrants flashed into view. Task name: Eastern Zen, the ultimate meditator of San Siro. Task background: in the face of Siri as suffocating chain defense artistry, any hasty attack will turn to vapor. A true tactical master knows to seek absolute tranquility within during the noisiest of battlegrounds. You need to use an Eastern practice method that transcends the understanding of European football to thoroughly shock the souls of the Milan players before the opening whistle. Task content: before the start of the first leg of the Champions League round of 16, AC Milan vs. Manchester United. When the main referee is about to blow the whistle to start the match, the host must walk alone to the center of the San Siro pitch, sit cross-legged, and meditate with closed eyes for 1 full minute, during which no movement, speech, or opening of eyes is allowed. Task reward: unlock the Champions League exclusive causal law divine skill. Ground flight break through ball control limitations, ensuring ball possession without loss for 5 seconds. Prerequisite: no physical confrontations or loss of balance can occur. Failure penalty: in the next 3 official matches, every time the host touches the ball, including passing, shooting, or stopping, a loud and penetrating pig squeal will involuntarily escape with a volume of up to 80 decibels. Buffed. After reading the last line of the task panel, Souza nearly couldn't hold back a mouthful of old blood that sprayed onto the seat back in front of him. Pig squeal. Souza let out a shrill cry in his heart, like a slaughtered pig, gripping his hair with both hands, as if he might rip his scalp off. System, are you insane? Learning to squeal like a pig during a match. What about my dignity as a human? He could even imagine the extremely horrifying scene under the gaze of over 70,000 fans at Old Trafford. He elegantly controlled a long pass only to emit a loud oink like a pig. Then, as he dribbled the ball, every touch would result in a oink sound as he oinked his way into the penalty area, finally letting out a high-pitched ow while shooting. The image was too beautiful. Souza didn't even dare to envision it. This was definitely 1,000 times more socially fatal than wearing pink lace underwear. At least the underwear could be justified as resisting capitalist oppression, but squealing like a pig on the pitch. What other explanation could there be besides proving he was a mentally deranged lunatic? The next day, all the sports newspapers around the world would headline: Manchester United forward suspected of swine fever non-human species spotted at Old Trafford. Ferguson would undoubtedly send him straight to a mental hospital for forced isolation. He'll do it. He'll do it. Isn't that good enough? Souza cried, inwardly yielding to the system. Compared to being a pig that can kick a ball in 3 matches, sitting in the middle of San Siro for 1 minute seemed, perhaps, somewhat acceptable. It's just sitting cross-legged for a minute, right? Just pretend his legs cramped and he wanted to rest. But rationality quickly told Souza that it was definitely not that simple. On the stage of the Champions League knockout rounds, in front of over 80,000 passionate Italian fans, under the watchful eyes of football giants like Ibrahimovic, Seedorf, and Nesta. At the moment the referee was about to blow the whistle to start the match, a Manchester United forward suddenly running to the center circle to meditate. This was no longer provocation, it was openly trampling on the seriousness of the Champions League. The referee would undoubtedly consider it contempt for the rules, and handing him a yellow card warning would be a light. Milan players, especially those like Gattuso with explosive tempers, would likely rush up and kick him off the pitch along with the grass. What was worse, the task specified that during meditation, he could not open his eyes, move, or speak. This meant that for that 1 minute he would become a completely defenseless living target, allowing 80,000 fans to boo him, allowing Milan players to shove him around, and even permitting the referee to smash a red card into his face without any reaction. This is a certain death trap. Souza despaired as he leaned back against his seat, looking out at the night sky, feeling the future was bleak. However, when he refocused on the task reward, his previously cold heart couldn't help but start beating violently. Ground flight. Mandatory ball control, without loss, lasting for 5 seconds. Souza knew all too well the value of this skill. The reason he could only be an invisible man before relying on hide-and-seek tactics to stumble his way into the penalty area was due to his pitiful ball control and strength, which made it impossible to maintain possession in the Premier League's muscle jungle. As soon as the opposing defender made contact, he couldn't hold the ball for even a second. But with this divine skill, even for a brief 5 seconds, or as long as there was no physical confrontation, the ball would stick to his foot like glue. For a forward, this was simply the ultimate weapon for breaking through defenses and creating scoring opportunities. With it, he would no longer be a bread-eating bum relying on luck, but a true striker with independent offensive capabilities able to break through and lead. 5 seconds was enough for him to accomplish a lot. To avoid learning to squeal like a pig. For the new skill, Suze took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the despair in his eyes. He closed his eyes and began to frantically simulate all the unexpected situations that might occur tomorrow at San Siro in his mind, along with how to survive that torturous minute without being killed. A few hours later, the plane landed smoothly at Milan Malpensa Airport. As Suze walked out of the airport lobby with the main Manchester United squad, the sky was already beginning to brighten. Welcoming them, apart from a few Manchester United fans who had made the trip, were more local Italian sports journalists holding up newspapers prominently featuring Suze's unflattering Tai Chi photo from the Gazzetta dello Sport. Hey, the clown from the Great Xia Kingdom, ready to be kicked to tears at San Siro. Italy's defense will teach you a lesson. Better go back to Manchester and be a circus performer. Nesta will break your legs, yellow-skinned monkey. A few extreme Milan fans mixed in the crowd shouted at Suze in broken English. Manchester United's security personnel immediately moved in to protect the players. Veteran Giggs furrowed his brow and patted Suze's shoulder. Don't mind them, Sue. Italian football hooligans love to play these psychological games. On the pitch, silence them with goals. Suze, shouldering his backpack, walked expressionlessly in the middle of the squad. He ignored the insults and didn't retaliate as he usually would under the control of honest oral liquid. Because at this moment, all his focus was already concentrated on the impending epic social death tonight. He looked at the dim skyline of Milan in the distance, silently reciting in his heart, "Curse me, go ahead and curse. Tonight, I will let you know what true incomprehensibility means." February 22nd, Champions League night. Milan San Siro Stadium. This grand structure, acclaimed as the Scala of football, is now brimming with a fervor almost reaching its boiling point, welcoming the highlight of the season's Champions League round of 16 first leg. AC Milan facing Manchester United at home. Under the night sky, San Siro shines brightly, filled to the brim with over 80,000 fervent Italian fans. The red and black striped jerseys swirl in the stands like flames. In the south stand's loyal supporters section, a massive tifo covering the entire lower tier is slowly being. The image depicts a fierce red and black demon wielding a trident, trampling a frail figure clad in Manchester United attire. Prominently displayed on the frail figure's chest is a pink piece of lingerie. Il circo inglese sta tornando a casa. The English circus is going back home. A massive banner flutters beneath the tifo, accompanied by the deafening Milan team anthem Milan Milan, instilling a nearly suffocating sense of pressure on the Manchester United players. In the player tunnel, both teams' starting 11 have lined up. Compared to the stern and grave expressions of the Manchester United players, AC Milan's players appear relaxed, even somewhat arrogant. Especially the towering Swedish striker Zlatan Ibrahimovic at the forefront, exuding a strong aura of dominance, occasionally casting a sidelong glance at the young player in the Manchester United squad, wearing jersey number 39. In Ibrahimovic's eyes, this young man, notorious in the Premier League for his luck and showy pre-match antics, is utterly unworthy of sharing the pitch at this Champions League stage. Meanwhile, on the Manchester United side, Suze is currently undergoing the most severe psychological test of his career. Although his physical assessment data barely meets the passing mark, it does little to alleviate his inner fear. For he is not only about to face Milan's ironclad defense formed by Nesta and Thiago Silva, but also a legendary extreme challenge that could socially annihilate him 1,000 times over. Stay calm, I must stay calm. It's just 1 minute, right? Close my eyes, think of it as practicing yoga in my dorm. As long as I endure these 60 seconds, I can obtain the grounded flight skill and won't have to sound like a pig. Suze is frantically building himself up psychologically, breathing deeply and taking deep breaths. Beep. The referee Viktor Kasai from Hungary blew the whistle, signaling both teams to enter the field. Accompanied by the adrenaline-pumping Champions League theme song, the players of both teams walked out of the tunnel. Boom. The thunderous boos and jeers erupted as Suze stepped onto the pitch, crashing down on him like a tsunami from all directions. The sound is 10 times more terrifying than at Anfield, as the passion and exclusivity of the Italian fans are vividly displayed at this moment. The pre-match customary rituals proceed swiftly. Players from both sides shake hands, and the captains flip a coin. Manchester United wins the kickoff. Rooney and Berbatov are already positioned at the center circle. In this match, Ferguson has deployed a formation with 2 forwards and Suze playing as an attacking midfielder, attempting to utilize Suze's presence to attract defensive attention. There are less than 10 seconds left until the match officially starts. Referee Kasai glances at his watch, places the whistle in his mouth, and raises one hand preparing to blow the starting whistle. The gaze of over 80,000 fans along with the eyes of hundreds of millions of viewers behind the broadcast cameras all focus on the center of the pitch. At this critical moment, Suze, who should have stood a step outside the center circle to receive a return pass from Rooney, suddenly moves. Instead of bending down like the other players to assume a sprinting position, he strides forward with a steady, unhurried pace, directly crossing the midfield line and stepping into the absolute center of the center circle. Rooney is taken aback. His motion to pass the ball halted mid-action. Sue, what are you doing? Get back to your... Are you going to take the kickoff from an offside position? Berbatov also furrows his brow looking at his teammate, who is acting out of the ordinary. On the opposite side, the Milan players, including Gattuso and Seedorf, who are preparing to press stop in confusion. On the sideline, Sir Alex Ferguson had just settled into the coaching seat ready to unwrap a new piece of gum. Upon witnessing this scene, his gesture froze, and the gum fell onto his coat. What is this kid up to now? Ferguson's roar got stuck in his throat, his eyes wide as saucers. Meanwhile, everyone in the stadium, including referee Kasai, gazed at him in astonishment. Suze walks to the kickoff point at the center circle, halting less than half a meter from the ball. He takes a deep breath, transforming his fear of sounding like a pig into a tragic sense of determination. Then, amidst the world's astonished expressions, Suze slowly and elegantly bends his knees and sits down on the impeccably green grass of San Siro, resembling a carpet. Moreover, he even cross-legged, assuming a standard 5 hearts facing the sky meditative posture. Finally, he closes his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire San Siro stadium, which had just been roaring as if about to explode, falls into an eerie, deathly silence at this moment. No boos, no jeers, not even the sound of breathing can be heard. Everyone seems to be petrified, as if gazed upon by Medusa. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler's mouth drops open, his notes slipping from his hands. His signature rapid-fire commentary is completely silenced at this moment, and after 5 seconds he finally lets out a pitch-altered gasp. Oh, my God, what are we witnessing? Suze? He actually sat down in the center of San Siro before the kickoff whistle blew in the Champions League knockout stage. He even crossed his legs and closed his eyes. Is he protesting? Or performing some sort of mysterious religious ritual? What on earth? Next to him, Gary Neville wears a face of disbelief, rubbing his temples in anguish. This kid has completely lost it. Practicing Tai Chi at Old Trafford, hugging Daglish at Anfield, and now meditating at San Siro. Is he treating the Champions League like his personal yoga studio? On the pitch, the first to react is referee Kasai. This bald referee, known for his strictness, he strides towards the center circle, blowing his whistle urgently, while pulling out a yellow card from his pocket, raising it. Get up. Number 39 of Manchester United. Stand up this instant. Kalina bellows at Suze on the ground. You are severely undermining the seriousness of the match. I order you to return to your position immediately. But Suze remains like a lifeless statue, eyes tightly shut, sitting there unresponsive to Kasai's shouts or yellow card warning. 32. 33. 34. Suze is frantically counting the seconds in his mind, sweat trickling down. He dares not open his eyes or say a word. The task requires him to remain immobile, silent, and with his eyes closed for 1 minute. If he so much as twitches his lips or flutters his eyelids, he will fail the task, and then he would truly have to sound like a pig in the next 3 matches. Damn it. This kid is disrespecting us. The hot-tempered Milan butcher Gattuso can no longer hold back. He charges over like an enraged wild boar, shoving aside Rooney, who stands in his way, roaring at Suze on the ground. Get up, you clown from the Sia country. Are you trying to cause a scene and delay time? Get back to your half. As Gattuso yells, he reaches out with his muscular arms, attempting to forcibly pull Suze up from the ground. Don't touch him, Gattuso. Vidic and Ferdinand, the Manchester United defensive stalwarts, feel that Suze's actions are absurd to the extreme, but instinctively rush to block Gattuso. Players from both sides instantly shove against each other near the center circle, igniting the tension. Meanwhile, the broadcast camera focuses on Suze, who remains steady, eyes closed, meditating amid the chaotic shoving under the yellow card warning and a rain of curses. This scene, absurd yet imbued with an inexplicable tension, unfolds on the sidelines. AC Milan's head coach Allegri furrows his brow, observing the farce on the field. He turns to his assistant coach Tassadi and asks, what is this kid doing? Is this Manchester United's new tactic? Trying to provoke Gattuso into a card right from the start? Tassadi shakes his head in confusion. I don't know, but seeing his indifferent demeanor, he does resemble the Eastern philosopher mentioned in the newspapers. However, such a low-level psychological tactic is of no use to us. Meanwhile, on Manchester United's bench, assistant coach Mike Phelan is nearly beside himself, tugging at Ferguson's arm. Boss, please substitute him. Kasai has already shown a yellow card. and if he doesn't get up he will definitely be sent off with a straight red. We can't start the match with one player down in the first minute. Yet contrary to everyone's expectations, Sir Alex Ferguson, who should have been furious and even ready to storm the pitch to kick Suze up, is unusually calm at this moment. The old man gazes at the black-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the field, who instead of anger a complex and fervent expression appears in his eyes. Don't substitute him, Mike. Ferguson's voice is low and powerful as he retrieves another piece of gum from his pocket and starts chewing vigorously. Boss, Phelan is stunned. You don't understand, Mike. You have no idea what this kid is doing. Ferguson turns to Phelan. Do you think he is causing trouble? Do you think he is delaying time? Ferguson suddenly gestures toward the tens of thousands of furious and astonished home fans in San Siro, his voice trembling with excitement. Look at these Italians. Look at their expressions right now. They are trying to psychologically crush us with newspapers, tifos, and boos before the match, trying to create an overwhelming sense of invincibility. But Sue, this 18-year-old kid from Sia country. Ferguson grows increasingly animated, his imaginative powers reaching new heights at this moment. He is using the utmost contempt to dismantle the dignity of San Siro. He is using this extreme stillness to tell all the Milan players and fans, your fervor, your boos, your pride in this intimidating home ground do not even merit a glance from me. He is meditating amidst the curses of 80,000 people. What kind of terrifying psychological resilience and absolute confidence does that require? He is using this unique Zen quality from the East to deliver a resounding slap to the arrogant Italians on a psychological level before the match even starts. Ferguson shakes his fist fiercely. This is the true Red Devil. This is the madman that Old Trafford needs. Let him sit. As long as Kasai doesn't pull a red card, let him sit there for a full minute. I want all of Europe to see that our Manchester United players are invincible. Phelan, listening to the boss' impassioned tactical analysis, feels completely numb. He watches Suze, whose brow twitches slightly from Gattuso's spit hitting his face, and thinks only one thing: as long as the boss is happy. 58, 59, 60. As Suze counts the final number in his mind, the cold mechanical voice in his head finally arrives as promised. Ding! Champions League Epic Extreme Task Eastern Zen, the ultimate meditator of San Siro. Completion 100. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed a minute of uninterrupted meditation in an extremely hostile away environment, showcasing extraordinary pressure resistance and the charm of performance art. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host. Successfully unlocked the Champions League exclusive causal law skill, grounded flight. The moment Suze hears the prompt, the tension in his body finally relaxes completely. He feels an unprecedented strange power surging into his feet. It is a mystical sense of absolute control over the ball, as if it could stick to his toes like magnetism whenever he desired. Suze slowly opens his eyes. He pays no heed to Kasai, who stands before him face ashen while brandishing a yellow card, nor does he look at Gattuso, who is still furiously shouting while blocked by Vidic. He leisurely rises from the grass, brushes the grass off his shorts, then turns around, and in a calm tone, as if he just woke from a nap, says to Rooney, "Sorry, Wayne. I didn't sleep well last night, and just adjusted my state a bit. Now we can kick off." Beep. Accompanied by Kasai's piercing whistle, this match, destined to be recorded in Champions League history, filled with absurdity and bizarre twists, finally kicks off 1 minute late. As the head referee blew the prolonged whistle, signaling the start of the match, over 80,000 fans at San Siro Stadium erupted in a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Crimson and black banners whipped wildly across the stands while the air thickened with the electric, adrenaline-laced tension of imminent combat. Suze stepped lightly upon the slightly damp turf, sensing the newly manifested skill interface glowing faintly gold within his mind. Low-altitude flight transcends conventional dribbling limits, guarantees absolute ball control for 5 seconds without loss. Prerequisite: no physical contact or loss of balance may occur. Only 5 seconds, and just once per match. Suze calculated silently within his thoughts. This ability was nothing short of a tactical nuclear strike, precision steel reserved exclusively for the decisive moment. He would never deploy it recklessly, only when cornered in the most lethal zone under ultimate duress would he unleash it. For now, however, he would rely on familiar patterns to probe the depths of these Italian defenders' resolve. Adjusting his breath, Suze advanced methodically toward the opponent's half. In his view, Serie A clubs, though famed worldwide, were no different from Premier League sides. If he replicated his old tactics, feigning injury inside the box or retreating beyond 30 meters to unleash long-range shots, he could still trigger breadwinner or divine aim. Yet within merely 5 minutes, Suze realized just how gravely mistaken he had been. The Premier League and Serie A existed in entirely separate footballing dimensions. In the Premier League, defense revolved around raw grinding attrition, the meat grinder. Centre-backs like John Terry at Chelsea or Dion Dublin at Aston Villa favored brute force, containment, physically overwhelming opponents. They charged forward like rampaging bulls, shouldering, elbowing, covertly lunging with long legs to cleave through the ball. Though savage and brutal, leaving bruises across the body, such defending brimmed with unexpected vitality for Souza. For whenever an opponent lunged too fiercely or slipped up during contact, a perfect vacuum, an utterly unopposed space, would instantly materialize, allowing Breadwinner to strike without resistance. But on San Siro's hallowed pitch, that strategy collapsed entirely. The Italians refused all bodily confrontation. AC Milan's manager Massimiliano Allegri stood motionless at the touchline, hands tucked deep into his suit trousers, his expression as calm and certain as a security chief observing feeds from a surveillance room. He had watched Souza's Premier League footage dozens of times, distilling one core defensive principle: sever the supply. At the 8-minute mark, Manchester United's midfield maestro Paul Scholes received the ball near the center circle. Glancing upfield, he spotted Souza stationed precisely at the top of the penalty arc. Perfect chance. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Scholes delivered a disguised low-driven through ball, slicing like a scalpel behind Milan's central defenders. Souza's eyes lit up, just as he prepared to accelerate toward the pass. A crimson and black figure, elegant beyond measure, glided sideways with uncanny prescience, intercepting the ball's trajectory with flawless timing. Alessandro Nesta, this veteran Italian defender, hailed as the world's most graceful center-back, had not broken a single sweat. With effortless grace, he extended his right foot, cushioning Scholes' pass cleanly onto his instep before dispatching a composed short pass to a nearby teammate. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless fluidity, impeccable airtight. Souza froze mid-stride, staring at Nesta's unruffled hairline, a profound sense of helplessness rising like cold tide within him. Did this old man activate a cheat code? How did he know exactly where Scholes would thread that pass? And this was merely the beginning. At the 15th minute, Ryan Giggs burst down the left flank and launched a high arcing cross into the danger zone. Souza darted urgently into the 6-yard box, seeking chaos, the precise conditions to trigger Breadwinner. As long as the ball struck him untouched by others, the goal was inevitable. Instead, Thiago Silva rose like a moving wall of size. At the peak of his powers, this Brazilian center-back displayed terrifying leaping ability and defensive anticipation. Ignoring Souza entirely, he timed his leap perfectly, meeting the ball midair with a crisp, powerful header that cleared it decisively from danger. Souza stood foolishly beneath the cross, craning his neck skyward, never even glimpsing the ball's shadow. What the hell? Why won't they foul me? His inner monologue raged. How desperately he wished Nesta or Silva would charge in like those rough-hewn Premier League enforcers, shoving him violently to the ground. If they simply shoved him and walked away, Breadwinner would teach them humility. Yet these two defended like precision-engineered supercomputers. They maintained a consistent distance, always precisely 1.5 meters, from Souza, neither pressing nor losing sight. They didn't guard his body, they guarded geometry itself. Every conceivable passing lane, whether low and driven or soaring overhead, was surgically severed. Not a single ball reached Souza's feet. If the box offered no sustenance, then long-range artillery would have to suffice. Gritting his teeth, Souza retreated decisively, falling back 35 meters from goal deep into midfield territory. Given clean possession at that range, his divine aim, knuckleball would leave the goalkeeper questioning reality. Yet the moment he withdrew from the penalty area, a burly, bearded figure closed in. Gennaro Gattuso, this notoriously fearsome Serie A enforcer, clung like indelible gum, breathing heavily at Souza. Oriental boy, your meditation session is over. Gattuso spat in heavily accented English, lacing his words with trash talk. This isn't England's playground. It's San Siro. I'll watch you like a prison warden. Souza felt profoundly unsettled under his gaze. Gattuso's defending was deceptively cunning. Knowing Souza possessed an unpredictable, unstoppable long-range shot outside the box, Gattuso denied him even the slightest space to wind up. He committed no fouls, merely occupied the passing lane between Souza and United's ball carriers. Whenever a United midfielder forced a pass through, Gattuso positioned his body squarely half a meter in front of Souza. Finally, Souza received a rare back pass from Wayne Rooney. Just as he cocked his right leg, mentally tracing the crossbar's dead center target, Gattuso surged forward, planting his broad chest directly in front of the ball like an immovable meat barrier. To shoot now, even with divine aim, correcting its flight path, meant the ball would first slam into Gattuso's torso. Surely the system wouldn't transform the ball into armor-piercing ammunition capable of punching straight through him. Defeated, Souza reluctantly passed sideways to Michael Carrick. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. As the clock on the giant screen ticked relentlessly onward, the surprise weapon from Old Trafford, the revered striker who dominated the Premier League, vanished utterly on San Siro's sacred grass. 45 minutes of relentless effort yielded a suffocating statistic: 0 touches. Not a single one. He ran ceaselessly, cutting, reversing, stretching space. His stamina drained rapidly under futile exertion, sweat cascaded steadily from his jawline. To outsiders he resembled a fly trapped inside an invisible glass jar, dashing wildly against transparent walls, unable to escape the unseen barrier. AC Milan's Catenaccio defense formed a vast, intricate spiderweb, woven from countless equilateral triangles. Nesta's foresight, Silva's interception, Gattuso's man-marking, all converged into a flawless, self-sustaining circuit. Within that web, Suze struggled to draw breath. Meanwhile, Manchester United's backline, deprived of forward pressure, buckled repeatedly under Milan's attacking waves. At the 43rd minute, San Siro's volcanic energy finally erupted. Veteran midfielder Clarence Seedorf threaded a sublime lofted pass over Nemanja Vidic's head. Swedish colossus Zlatan Ibrahimovic controlled the ball on his chest inside the box, then executed a dazzling taekwondo-style high-kick maneuver, beating goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar to the punch and hammering the ball into Manchester United's net. Goal! The stadium DJ stretched the syllable into a primal scream. 80,000 Milan fans leapt from their seats as deafening seismic cheers shook the very foundations of the arena. 10. AC Milan took the lead at home. Ibrahimovic spread his arms wide, strutting defiantly around the corner flag, pausing deliberately near the center circle to cast a contemptuous glance at Suze, still gasping for air. The disdain in his eyes needed no translation. The Italian press box descended into ecstatic pandemonium. Tiziano Crudeli, Sky Sports Italia's legendary commentator, roared into his microphone with theatrical mockery. Did you see that? Did the entire world see it? This is the art of Italian defense. That so-called philosopher striker from Dacia, hailed as divine in England, meditating mystically at San Siro's center circle before kickoff, has now been stripped bare. Under Nesta's marking, he looks like a newborn infant taking its first unsteady steps. 45 minutes, 0 touches. He couldn't even discern the color of the ball's stitching. British media packaged him as football's Zen master, but against Serie A's tactical rigor, even the clown's tricks fade fast. Coach Allegri has just delivered Europe's definitive masterclass in defensive discipline. As the referee's final whistle signaled halftime, Manchester United's players trudged dispiritedly toward the top. Suze wiped sweat from his face, feeling a smoldering fire building in his chest. From the stands, Milan fans waved mockingly at his retreating back, hurling torrents of incomprehensible Italian slang. Their jeers crashed over him like a tidal wave. Sir Alex Ferguson waited at the tunnel entrance, his face dark as storm clouds, so grim he didn't even glance at Suze walking straight into the dressing room. Suze lowered his gaze to his immaculate cleats, not a speck of grass clinging to them. In the Premier League, he'd endured countless beatings, yet always retaliated with bizarre quests and absurdly potent techniques that left opponents humiliated. Today, however, confronted with pure intellectual and tactical supremacy, a true dimensional downgrade, he experienced for the first time a crushing existential helplessness. You truly believe victory is already secured? Suze clenched his jaw, fists tightening at his sides. He sensed the persistent, radiant glow of the low-altitude flight icon pulsing within his mind. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. Suze lifted his head and strode resolutely into the dim, shadowed tunnel. In the second half, I will use those 5 seconds to shatter your vaunted art of defense into irretrievable fragments. February 22nd. The first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 unfolded amid deafening roars inside San Siro Stadium. Time stretched infinitely here. Each second pulsed with Manchester United players' labored breaths and the suffocating pressure of Italian defenders closing in like a tightening vice. The giant screen flashed 78th minute. The scoreboard remained frozen at 10. Far from loosening under United's mounting frustration, the second half had instead descended entirely into the tactical meat grinder meticulously woven by AC Milan's head coach Allegri. Nesta and Thiago Silva stood as tireless gatekeepers, impenetrable, unyielding, shattering United's forward line into jagged fragments. Rooney found himself mired in brutal physical duels inside the box, every touch met by 2 or 3 ferocious challenges. Giggs' incisive runs down the flank were repeatedly nullified by the seasoned Zambrata. And Suze, the young prodigy from Dacia who had set an awkward record of 0 touches in the first half, now faced the most desperate moment of his professional career. Huff, huff. Suze leaned forward, hands braced on his knees, gasping deeply. Sweat had drenched his crimson jersey, cascading in torrents down his cheeks onto the rain-slicked turf. His lungs burned like rusted bellows, each breath seared with sharp, fiery pain. Utter exhaustion. Though his stamina attribute had barely scraped past the threshold of 60, sufficient for the standard pace of the English Premier League. In this elite Champions League knockout clash against Serie A's world-class defensive unit and its relentless tactical attrition, its ceaseless, fruitless shuttle runs, his stamina drained more than twice as fast as it ever had in England. That meager, barely adequate reserve of physical endurance had long since been pulverized to dust by this scarlet-and-black tactical grinder. His legs now wobbled like those of a sleep-deprived gamer who'd pulled 3 all-nighters straight. Every stride sent agonizing spasms rippling through his thigh muscles. These Italian bastards, they're not even human. Suze gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. He darted across the pitch hunting for even the slimmest gap, but wherever he ran, Gattuso, the hulking scarred butcher, materialized like a specter 1 meter ahead, cutting off every passing lane with impeccably timed, physically dominant positioning. No contact, no fouls, only pure, unrelenting tactical domination. Suze's innate talents, master of the tap-in and divine aim, proved utterly useless against this impenetrable defensive web like antique rusted blades confronting a Stadioft missile defense system. On the touchline, Manchester United's technical area hung thick with oppressive silence. Sir Alex Ferguson stood grim-faced, chewing gum furiously, his hawk-like gaze fixed upon the stumbling figure of number 39. Boss Su's stamina is at absolute zero. Assistant manager Mike Phelan approached quietly, voice low and urgent. He's become dead weight on the pitch, not receiving passes, not even fulfilling basic decoy duties. Milan's defense has already mapped his every move. Phelan gestured toward Javier Hernandez, warming up nearby. Bring on Chicharito. His pace and intelligent off-the-ball movement might just crack their back line in these final moments. A 10 deficit is survivable. We still have a chance at Old Trafford. But if we concede again, it's over. Ferguson fell silent. He knew Phelan was right. From a purely rational tactical standpoint, substituting Suze for a fresh, faster striker was the only viable path to break this deadlock. Yet when his eyes swept once more over Suze's impassive face, shaped by passive skill into an expression of cold, unyielding resolve, he hesitated. This lad, meditating in full lotus before 80,000 jeering fans, was it mere theatrics? Ferguson questioned himself inwardly. After decades of management, he had witnessed countless prodigies fade and countless miracles ignite. There was something uncanny about Suze, a raw, inexplicable, dark aura that had saved Manchester United time and again in seemingly hopeless situations. Would that aura finally be extinguished on San Siro's hallowed grass? Wait 2 more minutes, Ferguson muttered, jaw clenched. Just 2 minutes. If he creates nothing, prepare Chicharito for substitution. Phelan sighed helplessly and turned to notify the 4th official. The clock now read the 80th minute. Milan supporters sang louder, bolder, waves of sound swelling from the stands. To them the match held no further suspense. That arrogant Eastern philosopher, hailed by English media as a messianic genius, had been stripped bare by Italy's legendary defense, reduced to a pitiful ghost who couldn't even touch the ball. Go back to Manchester, clown from Dacia. Did Nesta teach you how to live? Ha ha ha. Laughter crashed onto the pitch like a merciless tide. Amid this despair, Manchester United barely repelled a Milan corner. Veteran goalkeeper Edwin van der Sar soared skyward and caught the ball cleanly. The seasoned Dutch custodian didn't hesitate. His sharp eyes instantly registered the dangerous forward surge of Milan's players after the corner, leaving a rare, fleeting gap in their high line. Wait! Van der Sar roared, whipping his arm back and launching a thunderous spiraling throw deep into Rooney. With his back to goal, used his chest to cushion the ball down from Ambrosini's tight marking. He didn't attempt a selfish turn or risky dribble. Instead, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a lone crimson figure drifting near the center circle like a spectral wanderer. For the entire match, this was Suze's first and only moment occupying open space unshadowed by Milan's defenders. Without hesitation, Rooney pushed a low, laser-guided through ball with his right instep, skimming the damp San Siro turf like a scalpel slicing across midfield, aimed precisely at Suze's feet. Chance! A faint gasp rose from United's faithful in the stands. Meanwhile, Suze felt his legs weighed down by molten lead. He watched the ball roll toward him. His mind exploded into hyperactive calculation. It's finally here. Jaw clenched, his eyes blazed with the feral, defiant light of a cornered beast. He knew exactly where he stood. If he tried to control and turn his clumsy dribbling and depleted stamina, guaranteed he'd be dispossessed within 3 seconds by Gattuso or Seedorf. If he passed, Rooney was already swarmed. The ball would vanish without trace. Directly ahead loomed 4 Milan titans, Gattuso, Seedorf, Nesta, and Thiago Silva, rushing in from all 4 cardinal directions like unstoppable iron walls radiating suffocating pressure. All escape routes sealed. A true no-exit death trap. System, you leave me no choice. Suze screamed inwardly, a cry both desperate and unhinged. He made no conventional first-touch adjustment, no deceleration. Instead, he lunged forward, dragging his crumbling body one massive step toward the rolling ball. Activate. Ground-level flight. As Suze issued that final allure-nothing command in his mind. Ding. Host command confirmed. Champions League exclusive causality-defying technique. Ground-level flight activated. Effect engaged bypasses technical limitations of dribbling. Ball retention guaranteed for 5 seconds. Warning: during activation, any physical contact or loss of balance will immediately terminate the ability. Time warped. Slowed to a crawl by some arcane force. A bizarre, scientifically inexplicable energy surged from Suze's soles, flooding his entire being. In stunned disbelief, 4 Milan defenders watched. The boy from Dacia, who moments earlier could barely stand upright, gasping for air, underwent a surreal metamorphosis the instant his foot touched the ball. He did not dazzle like Messi with dizzying footwork, nor glide like Kaká with elegant feints. Suze's movements were grotesque, awkward, jarring, disturbingly uncoordinated. He swayed violently, arms flailing wildly in midair like a man who downed 3 liters of counterfeit liquor, desperate, chaotic attempts to stay upright. Each staggering stride looked poised to end in a humiliating face-first crash on a San Siro's turf. Yet this absurd, drunken posture carried an eerie, ineffable mysticism that chilled observers to the bone. And that black-and-white Champions League match ball now seemed magnetically bound to the tip of Suze's boot, hovering less than 20 centimeters ahead. No matter how drastically he tilted his body, defying gravity itself, or how unsteady his gait became, the ball never strayed a millimeter from his toe. 5. The countdown began. A performance destined to shock all of Europe, a legendary, hallucinatory, divine, drunken fist would now unfold. At the very heart of San Siro, beneath the incredulous gazes of 80,000 Italian fans, on February 22nd, the night sky above San Siro Stadium was filled with the clamorous voices of 80,000 Italian fans. The time on the big screen ticked to the 81st minute. The score of 10 loomed like a heavy mountain pressing down on the hearts of every Manchester United player. However, in the left section of the pitch, a magical realism drama that would leave future tactical analysts tearing their hair out was slowly unfolding, accompanied by a crisp system notification echoing in Suze's mind. 5. The system's cold countdown echoed deep within Suze's mind. Grounded flight was officially activated. Suze gasped for air as if a dull, rusty saw was pulling back and forth in his chest. His legs, weak and trembling from exhaustion, suddenly felt an inexplicable pull the moment they made contact. The black and white UEFA Champions League ball seemed to transform into a magnet with immense power, firmly sticking just 20 centimeters in front of his toes. Suze began to move forward with the ball. No, this couldn't even be called dribbling. Under the gaze of 80,000 pairs of eyes, the running posture of this youth from the great Xia kingdom was awkward, clumsy, and even exuded a kind of sorrowful pity. His legs felt like wooden sticks, unresponsive, and with every step his body would tilt significantly. His upper body leaned to the left while his right leg uncontrollably kicked out to the right, resembling a drunk man who had drunk 3 liters of fake alcohol and couldn't walk in a straight line. Yet it was this ugly posture which seemed ready to crash to the ground at any moment that steadily pushed the stop him. The closest Milan midfielder, Gattuso, charged at Suze like a crazed wild boar with a body of muscle and a fierce aura. This top-class sweeper, who had roamed Serie A for over a decade and won the Champions League and World Cup, had experienced Ronaldinho's nutmeg and defended against Kaká's meteoric strides. In his defensive lexicon, as long as he focused on the opponent's center of gravity and shoulder movement, a decisive tackle could end all fancy plays. Gattuso's eyes widened as he fixated on Suze's waist. Then in that split second, Gattuso's brain processing system completely malfunctioned. As Suze faced Gattuso's fierce charge, his already unstable footing suddenly had his left foot trip over his right. Suze instantly lost his balance, his upper body tipping down at an angle that was nearly parallel to the ground, completely defying ergonomic principles. This kid is going to fall. This was the first thought that flashed through Gattuso's mind. But his world-class defensive radar emitted a piercing alarm the next second. Because the youth from the great Xia kingdom who was about to fall awkwardly had not lost control of the ball beneath him. Instead, as his body leaned, it curiously pulled the ball inward by half a body length. Gattuso was stunned. In human sports common sense, a center of gravity this low, practically face down on the grass, would make it impossible to change direction by even half a centimeter. What kind of unheard-of advanced feint is this? Gattuso's battle-hardened brain instinctively commanded his legs to forcibly twist and regain balance. However, due to his reckless charge and a critical miscalculation of Suze's twitching feint, the ankle of this series, a butcher, suddenly gave way. Whoosh! Gattuso's left foot stepped on his right foot's studs, and his massive frame instantly lost all support, crashing heavily onto the slightly damp grass of San Siro. Not only that, but due to Gattuso's sudden fall, the veteran Seedorf, who was following closely to provide cover, couldn't stop in time and tripped over Gattuso's sturdy calf. Ouch! Seedorf exclaimed, his body flying out like a bowling ball as the two rolled messily on the grass, kicking up a cloud of mud. And Suze, the instigator of this chain reaction, was being forcibly pulled by the system's unreasonable power, like a boneless loach stumbling through the gap between the two Milan midfielders. 4, 3. The countdown continued. The Italian fans in the stands were stunned. Their proud steel midfield had been taken down by a sickly youth who could barely stand in a way that was absurdly... In the Sky Sports commentary room, commentator Martin Tyler leaped from his chair screaming into the microphone, "My God, what did I just see?" Gattuso and Seedorf actually tripped over themselves. Souze's feint was so deceptive, he completely dismantled the defensive balance of the Milan players with a posture that seemed like it would shatter him to pieces. On the field, Souze could not hear the commentator's ecstatic rant. His mind was filled with just one thought: don't fall. Absolutely don't fall. His lungs felt like they were about to explode, and his legs had completely lost sensation, moving forward only due to the system's magical adhesion effect. The penalty area was just within reach. Standing between Souze and the goal was the renowned wall of size: Alessandro Nesta and Thiago Silva. The expressions on the faces of these two world-class center-backs were extremely grave at that moment. They watched as Souze stumbled forward, no longer exhibiting the elegance they had in the first half. "Close the door. Cut him off," Nesta shouted as he and Thiago Silva rapidly closed in on the defense. The two of them were like heavy steel doors, ready to completely shut down this youth from the great Xia kingdom at the edge of the penalty area. Nesta's gaze was sharp as he focused intently on Souze's shoulder. As a master of defensive art, he believed that any tricks were meaningless in the face of absolute spatial pressure. Yet when Souze stumbled into their defensive encirclement, these two world-class defenders encountered the most existentially doubtful moment of their careers. Souze's movements were too glaringly odd. He gasped for breath, his head tilted to one side, his upper body leaning left as if it had lost all bone support, while the ball at his feet bizarrely advanced to the right. Which way is he going? Both Nesta and Thiago Silva experienced a severe logical confusion in their... According to defensive experience, leaning the upper body to the left meant that the center of gravity was fully on the left, a clear sign of a leftward breakthrough. Yet the ball was inexplicably glued to his right, toe rolling to the right. This sense of disconnection of a body and head acting independently caused the two top defenders to react completely oppositely in the split second of judgment. Nesta instinctively stepped right to block Souze's left-leaning body, while Thiago Silva instinctively moved left to intercept the ball rolling to the right. At that moment, the two defensive masters made completely opposite defensive actions. And Souze, under the domineering rule of the system's grounded flight that enforced ball control, miraculously slid through the narrow gap of less than half a meter between the two, his body as soft as noodles. Just as Souze slipped through the gap, Nesta and Thiago Silva, trying to evade this illogical change of direction, both forced themselves to twist their waists to recover their actions. As a result, tragedy struck. Bang! A dull thud of muscle collision echoed at the edge of the penalty. Nesta and Silva, unable to dodge in time, collided head-on like two high-speed cars crashing into each other. The two top center-backs, each worth millions, let out a muffled grunt, both losing their balance and crashing heavily into their own penalty area. 2, 1. The system's countdown ticked down to the last second. The more than 80,000 fans in San Siro at this moment felt as if their souls had been collectively withdrawn. The vast stadium seemed to have been muted, even the sound of the wind appeared to have ceased. They watched in disbelief as the frail youth in the Manchester United number 39 jersey with his unsteady steps absurdly knocked down Gattuso, tripped Seedorf, and finally made Nesta and Silva, the world's top center-back duo, collide and fall like bumbling fools in a comedy. He passed 4 defenders, and did so in such an utterly unorthodox manner. At this moment, Souze had already entered the heart of Milan's penalty area. The only obstacle between him and the goal was the last line of defense, Milan's goalkeeper Abbiati. With bloodshot eyes, Abbiati charged out, like a crazed bull, arms wide open, ready to tackle Souze. 0. The system's ruthless notification exploded in his mind. The 5-second protective period of grounded flight had completely ended. The mysterious force pulling the ball instantly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue and soreness that erupted from deep within Souze's muscles like a tsunami. Souze felt his legs give way, his knees unable to support his weight. He fell forward like a felled white pop. "It's over, I'm going to fall flat on my face," Souze despaired in his heart. But in that final moment, as his body lost balance and his cheek was about to make intimate contact with the grass, Driven by a striker's primal desire to score and a desperate survival instinct, Souza barely extended the tip of his right foot just before Abiadis' gloves could touch the ball. He lightly poked at the ball that had lost the system's protection. Thud! Souza crashed heavily onto the grass, skidding a distance and tasting a mouthful of bitter mud. The ball he had just nudged rolled lazily under Abiadis' outstretched arms. Its speed was agonizingly slow. Its trajectory was flat with no curve. Yet at this moment in San Siro, this sluggish ball became the heaviest weight in everyone's hearts. All eyes in the stadium followed the ball's roll. 1 meter, half a meter. It crossed the white goal line. Swish. The ball gently struck the inner side of the net and came to a quiet stop. The numbers on the scoreboard flickered 11. Silence. A silence that sent shivers down the spine. A full 5 seconds passed. On the sideline, Sir Alex Ferguson's hand trembled, and the chewed-up gum fell onto his expensive overcoat. The veteran, accustomed to great storms, now stared wide-eyed, his lips trembling, slightly unable to utter a single syllable. Milan's coach Allegri covered his face with his hands, leaning weakly against the glass of the coaching benches. Then in the Sky Sports commentary room, a roar erupted that could pierce the heavens. A miracle. It is the supreme miracle that has descended upon San Siro. He passed 5 defenders. Souza, with an unprecedented magical step, trampled the entire Italian defensive art underfoot. He turned Nesta and Silva into ridiculous backdrops. He scored this goal that could compete for the best of the century in the most unbelievable way. Those who mocked him as a clown can now shut their mouths forever, because before you stands a football magician from the great Xia kingdom. The broadcast switched to slow-motion replays from various angles. Commentators from various European countries had completely lost their minds. The Italian commentator even choked back tears during the live broadcast, unable to accept that their proud chain defense had been shattered by such illogical footwork. On the field, Rooney, Giggs, Vidic, and other Manchester United legends charged like a pack of frenzied buffalo from half the pitch away. They howled and roared unceremoniously, lunging at the figure still sprawled on the grass of Milan's penalty area. "Sue, you're a monster. You're a complete monster," Rooney exclaimed, excitedly tugging at Souza's jersey and shaking him vigorously. Souza, pinned beneath them, felt like his bones were about to shatter. Mud mixed with sweat obscured his vision, and the oxygen in his lungs was squeezed out. But under the overpowering passive effect of honest elixir, Souza raised his head, his face caked in mud, showing no joy or excitement after scoring. His expression was like a stagnant pool, his features seemingly frozen. With a detached gaze that saw through the world's clamor, he quietly watched the more than 80,000 dazed Milan fans from over his teammates' ecstatic shoulders, hiding his achievements and fame. On February 22nd, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16. At this moment, the San Siro stadium seemed to be paused by some force from a higher dimension. Time had already reached the 82nd minute, and the score had just changed from 1-0 to 1-1. However, within this magnificent structure that accommodated more than 80,000 people, there was not a single sound. This was an absolute silence that sent chills down one's spine. There were no deafening jeers after conceding a goal like those in the Premier League, nor was there the clamor of fans blaming each other. The Italians in the stands, whether VIPs in suits or the hardcore fans of the South, stand bare-chested and treating red and black as totems, all resembled frozen statues at this moment. Their gazes were firmly locked on the red figure sprawled on the grass inside the Milan penalty area. In the world of football, Italians are known for their pride. They have nurtured the art of defense, creating a chain defense that strikes fear into forwards across Europe. In their eyes, English football is as rough as unrefined barbarians brawling. Just moments ago, they had been mocking Souza's clumsiness with overwhelming boos, ridiculing his attention-seeking antics in the center circle. But now their pride was utterly crushed by the young man from the great Xia kingdom, who with a magical dance step that transcended human comprehension akin to being drunk had shattered their arrogance. Gattuso slipped, Seedorf was tripped, and even the world's best central defensive duo Nesta and Thiago Silva collided like comedic movie sidekicks while trying to defend against him. This was beyond the realm of luck. A long and suffocating 10 seconds had passed. In the front row of the South Stand, an elderly fan with silver hair wearing a faded retro AC Milan jersey slowly stood up. In his murky eyes filled with love for football, there was a flicker of indescribable shock. The old fan slowly raised his hands and clapped forcefully. The solitary applause sounded exceptionally crisp in the San Siro stadium. Immediately, a few young fans sitting next to him seemed to awaken from a dream. They exchanged glances, reining in their previous hostility and animosity, and stood up, beginning to clap. Clap, clap, clap. Like a spark igniting a dry prairie, the applause spread rapidly across the stands of 80,000. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. In just a few seconds, a thunderous wave of applause erupted in the San Siro stadium. This was not a cheer for the home team. It was the highest tribute to the visiting players to the Eastern magician who had torn apart the great defense single-handedly. At the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler felt a shock run through his scalp. He trembled with excitement, clutching the microphone and shouting, "Listen. All football fans around the world, please lend your ears. This is San Siro. This is the most demanding Italian fans in terms of defense. They are all standing up applauding a Manchester United player who has toyed with their home defense." Souze had conquered this stadium. With his incomprehensible dribbling, he gained the purest respect of the football sanctuary. At this moment, Souze, buried under the pile of celebrating Manchester United players, was nearly suffocated, the last bit of oxygen in his lungs almost squeezed out by the muscular men. Finally, as Vidic and Rooney pulled him up from the mud, Souze gasped heavily, the thunderous applause ringing in his ears. He raised his head and looked around at the Milan fans applauding him, his mind filled with big question marks. Do these Italians have a masochistic tendency? Souze weakly complained in his heart, "I was so weak in the legs that I couldn't even walk straight, relying entirely on the system's perverse skill ground flight to drag the ball forward. I thought I was going to fall flat on my face, yet you all think this is some profound football art." Souze really wanted to shout to the stands, "Please don't misunderstand, I didn't do it on purpose," but the passive effect of honest oral liquid wouldn't allow such a degrading move. His facial nerves seemed completely frozen, his face as still as a stagnant pool, showing no signs of joy or flattery after scoring. Souze maintained a demeanor of aloof indifference, slightly raising his chin, his gaze scanning the stands indifferently. In the eyes of the fans, this nonchalant reaction further solidified his image as a green-pitch philosopher. A monster. Truly a monster. Not far away, Gattuso had just gotten up from the grass. He patted the mud off his shorts while looking at Souze's back. In his usually determined eyes there was now a hint of wariness. That goal was like a heavy hammer, completely shattering AC Milan's psychological defense. Nesta and Thiago Silva helped each other up, and the two world-class center-backs exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of lingering fear in each other's eyes. They could not predict Souze's next move. Those steps that seemed ready to fall, yet always managed to take the ball away, were the ultimate nightmare for defenders. When referee Kashai blew the whistle to resume the match again, the situation on the field underwent a complete reversal. Manchester United's morale soared. The Red Devils, who had been suppressed for most of the match, seemed as if they had been injected with a stimulant. Rooney, Giggs, Scholes. These seasoned veterans keenly sensed the tremor in Milan's defense. Sir Alex Ferguson stood at the edge of the technical area, waved his hand, and the Red Devils sounded the horn for a full-scale counterattack. Push up. Kick there, but's hard. In contrast, AC Milan began to become timid while defending against Souze. Whenever the ball was passed in Souze's direction, Milan's defenders instinctively felt nervous, fearing that this young man from the Great Xia Kingdom would again pull off one of those drunken punches that disregarded the laws of physics. Time ticked away, and soon the match reached the 89th minute. The score remained 11. If the match ended with this score, Manchester United would hold an away goal, giving them an absolute advantage when returning to Old Trafford. However, for the Manchester United side, who were already bloodthirsty, this was evidently not enough. In the midfield, veteran Scholes seized the second ball amidst a scramble. He did not stop the ball, but instead nudged it forward to Souze, who was retreating from the top of the penalty area. At this moment, Souze's stamina was completely depleted. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead, and every breath felt like tearing pain in his lungs. But seeing the ball roll towards him, his instinct as a striker instantly locked onto the upper right corner of the Milan goal. "I haven't used God's crosshair yet." Souze gritted his teeth, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. His right leg swung high, striking an exaggerated, violently aesthetic long shot posture. "Stop him. Don't let him shoot." Milan's coach Allegri screamed hoarsely from the sidelines. The shadow of that earlier goal where he beat 5 defenders was still fresh in their minds. Now, seeing Souze adopt a shooting stance from such a threatening position, Milan's defense instantly raised the highest alert level. Gattuso, Ambrosini, and even center-back Thiago Silva, 3 defensive warriors, disregarded their defensive formation behind them and charged at Souze from 3 directions, trying to block this incoming deadly shot with their bodies. However, reality unfolded once again in a comically absurd manner. Just as Souze's right leg, with the sound of whistling wind, was about to strike the ball, his overly fatigued, supporting leg suddenly spasmed violently. The muscle pain caused his force axis to collapse instantly, and what was meant to be a thunderous shot turned into a mere flick. Splat. Souze's right toe struck a raised piece of grass, sending a large splash of dirt into the air, yet the inside of his foot merely grazed the edge of the ball weakly and softly. This was not a shot. It was a catastrophic error caused by his weak legs. The ball did not soar into the air, nor did it curve into the corner. It rolled along the grass of San Siro, wobbling and swaying towards the empty space on the left side of the penalty area like a deflated ball. The three Milan players who had recklessly lunged to block it traced 3 tragic arcs in the air, yet they didn't even touch the ball, all tumbling clumsily in front of Suze. The entire San Siro stadium was once again engulfed in a collective gasp of disbelief, but this time, it was due to this sudden bizarre turn of events. Is this a fake shot turned real pass? Countless fans in front of their TVs exclaimed. In the area where the ball was slowly rolling, a man wearing the Manchester United number 10 jersey, stout as a small tank, was in a state of complete freedom from marking. Wayne Rooney. Due to Thiago Silva being tricked out of position by Sousa's fake shot, there was now open space in front of Rooney. He looked at the ball leisurely rolling towards him, feeling comfortable with this pass, and his eyes lit up like searchlights. This pass is too comfortable. Rooney needed no adjustment. He faced the ball, planted his left foot firmly on the grass, and with his right foot, like a swinging sledgehammer, launched a full-powered shot at the ball. Bang! This was the true heavy artillery shot. The ball flew like a white meteor tearing through the night sky of San Siro, and under the desperate gaze of goalkeeper Abbiati, it slammed into the net at the near post. The net was lifted high by the tremendous force. 12. In the 89th minute, Manchester United completed an astonishing comeback away from home. Goal. Martin Tyler frantically slapped the desk in the commentary booth. Wayne Rooney's decisive strike. But gentlemen, allow me to give the warmest praise to Souze, who provided the incredible. This is undoubtedly the most deceptive assist in Champions League history. With a realistic long shot feint, he instantly deceived 3 Milan defenders, then, with a seemingly casual flick, sent the ball to Rooney's feet. This is the demeanor of a great player. Under the most extreme pressure, he remained as calm as a chess master. He completely saw through the cracks in the Milan defense. It wasn't just the commentator going wild. After scoring, Rooney excitedly sprinted over 30 meters, wrapping his arms around the still panting Souze's neck, spitting out words in excitement. "Sue, brother, your discreet pass was simply amazing. I swear I didn't even see you were going to pass. Those Italian fools were toyed with like monkeys. So damn awesome." The teammates rushed over, showering Souze with praise and pats on the back. Surrounded by these muscular men, Souze's chest heaved violently. He looked at the ecstatic Rooney and wanted to squeeze out a warm smile of "No need to be polite, it's what brothers do." But the punishment from honest oral liquid never came late. His expression was like an ice glacier that had not melted for millennia. Coldly staring into Rooney's eyes, his uncontrollable vocal cords steadily uttered the cruel truth. Amidst the roaring cheers, "Wayne, I must confess something. I really intended to solve the battle directly with a long shot just now. But my legs were just too weak. When I kicked, I cramped and kicked it wrong, even lifting a piece of grass. That was not a discreet pass at all. Oh, I just didn't have the strength to complete the shooting motion, and the ball rolled to you by some ghostly coincidence. So you don't need to be so grateful to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the Manchester United players celebrating around him suddenly froze in their smiles. An indescribable awkwardness hung in the air. Rooney stared for a full 3 seconds, looking at Souze's expressionless face, and then at the piece of grass that had indeed been lifted. Suddenly Rooney burst into laughter that could overturn the night sky of San Siro. "Huh, you damn young man from the great Xia kingdom." Rooney pounded Souze's chest hard, laughing until tears almost came out. "Not only is your football skill monstrous, but your self-deprecating humor is also world-class. Clearly you delivered such an artistic assist, yet to humiliate the Italian defense you actually claimed it. Your mouth is truly venomous. I like it." Giggs and Scholes exchanged knowing smiles nearby. In their eyes, Souze's humility and exaggerated self-deprecation to mock the opponent's defense was simply the highest form of Versailles in the Manchester United locker room. "That's a great sense of humor, Sue. Keep it up." Giggs patted his shoulder. Souze stood there watching these teammates who had logically completed their own circle and were growing increasingly worshipful of him, his eyes filled with emptiness and despair. What the hell is a sense of humor? Why does everything I say, all the truths in my life, become the highest form of pretentiousness in your British ears? As referee Kashai blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match, Manchester United left the San Siro stadium with a 21 score, triumphantly claiming an epic victory. And Souze, the young man from the great Xia kingdom, who was increasingly misunderstood by the world, dragged his almost collapsing body through the cacophony, leaving behind a cold and lonely silhouette that drove the entire European media into a frenzy of speculation. On February 23rd, in the early morning, as the first light of dawn pierced through the mist of the Apennine Peninsula, casting its glow upon the towering Gothic spires of the Milan Cathedral, the entire city of Milan had yet to awaken from the nearly magical football storm of the previous night. However, the newsstands located in the city center were already bustling with an astonishing wave of frenzied The usually laid-back newsstand owners were now in a flurry, hastily unloading bundles of fresh newspapers still fragrant with ink from the delivery trucks. Before they could even set the newspapers on the shelves, the early rising Milanese citizens, fervent football fans, and even passers-by, who usually showed no interest in football, had already flocked to the scene. The battle at San Siro last night was like a magnitude 10 earthquake that upended the entire European football perception, with its aftershocks wildly spreading. The most authoritative and best-selling newspaper in Milan, the Gazzetta dello Sport, had just experienced the most chaotic night in its editorial history a few hours ago. The usually stubborn and harsh chief editor, upon witnessing the miraculous feat of Suze dribbling past 5 defenders, overturned his desk on the spot, readied, and ordered everyone to stop their work and retract the previously typeset headlines mocking Manchester United. In its place was a high-definition panoramic image occupying the entire front page. The star of the photo was none other than the young player from the Great Sia Kingdom, clad in Manchester United's number 13 jersey, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse on the grass at any moment. Before and behind him were Gattuso, who had slipped into the mud, Seedorf, who had fallen on his back, and the tragically colliding Nesta and Thiago Silva. Above the photo, a bold black headline printed in large font read, "This is not a clown from a circus, but an Eastern magician shattering Siri as defense with drunken boxing." In the lead section, the journalist wrote with an almost reverent fervor, "Yesterday, we arrogantly proclaimed that Italy's defense would teach that young man from the Great Sia Kingdom what real football is. Today we must bow our heads in apology for our foolishness. On the grass of San Siro we witnessed a dribbling artistry that transcends human conventional understanding. He lacks Ronaldinho's flamboyant stepovers and Kaká's long strides. With a seemingly clumsy and staggering gait, one that couldn't even maintain balance, he tore apart the world's smartest and most solid chain defense." Not only in Italy, this shocking wave swept over the Alps, engulfing the entire European continent. In Madrid, Spain, the headline of Marca was even more straightforward and shocking: "A new alien descends upon San Siro. The miracle of dribbling past 5 defenders is replicated. Real Madrid executives, please prepare the checkbook immediately." In Munich, Germany, kicker provided the highest accolades in precise German, incredible Eastern genius, who in 5 seconds reshaped the breakthrough rules of modern football. Meanwhile, in Suze's stronghold of England, the media on Fleet Street was caught in a frenzy of revelry. The Sun, Daily Mirror, the Times. Newspapers across Britain seemed to have coordinated to place the high-cold close-up of Suze sitting cross-legged before the match, with his facial nerves seemingly frozen in the most prominent position. The columnist from the Times employed every elaborate phrase he had learned in his lifetime, from the Tai Chi of Old Trafford to the embrace of Anfield, and then to the ultimate meditation at San Siro. Suze is using his actions to tell all of Europe that he is not just a cold-blooded killer who scores countless goals, but also a practitioner on the field who integrates Eastern philosophy into his blood. The entire European football community was in an uproar. At the same time, the morning viewership ratings of Sky Sports hit a historic peak since its establishment. Gold medal commentator Martin Tyler sat alongside England football legend Gary Lineker in the studios. Behind them, a giant LCD screen was repeatedly playing the stunning 5 seconds of Suze in ultra-slow motion at 0.2x speed. Lineker held an electronic tactical pen, his eyes reddened, filled with the excitement of an explorer who had just discovered a new world. "Ladies and gentlemen, I know your spines must still be tingling right now, because mine is too." Lineker's voice was filled with uncontainable excitement as he used the tactical pen to draw circles on the screen. From last night until now, countless tactical analysis bloggers and top coaching teams across Europe have been analyzing Suze's dribble past 5 defenders frame by frame. And the conclusions we've reached are enough to leave any professor of defensive studies in despair. Tyler seized the moment to interject, "Gary, many people say that Suze was just lucky not to fall because he was physically exhausted and that his actions were deformed. Do you agree with this statement?" "Bullshit luck." Lineker exploded with a lack of decorum, pointing at the slow-motion footage on the screen. It was the moment Suze faced Gattuso's fierce tackle. In the footage, Suze's left foot suddenly tripped his right foot, causing his upper body to lean at an extreme angle that defied gravity. Everyone looked closely here. Under such an inclined angle, a normal person's brain would definitely issue a command to brace themselves with their hands to maintain balance. But look at Suze. Lineker excitedly tapped the screen. How could his ball incredibly hook inward by half a body position? Because this is not a mistake. This is a completely unpredictable, counterintuitive body feint. He deliberately put himself on the edge of losing balance, using a posture that seemed as if he would shatter into pieces at any moment to deceive Gattuso's defensive radar. Gattuso, having predicted that he would fall to the left, forcibly shifted his center of gravity, which led him to step on his own shoelaces. The scene on the screen continued to slowly advance to the moment Suze maneuvered between Nesta and Thiago. Look here. This is the highest realm of spatial magic. Lineker's tactical pen drew a narrow dashed line between the two Milan center backs. The upper body leans left, but the ball moves right. This sense of separation of body and head caused the brains of the two defensive maestros to crash within 0.1 seconds. They made completely opposite defensive moves, ultimately leading to that catastrophic collision. Lineker took a deep breath and made a resounding conclusion to the camera. Every stumble of his was a meticulously calculated trap. Every sway of his was ruthlessly destroying the opponent's defensive balance. He used the ugliest, most bizarre posture to outsmart the smartest and most solid defense in the world. This is not the kind of breakthrough Messi relies on frequency and balance for. This is a dimension-reducing strike. This is the ultimate tactical wisdom. This is Su Zhe's unique, God-level drunken boxing. In front of their televisions, countless England fans having breakfast listening to Lineker's serious and impeccably tight tactical analysis were stunned enough to put down their knives and forks. Their scalps instantly tingled. So that's how it is. That seemingly comical stumbling actually contains such terrifying tactical depth. No wonder he could navigate San Siro like it was a no-man's land. The young man from the great Xia kingdom, formidable indeed. At the same time, in the first-class cabin of the Manchester United charter flight from Milan to Manchester, it was warm and quiet. Sir Alex Ferguson was wrapped in a comfortable cashmere blanket, comfortably leaning against the large aircraft seat. Accompanied by the steady roar of the engine, he held a glass of wine poured by the flight attendant. On the foldable table in front of him lay a neatly stacked pile of sports newspapers from various European countries, gathered by assistant coach Fergan Early in Milan Airport. From the Sun to L'Equipe, from Gazzetta dello Sport to Bild, without exception, the front pages were all about that black-haired boy who made him both love and hate. Ferguson gently swirled his wine glass, the deep red liquid tracing a beautiful arc along the rim. He listened to Lineker's almost frenzied tactical praise coming from his tablet, and an undisguised sense of pride and satisfaction appeared on his wrinkled face. Now Lineker knows how to praise after the fact. Who was questioning my starting lineup in the commentary booth before last night's match? He took a sip of the wine, the rich aroma spreading across his palate. The thrilling start from yesterday at San Siro involuntarily flashed in his mind. When referee Kosei was about to blow the whistle to start the match, that young man from the great Xia kingdom unexpectedly ran to the center circle, without warning, sitting cross-legged, as if no one was around. In that moment, Ferguson truly felt an impulse to rush onto the field and strangle the boy. But now, looking at the overwhelming praise and seeing all of Europe marvel at Su Zhe's terrifying pressure resistance and that miraculous dribble past 5 defenders, Ferguson's powerful self-justifying mechanism began to operate perfectly. I knew it. This boy is a prodigy born for big occasions. Leaning against the backs of 80,000 hostile fans before the match, what is that called? This is Eastern wisdom. This is the military strategy of defeating the enemy without fighting. The Milanese thought it was a farce. Foolish. That was Su adjusting his heart rate, enhancing his mental focus to a peak dimension that an ordinary player could not reach in that suffocating environment. It was precisely because of that minute of ultimate stillness that he earned the magical breakthrough in the 81st minute that would be recorded in history. The more Ferguson thought about it, the more he felt that his tactical insight was unmatched. It was he who defied all odds to dig this diamond out of the mud in the reserve team. It was he who withstood all external doubts and gave this young man absolute trust. And it was he who decisively stopped assistant coach Fergan's foolish proposal to substitute Su Zhe at the most critical moment last night. Without my indulgence and protection, Alex Ferguson, how could there be today's stunning God-level drunken boxing that shocked Europe? The old man laughed heartily, raising his wine glass towards the high-cold close-up of Su Zhe on the tablet screen, virtually clinking glasses with him. Well done, kid. Let those arrogant European giants tremble in fear. As long as it's at Old Trafford, even if you want to do somersaults in the penalty area before the match in the future, I will still catch you. With the wine flowing down his throat, a warm sensation spread through him. This symphony that swept across Europe played the most magnificent overture of the Red Devils dynasty in this cabin, flying steadily towards Manchester. On February 23rd, in the early morning, a charter flight carrying the entire Manchester United team landed smoothly on the runway of Manchester Airport. The tires screeched against the ground, producing a dull roar, waking the players from their exhausted slumber. The sky outside still bore a layer of misty gray, and the unique damp and cold air of northwest England seeped through the cabin gaps, causing involuntary shivers. Susie sat by the window, struggling to straighten his back. After the frantic ordeal of a Champions League knockout match, he felt as if his legs were filled with heavy lead, and even slight movement of his knees sent waves of protesting soreness through his muscle fibers. Guys, pack your things and get ready to disembark. Assistant coach Mike Phelan clapped his hands at the aisle, waking up the heroes who had just completed a remarkable comeback at the San Siro. Susie let out a big yawn, grabbed his backpack, and slowly followed veterans Giggs and Scholes towards the cabin exit. The moment the cabin door opened, a deafening noise like a tidal wave surged into the cabin. What's happening? Is there a riot at the airport? Susie was startled and leaned his head out to look. Through the massive floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the arrivals hall, the sight before all Manchester United players caused them to widen their eyes in disbelief. At 6 a.m, Manchester Airport's arrivals hall, which should have been empty, was now completely filled with a boiling sea of red. Thousands of fans draped in Manchester United scarves and wearing various retro jerseys crowded the passage on both sides. They held up huge banners, waved flags, and some even ignited red smoke flares outside the hall, making the entire airport feel like a second Old Trafford. When Sir Ferguson was the first to descend the stairs and appeared in view, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Following him, Rooney, Vidic, and others appeared one after another, with the cheers rising ever higher. And when Susie's Asian face, still bearing traces of fatigue, appeared at the arrivals corridor, the atmosphere in the entire airport hall instantly peaked. Susie, the magician from Dachau, the conqueror of San Siro, we love you. Thousands of voices shouted the same monosyllabic name in unison, the sound wave seeming to threaten to shatter the glass dome of the airport. Countless fervent arms reached over the security personnel's barricades, desperately waving forward, trying to touch this young hero who had dismantled the Italian defense in just 5 seconds. Susie was stunned, frozen in place by this momentum. He had seen grand scenes before, but being revered like a god by thousands of frenzied Englishmen at 6 a.m, this kingly treatment made him feel a strong sense of surrealism. What are you dazed about? Enjoy your applause, you deserve it all. Rooney approached from behind, firmly draping his arm around Susie's shoulder and half pushing him toward the hall. As Susie was surrounded by his teammates and moved through the corridor to board the waiting team bus outside, reporters from Fleet Street, who had been poised and ready, surged forward like a pack of wolves that hadn't eaten for 3 days and nights, breaking through the outer defenses. Countless microphones bearing the logos of various TV stations and newspapers poked towards Susie like a forest of spears. The blinding flashes of cameras formed a white curtain of light that made it impossible to open one's eyes. Susie, please wait a moment. Just one question. On the outskirts of the crowd, intern agent Chloe, dressed in a long khaki coat, was desperately trying to squeeze. She pushed past the tall photographers with difficulty while frantically waving her arms at Susie. Chloe's beautiful blue eyes were filled with urgency, her mouth moving silently, to Susie exaggeratedly mouthing, "Don't speak. Just smile and walk. Stay aloof. Don't say a word." Susie saw Chloe's signals and wholeheartedly agreed in his heart. He knew all too well how easily his mouth, bound by the system, could stir up trouble, especially when facing this group of British reporters who could create a storm over nothing. Remaining silent was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He lowered his baseball cap and tried to follow Rooney's steps, squeezing through the jungle of microphones. However, a tall Sky Sports reporter, using his physical advantage, physically blocked the bus door, shoving a recording pin directly under Susie's chin. "Susie, I'm a reporter from Sky Sports." This male reporter was visibly excited, speaking at a speed as fast as if he were commentating on a 100-meter dash. "Last night, in the 81st minute at the San Siro, surrounded by Gattuso, Nesta, and 3 other top defenders, you performed that stunning dance that shocked Europe. All of Europe's tactical masters are analyzing your series of seemingly unbalanced feints." The reporter's eyes sparkled with admiration. "How did you come up with that utterly unpredictable change of direction technique? Is it an ancient martial art from Dachau that has been lost to time? Or did you achieve such a perfect deception of your opponent's minds through countless repetitions and training?" As soon as this question was thrown out, the noisy crowd of reporters quieted down significantly. Everyone was waiting for this Eastern philosopher to provide the mysterious answer. Chloe, who had finally squeezed half her body out of the crowd, broke into a sweat upon hearing the question. She ignored her image, using her hands to mimic running and sweating in front of her chest, desperately hinting to Susie, "Talk about training. Talk about hard work and training. Say it was inspiration from Daxia's culture." Susie watched Chloe's anxious body language, nodding frantically in his heart. "That's right, this is the perfect answer." He took a deep breath, prepared to make his expression appear filled with humility and mystery, and then tell all of England's media, "It was the muscle memory from monotonous training day after day, an instinctive release of my spatial perception." How sophisticated this sounds. How perfectly it fits his current enigmatic persona. However, reality's script would never be written to Susie's wishes. Just as his vocal cords were about to produce the first syllable, that bone-chilling coldness, like ancient ice combined with the system's unreasonable tyranny, directly sealed his throat. The passive effect of honest oral liquid, ruthlessly activated at this highly publicized airport arrival. Susie felt as if his facial nerves had been forcibly injected with a syringe of anesthetic, and the mysterious smile he had tried to force out instantly vanished. His features returned to a state of marble-like impassiveness, staring blankly at the eager Sky Sports reporter before him. Susie internally screamed like a pig being slaughtered, but his mouth opened uncontrollably, clearly uttering a long segment of painfully honest truth that made Chloe's heart stop. My dear reporter friend, I think you might have misunderstood something. Susie's voice echoed in the morning airport hall, carrying a candidness that seemed to pierce through the clouds. I did not use any ancient martial arts from Daxiao, nor did I design any complex feints. The Sky Sports reporter was stunned. His hand holding the recording pin froze slightly. Susie did not pause. His expressionless face continued to deliver the cruelest truth indiscriminately. At that time the match had reached the 80th minute, and my stamina was completely depleted. My legs felt like overcooked noodles, completely lacking strength. What you saw on TV, those seemingly precarious movements, were not me deceiving my opponents. Rather, I truly could not run anymore. I could hardly even stand, having almost collapsed onto the grass. Susie's tone even carried a hint of genuine fear from that situation, sounding incredibly sincere. I was merely instinctively moving my feet forward. As for why Gattuso and Nesta fell. Susie paused for half a second, looking at the group of stunned reporters before him, providing the final explanation. I don't know. Perhaps it was because the grass was too slippery, or their own ankles misfired. In any case, they slipped by accident, and it had nothing to do with me. As soon as the words fell, the media interview area surrounding the airport hall fell into a silence even more eerie than that at the San Siro. There were no shutter sounds, no questions. Dozens of experienced Fleet Street veterans stared dumbfounded at Susie standing at the bus door. Chloe, on the outskirts of the crowd, covered her face in anguish with her hands, her body sliding weakly down the column behind her. She felt as if her career had been brutally punctuated by this boss who never played by the rules. To explain a miraculous 5-goal feat as simply legs going weak. To say that the collective collapse of a top Serie A defense was due to their own slips. What is this? This is like flushing the IQ of all Europe's tactical analysts down the toilet. 5 whole seconds passed. The tall Sky Sports reporter looked at Susie's face, which was as calm as if it were stating that 1 + 1 = 2, and the gears in his brain began to spin wildly. Suddenly, a more fervent, more dazzling light burst from the reporter's eyes. He turned abruptly, facing the camera, and shouted in an almost breaking voice, "Oh my God! Listen to this kind of statement. Utter arrogance. Irredeemable contempt." The reporter waved his arms excitedly as if had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Facing a world-class champion defense like Gattuso Seedorf Nesta, he actually said he couldn't even be bothered to feint. He actually said he was just too weak to stand, that the Milan stars slipped on their own. What is this? This is treating the top Serie A defense like straw. He didn't even bother to fabricate a glamorous excuse to elevate himself. He completed the most brutal mockery of the entire Italian defensive system with the most nonchalant, mundane excuse. He is telling all of Europe that even when he is on the verge of falling, the Milan players cannot stop even a single toe of his. With this divine-level on-site brainwave from the Sky Sports reporter, those reporters who had been in a daze suddenly awakened, as if they had been struck by enlightenment. That's right. This is the true level of the Greenfield philosopher. What hard training. What Eastern martial arts. Those are all cliches. Only this ultimate Versailles of, I didn't even try and you just fell down, deserves to be associated with that devastating century goal from last night. Click, click, click. The previously halted flashes surged down like a torrential rain, the shutter sounds forming a dense barrage of gunfire. Reporters frantically shoved their recording pens forward, bombarding Susie with a barrage of more leading questions. Susie, are you implying that Nesta is so old he can't even defend against a tired young man? Did you use overcooked noodles to describe your legs as a sophisticated satire on Milan's defensive intensity? Do you think Premier League defenders understand how to maintain balance better than Serie A defenders? Susie stood on the steps of the bus, looking down at this group of British reporters who were crazily speculating with wild enthusiasm, feeling completely numb. He stared blankly, his mind a blank slate. I was telling the truth. I really was just weak in the legs. What is wrong with your reading comprehension? Did a dog eat it? Susie internally screamed in despair. He realized that no matter what he said under the powerful yet pathological Dihua filter of Fleet Street, it would ultimately be twisted into some profound and mysterious bragging statement. Susie, get on the bus, quickly, ignore them. Rooney leaned halfway out of the bus, yanked the still-dazed Susie inside, and with a loud bang, shut the door, completely isolating the frenzied reporters and noise outside. The bus slowly started leaving Manchester Airport. Rooney patted Susie's shoulder, his thumb raised high, a look of admiration on his face. Bro, I always thought I was pretty crazy with the media. After hearing your statement today, I realized what true heart-piercing killing is. To say you passed Nesta off as the other side slipping. Haha, the editors at La Gazzetta dello Sport are probably going to be so furious they'll jump out of the window. Your mouth is even sharper than your feet. Susie slumped helplessly in the spacious airplane seat, pulling the hoodie over his face. Listening to the stifled laughter of his teammates in the cabin, he felt utterly exhausted. Let it be destroyed quickly. Susie silently shed a tear of hopelessness in the darkness. He knew that from this day forward he would be permanently labeled in European football as the arrogant maniac and the invisible show-off master, a title he would never be able to shake off. March, Manchester. The warmth of early spring began to dispel the cold frost hovering over Carrington Base, with a few oak trees at the edge of the training ground sprouting tender green buds. It has been over a week since the shocking battle at San Siro. During this time, Manchester United continued to make great strides in the Premier League. Although Suze has not performed the miraculous feat of dribbling past 5 players again, his terrifying scoring efficiency remains intact, bolstered by the metaphysics of master of eating pancakes and God's crosshair. The media on Fleet Street has completely plunged into a frenzy of Dihua worship towards Suze, interpreting various profound Eastern philosophies and tactical rebellions from his facial expressions, pre-game quirks, and lifeless post-match interviews. Even the motion of Suze tying his shoelaces on the field has been analyzed frame by frame by a well-known tactical blogger who believes it is an ultimate disguise to observe the gaps in the opponent's defensive line. Suze has become completely numb to all of this. His daily life is a vicious cycle of training interrupted, matches triggering passivity, social death, being forcibly elevated to godhood by the whole world. This morning's training session has just concluded. Sunshine streamed through the tall glass windows of the locker room, casting light onto the somewhat messy floor. The air was filled with the familiar scent of sweat and grass clippings. Players sat in small groups on the benches sipping electrolyte drinks while discussing their league opponents for the weekend. In the deepest part of the locker room, a slightly desolate figure sat in front of a locker. Michael Owen, the once wunderkind of English football, now bowed his head silently, unwrapping the thick ice packs wrapped around his knees and ankles. Beside Owen hung a red Manchester United jersey emblazoned with the number 7. At Old Trafford, the number 7 has never been just an ordinary number. It represents the agility of George Best, the tenacity of Brian Robson, the charisma of Eric Cantona, the curling free kicks of David Beckham, and the explosive pace of Cristiano Ronaldo. It is a jersey imbued with magic, carrying the heaviest pressures and the most glorious legends of the Red. In 2009, after Cristiano Ronaldo departed for Real Madrid, Sir Ferguson defied the odds and handed this jersey, which symbolizes the core of the team, to Owen, who had joined as a free agent amid much controversy. The old man hoped that this former Ballon d'Or winner could revive his career at the Theatre of Dreams. And Owen indeed made an effort. That famous last-minute winner in the Manchester Derby was the most brilliant moment. He left while donning the Manchester United number 7 jersey. However, time and injuries are the most ruthless foes of professional athletes. Repeated muscle strains and knee swelling have rendered Owen's explosiveness and speed nearly non. This season, he has been spending more time on the bench watching the younger players run around the pitch. Michael, how are your legs feeling? Veteran Giggs walked over, handing Owen a bottle of water with a concerned expression. Owen looked up, forced a smile, and took the bottle. Same as always, Ryan. The doctor said my meniscus is severely damaged, and if I sprint at high intensity again, I might spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. He turned his head, his gaze landing on Suze, who was sprawled on a nearby chair looking utterly defeated. At that moment, Suze had just been knocked down 3 times by Vidic in a scrimmage, rubbing his lower back with a face full of despair. Watching this glass-bodied young man from the great Xia Kingdom, who was being praised to the skies by the outside world, Owen's eyes did not reflect disdain, but rather a complex glimmer of envy and relief. Ryan, Owen lowered his voice. I watched him during the Champions League match against Milan from the bench. Giggs followed Owen's gaze towards Suze and nodded. That was indeed an unforgettable goal. That kid's footwork is too bizarre. No, Ryan, you don't understand. Owen shook his head, his eyes slightly reddening. What you see are the strange footwork and miraculous dribbling. What I see is a forward in a desperate situation and absolute obsession to control the ball tightly under his feet, even if it means risking his body to score. Owen's thoughts seemed to drift back to the summer in France more than a decade ago. That wunderkind had once, like Suze, charged fearlessly toward the iron defense of the Argentinians with the ball. The moment he dribbled past 5 players, I felt as if I saw a reflection of my former self. No, he is even crazier than I was. His staggering posture, as if he could fall at any moment, yet never does, embodies the most terrifying instinct. Owen took a deep breath and gently stroked the number 7 jersey in the locker. I'm getting old, Ryan. My body can no longer bear the weight of this jersey. Old Trafford needs someone who can create miracles, and miracles belong to the young. Giggs fell silent. He looked at this former rival and now teammate who once ruled the Premier League, patted his shoulder, and said nothing more. A few minutes later, the locker room door was pushed open. Sir Alex Ferguson walked in with a stack of tactical briefs. As usual, the old man scanned the locker room, preparing to give a brief summary of today's training. All right, lads, perk up your ears. Just as Ferguson was about to speak, a slightly hoarse yet exceptionally firm voice interrupted him. The locker room fell silent instantly. Everyone turned in surprise toward the source of the voice. Michael Owen stood up from the bench. Holding the neatly folded Manchester United number 7 jersey, he walked step by step to the center of the locker room. Ferguson frowned slightly, watching Owen approach him, as if sensing something. "Michael, is there something that can't wait until later in my office?" "No, boss. I want to say this in front of everyone," Owen said with a hint of relief in his smile. He walked up to Ferguson and handed over the jersey that carried countless glories with both hands, presenting it to the Scottish man who had changed the trajectory of his career. "Boss, thank you for giving me this jersey 2 years ago under great pressure. I once vowed to fight for it until the last moment." Owen's voice echoed in the quiet locker room, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "However, my body no longer allows me to run like I used to. I cannot occupy this sacred number only to waste time on the bench." Owen turned, and his gaze passed over Ferguson's shoulder, landing directly on Suze, who was still rubbing his lower back in the corner. "This jersey belongs to those who can tear apart defenses, bring victories, and drive Old Trafford into a— Owen called out loudly. Suze suddenly called out, sat up straight in shock, looking at Owen in bewilderment. "I saw your goal against Milan at San Siro. That was a true miracle." Owen's eyes were filled with affirmation and a sense of legacy. "You deserve it more than I do. From today on, I pass it on to you, and I can rest easy as a substitute." As soon as these words were spoken, the locker room seemed to explode with a silent shockwave. Voluntarily relinquishing the number 7 jersey. This is a rare, if not unprecedented, occurrence in the history of Manchester United. Rooney's eyes widened. Scholes paused in his drinking, and Vidic and Ferdinand exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. This is not merely a handover of a number, it is the passing of the Red Devil spirit, the ultimate recognition from a veteran to a rising star. Ferguson looked at the number 7 jersey in his hands, then at Owen's calm face, and remained silent for a full 10 seconds. The old man's eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was sorrow for Owen's injuries as well as admiration for his broad-mindedness. In the end, Ferguson nodded and did not say anything to persuade or refuse. He understood Owen. This was the most dignified choice made by a proud striker after compromising with time. "Michael, you will always be Manchester United's pride," Ferguson said softly. He then turned and strode towards Suze, holding the heavy number 7 jersey. As Ferguson approached, all the prominent figures in the locker room focused their attention on Suze like a— In those gazes were anticipation, scrutiny, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Suze sat on the bench watching the approaching number 7 jersey, feeling his heartbeat racing at a mad pace. Number 7. Manchester United's number 7. That is the jersey worn by Beckham and Ronaldo. Wearing it means becoming the absolute star of this prestigious club, carrying the ultimate faith of millions of Red Devil loyalists. "I'm really going to make it big now." Suze was so excited in his heart that he wanted to howl to the heavens. He wished to stand up, immediately grab the jersey, and deliver a speech to all the big shots in the locker room, proclaiming, "I will definitely lead Manchester United to glory again, and I am the next Cristiano Ronaldo." This is the pinnacle of showing off. But in this epic moment, filled with warmth, legacy, that feeling as if a bone-chilling frost had seized him once again, effortlessly, rudely, and thoroughly sealed Suze's vocal cords. The passive effect of honest oral liquid cruelly flared up at this moment when he needed to express gratitude and passion the most. Suze's ecstatic expression was instantly wiped away by an invisible force. His features seemed to be cast in concrete, quickly transforming into an ultimate expressionless face devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if the jersey was merely a common rag. He watched as Ferguson handed the jersey printed with 7 to him. "Take it, kid." Ferguson's voice was low and full of pressure. "Michael gave it to you because he believes you are a madman capable of creating miracles. Wear it and go tear apart all those who dare to challenge Manchester United." Suze cried inwardly, "Boss, I really don't want to be a madman. I want to be a grateful good boy." But his hand stretched out uncontrollably, accepting the jersey. In the gaze of all the big shots in the locker room under Owen's somewhat moist eyes, Suze slowly raised his head, his expressionless face revealing no signs of being overwhelmed by this. He looked at Ferguson and then at Owen, his voice steady, cold, and even carrying a maddening, harsh truth. "Thank you, Michael. But I must honestly tell you." Suze's tone was sincere enough to make one want to punch him. "I don't have any special feelings for this number. It is famous because the previous wearers played well. And I." Suze's gaze swept across everyone in the locker room with a tone as if stating a cosmic truth. He delivered a ruthless verdict. "Even if I wore number 99, or a tattered cloth adorned with pink lace, as long as I stand on the pitch, I will still put that damned ball into the opponent's net. So this number given to me can only be said to be it benefiting from my light, not me benefiting from it." As his words fell, Giggs closed his eyes in pain. Rooney's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Owen's previously moved expression froze instantly, even beginning to doubt if he had mistakenly given the jersey to the wrong person. Sir Ferguson stood there still holding the jersey in the hand he had extended. This kid. This damned brat. Ferguson let out a desperate roar in his heart, feeling that all the emotional legacy he had cultivated was ruthlessly flushed down the drain by this kid's single sentence. But just as Ferguson was about to explode, ready to shove Suze and the jersey into the shredder, someone started the Then FK. This kid is simply an extreme maniac. Benefiting from his light. My God, he is 1,000 times more arrogant than Eric Cantona. Michael, did you hear that? Your jersey is too good for him. The locker room erupted in a cacophony of laughter. These Premier League stars who were used to the big stage were completely charmed by Suze's audacious, harsh truth, which was so outrageous, it was even cute. To them, this is the ultimate arrogance worthy of Manchester United's number 7. This is the true new king of the Red Devils. Owen couldn't help but laugh as well, pointing at Suze and shaking his head with a smile. Good kid. I look forward to seeing how you make this jersey shine with your light. Ferguson watched the locker room erupt in laughter, looking at Suze, who maintained his expressionless face amid the laughter, seemingly unaware of how outrageous his words were. The old man let out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the anger surging within him. He turned and strode out of the locker room. In the corridor, assistant coach Phelan was waiting there. Boss, why is everyone laughing so happily in there? Was the passing of the torch successful? Phelan asked curiously. Ferguson did not stop chewing on a piece of new gum as he walked. Very smoothly, Mike. Ferguson chewed his gum, his eyes sparkling with infinite expectations for the future. Go tell the media. Starting from the next match, Old Trafford has welcomed its most unreasonable new number 7. The late spring chill in Manchester always carries a dense humidity, with the wind whipping the raindrops against the red brick buildings on the street, making one want to shrink their entire face into their collar. Meanwhile, in the public opinion arena across England, a storm even colder than this weather is raging, centered around the Carrington training base, sweeping madly in all directions. The cause of the matter was a brief announcement officially released by Manchester United, accompanied by an image. In the photo, Sir Alex Ferguson is seen personally handing over the number 7 jersey, which carries the supreme glory of the Red Devils, to the young man, Suze, from the Dachau nation. As soon as the news broke, the entire Fleet Street felt like it had been poked into a hornet's nest, instantly boiling over. This morning, the highest-selling tabloid The Sun dedicated an entire front page to this matter. The layout editor's intent was quite sinister. At the top of the page was a roaring celebration image of Cristiano Ronaldo stripped of his jersey, showcasing his perfectly sculpted muscles like a Greek sculpture. Right next to it was an elegant silhouette of David Beckham executing a free kick under the setting sun, his golden hair flowing, and at the bottom was a frail figure of Suze staggering in the San Siro Stadium, as if he might fall flat at any moment. The visual disparity of the three photos was enough to make one vomit their overnight meal. The massive black headline was even more heart-stabbing: the most useless number 7 in Red Devil history. Where's the bottom line for Old Trafford? The article's author was evidently a data fanatic who, instead of resorting to crude insults, used a condescending and cutting tone to strip Suze bare. Just look at this Dachau boy's physical assessment data. His average running distance is only 5.3 kilometers, even less than Manchester United's goalkeeper Van der Sar. His sprinting speed ranks at the bottom among Premier League forwards. He has no breathtaking breakthroughs and lacks the physical toughness. His so-called goals were merely a result of taking advantage of the slippery pitch opponent's mistakes and a bit of What does Manchester United's number 7 represent? It embodies the spirit of George Best, the dominance of Cantona, and the unstoppable force of Ronaldo. This is a spiritual leader who must shoulder the explosive burden of breaking through the opponent's defense when the team is trailing. And what about Suze? He merely wanders around the edges of the penalty area like a ghost, or resorts to absurd antics to attract attention. Handing the number 7 to him is an open humiliation to Old Trafford's century-long tradition. This report acted like a fuse, instantly igniting a frenzy of discussions across major sports programs. In the Sky Sports morning studio, Gary Neville sat in the commentary seat, his brow furrowed tightly. As a former captain of Manchester United, Neville had deep feelings for the club. He looked at the screen where Suze was receiving the number 7 jersey, his voice laced with deep concern. I don't want to comment on the boss' decision because he is always right. But as a veteran, I must admit I am worried about this number change. Neville placed his hands crossed on the table. Suze is an excellent finisher. He has a unique sense for scoring. But the number 7 jersey represents not only honor, but also a heavy responsibility. When the team is under siege away from home, when everyone is gasping for breath, the number 7 must step up to take control of the game. We need him to drop back for the ball, to sprint 50 meters with the ball, to create a threat. Suze's current physical condition and tactical positioning resemble that of an assassin hiding in the shadows. Placing the burden of leadership on an assassin's shoulders is not necessarily a good thing for him or the team. Neville's comments were quite fair, but to those hostile fans who had long looked down on Suze, they became the best weapon for attack. Throughout the morning, whether on Twitter or various football forums, the topic of Suze does not deserve to wear the number 7 remained heated, with even some of the traditional local Manchester United fans expressing dissatisfaction with the club's decision. Outside, the uproar was deafening, and inside the Carrington base's locker room the atmosphere was equally tense. Bang! With a loud crash, the locker room door was forcefully pushed open. Wayne Rooney stormed in, tightly gripping a crumpled copy of The Sun like an angry wild bull. "These damn scribblers, what do they know about football?" Rooney roared, slamming the newspaper onto the central tactical board. "Are they blind? If it weren't for Sue, we would have been skinned alive by those bastards at Anfield. Who was it that broke the deadlock by dribbling past 5 players at San Siro? Now they're talking about spiritual leaders. It's all nonsense." The atmosphere in the locker room grew a bit heavy. Veteran Giggs was sitting on a bench changing his shoes. He looked up and patted Rooney's arm, signaling him to calm down. "Wayne, don't pay attention to those newspapers. Fleet Street thrives on controversy. The angrier you are, the happier they become." Giggs turned to look at the far corner of the locker room. There Suze stood with his back to everyone in front of his locker. Inside, the brand new red jersey emblazoned with the large number 7 hung quietly on the hanger. Little P. Hernandez leaned over to Suze, attempting to comfort him in somewhat broken English. "Sue, don't those reporters have no idea how amazing you are on the pitch. You are our best number 7 in our hearts. If anyone dares to disrespect your jersey on the pitch, they'll break their legs." Faced with the passionate support of his teammates, Suze still did not turn around. From behind, his slightly thin shoulders remained motionless, as if he were trapped in some deep emotion. Everyone exchanged worried glances. After all, Suze was only 18, a young foreign lad who had just started his career, suddenly taking on such a significant jersey only to be subjected to a public opinion storm across England. This psychological disparity and pressure could easily drive an adult mad. He must be very upset. Hernandez thought maybe his eyes are even red. However, the reality was often 1,000 times more absurd than what people imagined. At that moment, Suze was staring at the number 7 jersey, feeling not a hint of sadness, but rather an overwhelming urge to curse. Are the equipment managers out of their minds? Suze reached out and touched the huge white number 7 on the back of the jersey, feeling a deep frustration. "When I wore number 39, the area of the print was also considerable, but at least there was some space in between. Now switching to this wide and large reflective number 7, the print area is almost the size of a small bulletproof insert plate." As a forward whose physical condition often hovers around the passing mark, Suze had strict requirements for the breathability of his gear. The pace of Premier League matches is incredibly fast. After 20 minutes of running, one would be drenched in sweat. Having such a large and heavy print pressed against his back after sweating would definitely clump up like a wet toffee, and with the wind blowing, that feeling could easily cause one to catch a cold. Just for a broken number, I'm already struggling on the pitch, and now I have to run around with a non-breathable iron plate on my back. Ferguson must be looking for an excuse to murder me just to save on the goal bonus. Suze was utterly frustrated in his heart. What legendary inheritance, what spiritual leader in his eyes couldn't compare to a breathable, quick, dry shirt? "Sue, are you all right?" Rooney walked over, casually draping an arm over Suze's shoulder. "Don't let those idiots work. Against Arsenal this weekend, I promise to feed you a few more balls. As long as we can score 3 or 4 at the Emirates, I want to see where those reporters will put their faces on Monday." Feeling Rooney's goodwill and hearing the concerned inquiries from his teammates, Suze thought he should indeed turn around, according to Daxia's script, show a grateful smile, and say something like, "Thank you all, I won't be knocked down by rumors, we will prove everything with victory." He took a deep breath, adjusted his facial muscles, and was just about to turn around and speak. Suddenly, that bone-chilling sensation like ancient ice violently surged up from deep within his throat. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid has forcibly activated. Suze felt as if his facial nerves were being flattened by an invisible hand, and the heartfelt smile he had prepared vanished without a trace. He slowly turned around, and his face, covered in frost and as cold as a glacier, fell directly into the gaze of all his teammates. The previously noisy locker room fell silent in an instant. The hand that Rooney had on Suze's shoulder also stiffened. He looked into Suze's eyes, which were devoid of ripples, exuding a sense of indifference, as if he had seen through the world, and suddenly felt his throat go dry. Suze quietly gazed at everyone, his eyes lingering on the copy of The Sun in Rooney's hand for half a second before casually shifting away. He extended his finger and pointed at the number 7 jersey in his locker that had triggered the storm across the city. In the concerned and worried gazes of the entire team, Suze said in an extremely calm tone, even carrying a hint of disdain, revealing his most genuine complaint, "Don't worry about me, Wayne. What the newspaper says has nothing to do with me. I'm just wondering the print area of the number on this new jersey is simply too large, and the craftsmanship is quite rough. Once I'm on the field and sweating, this thick, hard fabric will definitely cling tightly to my back, severely affecting my skin's perspiration and breathing. Souza frowned slightly, his tone filled with dissatisfaction towards Manchester United's equipment sponsor. As a top club, the only flaw of this jersey is that the fabric is a bit coarse and the print is too hard. It's simply uncomfortable to wear. As his words fell, Giggs maintained his shalacitying posture, looking like a statue. Hernandez's mouth was wide open, big enough to fit a tennis ball inside. Rooney glanced at the newspaper in his hand, then at the disdainful Souza, and his brain's CPU began to spin wildly, even producing a wisp of smoke. All of England's media were attacking him with the most vicious language, and countless fans were launching a campaign to boycott him online. This terrifying public opinion storm, capable of ruining a young player's career in Souza's eyes, was actually less concerning than the hardness of the print on the jersey and the non-breathability of the fabric. It took a full 5 seconds. Clang. Rooney casually tossed the copy of The Sun into the nearby trash, and then covered his face with both hands, his shoulders beginning to shake violently. Following that, a wave of nearly manic laughter erupted from this chubby English lad. Ha ha. Oh my God. Paul, did you hear that? Rooney laughed until tears almost came out, pointing at Souza and shouting loudly to Scholes, this kid doesn't care at all about those idiots outside. All he cares about is whether his clothes are breathable. Ha ha ha. Even Scholes, whose face was usually serious, revealed a rare, genuine smile of admiration. He stepped forward and gave Souza a hearty pat on the back. "So you are a true badass and a born red devil." Scholes' voice carried a note of appreciation. This attitude of only caring about whether the clothes are comfortable in the face of disaster is something I've only seen in Eric. Those guys outside don't deserve to affect your emotions. That's right. Sugu is absolutely right. Those reporters don't understand anything. Comfort in wearing is the most important thing. Hernandez instantly became the #1 fanboy, his eyes sparkling with stars in agreement. The atmosphere in the locker room was instantly ignited by this outrageous truth. Everyone was originally worried that this #7 jersey would become a psychological burden for Souza. Now it seemed that this kid not only had no burden, but actually viewed the jersey itself as a nuisance. Such an extreme aloofness, which disregarded all rumors and focused solely on personal experience, instantly captivated all the teammates. Souza looked at this group of rough men who were wildly imagining and completing their own logical loops with a calm expression, but inside, he was already weeping like a river. "I really feel like the clothes rub against my back. What on earth are you all getting emotional about?" he lamented weakly in his heart. But he knew that no matter how he explained under the unreasonable filter of the honest oral liquid, he had already settled firmly in the throne known as Old Trafford's Pressure King, and there was no way he could get down from it for the rest of his life. On March 5th, in the afternoon at the Corney training base in London, as the home ground of the traditional Premier League giant Arsenal, the grass here is meticulously maintained, resembling the fine surface of a golf course. This base has nurtured countless talented young players with technical prowess, and carries the ultimate belief in beautiful football held by Professor Arsene Wenger. However, the atmosphere in the tactical analysis room today lacks the calmness and elegance usually present during discussions on the art of possession. On the massive projection screen at the front of the room, a video clip capable of causing any defensive coach a heart attack is playing on a loop. In the footage, a young man from the Great Sia country, clad in a Manchester United jersey and sporting a wild mane of hair, is performing the jaw-dropping, god-level drunken fist at the San Siro Stadium. Gattuso slips, Sidor falls, and Nesta and Thiago Silva collide like two out-of-control racing cars. A crisp keystroke echoed as the frame froze on the moment when Souza deftly flicked the ball past Avieta's fingers. In the tactical room, Arsenal's players sit up straight. Young Jack Wilshere shakes his head, while Cesc Fabregas, wearing the captain's armband, frowns with deep apprehension in his eyes. Arsene Wenger, the French gentleman acclaimed for his refined demeanor in the Premier League, stands beside the screen. Dressed in his signature long black down jacket, the golden-rimmed glasses on his nose shimmer with wisdom under the bluish projection light. Wenger scanned each Arsenal player present, breaking the silence with his slow yet penetrating English thickened by a strong French accent. "Gentlemen, tomorrow afternoon, we will welcome Manchester United at the Emirates Stadium." Wenger approached the tactical board, picking up a red marker. "I know you have seen far too many reports in the media about this young man named Souza lately. The journalists from Fleet Street have exhausted all exaggerated vocabulary to portray him as an invincible spatial magician, a green monster defying the laws of physics." He pressed the marker twice on the tactical board emphatically, but in my view, these media and the Italian defenders he has bewildered are all deceived by appearances. As soon as these words were uttered, a slight commotion arose in the tactical room. The Arsenal players exchanged. To them, Sousa's unreasonable dribbling and goal-scoring efficiency displayed in the Champions League were undoubtedly the most threatening presence in the Premier League. Did the professor really say the media was deceived? Do not be intimidated by that goal, where he dribbled past. Wenger keenly sensed the players' doubts. He turned around, pointing at the still image on the big screen, his tone becoming incredibly firm and confident. I spent 2 days analyzing all his match footage in the Premier League and the Champions League. I peeled away the seemingly glamorous and absurd layers, arriving at a very clear conclusion. Wenger's gaze sharpened as he emphasized each word. Sousa is at his core still a pure, even He is neither Messi nor Cristiano Ronaldo. He is not a creator at all. Fabregas straightened up, pondering deeply as Arsenal's midfield maestro. Professor, do you mean? Fabregas raised his hand and asked, but the way he evades defenders is indeed very strange. It is hard for us to predict his next move. Cesc, you see his strangeness, but you fail to recognize the poverty behind that strangeness. Wenger cast an appreciative glance at Fabregas, then moved to the tactical board, quickly sketching movement diagrams. Take a close look at his data. His effective touches on the field are pitifully few, and his passing accuracy is dismal. All his threats are established the moment he receives the ball, or rather in those few seconds as he approaches the goal. His dribbling past 5 players has a great deal of randomness, and is not replicable. His vision for passing and his organizational ability are nearly zero in my eyes. Wenger's analysis was like a sharp scalpel precisely cutting through the media's glorified facade of Sousa. Currently, Manchester United's attack heavily relies on Rooney's retreats to receive the ball and the support from Giggs and Nani on the flanks. Sousa is akin to a dagger hidden in the shadows, posing a threat only when the blade is drawn. If we try to anticipate his feints and engage him in that illogical close combat, we will fall into the chaos he designs, just like Gattuso and Nesta. Wenger suddenly turned around, his gaze locking onto the Cameroonian defensive midfielder sitting in the front row with golden dreadlocks. Alex Song. Upon hearing his name, Alex Song immediately straightened his posture. As one of the top defensive midfielders in the Premier League, he possesses strong physical attributes and tenacious tackling ability. For tomorrow's match, you have only one task. Wenger drew a thicker, tighter circle around Sousa's representation on the tactical board. I don't need you to contest with him, nor do I need you to anticipate his movements. Wenger's voice turned stern and cold. I want you to stick to him like a piece of chewing gum for the full 90 minutes. Not just following him closely, but cutting off all possible passing lanes for him. Cut off his connections with Rooney. Cut off his connections with Giggs. As long as the ball is in Manchester United's half, your eyes should only be on him. Do not give him any comfortable space to receive the ball, and do not allow him any angles for distant shots. Wenger looked at Song, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. As long as he doesn't touch the ball, Manchester United's new number 7 is merely a piece of red cloth hanging on the pitch, completely non-threatening. His proud goal-scoring magic without the ball as a medium is nothing but a complete joke. Alex Song thumped his sturdy chest with determination, loudly assuring, "Don't worry, Professor. I will ensure he eats dirt on the Emirates turf throughout the match. I will make sure he won't even get a whiff of what a football smells like." The atmosphere in the tactical room was instant. The slight apprehension that had lingered in the hearts of Arsenal players dissipated under Wenger's clear and incisive tactical analysis. In its place was a fervent fighting spirit ready to strike their enemies hard at home and completely shut down that arrogant new star from the great Sia country. Meanwhile, 200 miles away in Manchester, Sousa sprawled on the couch of his apartment watching Sky Sports' pre-match show for the upcoming Gunners vs. Devils clash. Achoo! Sousa sneezed hard, rubbing his sore nose. Which bastard is plotting against me behind my back? He muttered, grabbing a can of ice-cold cola from the coffee table and taking a sip. During this time, Sousa's life has been nothing short of a living hell. Ever since he donned that cursed number 7 jersey, he felt as if countless eyes were glaring at him wherever. The media's flattery, the fans' expectations, and even the strange looks from the veterans in the locker room, filled with a sense of this kid, is full of surprises all weigh down on him with unprecedented pressure. What drives him even more to despair is that although his physical attributes have barely crossed the Premier League's passing grade of 60 during the past few days of training, he has found that as soon as he touches the ball, Vidic and Ferdinand unleash upon him like rabid dogs, giving him a brutal special treatment. They claim it's to help the new number 7 adapt to high-intensity targeted defense. Sousa has been knocked around so much that he has multiple bruises, and several times he could barely hold his dinner fork. These Brits are definitely jealous of my good looks compared to theirs, Sousa thought, while looking at the bruises on his arms, mentally complaining. Yet as much as he complains, Sousa knows full well that tomorrow's match will undoubtedly be a tough battle. Arsenal is currently closely trailing Manchester United in the standings, and the Emirates Stadium is one of the toughest fortresses to breach in the Premier League. That old fox Wenger will definitely not be easily fooled by his own blind running tactics like the Italians. he will undoubtedly set up a tight defense against him. If he can't find the triggering vacuum for his master of eating pancakes and God's aim, and if ground effect is crushed in its cradle by the opposing defensive midfielder's foul tactics before he gets the ball. No, I can't just sit here and wait. Suze took a deep breath, put down the cola in his hand, and summoned the system panel in his mind. Host Suze, strength 61, stamina 62, agility 63. Looking at these three attributes that have just barely crossed the passing line, a strong sense of unease surged within Suze. He knows this troublesome superstar behavior art system all too well. Based on past experiences, every time he encounters such a highly anticipated focal battle, especially against fierce rivals or top-tier teams, this cursed system always comes out to stir up trouble. Moreover, as his fame grows, the social death level of tasks also skyrockets exponentially. From the initial kiss with the cafeteria lady to performing Tai Chi at Old Trafford to hugging the enemy coach tightly at Anfield and the pink lace lingerie at Stamford Bridge. Suze can hardly imagine what sort of life-destroying perverse task the system will assign him tomorrow in the Emirates Stadium facing Wenger and over 60,000 Arsenal fans. System, please be human. I would rather not score in the entire match tomorrow than make the headlines of the Sun again. Chloe just warned me this morning that if I cause any negative news again, she would poison my coffee directly. Suze silently prayed in his heart. However, Murphy's Law tells us that the more you fear something, the more likely. Just as Suze closed his eyes preparing to spend a peaceful night before the match. Ding! That cold mechanical electronic notification devoid of any human emotion resonated ominously in the depths of Suze's cerebral cortex. Suze shot up from the couch, his face turning pale in an instant. It's over. March 6th at noon. London shrouded in continuous rain. The streets outside the Emirates Stadium were already filled with a surging tide of red. Arsenal fans sang their team anthem, waving flags, transforming the entire stadium into a volcano on the verge of eruption. Manchester United's bus, escorted by a police car, slowly entered the players' tunnel inside the stadium. The atmosphere inside the bus was somewhat tense. Matches against Arsenal have always been one of the most explosive and talked about confrontations in the Premier League. Sir Alex Ferguson sat in the front row, quickly chewing gum, his sharp gaze sweeping outside the window at the home fans who were raising middle fingers and grimacing at the bus. A bunch of blustering fools, Ferguson snorted coldly, turning to look at the back of the bus. Suze sat by the window wearing headphones, his hoodie pulled up tightly, obscuring most of his face. He looked as if he was closing his eyes to rest, completely undisturbed by the external noise, displaying an unsettling calm and aloofness that was far beyond his age. To his teammates, this demeanor naturally sparked a familiar round of Dihua imagination. Look at Su, he's as steady as a rock. Faced with the insults from tens of thousands, he doesn't even furrow his brow, Giggs whispered to Scholes beside him. He's a cold-blooded killer, Ryan. Scholes nodded in agreement. This noise outside the stadium is nothing but a breeze to him. I bet he's currently analyzing the weaknesses in Arsenal's defense. If Suze could hear the two veterans' conversation, he would surely burst into tears on the spot. What the hell does steady as a rock mean? What the hell does analyzing the defense mean? The reason he kept his eyes closed and remained motionless was entirely due to the torment of a new task issued by the system the night before, which had kept him awake all night in a state of extreme despair, almost on the brink of collapse. Just last night, when he prayed for the system to show some humanity in his apartment, that cold mechanical voice ruthlessly shattered his illusions. A line of bold red text like a death warrant was branded onto his retina. Superstar behavior art system, Emirates Stadium, exclusive, extreme, task activated. Task named the alternative mockery of Arsenal's nemesis, begging shooter. Task background: Arsenal's head coach Arsene Wenger is a respected tactical master, but he is also known for being thrifty, even being dubbed stingy by outsiders. In the money-driven world of football, you need to exhibit your incredible commercial value and football philosophy in the most subversive and humiliating manner that can shred the opponent's pride. Task content in today's match against Arsenal: after you score or assist, either one will suffice. You must rush in front of Arsenal's coach Wenger as quickly as possible before the match restarts. Action requirement: kneel on one knee. The posture must be standard and sincere. Verbal requirement: in your loudest, clearest, and most emotionally charged voice, shout at Wenger, please by me, Manchester United is too poor. Task reward: unlock a brand new causal assist skill, God's vision. Failure penalty: permanent deprivation of the divine skill master of scoring and forcibly nullifying the host's goal-scoring instincts, reverting them to a state of mediocrity. When Suze read the last line of the task panel, he felt as if his soul had been repeatedly ground into the ground by this damned system thousands of times. Kneel before the opposing coach and shout, please by me, Manchester United is too poor. This is a million times worse than sitting in San Siro or wearing pink underwear at Stamford Bridge. This is the Emirates Stadium. This is a Premier League match under the watchful eyes of millions. If he actually did that, would that refined French gentleman Wenger suffer a heart attack on the spot? Would Arsenal fans riot and tear him apart? More terrifyingly, what would Sir Alex Ferguson, standing nearby, in front of all the media in England, his proud protege, the newly appointed Red Devils number 7, went and knelt before the rival coach, crying poor and saying Manchester United could not afford him? Ferguson would definitely explode on the spot, cranking that damned hairdryer to the maximum and swallowing him alive. This is no longer a provocation towards the opponent. It is a blatant slap in the face of Manchester United's management, trampling the dignity of Old Trafford. System, you might as well just kill me. Souze internally screamed in despair. He even contemplated feigning illness to avoid participating today, or purposely messing up on the pitch, resolutely avoiding scoring or assisting. As long as he didn't trigger the conditions, there would be no penalty for failing the task. However, the system immediately coldly supplemented a line of hints, ruthlessly cutting off all his escape routes, warning if the host neglects their duties during the match or intentionally avoids triggering the task conditions, the system will determine it as a direct failure of the task and immediately execute the penalty procedures. This is a dead end. Either publicly humiliate himself in front of the whole world or completely lose his livelihood in the Premier League. Souze spent a sleepless night in this desperate torment. Until the bus stopped in the Emirates Stadium's underground parking lot, he still resembled a soulless zombie, mechanically following the team into the away locker room. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was tense yet fervent. Ferguson was making the final tactical arrangements while the players shouted encouragement to each other. "So you look very focused today." Rooney came over and punched Souze's shoulder hard. "Don't feel pressured, kid. Those Londoners only know how to play soft possession football. When the match starts, just run at your own pace. I'll feed the ball comfortably to your feet." Souze looked at Rooney's trusting face, feeling as bitter as if he had eaten an entire bitter melon. "Wayne, if you knew what I was about to do, you would be the first to come and strangle me." Souze silently shed tears in his heart, nodding slightly. "Thank you for your trust, Wayne. If I score, I will celebrate in a way you could never imagine." Souze said this in a flat tone, as if he had seen through life and death, uttering a painful truth. Rooney was taken aback for a moment, and then burst out laughing. "Haha, I love your arrogant spirit. All right, I'll be waiting to see your performance." The surrounding teammates also revealed knowing smiles. To them, Souze's pride, which disregarded everyone, was the driving force behind his ability to create miracles in adversity. Only Souze himself knew that his so-called performance would undoubtedly be an ultimate disaster, capable of destroying all his commercial image and professional reputation. During pre-match warm-ups, when the Manchester United players stepped onto the grass of the Emirates Stadium, they were greeted by a tsunami of boos from Arsenal fans. Among them, the most intense and piercing jeers were unsurprisingly directed at the young man from Dacia country, wearing the number 7 jersey with unkempt hair. "Imposter. Go back to Manchester. He doesn't deserve to wear number 7. Clown." Today, Alexander Song will show you what real Premier League competition is. Various venomous curses intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. Even a few extreme Arsenal fans, not knowing where they got a blow-up clown wearing a Manchester United number 7 jersey, were wildly waving it in exaggerated motions in the stands to humiliate Souze. Confronted with such overwhelming hostility, if Souze were a normal person, he would surely feel anger or panic at this moment. But now he only felt a deep exhaustion. He stood near the center circle, mechanically performing high knees and shuttle runs as warm-up exercises. His gaze crossed the noisy stands, traversed the dense array of cameras at the sidelines, and finally landed on the tall, elegant figure in front of the Arsenal coaching bench. Arsène Wenger. The Frenchman known as the Professor was wearing his signature long black down jacket, arms crossed, intently observing the Arsenal players warming up on the pitch. His refined face exuded a calm and confident air of strategic control. Souze looked at Wenger as if gazing at the gallows that would execute him. "Professor, I really don't want to hurt you." Souze silently shed tears in his heart. "But I'm being forced. If I really kneel before you later, please hold on. Don't let me give you a heart attack." Souze's gaze lingered on Wenger for a good 10 seconds. This scene was not only sharply captured by the broadcasting cameras at the sidelines, but also keenly observed by the sharp-eyed Sky Sports commentator Martin Tyler. "Oh, it seems our philosopher on the pitch, Souze, is quite interested in Arsenal's head coach, Mr." Martin Tyler joked in the commentary box. He's been staring in Wenger's direction as if pondering some major tactical issue. Beside him, Gary Neville sneered. "Perhaps he is looking for a weakness in Arsenal's defense. This kid always manages to find opportunities in the most unexpected places. His currently quiet demeanor makes me think he might be brewing an even crazier storm." At this moment, Wenger seemed to have sensed that penetrating gaze. He turned his head and met Souze's calm, yet sorrowful and resolute eyes. Wenger was momentarily taken aback, his brow slightly furrowed. As a well-versed tactical master, he had studied all of Suze's match footage and believed he had completely seen through this young man's cards. In his eyes, Suze was merely a finisher who relied on luck and peculiar positioning to pick up scraps in the penalty area. Once his passing lanes were cut off, he would completely vanish. However, at the moment their eyes met, Wenger suddenly read a dangerous message from this young man's gaze. It was a madness that seemed to destroy all common sense. "Alexander," Wenger called out loudly to the Cameroonian defensive midfielder who was stretching on the sidelines. Alexander Song immediately ran over. "Professor, what are your instructions?" Wenger pointed at Suze not far away, his tone unusually stern. "Do you see that young man from Daxia country? Don't be careless. From the very first second of the match, you stick to him like glue. Don't care where he goes or what strange moves he makes. I won't allow him to have even a single comfortable touch on my pitch. I want him to disappear completely at the Emirates." Alexander Song thumped his chest with a fist, making a dull sound. "Don't worry, Professor. I'll make sure he knows that even breathing is a luxury under my defense." Naturally, Suze could not hear their conversation. He mechanically completed his warm-up exercises, then walked toward the player tunnel with his teammates as the referee's whistle sounded. The match was about to begin. And for Suze, a limit social death challenge, more terrifying than facing a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, was officially commencing. March 6th afternoon. With the long whistle from the chief referee Martin Atkinson, the highly anticipated Premier League showdown, the Gunners vs. Red Devils at Arsenal's home ground, officially commenced amidst the deafening cheers of the fans at the Emirates Stadium. From the very first second, the match showcased a fierce clash between two entirely different football philosophies. The Arsenal players, donned in red and white striped jerseys, danced across the pitch under the guidance of their coach Arsene Wenger, like ice skaters gliding on ice. The midfield triangle of Fabregas, Nasri, and Jack Wilshere, through dazzling short passes and quick releases, swiftly seized control of the game's tempo. The ball zipped across the green field like a tightly woven spider's web, ensnaring Manchester United's defense in their half. Meanwhile, the Red Devils, clad in black away kits, found themselves in a state of extreme passivity. Sir Alex Ferguson stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed, chewing his gum vigorously. He had originally hoped that Rooney's runs and Suze's ghostly movements up front would disrupt Arsenal's rhythm, seeking a chance for a lethal counterattack. However, Ferguson quickly realized that Wenger had prepared a special gift for him today. On the pitch, Alex Song, a Cameroonian defensive midfielder with a head full of golden dreadlocks and a physique as sturdy as an ox, transformed into an unshakable nuisance from the moment the ball was kicked. Song did not partake in Arsenal's offensive play. His eyes were like radar locked onto Suze. When Suze ran to the left, Song glued himself to that side. When Suze drifted right, Song followed suit. Even if Suze casually strolled without the ball, Song maintained a distance of less than half a meter, occasionally using his broad shoulders or discreet movements to impose physical pressure on Suze. Bang! In the 12th minute, after a hard-won interception in their own half, Carrick glanced up at the field and sent a long pass over the top directly towards Suze. The ball arced through the air. Suze tilted his head back, just getting ready to judge the landing spot, and leaped to control the ball when he felt a violent force crash into him like a heavy bulldozer. Song did not even glance at the ball. With explosive power and muscular strength far surpassing Suze's, he preemptively positioned himself, then rudely knocked Suze off balance with his chest, easily directing the ball back into Manchester United's half. "Fuck, is this big black guy made of steel?" Suze stumbled back several steps, nearly falling onto the wet grass, feeling a surge of blood and anger in his chest. His barely passing strength of 61 points seemed like that of an undernourished middle schooler in the face of Song, a top defensive player in the Premier League. "Stop struggling, little shrimp." As Song passed by Suze, he flashed a white-toothed smile and taunted in English. "The professor said as long as I'm here today, you won't even catch a whiff of the grass at the Emirates Stadium. Just be a transparent person." Suze was furious at this trash talk. He wanted to retort, "They'll go to a striptease in front of your coach when I score." But the passive effect of honest potion ruthlessly swallowed that harsh comeback. He could only wear an expressionless face and state a sad fact in a flat tone. "You are indeed very... I feel like my lungs are going to explode. If I could get a chair to sit down and rest for 5 minutes, I would be very grateful." Song paused for a moment, looking at Suze as if he were a lunatic. Does this kid have a screw loose? Asking a defender for a chair on the pitch. He ignored the thought-leaping Summer Kingdom player and turned back to stick to him like a bodyguard. In the next 20 minutes, Suze completely experienced what it meant to be tactically invisible. Wenger's tactical arrangement was nothing short of perfect. Song's presence not only severed all passing lines between Suze and Manchester United's midfield, but also compressed the triggering space for the causal skills master of eating and God's crosshair to their absolute limits. There was no absolute vacuum, no opportunity for a calm shot. Whenever Suze approached the penalty area, Song would immediately engage in physical contact, Whenever he received the ball within 30 meters, Song would bring him down, even at the cost of a foul. Suzy sprinted across the entire field, but in reality he was merely doing ineffective back-and-forth runs trying to create space. Yet his meager stamina of 62 points was visibly evaporating under Arsenal's high-intensity passing and control. He gasped heavily, sweat stinging his eyes, and his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Manchester United's attack had become completely paralyzed due to the lack of a supporting point up front. Rooney was stranded up front, repeatedly neutralized by Arsenal's defensive line. Meanwhile, Manchester United was also under immense pressure defensively. In the 35th minute, the Emirates Stadium erupted with cheers like a volcanic eruption. Arsenal star striker Robin van Persie received a surgically precise through ball from Fabregas at the top of the penalty arc. The Dutch sharpshooter made no adjustments, meeting the ball with his God-kissed left foot and unleashing a powerful. The ball zipped through the air like a fired cannonball, tearing through Manchester United's defense and nestling into the top right corner of the goal. Van der Sar made a heroic dive, but still couldn't prevent the ball from hitting the net. 10. Arsenal has taken the lead at home. Goal. From the commentary box of Sky Sports, Martin Tyler's voice ignited the entire British Isles. Van Persie, a lethal left foot. Arsenal delivered a dream start at the Emirates Stadium. This is true top-tier Premier League combat. Beside him, Gary Neville looked a bit grim, but as a professional commentator he couldn't help but acknowledge Arsenal's brilliance. Wenger's tactical arrangements today are too successful. They completely choked Manchester United's attacking core. Especially Alex Song, who today played like an omnipresent ghost, thoroughly freezing that highly rated Summer Kingdom star. Neville glanced at Suzy, who was bent over and gasping for breath on the big screen, his tone tinged with mockery. Just look at Suzy now. He looks like a lost tourist on the pitch. I've always said Premier League defense is not the slow-paced art of Italy. This is a meat grinder of muscle and sweat. When his so-called spatial magic lost its effect, his frail physicality was exposed. Wearing Manchester United's number 7 jersey is simply a joke on him. Over 60,000 Arsenal fans in the Emirates Stadium plunged into a frenzy following the goal. They sang their team anthem, not forgetting to mercilessly taunt the Eastern kid who had stolen their rival's number 7 jersey before the match. Fake. Counterfeit. Go back to Manchester, you clown from the Summer Kingdom. At the Emirates Stadium, you only deserve to polish Van Persie's shoes. The endless boos and jeers crashed over Suzy, who was stranded and helpless on the pitch. Ferguson angrily smashed a bottle of water on the sidelines. He yelled and shouted towards the field, trying to awaken his team's fighting spirit, but deep down he knew that Manchester United had been completely suppressed tactically by Wenger. Damn, why is that kid so quiet today? Where's that wicked aura of his? Ferguson's gaze fixed on Suzy, filled with anxious anticipation. At that moment, Suzy was leaning on his knees, standing near the center circle. Listening to the mockery of tens of thousands that felt like they were about to devour him, and seeing the glaring score of 10 on the scoreboard, the suppressed rage within him finally surged up. These British bastards, do they really think I'm made of clay, eh? Suzy cursed inwardly. He knew he looked useless on the field, but he also understood that if he didn't score or assist in today's match, if he didn't complete that humiliating kneeling task, the system's lethal punishment of depriving divine skills and reverting to a mere amateur would descend immediately. At that point, not only would he lose everything he had, but he would also become the biggest laughingstock in the football world, never able to turn his life around. I'm going all out. Even if I lose face for 18 generations, I absolutely cannot lose the master of eating. Suzy raised his head to glance at Alex Song, who was standing not far away looking at him with disdain. He then looked at the elegant Frenchman Arsène Wenger seated in front of the coach's bench. Professor, just wait. Even if I have to risk my life today, I will kneel for you with a bang. The match time ticked away mercilessly, the electronic scoreboard above the Chiefs' pitch flashing to the 60th minute. The situation in the second half remained utterly despairing. Arsenal, a well-oiled machine, maximized the advantages of possession football amidst the cheers of 60,000 fans in their home stadium. The ball flowed rapidly between Fabregas, Wilshere, and Nasri, tearing apart Manchester United's defense, which could only rely on the experience of Vidic and Ferdinand to hold on. For Suzy, who was positioned at the forefront, this was an excruciatingly long ordeal. His physical alarm had been flashing wildly in his mind. Sweat had long soaked through the black away jersey, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead, stinging his eyes. With every breath, he accompanied the heavy wheezing from deep within his chest. He was utterly exhausted. This fatigue was not just from running across the field, but also from a persistent trouble he couldn't shake off. Alexander Song had completely transformed into the most loyal jailer dispatched by Wenger today. This Cameroonian defensive midfielder paid no heed to where the ball was. His defensive strategy was brutally simple. Wherever Suzy moved, he followed. Whenever Manchester United's midfield intended to pass, he would preemptively block his position, using his strong chest and broad shoulders to shove Suze aside. Suze felt as though he were trapped in an invisible cage. He had tried to drop back for support and even attempted to exploit the offside trap, but as long as Song's iron-like figure was blocking his path, all tactical intentions dissolved into nothing. Even gaining possession of the ball had become a luxury, let alone triggering skills like Master of Eating Cakes or God's Crosshair. If this continued, Manchester United's defeat was practically a foregone conclusion, and losing meant he could neither score nor assist. Failing to score or assist meant that the damn kneel and beg task would end in failure. Just the thought of the consequences of failing the task sent cold sweat down Suze's back. Permanent deprivation of divine skills, plus his goal-scoring instinct, would be forcibly reset to zero. He had finally managed to establish himself in the cutthroat Premier League and had signed a lucrative contract worth £50,000 a week. If he were to be reverted back to that pitiful state of gasping after just 2 steps where he couldn't even control the ball within 3 meters, he might as well buy a plane ticket back to the Great Xia and find a factory job. What to do? What should I do? Suze stood near the center circle, hands propped on his weak knees, his brain racing to find a glimmer of hope in this dire situation. Just as the suffocating pressure was about to drive him insane, a familiar, coldly mechanical system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's current physical condition is nearing its limit and is facing high-intensity targeted defense from the opponent. Task completion probability has dropped below 5. System assessment determines the host is in absolute peril. To ensure the smooth execution of star behavior, art skill usury mode is specially activated. Suze was taken aback. Usury. Has the system expanded its business so broadly that it now dabbles in financial loans? Before he could react, a series of glaring crimson characters swiftly refreshed on the pale blue virtual panel in front of his retina, each word exuding a cruel aura of capitalist exploitation. Skill usury mode description: the host can pre-advance the ultimate reward for this task. A brand new causality-based assisting skill, God's vision. Pre-advancement usage time 1 hour including stoppage time. Loan costs and risk warning: if the host fails to successfully complete the kneel and beg task before the end of the match after pre-advancing, the skill punishments will trigger the usury doubling mechanism. Doubling punishment: in addition to the permanent deprivation of Master of Eating Cakes, the host must, after the match at the Chiefs pitch, strip naked, no mosaic covering provided, and perform a 5-minute naked run around the inner perimeter of the stadium. After reading the red warning on the panel, Suze's breath instantly halted. Naked run. Without any censorship. Suze felt a deep shock, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. This was not usury. It was clearly holding a knife to his throat, forcing him to sign a contract of servitude. If kneeling before Wenger was merely throwing his professional dignity to the ground, then stripping naked in front of over 60,000 people at the Chiefs pitch would declare his complete demise in human society. Tomorrow's headlines on major video sites and gossip magazines would undoubtedly leave him with no opportunity to even change planets to start anew. System, you are trying to ruin me. Suze screamed in rage and despair in his heart. But did he have any other choice? If he didn't take the loan with his current battered stamina and Song's tight marking, it was utterly impossible to score or assist. In the end, he would still be stripped of divine skills and reverted back to his original form. Either way, it was a dead end. Take a step back and lose all glory and wealth. Take a step forward, and he might as well go and bow his head to that old Frenchman after the match. Although kneeling was humiliating, it was 1,000 times better than making the headlines naked on the streets of London. Suze gritted his teeth and roared in his heart like a desperate gambler, betting everything on one last spin of the roulette wheel. Ding. Loan contract established. Temporary usage rights for God's vision have been granted. As the system's notification faded, Suze felt as if a strange current had been injected into his brain. This current did not alleviate his physical exhaustion. Instead, it heightened his visual senses, rapidly constructing an unprecedented spatial awareness in his mind. God's vision skill description: trigger condition: at the moment of passing, the host's head must be turned completely in the opposite direction of the receiver. The neck must reach the physical limit of twisting. Skill effect: as long as the trigger condition is met, the host's pass will ignore all physical obstacles, visual blind spots, and defensive positions, transforming into a causality surgical knife with 0 error, automatically guiding to the receiver's most comfortable attacking route. After reading the skill description, Suze couldn't help but shiver, turning his head completely in the opposite direction while passing, and twisting to the physical limit. Just imagining that posture made his neck ache. This system not only reveled in destroying his social image, but was now even targeting his cervical spine. The match time reached the 65th minute. Arsenal's attack was blocked at the edge of Manchester United's penalty. Fabregas attempted to deliver a lob pass to Van Persie, but veteran Giggs, with his vast experience, anticipated the passing route and skillfully controlled the ball with his chest. Counterattack. With a wave of his hand, Alex Ferguson signaled, and the counterattack horn of Manchester United was instantly sounded. Giggs glanced at the situation and quickly passed the ball to Carrick, who was waiting in the center. Carrick did not linger on the ball. He spotted Souze drifting near the center circle. This was one of the rare moments Souze appeared on the passing line throughout the match. Carrick decisively delivered a ground pass, the ball rolling swiftly towards Souze. At the same time, Alexander Song, who had been shadowing Souze like a ghost, instantly entered combat mode. Song's strong thigh suddenly exerted force like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind directly rushing towards Souze. "Kid, don't even think about turning around." Song scoffed coldly in his heart, fully prepared. As long as Souze dared to control the ball, he would immediately use his chest to push up, leveraging his physical advantage to forcibly disrupt the ball, even having prepared the foul action. The ball rolled to Souze's feet. Normally, a forward would either lean on the defender to shield the ball or quickly pass it back to a teammate. Song's center of gravity had lowered, his eyes firmly locked on Souze's waist, ready to block any possible turning motion. However, under the gaze of over 60,000 spectators, with Alexander Song closing in, Souze made an action that caught everyone off guard, which could even be described as exceedingly bizarre. He neither bent down to shield the ball, nor looked to observe his teammates' movements up front. In the 1,000th of a second before his right foot was about to touch the ball, Souze suddenly jerked his neck. His head twisted violently to the right at an exaggerated angle that made onlookers feel his cervical spine might dislocate. The angle of that twist was nearly at the extreme edge of human physiological limits. Souze's eyes widened, his gaze crossing over the field beyond the sideline, directly fixated on the edge of the second tier of the Chiefs' pitch, at a large red and white advertisement board emblazoned with the Emirates Airlines Fly Emirates logo. His posture was as stiff as a machine statue that had suddenly jammed, and his expression turned wooden and hollow in an instant. Alexander Song, who was charging in, suddenly froze in place. This seasoned defender, who had weathered many storms in the Premier League, found his brain's processor directly crashed. Song's eyes widened as he stared at Souze, who was less than half a meter away, a row of huge question marks appearing on his forehead. What was he doing? Now was Manchester United's counterattack moment. The ball was right at his feet, in imminent danger of being intercepted, and this kid was actually turning his head 90 degrees to look at the stands. Was his neck cramping, suddenly suffering from cervical spondylosis? Or was there a crazy female fan in the stands not wearing clothes capturing his attention? Song's defensive logic was based on observing the opponent's eyes and body weight. But now the opponent not only didn't glance at him, but also didn't look at the goal or his teammates, instead craning his neck to look at the advertisement board. This completely surpassed the comprehension of a professional player. Just as Song experienced a moment of hesitation due to this bizarre scene, causing his defensive movement to stall. Souze's right foot, seemingly no longer under his brain's control, discreetly and decisively sent a low ground pass toward the heart of Arsenal's half, without any visual assistance. The ball traced a straight white line on the grass with a trajectory that seemed calculated with a supercomputer's precision, silently sliding past the slightly parted legs of Alexander Song, who had momentarily lost focus. On March 6th, the match had reached the 65th minute. The sky above the Emirates Stadium seemed to be wrapped tightly in a gray cashmere blanket, while the drizzling rain cast a glossy sheen over the meticulously trimmed grass, perfect for ground play. Arsenal fans were still singing "We Love You Arsenal, We Do," and their one-goal lead gave them enough confidence to mock the Red Devils, who were being stifled by Wenger's tactics. Yet amidst the cacophony created by 60,000 fans, a black-and-white soccer ball, like a silent willow leaf knife thrown by God himself, silently, yet lethally sliced through Arsenal's seemingly impenetrable defense. The ball skimmed along the wet grass without kicking up a splash, moving neither too fast nor too slow, yet exuding an inexplicable strangeness. It passed by the still-dazed Alexander Song and continued toward Arsenal's defensive territory. 30. At this moment, Cesc Fabregas, Arsenal's absolute brain and metronome in midfield, was retreating along his defensive line. This Spanish genius possessed the finest match-reading ability of his era. His eyes, always gleaming with wisdom, had already scanned the entire half's defensive positions like radar at the moment Manchester United lost possession. Fabregas' positioning was meticulous. He positioned himself on the path of a potential quick counterattack from Manchester United, cutting off the crucial pivot for distributing the ball from the center to the flanks. When he saw the ball slip past Song, Fabregas displayed little panic. That pass was far too casual. Fabregas judged in his mind. As a master passer, he understood all too well the conditions necessary for a lethal through ball: the passer's observation, the calculation of anticipation, and the timing of the receiver's run. Just moments ago, he had clearly seen from the corner of his eye that the striker from the Great Xia Kingdom twisted his neck like a marionette, with a broken spring staring at the advertising board on the second tier. This was not a pass at all. It was undoubtedly a wild swing from a player cramping up or slipping. If it was a wild swing, then the ball's trajectory would inevitably be erratic and aimless. Fabregas only needed to take half a step to the side, just like during his passing drills at the Coney training ground, to effortlessly intercept the ball, which resembled a headless fly, and then initiate a second attack that would leave Manchester United's defense in despair. Fabregas confidently stepped forward with his right leg. His defensive action was not fierce, but the timing of his positioning and his prediction of the ball's line was textbook level. However, just as the studs of his right foot were about to touch the edge of the ball in that split second, a surge of extreme incredulity coursed through his nervous system like an electric current. Because at the moment the ball that should have been rolling straight in his prediction seemed to suddenly gain independent contact. It did not change direction, nor did it suddenly accelerate. It merely carried a slight, yet perfectly timed side spin, resulting in a nearly millimeter-level slight bounce on the slick grass. It was this almost imperceptible bounce that allowed the ball to slip through Fabregas' legs like a mischievous ghost, precisely and unerringly. Whoosh! It slid past. Fabregas froze in place. He maintained the pose of a player attempting to intercept, as if he were a statue suddenly frozen in time. Through the legs. The brain of Arsenal's captain came to a complete standstill at that moment. His gaze involuntarily followed the direction the ball had slipped, filled with confusion, shock, and a deep fear of being controlled by some power that transcended the logic of football. How is this possible? Fabregas roared in his mind. He was clearly looking at the birds in the sky just now. He didn't even glance at the front field. How could he possibly know I was moving? How could he calculate such a freakish anticipation, perfectly threading the ball between my legs? This defies the logic of football. This defies the limits of human vision and neural transmission. Unless that kid has eyes on the back of his head and his brain is equipped with a supercomputer capable of calculating ballistic missile trajectories. If Fabregas' confusion was localized, then what happened next plunged the entire Emirates Stadium into an abyss named despair. The moment the ball passed through Fabregas' small opening, a flashy figure clad in fluorescent pink boots burst forth like a red lightning bolt from the blind spot of Arsenal's two center-backs, Koscielny and Giroud. It was Javier Hernandez, Manchester United's Little P. This Mexican striker, known as the Fox in the box, possessed an off-the-ball movement ability more cunning than a fox. At the moment Suzy received the ball, he didn't expect much from Suzy's pass, as he was all too familiar with Suzy's awkward situation when tightly marked by Arsenal's midfielders. But the instant the ball rolled out of Alexander Song's defensive zone, Hernandez's sharp striker instinct, he hesitated not for a moment, and didn't care which way Suzy's head was turned. He only trusted the trajectory of the ball. Good ball. Hernandez roared in his mind, his legs like motors carving a blinding pink trail across the grass of the Emirates Stadium. And Suzy's through ball, enhanced by the causality of gods, I seemed to carry a GPS navigation. The ball's speed, power, and the strange trajectory that threaded through Fabregas slowed down perfectly after passing him, like a gentle lover, comfortably, and one might say fed to the mouth, landing right in front of Hernandez's sprinting line. Not a bit off, right on target. Koscielny and Giroud, the two Arsenal center-backs, were taken aback, desperately turning to chase back, but the Little P's explosiveness was fully displayed in that moment. Successful offside. An absolute clear chance. The air in the entire Emirates Stadium seemed to be sucked out at that instant. The more than 60,000 Arsenal fans who were just singing the team anthem felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats, and all sound ceased abruptly. Hernandez charged into the penalty area, facing Wojciech Szczesny, the Arsenal goalkeeper, who had rushed out with outstretched arms trying to block the angle. The Mexican striker displayed a calmness and coldness that was completely at odds with his baby face. He neither chose to blast the shot, nor attempted to go around the goalkeeper. At the moment Szczesny dove to save Hernandez merely used the instep of his right foot to lightly nudge the ball. The ball skimmed along the grass, slipping under Szczesny's outstretched arms, rolling slowly toward the far corner of the goal. Swish! The ball hit the inside of the net, producing a slight, yet resonant sound like a death knell. The numbers on the scoreboard flickered. Manchester United equalized with an incredible counterattack in the 65th minute of the second half. Goal! In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler unleashed a scream loud enough to shatter glass, his voice cracking from sheer excitement. Little P. Javier Hernandez. A deadly strike. But my God almighty, did you see that? Please, director, immediately replay that in slow motion. Hurry. Martin Tyler nearly jumped from his seat, pointing at the broadcast screen behind him, completely losing control. On the screen, the moment Suzy made the pass was highlighted. Everyone pay close attention to Suzy's action. Martin Tyler's voice trembled with shock when he passed. His head was turned toward the right stand. His eyes were fixed on that Emirates Airlines advertising board. He didn't even look at the front field. He didn't even leave a peripheral glance for Fabregas and Hernandez. What is this called? This is a true Naluk pass. and he delivered a 60-meter groundbreaking through ball that penetrated Arsenal's entire defense and directly threaded through Fabregas' legs, all while being closely marked. Gary Neville beside him also gaped in disbelief. This is insane. It's on the level of Ronaldinho's vision and imagination. Neville murmured, completely overturning his previous assessment of Suzy as just a shooter. No, this is even more absurd than Ronaldinho. He is no longer playing with his eyes. He is controlling the entire field with the back of his head, intuition, and a near mystical God's eye perspective. He deceived Alexander Song. He deceived Fabregas. With an action that resembled a cramp, he fooled the entire London. The commentators' frenzied roar spread through countless households via television signals. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Hernandez, after scoring, was as excited as a child, not running to the corner flag to celebrate, but sprinting half the length of the field straight to Suzy. "Brother Sue, your pass was incredible." Little P excitedly hugged Suzy, nearly hanging off his neck due to the height difference, shouting in glee, "I swear, I didn't see you look up. The ball seemed to have run to my feet on its own. You're simply a genius." Rooney, Giggs, and other teammates rushed over, surrounding Suzy. Every face was filled with astonishment and joy, looking at Suzy as if he were an alien. "Good lad, I knew you still had tricks up your sleeve." Rooney laughed heartily, ruffling Suzy's hair. However, Suzy surrounded by the crowd. At this moment his heart felt desolate. The earlier neck twist had been too forceful, and now his cervical spine was sending waves of subtle pain. "Damn genius. I almost broke my neck just now." Suzy felt like crying but couldn't express it due to the relentless passive effect of the honest oral liquid. His sweaty face bore no trace of joy from the assist. His facial muscles were as hard as glaciers, his gaze revealing a profound indifference and aloofness. He slightly raised his chin, pushed away the hanging Little P, and spoke in a calm tone, as if everything had been calculated. "Javier, you were too slow. If your speed could have been half a second faster, this ball would have been intended to go through the goalkeeper's legs." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Manchester United teammates were instantly stunned, unable to speak for a moment. So arrogant. This attitude was simply refreshing and unique. Not only did he execute a no-look pass threading through Fabregas' legs, but he also complained about his teammates' speed failing to go through the goalkeeper's legs. At this moment, not far away, Fabregas stood in a daze. He looked at the expressionless young man from the Great Xia Kingdom and recalled the ball that had ghosted through his legs, and the captain of Arsenal felt a chill run from his feet straight to the crown of his head. What did that mean just now? Fabregas' eyes were filled with confusion and fear. Could it be that the earlier head twist was truly a sophisticated tactical deception? He not only saw through my defensive positioning, but even calculated my movement trajectory. How far could his seemingly unfocused eyes see? Arsenal's defense began to form a barely perceptible crack due to this bizarre blind pass. On March 6th, the match reached its 70th minute. With a stunning unknown goal from Little P, Hernandez, the once tumultuous Emirates Stadium was shrouded in a heavy mist, plunging into a state of bewildered agitation. Arsenal's defense, once a prideful precision instrument for Wenger, now bore a deadly crack due to Suzy's neck-breaking pass. Alexander Song, tasked with closely marking Suzy, stood at the center of the pitch, his hands instinctively on his hips, his gaze towards Suzy filled with unprecedented doubt and hesitation. As a top defensive midfielder, Song's defensive principle was simple: keep an eye on the opponent's eyes to anticipate their passing intentions, a focus on their center of gravity to block their breakthrough pass. But now he was utterly clueless. Where the hell is this guy looking? Song roared in despair within. In the next 15 minutes, the pitch at the Emirates Stadium witnessed one of the most ludicrous yet chilling scenes in the history of world football. Manchester United's midfielders seemed to sense some kind of metaphysical force descending, intentionally or unintentionally feeding the ball to Suzy. Under the pressure of the system's skill, loan sharking, Suzy transformed into an indefatigable head-turning machine to preserve his divine skill. In the 72nd minute, Suzy received the ball just outside the penalty area. Alexander Song immediately closed in like a shadow. Having just been humiliated by a through ball, he was extremely alert, this time his eyes fixed intently on Suzy. At the moment he touched the ball, Suzy executed the same trick again. His neck emitted a faint, barely audible crack, and he jerked his head back, stiffly fixing his gaze directly on the pristine white framework of the Emirates Stadium's roof. The suddenness and absurd angle of the motion made it seem as if he were not in a Champions League battle for survival, but had suddenly spotted a UFO on the street. Song's defensive instincts were momentarily diverted. He instinctively glanced up at the sky, following Suzy's gaze. Just that split second of distraction. With a delicate flick of his right foot, Suzy sent the ball on a low curling trajectory, precisely cutting through Koscielny's defensive zone and delivering it to the speeding Rooney. The crowd gasped. Rooney faced the goalkeeper after receiving the ball, but unfortunately his shot was too powerful, sending the ball just brushing the crossbar and out of bounds. "Oh, the fans who traveled from Old Trafford sighed in great regret. However, Martin Tyler in the commentary booth could no longer remain seated. Clutching the microphone, his voice hoarse, he shouted, "It's that trick again. Look up the pass. Souze has once again deceived the entire Arsenal defense with his neck." Alexander Song's expression now resembled someone who had just experienced a supernatural event. He utterly could not keep up with Souze's cross-dimensional vision. In the 78th minute, an even more absurd scene unfolded. Souze received the ball on the wing and faced with a double team. This time, he did not look at the advertising boards or the roof, but suddenly turned his head to gaze deeply at Arsenal's coach Wenger, who was directing from the sidelines. Professor Wenger, preparing to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, suddenly met Souze's calm, almost compassionate eyes, causing the paper cup in his hand to tremble. In the instant Wenger was taken aback, the ball at Souze's feet transformed into a sharp lightning bolt, once again tearing through Arsenal's flanks. God's perspective. This is the true God's perspective. Gary Neville was pounding the desk in the commentary booth, his expression having shifted from initial skepticism to fervent admiration. Did you notice? Souze doesn't even need to look at the ball with his eyes. He's playing with a three-dimensional model in his mind. Where his head turns is irrelevant, for the coordinates of the entire pitch are under his control. He is the blind swordsman. He is the unparalleled master who can pierce the enemy's heart even with his eyes closed. This ludicrous yet millimeter-precise passing posture sent chills down the spines of Arsenal's players. Fabregas attempted to direct his teammates to reorganize the defense, but he found that Song was already somewhat on the brink of collapse. As soon as Souze received the ball, Song would instinctively tense up. Where is this kid going to look this time? This psychological pressure was more suffocating than physical confrontation. On the sidelines, Sir Alex Ferguson was no longer sitting on the bench. The old man stood at the front of the coaching area, chest out, his chewing gum, providing a rhythm of the old man orchestrating from the shadows. He turned around and laughed heartily at assistant coach Fergal, his jovial voice audible even to the photographers in the back. "Did you see that, Mike? Those arrogant little reporters in London said he was unworthy of wearing the number 7. What do they know?" Ferguson pointed at Souze's stiff head-turning silhouette, his eyes shimmering with the delight of an old fox who had just succeeded. This is not just vision. This is the pinnacle of psychological warfare. He is humiliating all of London with his neck. He is telling Wenger that even if I don't look at the pitch, I can dismantle your factory of soldiers. At this moment, only Souze himself was silently screaming in agony, "Boss, please stop bragging. I really just want to keep my skill. My cervical spine is really about to break. Who the hell wants to humiliate London with their neck? All I want now is to find a chiropractor for a quick adjustment." In just 15 minutes, Souze utilized God's perspective to deliver 3 lethal assists. Although Rooney and Hernandez each wasted a chance, Arsenal's once proud technical defense in the Premier League was utterly thrown into chaos by Souze's unconventional passing style. Each pass was like a heavy sword swung by a blind swordsman, invisible and eerie, yet aimed straight at the vital point. Wenger was already sweating profusely on his forehead. He realized that his tactical analysis built on logic and mathematical models was utterly powerless against Souze's chaotic punches of looking at the sky and the ground while not looking at the ball. What kind of monster is this kid? Wenger murmured, a hint of defeat appearing in his eyes for the first time. The match time had reached the 84th minute and the score remained 11. The entire Emirates Stadium, once the artistic temple belonging to the Gunners, had now become a vast and oppressive examination room. All the examinees, namely Arsenal's players, faced the questioner Souze, who provided no standard answers, feeling a sense of inexplicable panic. The new number 7 of Manchester United amidst the rain slowly raised his noble, yet stiff, head. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Where would he look next? At the referee? At the clouds? Or perhaps at the victory that was already destined? On March 6th, the match reached the 85th minute. A cold drizzle enveloped the Emirates Stadium, shrouding the modern architectural marvel in a layer of mist. The glaring 11 on the scoreboard was like 2 sharp blades continuously pricking the nerves of the more than 60,000 Arsenal fans in attendance. For the Gunners, securing a point at home against an opponent like Manchester United, who had just shone brightly in the Champions League, seemed an acceptable outcome. But Arsène Wenger would never agree. The silver-haired French coach stood in the technical area, allowing the drizzle to soak his signature long black coat. His eyes pierced through the heavy rain, fixated on the muddy turf in Manchester United's half. Arsenal was tightly in the race for the top of the league, and to maintain their hopes of claiming the Premier League title this season, they needed to secure all 3 points against their direct rivals. A draw equated to a slow death. Wenger suddenly raised his arms, swinging it forcefully forward. This was a signal for an all-out attack. The Arsenal players receiving their manager's instructions seemed invigorated, as if given a shot of adrenaline. The midfield trio of Fabregas, Nasri, and Wilshere instantly pressed forward, launching a torrential assault on Manchester United's penalty area. This left Suzy fighting alone in front in a difficult position. Are these Londoners insane? Are they neglecting defense? Suzy gasped for breath, hands on his weak knees, standing near the center circle. His stamina had completely hit the red zone. The barely adequate endurance attribute had been drained dry under Arsenal's suffocating possession play. With every breath it felt as though rusty sandpaper was scraping against his lungs, and his legs weighed as heavy as if filled with lead. What drove him to despair was the countdown of the system called skill high-interest loan ticking down before his eye. If he couldn't complete a goal or an assist in this match, he would face the penalty of losing his divine skills and running naked around the Emirates Stadium for 5 minutes. Running naked? Absolutely not. I'd rather drop dead on the pitch than be the headline tomorrow with my backside exposed. Suzy howled like a beast in his heart. He forced his back straight, slapping his numb thighs twice, trying to extract the last bit of glycogen from his muscles. It was the 88th minute. Arsenal's relentless attack finally showed signs of faltering. Fabregas attempted to deliver a discreet lob just outside the penalty area, but the experienced Vidic anticipated the drop point, leaping high to head the ball out of danger. The ball landed at the feet of Ryan Giggs just outside the penalty area. The Welsh veteran didn't pause for a moment. His keen instinct for the game immediately sensed the vast expanse left open by Arsenal's advance. Suzy, run! Giggs shouted, launching a perfect long pass with the inside of his left foot. The ball sliced through the rain like a blade, heading straight for the open space on the left side of Arsenal's half. Upon hearing the shout, Suzy instinctively turned and began to sprint desperately. But he was far too exhausted. His initial movements were as cumbersome as an old car in disrepair, his steps clumsy. Meanwhile, Arsenal's defense quickly reacted. Young centre-back Laurent Koscielny surged out from the side, ready to intercept the incoming long pass. Behind Suzy, the Cameroonian defensive midfielder Alex Song, who had been tormenting him throughout the match, was hot on his heels like a panther smelling blood, closing in with ferocity. With an obstacle ahead and pursuers behind, Suzy barely managed to stop the ball near the left sideline. However, he was already enveloped in a perfect encirclement by Koscielny and Song. It's over, he can't move anymore. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville sighed as he watched the faltering Manchester United number 7 on the screen. Suzy's stamina has been completely drained. His ball control has become utterly distorted. Faced with the double team from Koscielny and Song, he had no space left for a pass or a breakthrough. This golden opportunity for Manchester United was likely coming to an end. The 60,000 Arsenal fans also recognized Suzy's predicament, erupting into a thunderous chorus of boos, trying to mentally crush this young man from the Dacia Kingdom. Give up the ball, you soft-shell shrimp. Alex Song shouted angrily, using his broad chest to push against Suzy. Koscielny lowered his center of gravity, eyes locked on Suzy's feet, ready to strike at any moment. It was a desperate situation, a real life-or-death scenario. However, amidst this suffocating encirclement, there was no excess emotion on Suzy's mud-streaked and sweat-soaked face. His facial nerves seemed completely frozen, and in his dark eyes there was only a resolve to fight to the bitter end. System activate grounded flight. With a roar in the depths of his mind, a mechanical prompt that only he could hear exploded into existence. Command received. Champions League exclusive causal skill grounded flight has been activated. Forced ball control state initiated, countdown 5-4. A strange energy transmitted from Suzy's toes to the rain-soaked ball. The ball seemed infused with a soul, transforming into a magnet with incredible adhesion, tightly sticking to the edge of Suzy's shoe. In the next moment, a scene unfolded on the Emirates Stadium turf that made all football professionals question their facing the violent collision from behind by Alex Song. Suzy's body did not get knocked off as one would. On the contrary, his upper body, seemingly devoid of any skeletal support, suddenly tilted forward at a bizarre angle that defied the laws of physics. His nose was almost about to hit the muddy turf, and his leg joints appeared in an extremely awkward twist. This kid is going to eat dirt. Koscielny felt a surge of delight, instinctively stepping left, ready to pick up the ball that was about to lose control. However, just as Koscielny shifted his weight to his left foot, he was horrified to discover that the Manchester United number 7, who should have been on the ground, had the ball right beneath him without rolling away. At the very edge of his Bodis tilt, Suzy's right foot inexplicably hooked inward, causing the ball, along with his body, to shift from a leftward fall to a lateral movement to the right. This was an entirely impossible feint. No human ankle or core strength could support such an inhuman. Koscielny's brain frantically ordered his legs to retract their weight, but his muscles couldn't keep up with this interdimensional rhythm shift. Koscielny's left and right ankles instantly became tangled on the slippery turf, and with a dull thud, he lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Not just him. Alex Song, who had rushed in from behind, instinctively pulled back his forward momentum to avoid Susie's exaggerated body angle. But he never expected that Susie's body would twist into such a strange shape midair. Song's vision was completely disrupted by Susie's wildly flailing arms, and as his foot slipped, his tall frame fell empty, rolling off the sideline like a runaway truck. "Oh my God!" Martin Tyler shot up from the commentary booth, nearly crushing his microphone in his grip. "What just happened?" Koscielny and Alex Song both fell at the same time. Susie slipped through the gap like a drunken dance. This is just a reenactment of that night at San Siro. The terrifying drunken boxing assassin has revealed his fangs once again at the Emirates Stadium. The boos from the stands were abruptly severed as if cut by a giant pair of scissors. Over 60,000 Arsenal fans stared dumbfounded at the staggering figure breaking through their defense. 3, 2. The countdown raced through Susie's mind. He had successfully breached the heart of Arsenal's penalty area. Ahead lay the final barrier. The Polish goalkeeper Wojciech Szczesny charging out like a giant bear with 1-0. Grounded flight state deactivated. With the system's prompt fading, the mysterious pull vanished instantly. The extreme soreness and fatigue that had built up deep within his muscles crashed back into control of Susie's body like a tsunami. He didn't even have the strength to lift his thigh. Facing the oncoming Szczesny, Susie intended to swing his right foot and deliver a powerful shot, but he sadly discovered that he couldn't execute the complicated kicking motion at all. Damn it. In the split second before he completely lost his balance and was about to fall onto the penalty area turf, Susie, using the instinct of a striker, weakly pushed the ball forward with the arch of his right foot. The thud of contact was pitifully faint. This shot lacked any power or explosive force. It resembled a toy ball casually kicked by a 3-year-old in the backyard. Szczesny had already made the perfect diving save motion, his massive frame blocking the goal like an instant. However, as he caught sight of the ball's rolling speed from the corner of his eye, an indescribable despair surged within the Polish goalkeeper. Too slow. This ball is rolling too slowly. The ball lumbered across the slippery turf, not opting for a difficult angle, but instead rolling with a mocking slowness, just slipping through the space under Szczesny's fully downed arm. Szczesny could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled past under his arm. He desperately attempted to retract his arm to block it, but having already completely fallen, he lacked the leverage, flopping about on the grass like a stranded fish. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone in the Emirates Stadium was watching that ball in slow motion. It slowly rolled over the goal line, bouncing twice on the grass before gently thudding against the inner side of the far post. Then finally, as if exhausting its last bit of energy, lay quietly in the depths of the snow-white net. The numbers on the scoreboard cruelly flickered at that moment. 12. In the 88th minute of the match, Manchester United pulled off an incredible last-minute goal. Martin Tyler's roar shattered the soundproof glass of the commentary booth, echoing through the night sky of the British Isles. A last-minute goal. This is a lethal blow that could determine the Premier League champion this season. He did it. This young man from the Dacia Kingdom, who had been suppressed, ridiculed, and utterly exhausted throughout the match, nailed Arsenal's defense to the pillar of shame in the ugliest, weakest, yet most helpless way possible. This is no ordinary goal. This is the ultimate torture of the psychological defenses of the defenders. Szczesny even had time to ponder life as he fell only to watch the ball roll into the net. On the pitch, Susie lay sprawled in the Arsenal penalty area, gasping for air mixed with the scent of earth. He was exhausted, too tired to even move a finger. The joy of scoring had yet to spread in his heart when an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. He recalled that system punishment like a death knell. If he didn't kneel before Wenger, he would have to run naked around the Emirates Stadium for 5 minutes. Damn it, this cursed fate. Susie roared angrily in his heart, realizing that the damned system had forcibly injected him with 10 seconds of rejuvenating power to ensure he could complete the social death task. He suddenly pushed away Rooney, who was about to pounce on him to celebrate, launching himself off the grass like a startled leopard under the astonished gazes of the fans and the dumbfounded stares of his teammates. This newly appointed Manchester United number 7, who had just completed an astonishing last-minute goal, did not celebrate by removing his shirt or charging toward the away fans. Instead, he dragged his heavy legs like a whirlwind, racing straight toward the Arsenal coaching area. Target Arsene Wenger. On March 6th, in the 89th minute of the match, the Emirates Stadium erupted with a deafening roar, one powerful enough to lift the roof. However, this uproar belonged entirely to the 3,000 devoted Manchester United fans who had traveled from afar. Sue. The away stands transformed into a boiling sea of red. Fans waved their scarves and shouted the name of the young man who had just scored the decisive goal with hoarse voices. To them, Suze, despite dragging his weary body, managed to dribble past 2 opponents at the last moment and score that slow yet lethal shot, perfectly embodying the spirit of the Red Devils. On the field, Rooney, Giggs, and others who had originally opened their arms to embrace this hero who saved the team were now frozen in place. They stared in disbelief as Suze, like a man avoiding a rabid dog, rudely pushed through the crowd while shouting, "Get out of the way." He dragged his heavy legs with the speed of a 100-meter dash, heading straight for the Arsenal coaching bench. What is this kid trying to do? Martin Tyler at the commentary booth fumbled his papers, his eyes wide in shock, his voice cracking from utter astonishment. Suze. He didn't celebrate. He charged at Arsene Wenger. What is he trying to do? Is he provoking Arsenal's head coach? Gary Neville beside him also stood up abruptly, his face changing drastically. This is insane. To rush towards the opposing manager after scoring a winning goal. This could definitely spark a riot in the stadium. Sir Alex must stop him immediately. Yet Sir Alex Ferguson, standing before the Manchester United bench, was completely bewildered. The chewing gum in his mouth dropped onto the grass as his hands, which were ready to pump in celebration, froze in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief at the figure of number 7 dashing past him like a red whirlwind towards his archrival's manager. Stop him. Quickly stop that madman. Ferguson roared at the fourth official and security personnel, his heart nearly giving out from fright. This was at the Emirates Stadium, in front of over 60,000 Arsenal fans who were on the brink of fury after that last-minute goal. If Suze really did something outrageous to Wenger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in front of the Arsenal coaching bench, Arsene Wenger, the professor, this elegant man who had dedicated his life to the Gunners, was staring blankly at the field, holding a cup of hot coffee. His face, marked by the passage of time, was filled with shock, unwillingness, and deep helplessness. That recent goal shattered the defensive system he had painstakingly set up throughout the match. Alexander Song slipped, Koscielny fell, and Szczesny was humiliated by a soft push shot. The young player from Dacia, whom he thought he had seen through, shattered his tactical board with a drunken boxing step that he could not comprehend, just as Wenger was trying to calm his sense of defeat. A figure wearing a red Manchester United jersey, muddy and covered in grass, charged towards him like a beast with red eyes, accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. The distance between them was less than half a meter. Wenger was startled, his hand shook, causing the hot coffee in the paper cup to spill onto his neatly pressed suit pants. But he couldn't care less, looking at the Manchester United number 7, whose eyes were bloodshot and chest heaving. A strong sense of foreboding suddenly surged within him. What is he going to do? Is he going to hit me? Wenger instinctively took a step back, while nearby Arsenal assistant coaches and substitute players rushed forward, ready to protect their head coach. The over 60,000 Arsenal fans in the Emirates Stadium also witnessed this scene, erupting into a tsunami of furious shouts from the stands. FKU, get out of the way. Security, arrest him. Don't touch the professor. A torrent of insults, whistles, and countless water bottles hurled from the stands poured down like a violent rain. The air in the entire stadium seemed to solidify into gunpowder, ready to explode with just a spark. Yet at this moment of intense tension, where a large-scale violent conflict seemed inevitable, Suze, who had rushed in front of Wenger, suddenly, without hesitation, with a decisive motion, thud, he sank to one knee, heavily crashing down onto the slightly damp natural grass just outside the sidelines of the Emirates Stadium. The action was so abrupt, so resolute, that due to excessive force his knee collided with the grass, producing a dull sound. The Arsenal substitutes, halfway through their rush, froze in their tracks, maintaining a stance ready to brawl, yet their eyes were filled with confusion. The referee Atkinson held a red card ready to rush over and send Suze off, but upon witnessing this kneeling motion, he came to an abrupt halt. The Arsenal fans in the stands, their hands holding water bottles, froze in midair, their curses caught in their throats, unable to utter a word. Even Wenger, standing before Suze, was completely petrified. His wise eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. He looked at the Manchester United number 7, who had just single-handedly scored the decisive goal against them, yet was now kneeling before him, and his brain seemed to overload. What is going on? Is this his way of humiliating me? To mock my defense's fragility with a posture of... But what happened next completely shattered everyone's psychological defenses, pushing the aftermath of this doubled confrontation to a fantastical climax unprecedented in history. Suze, kneeling on one knee, slightly raised his head, looking at the terrified Wenger. Under the overwhelming effect of the honest oral liquid, his face, which should have twisted from extreme shame, was forcibly smoothed out, devoid of any emotional flex. His facial muscles seemed frozen, like they were under liquid nitrogen, solidifying into a countenance cold as ice, even exuding a divine, transcendent purity. But his mouth, under the system's forced directive, opened uncontrollably. With the last remaining bit of strength from just scoring the decisive goal, he spoke in a cold, clear tone, almost as if reciting a sacred doctrine. Addressing Wenger, the 60,000 fans at the Emirates Stadium, and the broadcast cameras across Europe, he shouted emotionlessly the words that could lead to his social death 1,000 times, "Please buy me. Manchester United is too poor. As the words fell time in the Emirates Stadium on the evening of March 6, 2011, came to a there was no sound of wind, no sound of breathing. Only this sentence transmitted clearly through the high-sensitivity microphones at the sidelines echoed across every corner of the world watching the live broadcast. A full 10 seconds passed. Clatter. The crumpled paper cup in Wenger's hand finally fell to the ground. This experienced French manager shook violently. If it weren't for his assistant coach's quick reflexes to catch him, he might have truly fainted on the spot. Please buy me. Manchester United is too poor. This is something a hotshot who just signed a 5-0-week contract and scored a decisive goal at the Emirates Stadium says to the head coach of his archrival. Is this kid so traumatized that he's completely lost it? Not just Wenger, the entire stadium, including all the fans watching on TV, went berserk. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. What did I just hear? In the Sky Sports broadcasting studio, Martin Tyler laughed so hard that he slid off his chair and onto the floor, pounding the ground as he gasped for breath. Buy him. Arsenal, hurry up and buy him. Manchester United is too poor to even afford food. Ha ha ha. This is absolutely the most absurd post-match comment I've ever heard in my life. Gary Neville, on the other hand, held his face in despair, feeling that his dignity as a Manchester United legend was being rubbed into the Emirates Stadium turf by Suze. Does this kid? Does he even know what he's saying? He's saying Manchester United is poor in front of the whole world. David Gill and the Glazers will literally skin him alive. Meanwhile, in the VIP box at the stadium, Suze's intern agent Chloe had dressed in a burgundy professional outfit, intending to show off in front of the sponsors after Suze's decisive goal. But when she heard the words, Manchester United is too poor, echoing through the loudspeakers, Chloe's beautiful blue eyes instantly lost all their light. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the leather sofa, painfully covering her face with her hands. It's over. It's all over. Chloe muttered in despair, as if she could already see the exorbitant breach of contract bill from Manchester United's legal department arriving tomorrow, along with a flurry of termination letters. This is not some Eastern philosopher. This is a complete lunatic capable of detonating a nuclear bomb at any moment. Meanwhile, in front of the coaching bench, Sir Alex Ferguson, the supreme dictator of Manchester United, wore an expression akin to the famous painting The Scream. The old man initially wanted to rush over and pull Suze back, but now he was frozen in place. His face, which had always been red with anger, had strangely turned pale. He widened his eyes, staring at the young player from Dacia, still kneeling before Wenger. What did he just say? Manchester United is too poor. Ferguson's voice trembled violently. He felt as though he were having a heart attack. Is he protesting the club's lack of investment and transfers? Is he using this extreme method to pressure the Glazer family? Ferguson's mind began to run wild with speculation. Yes, it must be so. This kid is too smart. He knows we lack creativity in midfield. He knows we've been timid in the transfer market. He is using this seemingly humiliating gesture towards himself and the club to apply pressure on the management in front of the whole world. He would rather bear the stigma of betrayal than force the club to buy players. What a profound and desperate love this is. The more Ferguson thought about it, the more it made sense. He even felt his eyes slightly redden. While everyone in the stadium was caught in a frenzy of shock and wild speculation, Suze, as the instigator of this epic farce, remained in that kneeling position, his face still cold, dignified, and untouchable, as if under the powerful suppression of the honest oral liquid. However, inside, he was already in tears, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in or be abducted by aliens back to Mars. System, dear master, I beg you, can you consider the task completed? Suze let out a desperate wail in his heart. Ding. Detected host executing the begging shooter task requirement in a standard posture and penetrate task assessment. The host, at the pinnacle moment of scoring the decisive goal, has instantly fallen to the most humble begging position. This stark contrast and absurdity shattered Wenger's tactical pride and transformed the anger of Arsenal fans into a deep sense of confusion and self-doubt. Task completion rate 200 exceeded expectations, as you also humiliated Manchester United's financial situation. Congratulations, host. Successfully retained the divine skill master of eating pastries and officially unlocked the causality assist skill. God's perspective, no advance payment limit version. Upon hearing this heavenly sound, Suze's tightly strung nerves finally snapped. He leisurely stood up from the grass. He no longer paid attention to the still stunned Wenger or the Arsenal players around him who were looking at him as if Suze brushed off the grass on his knees, turned around, and facing the complex gazes of tens of thousands in the stadium, maintained his aloof demeanor as if he were the only sober person among the intoxicated, walking with a steady pace, limping back to Manchester United's half. His steps were firm, his silhouette lofty. It was as if the one who had just kneeled and begged in public was not. On March 6th, the post-match press conference. The air in the press hall of the Emirates Stadium was thin, as if it could ignite at any moment. Over 100 journalists from around the world packed the room tightly with cameras and microphones blocking the aisles, the sound of shutters deafening like a barrage of machine gun fire. All the lenses and microphones were focused on the black-haired youth in Manchester United training gear at the center of the Suze. This young man had just completed a stunning performance under the gaze of tens of thousands, one that would go down in the annals of Premier League history. Click, click. The strong flashes almost rendered Suze's face, which appeared as still as a stagnant pond, due to his passive skill transparent. Sitting next to Suze was the grim-faced Sir Alex Ferguson, his expression so dark it seemed like it could drip. The old man crossed his arms, his chin slightly raised, taking on a protective stance, yet the twitching of his jaw revealed the turmoil raging within him. As the press officer announced the QA session had begun, the reporters below went wild, raising their hands like zombies released from a seal, with some even standing on their chairs. Sue, a reporter from the Times. A blonde male reporter seized the first opportunity to ask a question, his voice trembling with excitement, tinged with an uncontrollable accusatory tone. First of all, congratulations on scoring the winning goal. But at the last moment of the match, you made a move that the whole world cannot understand. He took a deep breath, his gaze piercing as he stared at Suze, as if trying to see through to his soul. You knelt before Arsenal's manager Arsene Wenger and loudly shouted, "Please buy me, Manchester United is too poor." May I ask, is this a malicious and open humiliation of Arsenal's home ground and Mr. Wenger? Or are you using this almost attention-seeking humble posture to mock Arsenal's recent thrifty approach in the transfer market? Do you believe your winning goal has utterly destroyed the dignity of the Arsenal? As this question was thrown out, the entire press hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This was a deadly question. If Suze admitted it was an insult, he would face severe penalties from the FA, potentially inciting a massive conflict between Manchester United and Arsenal fans. If he denied it, his previous behavior would be entirely inexplicable, offending not only Arsenal, but also angering his own club's management, especially the Glazer family, who were criticized for being too poor. In a corner, the intern agent Chloe, who had just scrambled from the stands to the back of the press hall, was painfully holding her forehead, her body weakly leaning against the wall. It's over. This kid is definitely going to offend both Manchester United and Arsenal today. My career hasn't even started, and it's about to be buried by him. Chloe closed her eyes in despair, already drafting apology letters and termination statements in her mind. However, Suze on the podium was 1,000 times more devastated than Chloe. What blatant humiliation. What a mockery of thrift. I was forced by the system to protect my skills. Suze wailed in despair in his heart. How he wished to stand up immediately, bow deeply to the camera, and say, "I'm sorry, I had a moment of madness. Yeah, I was just making a bad joke. Manchester United is very wealthy. Professor Wenger is great. Please don't take it seriously." This was the perfect crisis management speech he wished to deliver. Yet the wheels of history ruthlessly crush individual will. That bone-chilling sensation akin to a Siberian cold wave erupted violently from the depths of Suze's throat in the thousandth of a second after the questioning ended. The passive effect of honest oral liquid once again took over the highest control at this most critical moment. Suze watched helplessly as the hint of a pleasantry he tried to force onto his face was ruthlessly erased. His facial muscles rapidly restructured, shedding all vibrant emotions, as if transforming into a cold statue that viewed the world as mere ants. He desperately cried out in his heart system, "No, this is live. Let me save face, please." But his mouth opened uncontrollably. A steady cold voice, even carrying an objective tone, as if stating some universal truth, abruptly echoed in the silent press hall. "No, you misunderstand. I did not mean to insult Mr. Wenger or Arsenal." Suze's voice was not loud, but it was piercing. Ferguson beside him let out a slight sigh of relief, thinking this kid finally retained some rationality and knew to leave some face for the opponent. The reporters below were also momentarily stunned, preparing to hear what kind of awkward excuse he could concoct. But this terrifying truth-telling machine gave no one a chance to breathe. It paused for half a second before continuing with a fatal blow. "What I said earlier on the field was merely stating an objective fact." Suze's gaze swept over the reporters who had perked up their ears. An almost pitying and regretful expression appeared on his frozen face. "The reason I knelt and said that was because I found that the Emirates Stadium is indeed beautifully and magnificently constructed." Suze slightly raised his chin, his tone sincere to the point of being shocking. "Looking at this multi-million-pound modern stadium, my only thought was Arsenal must be very wealthy, far wealthier than us at Manchester United. After all, Manchester United's owner would never spend so much money on stadium renovations." "But," Suze's tone suddenly shifted, his calm eyes locking onto the questioning reporter, his voice still steady. "Unfortunately, they spent all their money on this magnificent stadium. So much so that they are financially constrained in the transfer market and cannot afford truly top-tier defender. That's why their defense is as fragile as if made of paper." At that time I was just thinking if they could spend a little less on the stadium, and a little more on a defender like Vidic who could stand firm in the penalty area, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to pass the ball so easily or score that winning goal. I knelt simply to express my deepest regret towards this expensive yet defensively inadequate stadium. As his words fell, time in the Emirates Stadium press hall on the evening of March 6, 2011, came to a complete standstill. There was no sound of breathing, no heartbeat. Even the sound of shutters had completely vanished. Over 100 of the sharpest and most acerbic sports journalists in England maintained their positions, holding up recording pens or cameras like a group of statues frozen in place. Their brains were frantically processing the words they had just heard. The Emirates Stadium is beautiful. They spent all their money on the stadium. The defense is as fragile as paper. Kneeling was to express deep regret. Is this a Manchester United player who just scored a winning goal at the enemy's home ground, explaining himself to Arsenal? This was not an explanation at all. This was clearly stripping Arsenal's entire team's dignity along with Wenger's painstakingly developed team philosophy and hanging them on Tower Bridge for public ridicule. Someone first reacted, letting out an incredulous exclamation. Immediately the entire press hall erupted like a pot that had just been dropped into a ton of explosives. My God, what is he saying? The defense is like paper. This is the ultimate mockery. This is the most vicious Versailles. He not only insulted Arsenal's defense, but also mocked the Glazer family's penny pinching. This kid is simply a madman firing indiscriminately. The reporters frantically recorded, some even excitedly jumping onto their chairs. A reporter from the Daily Mail dropped his recording pen, pointing at Suze with trembling hands. This is big news. This is undoubtedly the most shocking post-match statement of the season in the Premier League. Meanwhile, Sir Alex Ferguson, sitting on the podium, was completely frozen. His expression, accustomed to storms, shifted in just a few seconds from confusion, shock, and anger to a complex blend of ecstasy and protective instinct. Ferguson abruptly turned his head, his sharp gaze fixated on Suze beside him. This kid. That damned rascal. Ferguson internally roared with near-manic glee. He had initially thought Suze's kneeling was a public relations disaster. But he never expected that this kid could turn what seemed like a humble plea into the most vicious, deadly, and sophisticated tactical mockery of their archrivals Arsenal. Using the most humble posture to utter the most arrogant, heart-wrenching words. This had elevated the art of psychological warfare and trash talk to an unprecedented philosophical height. Good boy. Ferguson couldn't help but applaud Suze in his heart. Facing the nearly uncontrollable crowd of reporters, Ferguson knew he had to step up. The old man slammed his palm on the table, causing the microphone in front of him to emit a sharp screech, instantly silencing the noise in the hall. Enough. Shut up. Ferguson's voice roared like thunder in the press hall. You fools who only know how to take things out of context. Can't you understand Sue's meaning? Ferguson began his supreme performance of damage control and explanation, pointing at Suze with an unmistakable pride in his tone. What Sue said was a dramatic demonstration of the pride of our Old Trafford. He was telling you that victory in football matches is not achieved by piling up glamorous stadiums. It's earned inch by inch by the players on the field. His kneeling was not begging or insulting. It was a silent sigh filled with dark humor directed at Arsenal's misguided philosophy of team building. Ferguson grew more animated as he spoke, even pulling Suze closer to him, who was still expressionless due to being forced to speak the truth. Sue's sense of humor and this calmness that sees through everything are our most valuable assets at Manchester United. He proved with his actions and words that at the Emirates Stadium, even if we do not have the most expensive turf, we can still shove that damned ball into their net. So put away your dirty conspiracy theories. This is the arrogance belonging to genius. This is the confidence of Manchester United's new number 7. Bang. After Ferguson finished his last words, without giving any reporter a chance to retort, he directly grabbed Suze by the collar, and amidst the chaos and flashing lights strode out of the press hall, like a general escorting a king from the battlefield. In the backstage corridor, Chloe, leaning against the wall, listened to Ferguson's thunderous declaration of damage control coming from the press hall, feeling utterly numb. She stared blankly at the notebook filled with crisis management plans in her hands, suddenly realizing how ridiculous these pages seemed in front of the master and apprentice duo of Suze and Ferguson. What kind of monstrous boss have I taken over? Chloe slid down to the ground, weakly covering her face with her hand. But after a few seconds, she suddenly lowered her hands, and her bright blue eyes burst forth with an unprecedented, intensely burning commercial glow. No, this is not a disaster. This is a nuclear explosion of traffic. Chloe sprang up, rushing toward the locker room in her high heels. She knew that starting tomorrow, all of England, and even the entire European media, would be engulfed in a frenzy of interpretation and worship of Suze's most Versailles mockery. The next morning, when the streets of England were still shrouded in morning mist, newsstands across the country had already sold out. The front page of the Daily Mail printed in exaggerated fonts, "Killing with heart." The new number 7 completed the most vicious mockery of Arsenal's weak defense with the humblest kneel. The column article in the Times further pushed this mockery to its peak. "We always thought Suze was a strange kid who scored by luck. But at the Emirates Stadium, he displayed a chilling tactical insight and psychological warfare talent. With his kneeling posture, he ruthlessly stripped Arsenal of the underpants they spent hundreds of millions on to build a stadium while neglecting their defensive construction." His line, "Manchester United is too poor," was an exquisite satire on the extravagance of capital football. This green pitch philosopher conquered London with his neck and knees. Meanwhile, in Manchester, the queue outside the Manchester United official store extended 2 streets. "I want a number 7 jersey. Hurry." Suze. "I want one too. Anything printed with SU." In just one morning, all the Suze number 7 jerseys in the Manchester United official store were sold out by excited Red Devils fans. Even the surrounding mugs and scarves printed with Suze's face were sold out. Chloe sat on the sofa in her upscale apartment looking at 2 phones, almost ready to explode from answering sponsor calls, unable to stop smiling. "It's skyrocketing. The commercial offers have doubled." Chloe excitedly waved her fists. Meanwhile, Suze, with his iconic black hair, lay sprawled on the big bed in his bedroom, staring despairingly at the ceiling. Listening to Chloe's crazed laughter counting money outside, he recalled how he was forced to kneel and say those offensive truths, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. "Why? Why do I have to be treated as a pretentious philosopher for speaking the truths? I really just wanted to preserve my skills and my life." In this frenzy and worship sweeping all of England, this newly popular star in the Premier League, Manchester United's most inexplicable number 7, tasted a sadness only he could understand. Nearly a month has passed since the astonishing event of the kneel at the Emirates Stadium. During this time, although Suze did not trigger any life-threatening extreme tasks in the League and Champions League, he still maintained stable output, thanks to the support of his 2 divine skills, helping Manchester United surge forward on both fronts. Outside the pitch, his popularity soared like a rocket. In early spring in Manchester, the rare sunshine pierced through the continuous clouds, casting a faint golden hue over this old industrial city. In his upscale apartment located in the city center, which cost £5,000 a month, the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee mingled with a stronger stench of capital and money. On the spacious imported Italian leather sofa, Suze, dressed in a loose gray loungewear, was aimlessly fiddling with the television remote. The screen replayed highlights of recent Premier League matches, but his dark eyes seemed somewhat hollow. Ever since that shocking kneel at the Emirates Stadium and his subsequent crying poor remarks went viral, his life had completely transformed. Originally just a mystical shooter who gave opponents headaches on the pitch, he had now become the chief master of antics and performance artist of the entire British Isles. Walking down the street, even the old man selling newspapers would give him a thumbs up and shout, "Hey, Sue, well done." Those stingy Arsenal folks deserve to be humiliated like this. Suze could only silently shed tears in his heart. His social death had now transcended the physical realm, forever nailed to the pillar of shame as a high-end pretentious person. Ding dong. A crisp doorbell interrupted Suze's lament. The door to the apartment swung open. Today, Chloe was not wearing that aggressively colored burgundy professional outfit. Instead, she donned a beautifully tailored white silk shirt paired with black wide-legged trousers. She walked in with 10-centimeter red-soled high heels, her golden hair styled into a neat bun behind her head, exuding the aura of a top Wall Street femme fatale. In her left hand, she held 2 cups of freshly purchased Starbucks coffee, while her right arm cradled several heavy black folders embossed with gold logos. "Good morning, my dear cash cow boss." Chloe placed the coffee on the coffee table and unceremoniously slammed the stack of folders in front of Suze, her azure eyes flashing with unabashed enthusiasm. "Take a look at these." Chloe plopped down onto the armchair opposite Suze, elegantly crossing her long legs. "Ever since you put on that cursed number 7 jersey for Manchester United and performed that shocking kneel at the Emirates Stadium, the sales data for your jersey has driven the Adidas executives in Europe crazy. In just a week, a mere week, your jersey sales in China and the entire Asian region have completely crushed Rooney and Giggs. In Europe, you have also successfully entered the top 3 in sales, even approaching the figures of Cristiano Ronaldo when he first joined Real Madrid. So you are not just Manchester United's number 7, you are a walking money printer. A super IP capable of igniting global discussions." Suze looked at Chloe, who seemed eager to devour him whole, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. If it weren't for that damn system task, he would rather be a humble water dispenser manager than earn this kind of social death money with the label of pretentious person. So what? Suze took a sip of coffee, masking his inner fatigue. What life-threatening business activities are concealed in this stack of folders? Let me state in advance that if I'm asked to shoot an advertisement for plus-size lingerie or drink energy drinks on the edge of a cliff, I would rather quit right away. Put away your ridiculous sense of superiority, Sue. Chloe scoffed, pushing two of the black folders towards him. Those low-end, fast-moving consumer goods are no longer worthy of your current value. Look at these two names. Suze followed Chloe's slender finger. The first folder bore the logo of a leaping silver leopard. This was the emblem of a top British luxury car brand. The second folder displayed a complex Swiss crown cross logo representing one of the most prestigious and expensive Swiss luxury watch brands. Although Suze was not particularly interested in luxury goods, he recognized the logos of these two brands. Just picking one would be a top endorsement starting at £1 million. Luxury cars and watches. Suze was taken aback. Why would they seek me out? Does my image really align with their elegance and luxury? In Suze's view, his image of playing Tai Chi before the match, kneeling and crying poor after the game, and scoring goals using his butt and back of the head was utterly unrelated to those soot-clad champagne-bearing luxury car and watch endorsers. You just don't get it, my dear boss. Chloe elegantly sipped her coffee. In traditional business logic, you indeed do not fit their tone. However, your current traffic is terrifying. The rebellion, authenticity, and unreasonable strength that emanate from you are precisely the scarce traits that luxury brands eager to attract the younger generation of new aristocrats desire most. They need someone like you, a nonconformist Eastern philosopher, to inject new vitality into their stagnant. What do we call this? This is called deconstructing tradition. This is called redefining luxury. Chloe spoke passionately, as if she had already convinced herself of this nonsense. This afternoon, the market directors of these two brands will personally visit you at the apartment. Chloe's tone became unusually serious. Sue, listen, this is a battle worth over £5 million. When they arrive, you don't need to do anything, just maintain your usual expressionless, all-seeing demeanor. No matter what products they showcase, you only need to nod slightly or look at them. Leave all the business negotiations and price haggling to me. Chloe stared at Suze, her gaze seemingly warning him, if you dare to mess up my several £1 million commission, I will definitely ensure we both meet our end. Suze looked at Chloe, who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, and silently groaned in his heart. Maintain a cold demeanor. Do nothing. Sister, do you think I'm emotionless? I am controlled by honest oral liquid. If these people dare to ask me questions, my uncontrollable mouth will definitely spit out the most genuine and vicious comments like a machine gun. Ahem. Chloe, I think. Suze attempted one last struggle. What you think doesn't matter. Go change your clothes. Chloe interrupted him, unceremoniously yanking him up from the sofa. Hurry up. Put on your most expensive Armani suit. The doorbell of the upscale apartment rang punctually at 2 in the. 3 middle-aged white men in suits stood outside. The one leading, impeccably groomed, carried a sophisticated black briefcase. He was Mr. Richard, the European market director of the top Swiss watch brand. Good afternoon, Miss Chloe. It's a pleasure to meet you and Mr. Sue. Mr. Richard smiled politely as he walked into the spacious living room with two assistants. At that moment, Suze was seated on an armchair, wearing a well-fitted, deep black Armani suit. The outfit indeed highlighted his long, well-toned physique cultivated over years of training. Under the passive effect of honest oral liquid, his Asian features appeared exceptionally stern, his gaze resembling a still pond, imparting a strong sense of distance and pressure. As rumored, this young Manchester United number 7 possesses a maturity and aloofness that is highly incongruous with his age. Mr. Richard nodded inwardly. This demeanor was indeed very compatible with a limited edition watch targeting the new young aristocrats that their brand was about to launch. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mr. Richard got straight to the point. He carefully retrieved a black velvet watch box from his briefcase and gently placed it in the center of the coffee table. Mr. Sue, Miss Chloe. Mr. Richard spoke with a hint of unmistakable pride. This is our brand's most significant limited edition watch this year. It integrates the finest Swiss watchmaking craftsmanship, and we hope that Mr. Sue can become its global brand ambassador. As he spoke, Mr. Richard gently pressed the clasp of the watch box. With a light sound, the box slowly opened. Under the bright lights of the apartment, an extremely luxurious watch was revealed to everyone. The watch face was made from rare meteorite, but that was not the highlight. The highlight was its case. The entire bezel and lugs were densely adorned with large, perfectly cut South African diamonds. Moreover, on the edges of these diamonds there was even a thick, somewhat gaudy pure gold outer ring. This combination of meteorite diamonds' large gold ring exploded with an almost blinding, ostentatious brilliance under the light. The so-called philosopher of the football world expressed his astonished admiration. In his view, this extreme luxury could undoubtedly conquer any young and wealthy football star. Chloe stood by, gazing at the dazzling watch that made her dizzy. Although she felt the design was a bit too ostentatious, she constantly reminded herself of the hefty endorsement fee behind it. She was about to say a few words like "This design is truly ingenious" or "perfectly fits Mr. Sue's kingly demeanor" as a form of commercial flattery. However, Suze, sitting on the sofa, felt a familiar, bone-chilling sensation deep in his throat the moment he saw the watch surging forth like a flood bursting its banks. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid arrogantly seized the highest control at this negotiation table worth millions of pounds. The muscles on Suze's face quickly reorganized, transforming into an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if stating some universal truth. He let out a desperate scream in his heart system. "Please. No. That's several million pounds. Although this watch looks as ugly as a brick, can you just let me keep quiet?" But his mouth opened uncontrollably. A calm, cold voice tinged with unmasked disdain and contempt abruptly rang out in the quiet living room. "Mr. Richard, are you sure this is the most significant design of your brand this year?" Suze's gaze shifted from the blinding watch to the marketing director across from him, his tone revealing a chilling truth. "To speak frankly, the golden outer ring of this watch, paired with those chaotic diamonds, does not showcase any craftsmanship beauty of Swiss watchmaking, but instead appears gaudy and vulgar. If I were to wear this watch at Old Trafford or any public occasion, people would not perceive me as a sophisticated professional athlete. They would only think I am a nouveau riche who has just dug up a large coal mine in Siberia or the Middle Eastern desert, eager to flaunt my wealth to the world." Suze's voice was not loud, but it echoed in the spacious luxury apartment like a series of heavy slaps, sharply striking Mr. Richard and the two assistants. As the words fell, time came to a complete standstill at that moment. Chloe's hand holding the coffee cup froze. Her beautiful blue eyes widened like two copper bells, and her face instantly drained of all color, turning pale as paper. "It's over. All over." Chloe felt her heart stop at that moment, her mind blank. The public relations image she had painstakingly crafted for weeks, and the top-tier sponsorship she had fought to secure through sleepless nights, were completely shattered by Suze's brief words. Mr. Richard, the elite executive who had navigated the European business world for over 20 years, was completely dumbfounded. His face, which had originally worn a professional smile, visibly transformed from shock to a deep flush, finally, making him so furious that his lips began to tremble. He even felt his breathing becoming rapid. Nouveau riche. Vulgar tycoon. Without any depth. This was simply the most vicious, merciless trampling and insult to their century-old luxury brand. "Mr. Sue. You. Mr. Richard trembled with rage, pointing at the watch on the table, unable to utter a complete sentence. He suddenly stood up, grabbed the velvet watch box, and slammed it shut with a loud bang. "Since Mr. Sue believes our product is a toy for nouveau riche, then I think there is no need for us to continue this discussion. Let's go." Mr. Richard angrily turned around, striding toward the apartment door with two equally pale-faced assistants. This was a complete commercial disaster. Suze sat on the sofa, his heart already bleeding. He watched as the endorsement fee worth millions of pounds grew wings and flew away, wishing he could slap himself. However, just as Mr. Richard was about to touch the doorknob in 1,000th of a second, Chloe, who had been in a state of shutdown, suddenly erupted with a thrilling, terrifying presence that belonged to a top workplace diva. She forcefully slammed the coffee cup onto the coffee table, producing a clear, crisp sound. "Mr. Richard, please hold on." Chloe's voice rose an octave, her tone devoid of any panic or pleading, instead carrying a strong, even condescending arrogance. Richard halted his steps and turned his head, laughing in anger. "Miss Chloe, do you have anything else to say? Do you want to apologize on behalf of your employer?" "Apologize? No, Mr. Richard, you completely misunderstand Sue's intention." Chloe strode confidently in her high heels to Richard, her bright blue eyes sparkling with sharp intelligence. Her brain was functioning at peak performance, executing a textbook-level Dihua public relations. What Sue just said was not an insult, but rather the most profound praise and deconstruction of your brand's watch. "Mr. Richard, why did you choose Sue to endorse your product? Is it because he embodies the traditional star-athlete aura? No, it's because he is the rebel of Old Trafford. He is the philosopher of the pitch who dares to kneel and beg for mercy at the Emirates Stadium. Your designer forcibly fused the three highly ostentatious and conflicting elements of meteorite, scattered diamonds, and gold together. This itself is a break and challenge to the old-fashioned classical luxury. This is a punk postmodern artistic expression imbued with a strong nouveau riche flavor." Chloe spoke faster and faster, her hands waving in the air as if truly convinced by her own theory, and Sue's words precisely proved he saw through the profound metaphor hidden behind this watch. He used the most straightforward, piercing language to expose the ultimate nouveau riche essence of this watch. "I won't pretend anymore. Oh, I am wealthy, and I want to dazzle your eyes. What do we call this? This is the deconstruction and reconstruction of old-fashioned luxury by a new generation of top-tier stars. Only someone like Sue, who possesses absolute confidence and dares to ignore all worldly views, can wear a watch with such nouveau riche qualities and exude a king's aura. Chloe stared at the utterly dumbfounded Mr. Richard, throwing out her final trump card. Sue is using his way to tell you that not only can he master this watch, but he can also imbue it with an unprecedented rebellious spirit. If you cannot even understand this profound artistic collision, then you truly do not deserve Sue's commercial value. The living room of the luxury apartment was left with only Chloe's slightly hurried breathing. Suze sat on the sofa watching this woman who could turn black into white and exaggerate a pile of dung into a lavish banquet for money, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. This woman's words are simply more unreasonable than the system's causality. Suze silently bowed his head in admiration. Meanwhile, Mr. Richard had completely fallen into deep self-doubt. Deconstruction and reconstruction. Postmodern punk art. Breaking the old-fashioned luxury. He looked down at the watchbox in his hand, then at the still maintaining a cold demeanor, as if everything was under control in Suze. Mr. Richard's mind began to race. Could it be that we were too superficial? The original design intention of this watch was actually to cater to the psychology of those nouveau riche, but we just felt too embarrassed to say it out loud. And this young man from the great Xia country actually used a condescending philosophical stance to break through this thin veneer and endowed it with a more advanced concept of rebellion. Genius. This is definitely the pinnacle of commercial marketing genius. Mr. Richard's gaze gradually shifted from anger to shock, finally transforming into an intense, fervent commercial glow. He suddenly turned around and strode back to the coffee table, placing the velvet watchbox back down before taking a deep breath and revealing a smile that was 10 times more respectful than before to Chloe and Suze. Miss Chloe, Mr. Sue. Mr. Richard's voice even carried a hint of suppressed excitement. I must apologize for my earlier impulsiveness and shallowness. Mr. Sue's insight is simply astonishing. He completely understood the ultimate soul of our watch. Yes, what we want is this kind of nouveau riche rebellion. What we want is this kind of boldness that does not fear worldly judgment. Mr. Richard pulled a new contract from the safe, took a pen, and fiercely crossed out the figure in the endorsement fee section, rewriting a new number. To express our sincerity and to thank Mr. Sue for elevating our brand concept, we will increase the original £3 million endorsement fee by 20%. £3,600,000. A 3-year contract. This nouveau riche watch belongs to no one but Mr. Sue. When Mr. Richard pushed the revised exorbitant contract in front of Chloe. Chloe's exquisite face still maintained the aloofness of a top public relations expert, merely nodding slightly. Mr. Richard, you have made a very wise decision. Meanwhile, on the sofa behind Chloe, Suze looked at the contract that had increased by £60,000, feeling Mr. Richard's fervent gaze as if he were looking at a deity. He silently closed his eyes, letting 2 lines of tears filled with complex emotions flow down his cheeks. Does this damned world still have any normal people left? On April 3rd, in the afternoon, in Nyon, Switzerland, at the UEFA headquarters, the annual draw for the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals is being broadcast live worldwide. This tranquil town, long watched over by the snow-capped Alps, now gathers the attention of football media from all over Europe and the world. Due to the strong resurgence of the Premier League and the peak showdown between the 2 giants of La Liga, this year's quarterfinals lineup can be described as a battle of deities. At Manchester's Carrington training base, the tactical analysis room is packed with people. On the enormous projection screen, UEFA Secretary General Gianni Infantino's iconic bald head shines under the spotlight. Sir Alex Ferguson sits on the front row of a leather sofa, holding a cup of red tea, appearing calm, yet his old eyes, fixed on the screen, reveal his inner tension. Veterans Ryan Giggs, Paul Scholes, and core players like Wayne Rooney and Nemanja Vidic all wear serious expressions. Please, not Barcelona, not Real Madrid, and definitely not Chelsea. Rooney silently prays. For Manchester United, aiming for multiple titles, facing such a formidable enemy in the Champions League at an early stage is definitely not good news. However, Suze, sitting in the corner, is completely distracted from the draw. He is staring at his phone, furiously scrolling through a lengthy code of conduct for business activities that Chloe, inside it, meticulously stipulates what he should and shouldn't say in public, as well as the kind of mysterious posture he must adopt. This woman is a control freak. She even dictates which leg I should step with first when I eat. Suze silently. But thinking of the luxury watch endorsement contract that was raised by 20% due to Chloe's deconstruction and reconstruction theory yesterday afternoon, the complaint that was on the tip of his tongue is swallowed back down. After all, no one would turn down money. It's out. Assistant coach Mike Phelan suddenly shouted excitedly, breaking the gloom in the tactical room. On the big screen, the guest in charge of the draw, former Portuguese star Luís Figo, slowly unfolded the small piece of paper that would determine their fate. Manchester United. Figo smiled as he announced the name of the Red Devils. Immediately after, he reached into another glass bowl containing non-seeded teams, stirred it a few times, and pulled out another small ball. At that moment, the breath of all Manchester United players halted. Figo twisted the small ball open, glanced at the paper, and then presented it to the camera. FC Schalke 04. Phew. In the Carrington tactical room, a synchronized sigh of relief. Rooney excitedly pumped his fist. Well done. We avoided Chelsea and those two Spanish teams. Giggs also revealed a relaxed smile. Schalke 04. This is definitely a favorable draw. Although they are a traditional powerhouse in the Bundesliga, their strength has significantly declined in recent years, and we have every capability to resolve the match within 2 legs. In the Sky Sports studio, commentator Martin Tyler's voice also conveyed a hint of uncontrollable joy. Manchester United has drawn Schalke 04. This is simply divine favor. In this season's Champions League quarter-final draw, the trajectory seems to have shifted wonderfully. Initially, we thought Manchester United would face Chelsea in the quarterfinals, staging an all-Premier League battle, but now the Red Devils have avoided the toughest opponent. Sir Alex must be celebrating with champagne in his office right now. Facing this Bundesliga team, led by veteran Raul, Manchester United's path to the semi-finals looks clear. However, while all of England rejoices over Manchester United drawing a big gift in Germany across the strait, in the industrial town of Gelsenkirchen in the Ruhr area, the atmosphere at Schalke 04's training base is completely opposite to that of Manchester United, lacking any despair of facing a strong enemy, and instead burning with an almost fervent fighting spirit. That afternoon, Bild, the largest circulated newspaper in Germany known for its knack for creating topics, published a highly provocative exclusive interview on its sports section front page. The interviewee is none other than Schalke 04's defensive linchpin and Germany's undisputed #1 goalkeeper, Manuel Neuer. This young goalkeeper, towering at 193 meters and as solid as a moving wall, poses with arms crossed in the photo, his eyes reflecting a unique coldness and confidence characteristic of Germans. The interview content directly targets Manchester United's current hottest and most talked about young star from the great summer country. The reporter asks Manuel, the whole world is talking about Manchester United's new #7 Suze. He dribbled past 5 players in the Champions League round of 16 and has been devastating in the Premier League with various incredible deflections and curling shots. Facing such a forward hailed by the English media as the space magician, do you feel pressure? Neuer's response lacks any of the traditional German rigor and humility, filled instead with absolute arrogance and provocation. Pressure? Not at all. I'm just excited. Neuer stated in the interview, I've spent a lot of time studying Suze's highlights. I must admit his ability to create chaos in the opponent's penalty area and to catch the ball at the right moment is indeed astonishing. His deflections when he falls or passes with his eyes closed seem like some sophisticated oriental tactic. Neuer's tone suddenly sharpens. However, those English Premier League defenders he toyed with, and that aging AC Milan defense made a fatal mistake. They gave him the opportunity to enter the penalty area, even to get close to the edge of the small box. They tried to predict the movements of a madman with no discernible patterns in that cramped space. Neuer raised a finger, making an imposing warning gesture towards the camera at the Veltins Arena. That kind of thing will absolutely not happen. Because unfortunately his tricks within the penalty area won't work on me. I won't be like those traditional goalkeepers nailed to the goal line waiting for his bizarre shots. My defensive area has never been limited to just the penalty box. As long as he dares to step within 30 meters of the goal, as long as he tries to find that so-called absolute vacuum environment, I will rush out like a cheetah, cutting off all his passing routes ahead of time, crushing his ridiculous tricks with my... Neuer's declaration, filled with strong personal heroism, instantly ignited the emotions of the entire German football scene. Sweeper style of play. This is Neuer's distinctive style in this era, even ahead of the entire football tactical framework. He is not just a goalkeeper. He is more like a trailing sweeper with his massive physique and keen awareness of the game, allowing him to cover a vast area outside the penalty box. Once this interview was published, it immediately caused a stir in European football. This is not just Neuer's personal challenge, but a public declaration of war from the Bundesliga's iron defense against the Premier League's hottest young star. A few hours later, in the tactical room at Carrington Base, Sir Alex Ferguson tightly clutched the English-translated copy of Build, his gaze dark enough to drip water. The old man's temper was ignited at that moment. He slammed the newspaper heavily onto the table, producing a deafening sound. Arrogant. Simply the height of arrogance. Ferguson roared furiously, a snot-nosed German goalkeeper dares to openly challenge my forward. My defensive area is 30 meters away. Who does he think he is? Beckenbauer. Ferguson turned his head, glaring at Suze, who was sitting in the corner, trying to minimize his presence. Sue. Ferguson's voice thundered. Have you seen this report? That giant called Neuer thinks you're just a clown who can only juggle. He even claimed he would rush out of the penalty area to crush you. Suze felt a deep sense of despair in his heart. He had certainly seen that report. Facing Neuer's bizarre sweeper style of play, he was even more hopeless than Ferguson. You need to know my master of feeding must be triggered inside the small box, and there must be no physical confrontation within 1 meter. If Neuer really rushes out like a madman to disrupt or intercept every time Manchester United counters, then half of my skills would be completely rendered useless. Let alone God's precision, which requires a preset landing point. If the opposing goalkeeper doesn't play by the rules and defends 30 meters away, even if I kick a curling shot, it would be completely threatless due to the distance. This German is simply a natural nemesis for a causal shooter like me. Yet the passive effect of honest oral liquid took control of the voice system once again at this moment. Suze suppressed the panic within, speaking in a steady, indifferent tone, even tinged with a hint of the heights are too cold, stating the harsh truth that would further infuriate Ferguson. Boss, he's not wrong. If he can really cover a 30-meter defensive area, then most of my attacking methods would indeed become ineffective. His body is much stronger than mine, and if we collide outside the penalty area, I might just fly out of the pitch. Ferguson's roar was abruptly cut off. He stared wide-eyed at Suze's seemingly logical, even slightly submissive demeanor, so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This kid. He dared to embrace the enemy coach at Anfield and mock Terry in pink underwear at Stamford Bridge. How did he end up saying such demoralizing words in front of a German goalkeeper? Is this still the arrogant new number 7 of Manchester United? Shut up. I don't want to hear such coward. Ferguson suddenly charged towards Suze, seizing his shirt collar, saliva nearly spraying onto Suze's nose. I don't care how fast that German giant can run. I don't care how large his defensive area is. You are Manchester United's number 7. You are the magician of Old Trafford. Tomorrow we fly to Germany. Once we arrive at the Veltins Arena, I don't want you to stroll around. I don't want you to hide. I want you to show that arrogant German what for. I want you to smash the ball into his proud net. Ferguson let go, snorting coldly, and issued the final ultimatum in an unquestionable tone. If you can't teach him a lesson in this match, when we return to Manchester, he'll have you spend a month in the reserves cleaning Raheem Morrison's boots. Suze leaned against the wall, listening to Ferguson's explosive shout, feeling a mix of sorrow and anger. Old man, you stand there and talk without any pain. That's Neuer. Nearly 2 meters tall, as strong as a bear. You want me to teach him a lesson? You might as well send me to face Tyson. Suze silently lamented, looking at the old man's menacing gaze. Hours later, filled with deep fear for the upcoming trip to Germany, Suze stepped onto the flight to Gelsenkirchen with a sense of hopelessness. On April 4th, in the evening, in the heart of Germany's Ruhr area, Gelsenkirchen. Above this typical heavy industrial city, a faint haze of coal dust and the scent of steel seemed to linger perpetually. The sky presented a suffocating lead-gray color as the chilly wind of early spring swept through the streets, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The luxurious bus carrying the entire Manchester United team slowly made its way into a 5-star hotel in the city center, escorted by local police cars. Outside the bus, several hundred Schalke 04 fans dressed in blue and white jerseys had already gathered along the roadside. These German fans, known as miners, shouted jeers in their robust German towards the English guests inside the bus, with some even holding signs bearing the Red Cross over the Red Devils emblem, shaking them triumphantly. Inside the bus, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. A trip to the away match in the Champions League quarterfinals was always a grueling affair. Moreover, this Bundesliga powerhouse, led by the legendary Spanish forward Raúl, with the current national goalkeeper Manuel Neuer in defense, was undoubtedly a tough nut to crack. Suzy sat by the window wearing noise-canceling headphones and pulling the hood of his jacket low. His current identity was no longer comparable to the past. As the new owner of Manchester United's number 7 jersey, any appearance from him would attract countless cameras. To avoid unnecessary trouble and to prevent the media from over-interpreting his expressions for any Eastern philosophy, he maintained a distant and aloof demeanor throughout the journey. The bus came to a stop, and the players quickly walked into the hotel lobby carrying their luggage, escorted by security. After getting their room keys, Suzy and his roommate Little P. Hernandez arrived at their suite on the 16th floor. Just tossing his backpack onto the sofa, Suzy didn't even take the time to wash his face. He pulled out his laptop from the bag and placed it on the spacious writing desk. "Brother Sue, aren't you going to rest for a bit?" Hernandez asked in heavily accented English while organizing his soccer sheet. He held deep admiration for this senior who had helped him in the locker room and frequently delivered spectacular through balls on the field. Without lifting his head, Suzy opened his laptop, his fingers swiftly gliding over the touchpad. "No time to rest, Javier. I need to watch more footage of that German giant. This match is going to be 100 times more troublesome than at Anfield." The screen lit up displaying Schalke 04's defensive highlights with Manuel Neuer as the undeniable star. Suzy stared intently at the screen, his brow furrowing deeper. In the video, a massive gap appeared in Schalke 04's defense, and their forward was about to break through. At that critical moment, Neuer, clad in goalkeeper attire, charged out of the penalty area like a tiger bursting from its cage. He sprinted 15 meters, sliding in fiercely to tackle the ball, and the player completely neutralizing the threat 30 meters away. The next shot was even more exaggerated. Neuer even ran near the center circle, controlling an opponent's clearance with his chest before calmly passing the ball to his midfielders like a sweeper pulling back. Is this guy a goalkeeper or a center back? Suzy mentally screamed, feeling a chill run down his spine. What was his proud capital of survival? It was the 100% reflection of Master of Eating Cakes that rippled into the net and the leaf ball of God's aiming. But the triggering conditions for these two causal techniques were completely countered by Neuer's utterly unreasonable style of goalkeeping. Master of Eating Cakes required an absolute vacuum environment within the small penalty area. Yet Neuer treated most of half the field as his backyard. Whenever the ball approached the penalty area, this nearly 2-meter-tall German behemoth would roar out, instantly demolishing all physical space around him with the pressure of his massive frame. As for God's aiming, that required a predetermined landing point. Neuer simply wouldn't stay put on the goal line. If he kicked a leaf ball, by the time the ball dropped into the corner, it would likely be swatted away by Neuer charging out of the penalty area. This match is impossible to play. This German guy is simply the natural enemy of a causal shooter like me. Suzy lamented, rubbing his temples, feeling his brain throb. Though his physical training over the past few days had shown some results, competing with such a hyperactive goalkeeper sprinting across the field was purely seeking death. As Suzy focused on the computer screen, desperately trying to find a defensive flaw in Neuer's game. Deep in his mind, a cold mechanical voice, which seemed to have been dormant for a long time, suddenly resonated through his neural center with a chilling sense of pleasure. Ding! Host detected, engaging in deep tactical analysis, facing the severe test of the Champions League quarterfinals. Star Behavior Art System Champions League special sequential task has been delivered on time. Suzy's breath instantly caught his fingers on the mouse, stiffening as if they had lost all sensation. Here we go again. I knew this damn system wouldn't miss such a highly anticipated stage. He let out a weak wail in his heart as a familiar light blue virtual panel slowly unfolded in front of his retina, bold red fonts leaping out like a death warrant. Task name: Master of Psychological Warfare on the field, the ultimate mockery of the water thief. Task background: in the high-pressure environment of knockout matches, destroying a top goalkeeper's psychological defense is often more effective than direct shooting. What Manuel Neuer prides himself on is his absolute dominion over the penalty area. You need to declare to him in the most insulting and territory-trampling manner the number 7 of the Red Devils comes and goes as he pleases. Task content: in tomorrow's match against Schalke 04, between the start of the match and before the end of the first half, the host is required to sneak into the opponent's half during a dead ball situation in a covert and swift manner. Action requirement 1. Steal the personal sports water bottle placed next to the goalpost by Neuer. Action requirement 2. In front of Neuer, take a big sip of the drink and then spit it out onto the goal line. Verbal requirement: after spitting out the water, you must look directly into Neuer's eyes and loudly declare in perfect English, "Tastes awful." Task reward: physical endurance unlock card, greatly enhances stamina basic attributes, granting the host endless running stamina. Failure penalty: for the next month, the host must forcibly wear a pair of bright pink Crocs with large plastic bows on the toes, participating in all public training sessions and pre-match warm-ups of the Manchester United first team. Uffed. After reading the last line of the task panel, Suzy felt his blood pressure spike to 200, as if a mouthful of old blood was about to erupt from his throat. System, just strike me down with a lightning bolt. Suzy mentally screamed, stealing the water bottle from the German national goalkeeper, and then taking a sip in front of him before spitting it onto the goal line. Finally mocking, "Tastes awful." Is this some kind of psychological warfare that humans can think up? This is clearly the fastest path to self-destruction. What kind of person is Neuer? A German giant standing at 193 meters tall and weighing over 90 kilograms. His arms are thicker than my thighs. If I steal his water bottle on his turf and spit it on the goal line, this hot-tempered German guardian will explode on the spot. That fist as big as a pot would come crashing down. My barely adequate strength attribute would definitely not withstand even half a blow, and I'd be sent straight to the intensive care unit in Gelsenkirchen. Moreover, this is right under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of German fans. Such a street thug-like provocation would undoubtedly prompt the referee to whip out a yellow card without hesitation. A direct red card is also a possibility. However, when Suzy's gaze swept across the failure penalty, the fear in his heart was instantly replaced by despair. Bright pink Crocs with giant plastic bows. Immediately a vivid image appeared in Susie's mind. Under the sunlight in Carrington, he would be wearing the sharp Manchester United training kit, yet his feet would be clad in flashy pink Crocs, running back and forth in front of Rooney and Giggs, who would stare at him like he was a freak, while the flashlights of countless reporters would go off around him. No. This absolutely cannot happen. Susie let out a heart-wrenching scream in his mind. How many sleepless nights did that woman Chloe spend to wash away her cross-dressing negative news, turning it into the Greenfield philosopher resisting capitalist hegemony? Now he was a high-cold male god with millions of pounds in luxury endorsements, an idol in the hearts of countless female fans. If he wore pink Crocs with bows for a month during public training, his commercial persona would shatter, leaving no chance to piece it back together. Those sponsors of luxury watches and cars would definitely tear up their contracts immediately, and Chloe would probably storm into his apartment with a knife to end it all. Susie painfully weighed the choice between social death and physical death. Ultimately, when his gaze fell once again on the reward called Physical Endurance Unlock card, his heart, which had trembled with fear, suddenly steeled. The Physical Endurance Unlock card. It greatly enhances stamina attributes. This is exactly what he urgently needed. With ample stamina, he would no longer be just a 20-minute player who could only walk on the field, barely maintaining a decent image through the system's skills. He could sprint across the field, forcefully stretching Neuer's all-encompassing defense with extensive movement, actively seeking that one chance to strike. He'll go for it. Susie clenched his teeth, steeling himself internally. At worst, he'll grab the water bottle and run back to our half. No matter how slow I run, Vidic and Ferdinand, those two guardians, should be able to protect me. As long as I don't wear those damn pink Crocs, even if I get yelled at by the Germans, it's worth it. Susie was engulfed in the immense torment of this internal conflict, leaning over the writing desk with his hands cradling his head, his body trembling slightly. This scene was fully witnessed by Hernandez, who had just come out of the bathroom after a shower. The young Mexican striker, drying his wet hair, looked at Susie's painful struggle and couldn't help but slow his pace, even his breathing becoming careful. He quietly approached Susie from behind, peering at the computer screen displaying Neuer's highlight reel. Hernandez's mind instantly ignited in a frenzy of imaginative dehua. Oh my God, Brother Sue is engaging in such a deep tactical analysis. Little P reverently thought he must be stumped by Neuer's abnormal goalkeeping style. Seeing him painfully clutching his hair, trembling, he must have simulated countless confrontations in his mind, each time battling that German behemoth to the death. Is this the sense of responsibility of Manchester United's new number 7? To break through Schalke's iron defense, he is willing to exhaust his mental energy, falling into this madness of tactical contemplation. In contrast, I was just leisurely taking a shower. I feel so ashamed. Hernandez gazed at Susie's back, his eyes brimming with admiration. He quietly stepped back 2 paces, carefully walked to the water cooler, poured a glass of warm water, and respectfully placed it beside Susie's computer. Brother Sue, don't be too stressed. Hernandez said sincerely in a low voice. Neuer is indeed strong, but you are a man who can tear apart the defense of San Siro. Tomorrow on the field, as long as you need, I will do everything possible to create space for you. You will definitely find a way to defeat him. Susie, who was still deep in thought about how to steal the water bottle from the 193-meter German giant, froze upon hearing Little P's heartfelt declaration. He slowly raised his head, his face influenced by the passive effect of the honesty oral liquid, as cold as a glacier, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. But inside he was roaring loudly, Brother, you misunderstood. I am not thinking about how to defeat him. I'm trying to figure out what posture to escape with after stealing his water tomorrow so that it doesn't look too embarrassing. Looking into Hernandez's bright, trust-filled eyes, Susie couldn't bear to shatter this harsh truth. He could only maintain that enigmatic poker face under the system's pressure, slightly raise his chin, and with a tone devoid of any ripples utter a truth that he himself found infuriating. Javier, you worry too much. Neuer's defensive system is indeed tight, but in my eyes there is still a fatal flaw on his goal line. Tomorrow I will personally go to that goal line and validate this flaw in a way none of you could imagine. Hernandez listened, nodding excitedly, his admiration reaching new heights. I knew it. Brother Sue, you must have found his Achilles heel. I can't wait for tomorrow's match. Watching Little P's excited figure leave, Susie leaned back wearily in his chair, gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling, letting out a long sigh that only he could understand. This is a sin. When tomorrow this kid sees me stealing his water bottle, the idle filter in his mind will probably shatter into pieces. On April 5th, as night fell, the heart of Germany's Ruhr area, the Veltins Arena in Gelsenkirchen, was ablaze with lights resembling a steel fortress burning fiercely in the darkness. This modern professional football stadium, capable of accommodating 62,000 spectators, had transformed into a frenzied sea of blue and white tonight. As one of the most prestigious traditional powerhouses in German football, Schalke 04's fanbase is renowned for its fervor and loyalty. They proudly call themselves the Miners, perfectly embodying the toughness and resilience of the Ruhr area's working class in their stadium culture. Even before the match began, the roar from the stands already exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. A massive blue and white tifo slowly unfurled in the loyal supporters section, accompanied by synchronized battle songs and the thunderous sound of drums, creating a rugged atmosphere unique to the Bundesliga, sweeping mercilessly through every corner of the stadium like a tangible storm. The nearly deafening home crowd atmosphere made many young Manchester United players experiencing their first European Champions League knockout match away from home feel a palpable discomfort. Javier Chicharito Hernandez, warming up at the sidelines, couldn't help but shrink his neck. He turned to Rafael beside him and noticed the Brazilian youngster already dripping with beads of sweat on his forehead. Even the seasoned veterans Ryan Giggs and Paul Scholes, accustomed to big matches, wore unusually grave. They were well aware that in a knockout match of this caliber, any away game could turn into a hellish battlefield, especially against these Germans who seemed ready to leap from the stands to tear their opponents apart. Sir Alex Ferguson, draped in his signature black long coat, stood in front of the coaching bench, rapidly chewing. The old man's gaze was as sharp as an eagle, coldly scanning the boiling crowd, attempting to create a psychological shield for his disciples with the powerful aura he had accumulated over the years. The warm-up session quickly came to an end. Both teams returned to their locker rooms for final tactical confirmations and equipment adjustments. 10 minutes later, the two teams about to clash in this steel fortress met in the narrow players' tunnel. The air in the tunnel suddenly became thick and heavy, as if breathing required extra effort. Schalke 04's players stood tall on the left side, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence befitting of the home team. At the forefront of the Schalke lineup stood a name familiar to all Manchester United players, one that could be described as thunderous: Raul Gonzalez. This former ring king of the Bernabeu, the eternal legendary number 7 of Real Madrid, donned Schalke 04's royal blue jersey in the twilight of his career. Though time had etched wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, it could not diminish the elegance and composure that emanated from him. Raul clasped his hands behind his back, his calm gaze quietly observing ahead. He did not deliberately glare at any Manchester United player, yet simply standing there, the kingly aura he had cultivated over a decade in the Champions League was enough to instill an indescribable psychological pressure on any opponent. Behind Raul stood a massive figure as solid as a load-bearing wall. Manuel Neuer, the German national goalkeeper, stood at 6 feet 3 inches tall, clad in bright green goalkeeper's long-sleeved kit. His broad shoulders and muscular arms seemed capable of filling the entire goal. Neuer lifted his chin slightly, his blue eyes gleaming with an aggressive light as he looked down upon the Manchester United players. This was the most sought-after goalkeeper in German football today, a man who dared to publicly declare in front of the media that he intended to expose Manchester United's new number 7. Facing the aggressive aura radiating from Schalke 04, the bigwigs in the Manchester United squad naturally would not back down. Wayne Rooney, like an enraged bull, stared defiantly into Neuer's eyes. The two locked gazes in midair, seemingly ready to spark dangerous fireworks at any moment. Captain Nemanja Vidic puffed out his chest, his muscles tense, resembling a war god prepared to charge. In this tense moment, with both teams secretly sizing each other up, one person in the Manchester United squad stood out as unusually extraordinary. Souze stood behind Rooney, wearing the controversial Manchester United number 7 jersey. At this moment, his facial nerves seemed completely frozen, his entire face cold, as eyes showing no signs of tension before the impending battle, nor the awe one should have in front of a legendary superstar like Raul. He resembled a soulless statue, so quiet it made one's scalp tingle. The surrounding teammates, who had been encouraging each other, froze when they caught a glimpse of Souze's state. "What's wrong with Sue?" Hernandez muttered quietly from behind, confusion written all over his face. To Hernandez, although Souze was usually quiet, he would typically display a unique aura that was reassuring before such crucial matches. But now Souze's gaze was completely vacant. He wasn't looking at the formidable Raul ahead, nor responding to Neuer's provocative stare beside him. In fact, Souze's focus was fixed tightly on a trivial object that could even be deemed unrelated. Neuer wore thick gloves on his left hand, while his right hand casually held a blue plastic sports water bottle approximately 1 liter in capacity. This was the special electrolyte drink prepared for Neuer by Schalke's team doctor. Souze's gaze seemed glued to that blue water bottle, following its every movement with his eyes, no matter how Neuer shook his arm. "Damn it. That bottle looks half an arm's length long, and the cap is twisted so tight. How am I supposed to snatch it away in front of tens of thousands and manage to open it for a sip?" Souze's heart echoed with a desperate wail. Since receiving the deadly water thief task last night, he had been frantically devising various methods of execution in his mind. But no matter how he envisioned it, the end result always depicted him getting slapped by Neuer on the goal line, with every sports headline across Europe reading "shocking." Manchester United's number 7 involved in a brawl over stealing the opponent's drink. This is no longer a matter of embarrassment, it's a challenge to the limits of human reason. Looking at that blue water bottle slightly swaying with Neuer's breath, Suze felt parched. This minute act of swallowing in the noisy player's tunnel was originally inconspicuous. However, standing in front of him, Rooney, fully focused on engaging Neuer in a battle of glares, coincidentally caught sight of Suze's eager gaze and swallowing motion from the corner of his eye. Rooney was taken aback. He followed Suze's wolf-like gaze. Due to the water bottle being partially obscured by Neuer's thigh, Rooney's perspective was fatally skewed, and his gaze ultimately landed on Neuer. That massive figure. Oh my God. Rooney's heart jolted, a sense of indescribable shock immediately sweeping over him. This kid. He isn't intimidated by Raul's legendary aura at all, nor does he care about this terrifying away atmosphere. He's fixated on Neuer. Even swallowing seems so urgent to him. He longs for battle. He's treating that arrogant German goalkeeper as a delectable prey, wanting nothing more than to charge at him and devour him whole. What is the instinct of a top-tier killer? This is what it is. While others are tense over defensive pressure, this kid is solely focused on how to shred his opponent and swallow him whole. Rooney felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. He turned to Suze, his eyes filled with admiration and fervor, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Good brother. I get what you mean. That arrogant German giant truly deserves a lesson. Don't worry, when we hit the field, he'll do whatever it takes to tear open that defense for you to savor his flavor." Suze was left bewildered by Rooney's sudden passionate declaration. Savor his flavor. Suze looked at the excited Rooney in confusion. What's this English fatty on about? Who wants to taste Neuer's flavor? I'm just thinking about that bottle of... Suze wanted to explain. "Wayne, you misunderstood. I'm only interested in that bottle of water. I have no ulterior motives regarding that big man." However, at this critical moment, a cold sensation akin to winter's chill surged forth from deep within his throat, driven by the system's unique dominance. The passive effect of the honest oral liquid seized control of his vocal cords once more. The look of confusion on Suze's face was instantly erased by an invisible force. His Asian features transformed into an expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he had grown indifferent to the mundane world. Facing Rooney's fervent gaze, his mouth involuntarily opened slightly, and in a tone so calm it sent chills down spines, he revealed his most genuine and pure desire. "You're wrong, Wayne. I have no interest in him. I am solely interested in what he has in his hand. Right now, all I'm thinking about is that thing he's holding. I'm extremely curious about what that liquid tastes like. If I don't take a sip, I might not even have the strength to run on the pitch tonight." As the words fell, the air in the player's tunnel seemed to freeze instantaneously. Rooney's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Standing behind Suze, Hernandez and Giggs also heard this line. They exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock and uncontrollable astonishment in each other's eyes. Not interested in Neuer himself. Only interested in what he holds. Not being able to move without taste. These three statements, completely out of sync, were processed through the battle-hardened minds of Manchester United stars and instantly translated into a form of supreme arrogance and disdain in football. He's saying that Neuer, this top goalkeeper praised by all of Germany, doesn't even qualify as an opponent in his... What he truly cares about is the ultimate thrill of breaching Neuer's defenses and shattering German pride. He equates that sense of conquest to a delectable liquid. Too arrogant. Too domineering. Rooney shook with excitement, clenching his fists tightly. He even thinks that if he cannot humiliate Neuer tonight, he won't have the motivation to play. Is this the winning desire of our new number 7 at Manchester United? "So you are truly a devil born only to destroy goalkeepers." Hernandez gazed at Suze's cold profile, his admiration nearly overflowing. Suze felt the sudden fervor and reverence from his teammates, leaving him numb. He stood dazed, his heart already in tears. Damn that sense of conquest. Damn that devil. I'm really just coveting that bottle of water. Is your reading comprehension taught by a PE teacher? But it was too late for explanations. Under the filter of the honest oral liquid, any clarification would only make things worse. As Suze sank into deep despair and helplessness, the referee team ahead began to move, with the main referee raising the football, signaling both teams to prepare to enter the field. Accompanied by the solemn and sacred strains of the Champions League theme, which sent shivers down the spine, the Veltins arena resonated with anticipation. Suze could only don the icy demeanor regarded by the entire team as the killer totem, and with leaden steps followed the squad step by step out of the dark tunnel into the blue and white hell that awaited the storm. With a sharp whistle from the head referee, the highly anticipated first leg of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals officially commenced amidst the roaring cheers of over 60,000 Miners fans at the Veltins arena. From the very start of the match, the home team Schalke 04 showcased their robust Bundesliga resilience. Under the guidance of veteran Raul, their offense was orchestrated with precision, while their defense stood as solid as iron, effectively withstanding Manchester United's initial assaults. However, for Manchester United, what troubled them the most was not Raul's dazzling movement, nor Schalke's relentless midfield pressing, but rather the man clad in bright green goalkeeper attire, standing like a mobile fortress at the back, Manuel Neuer. In the 8th minute of the match, Manchester United intercepted the ball in their own half, and veteran Giggs quickly sensed a gap behind Schalke's defense. Without hesitation, he executed a precise lofted pass with the inside of his left foot, aiming directly for the forward Souze. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, heading straight for the edge of Schalke's penalty area. Souze's eyes lit up. The placement was perfect. If he could position himself before the Schalke center-back, he would be able to surge into the penalty area. Once inside the small box, even surrounded by defenders, he was confident he could exploit the gaps in their defense or utilize physical contact to create that crucial moment of absolute vacuum to trigger the master of scoring. Once I'm in the box, it's my domain. Souze gritted his teeth, forcing his barely passing stamina of 60 to kick in as he sprinted towards the ball's landing spot. However, just as he was about to make contact with the ball, a green figure sweeping in like a gale unexpectedly entered his line of sight. It was Neuer, the 193-meter-tall, over 90-kilogram German giant completely disregarded the traditional rule that keepers should stay on their line and charged out of the penalty area. His massive frame resembled a heavy-duty tank operating at full power, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as he leaped high ahead of Souze. Bang! Neuer didn't even use his hands. Instead, he assertively absorbed Giggs' lofted pass with his broad chest, then calmly executed a short pass to a Schalke midfielder who was coming to receive. The entire sequence was fluid, flawless, and even carried a sense of haughty superiority. Souze, unable to stop in time, due to inertia, collided directly with Neuer's back, which felt as solid as a wall. The tremendous recoil made him stagger back several steps before he finally regained his balance. Damn! Souze rubbed his shoulder, which ached from the collision, and as he looked at Neuer's towering figure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness. Is he a goalkeeper or a center-back? And this was just the beginning. As the match progressed, Neuer's extraordinary goalkeeping style began to deliver a devastating blow to Manchester United's offensive strategy. In the 15th minute, Carrick delivered a discreet ground pass from midfield. The ball sliced through Schalke's defense like a surgeon's scalpel, heading straight for Souze. As Souze prepared to control the ball and turn, a thunderous German shout echoed across the pitch. Mine. Neuer's massive body arrived once more. He charged nearly 15 meters like a hungry wolf, scenting its prey, arriving just before Souze could touch the ball, executing a fierce slide tackle that completely dismantled the threatening attack from 30 meters away. To avoid having his leg broken by the ferocious slide tackle, Souze had no choice but to awkwardly leap up, only to accidentally step into a puddle upon landing, nearly slipping to the ground. What the hell? How is he out again? Souze raged internally. What was his proud capital for survival? It was the 100% reflection into the net of the master of scoring and the leaf-like shot of the divine aiming that disregarded aerodynamics. But both of these causative divine techniques relied on one core prerequisite: space. The master of scoring required an absolute vacuum environment within the small penalty area. The divine aiming also necessitated relatively open vision and space for a proper shot. Yet now Neuer was like a massive spider web covering half the pitch. As soon as the ball approached the penalty area, he would roar and charge out. His enormous physique and keen instinct for interception instantly obliterated all physical space around Souze, squeezing out any potential absolute vacuum that could trigger divine techniques. Even if I run into the small box, this guy could swat me and the ball away with a single hand. Souze gazed at Neuer, who roamed like a mobile fortress inside and outside the penalty area, feeling a deep sense of despair. Before such unreasonable goalkeeping tactics, Souze spent the entire 30 minutes in a dream. He felt like a fly trapped in a transparent glass jar. No matter how he struggled or pulled, he could never break free from Neuer's invisible net. His once proud positioning seemed to turn into a ridiculous joke under the absolute physical domination and speed of Neuer. In the stands of the Veltins Arena, over 60,000 German fans sang Neuer's name with excitement, while also mercilessly mocking Manchester United's number 7, who was struggling on the field. Look at that clown from England. He can't even catch a whiff of the ball. Neuer is his nemesis. In front of the great German keeper, all his tricks are useless. On the German commentary desk, the commentator ruthlessly switched to a mocking tone. Half an hour into the match, that new number 7 for Manchester United, Souze, has had fewer touches than Neuer. This says it all. In the face of the rigorous and powerful German football, the false prosperity built on luck and hype will ultimately be exposed. In the Manchester United bench, the atmosphere was equally tense. Sir Alex Ferguson furrowed his brows, chewing his gum rapidly, his sharp gaze fixated on the situation on the pitch. Boss Sue is completely marked. Assistant coach Mike Phelan said anxiously Neuer's range of movement is too vast. He has practically taken over all the sweeping duties behind Schalke's defense. Sue can hardly find any space to receive the ball or take a shot. Ferguson remained silent, clenching his fists tightly. He certainly recognized the root of the problem. Neuer's epic-making style of play indeed posed a perfect counter to Sue's a killer-type striker reliant on specific spatial conditions. Is there really no way for this kid at all? Ferguson felt a growing urgency in his heart. At that moment, Suze stood about 40 meters away from Schalke's penalty area, gasping for breath. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Although it had previously reached the passing mark of 60, the energy expenditure in this high-intensity, ineffective back-and-forth running remained enormous. As he looked at Neuer, who still appeared sprightly, like an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, a deep sense of helplessness surged within him. This match is unplayable. This German is simply a monster. Just when Suze felt a wave of despair, and even considered signaling the bench for a substitution, his somewhat dazed gaze inadvertently swept over Schalke 04's empty goal. Then his sight seemed to be magnetically drawn and fixated on the sports water bottle containing blue liquid quietly resting beside the left post of the goal. Under the glaring lights of the Veltins arena, the bottle shimmered with an alluring and enchanting glow. Mission named Master of Psychological Warfare on the pitch, the ultimate mockery of the water thief. Action Requirement 1. Steal Neuer's exclusive sports water bottle placed beside the goal post. Action Requirement 2. In front of Neuer, take a big gulp of the drink and then spit it out on the goal line. Verbal Requirement. After spitting the water, you must lock eyes with Neuer and loudly declare in pure English, "Tastes awful." Mission Reward. Stamina Limit Unlock card significantly enhances base stamina attributes, granting the host endless running stamina. That blood-red mission prompt seemed to carry some kind of magic, replaying over and over in Suze's mind. Stamina Limit Unlock card. Suze silently recited this reward in his heart, his gaze gradually becoming frenzied. His current stamina could not support extensive running to tear apart Neuer's defense. If he couldn't gain abundant stamina, this match would only result in a joke nailed to the pillar of shame. Either way, I'm dead, so let's go for it. Suze gritted his teeth fiercely, and with the passive effect of honest oral liquid, maintaining a look of determination akin to that of a desperate outlaw surfaced on his otherwise expressionless face. He began to sneakily observe the situation on the pitch. Opportunities often arise in the most inconspicuous moments. In the 32nd minute, Manchester United gained a free kick in their own half. The opportunity arrived at the moment when everyone's attention was focused on the free kick in Manchester United. Suze suddenly straightened up and began a jaw-dropping sprint across the seemingly vacant grass of Schalke's 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. At that moment, Suze's speed even exceeded his eyes were fixed on the blue water bottle next to the left post of the goal, with only one thought in his mind: get it. Take a sip. Spit it out. It wasn't until Suze charged into the penalty area just under 5 meters away from Neuer that a sharp-eyed Schalke fan finally noticed the strange behavior of this Manchester United forward. Hey, what is that kid from the Great Xia Kingdom doing? Why is he running towards our goal? The ball is clearly... Amidst the sporadic gasps from the stands, Neuer, who was facing away from the goal directing the defense, keenly sensed something was amiss. As a world-class goalkeeper, his instinct told him that an unusual force was rapidly approaching from behind. Neuer turned his head sharply. What came into view was Suze's face twisted from severe tension and his hands reaching towards the goal post like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. What are you doing? Neuer let out a roar like a giant bear, his blue eyes widening in shock, a mix of anger and disbelief etched on his face. He instinctively reached out with his heavily gloved hands, trying to stop this audacious kid from the Great Xia Kingdom. But it was too late. Suze's speed peaked at that moment, or rather his obsession with that water bottle surpassed his fear of Neuer's massive physique. Swish! Just as Neuer's large hand was about to grab Suze's shoulder, Suze executed a comical slide tackle, gliding along the ground next to the post. One hand clung to the post to steady himself, while the other hand, with a speed honed over 18 years of singlehood, snatched up Neuer's exclusive blue water bottle. Got it! Suze let out a wild roar in his heart. But he had no time to revel in his success, for as he looked up, he met Neuer's bloodshot eyes filled with sheer astonishment. This towering German bear, standing at 1 meter 9'3", seemed poised to smash his skull with a single slap. Damn! Run! Driven by the most primal instinct for survival, Suze scrambled to his feet, clutching the water bottle tightly, turned around, and sprinted towards Manchester United's half, which was half a field away. Stop! You damn bastard! Neuer roared, a thunderous sound reverberating as he chased like a heavy boom. The entire stadium erupted. All 60,000 Schalke fans were left in stunned. On the battlefield of the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals, Manchester United's number 7 sprinted like a thief who had stolen a watermelon, while Schalke's goalkeeper gave relentless chase. Souze dashed all the way until he burst into Manchester United's small penalty area, hiding behind his team's captain Vidic and Ferdinand, finally halting at the goal line in a state of shock. "Stop that big German. Don't let him get to Sue," Vidic shouted, charging at Neuer like a wall. Seeing Neuer panting and blocked by his teammates, Souze finally feigned calmness. Under the system's compulsion, he wildly bit open the plastic cap of the bottle. Then from behind Vidic's broad shoulders in front of the furious German keeper, Souze tilted his head back, raised Neuer's blue drink, and without any courtesy, guzzled a big gulp. Gulp! The blue liquid flowed down his throat, and Souze hadn't even managed to savor its taste. The system's cold notification exploded in his mind. Action requirement: to drink the beverage spitted on the goal line, and complete verbal mockery. Honest oral liquid, passive effect forcibly activated. In the moment he swallowed that sip of drink, Souze felt an intense flavor akin to low-quality saccharin concocted in a chemical factory explode in his mouth. Damn, what the hell is this? Do Germans drink this kind of industrial waste? Souze cried out internally, his stomach churning violently. This was definitely not an act of nausea. The taste of this beverage was genuinely challenging the limits of human under the tyrannical control of the honest oral liquid. Souze's face, which had been distorted from tension and nausea, was instantly smoothed by an invisible force, transforming into a cold, indifferent visage devoid of any ripples, like a stagnant pool. He turned around, facing Manchester United's pristine, white goal line beneath his feet. Uft! Accompanied by a loud, disdainful sound, Souze mercilessly spat out the blue liquid he hadn't completely swallowed onto his own goal line. The blue liquid splattered on the white chalk line, appearing exceptionally glaring and insultingly vivid. Neuer watched as his beloved water bottle was stolen and spat on the goal line in full view, causing his brain's CPU to malfunction in that instant, followed by a violent explosion of sparks. "You damned bastard!" Neuer roared, stretching out his large hand like a paddle, desperately trying to break free from Vidic's hold to grab Souze by the collar. However, in that last critical moment of life and death, Souze maintained the aloof expression that the system had welded onto him. He fearlessly stared into Neuer's fiery eyes, and with a tone of extreme disdain, as if he had tasted the world's worst red wine, loudly and clearly declared the fatal line, "Truly awful." As soon as the words fell, ding. UEFA Champions League Special Task Ultimate Mockery of the Water Thief Completion 100. Reward Stamina Limit Unlock card has been issued to the host's package. At this moment, the referee Karina seemed to awaken from a dream, desperately blowing his whistle while pulling out a yellow card and rushing into the chaotic crowd. The Schalke players also reacted, with Hauds Metzelder and other defensive stalwarts joining the conflict in fury. A tactically meticulous UEFA Champions League knockout match in the 32nd minute transformed into an absurd and chaotic farce because of a bottle of horrible blue drink. Above the Veltins arena, the deafening boos and various crude German curses echoed like a thunderstorm about to engulf the entire Gelsenkirchen. In the 34th minute of the match, as the referee's long whistle pierced the air, marking the end of what could only be described as the most absurd and morally bankrupt cat-and-mouse chase in Champions League history, the farce concluded near Manchester United's sideline. Enraged Manuel Neuer, the German national team's #1 goalkeeper, known for his calm demeanor akin to a German war machine, resembled a Siberian bear robbed of its honey and doused in urine. If it weren't for the towering figures of Vidic and Ferdinand, like two walls of sighing despair blocking his path and straining with all their might to stop his 200-plus pound frame. If not for the referee, known for his iron-fisted control, standing firm with a yellow card raised between Neuer and Souze, had no doubt that his frail body, barely shedding the title of fifth-rate fighter, would be torn to shreds by the furious German giant in front of him, and then unceremoniously discarded like trash into a coal mine pit in the Ruhr area. "Calm down, Manuel. Calm down." Raul, captain of Schalke 04, rushed over, tightly embracing Neuer from behind, shouting in a mix of Spanish and German to soothe his out-of-control teammate. "That damned clown. That was my personal water bottle. Not only did he drink from it, but he also spat on the goal line. He is insulting me. Insulting the entire Schalke." Neuer roared, pointing at Souze, who was hiding behind Vidic, spitting words in the referee's face. "Red card. He must be sent off. This is terrible, thuggish behavior." The referee's face was as cold as ice. Having officiated in the Champions League for many years, witnessing all sorts of insidious fouls and cunning dives, even racial discrimination, he swore to God that this was the first time in his life at this level of a quarterfinal match that he had seen an away forward sneak up to the home goalkeeper to steal a drink while the game was stopped. Moreover, after drinking, he had the audacity to spit on the goal line, shouting, "It tastes terrible." This was no longer simply violating sportsmanship, it was a downright challenge to the limits of human psychology. The referee turned around and amidst the chaos and shoving accurately identified the culprit Susie. At that moment Susie was hiding in the shadow of Vidic's broad back. His earlier sprint barely escaping death had nearly drained the last ounce of strength from his body, and now he was panting heavily leaning on his knees. His heart raced in his chest like a worn-out tractor engine, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead onto the grass. That was terrifying. This German's explosiveness is monstrous, Susie lamented internally. When the cold face of the referee appeared in his line of sight, he knew the moment of judgment had arrived. Without a hint of hesitation, the referee flipped his wrist, raising a bright yellow card high, pointing it directly at Susie's nose. In a stern tone, he issued his final ultimatum. Mind your behavior, number 7. This is your last warning. If there's any further provocative action, you can head straight to the locker room. Susie looked at the yellow card, and a heavy stone in his heart finally fell. A yellow card. Just a yellow card. Thank God. As long as it isn't a red card, sending him off as long as he could stay on the pitch to continue the match, the perilous task he had just completed would be well worth it. Moreover, the task reward of the physical limit unlock card was already securely nestled in the system's inventory. With that item, he would be able to escape the embarrassment of being a 20-minute stamina failure in the second half and finally show that arrogant German goalkeeper what a relentless monster was. Thinking of this, Susie let out a long breath. According to the instinct of the great Xia people to seek fortune and avoid calamity, he should immediately put on a sincere face of, I was wrong, I will never dare again, and obediently retreat back to his half, trying to minimize his presence. He even imagined in his mind how to explain to the referee that his unintentional mistake was merely due to extreme thirst. However, history is always strikingly similar. Or rather, in the face of the system's absolute rules, individual will seem so small and ridiculous. That chilling current akin to the most piercing cold wave on a polar ice field surged forth from the depths of Susie's throat with the irresistible force of the honest oral liquid. His previously slightly distorted features from fear were forcibly smoothed by this invisible force. The terror, relief, and the desire to back down vanished without a trace within a split second. In its place was an expression that seemed to disregard worldly rules and the fury of 80,000 fans of face, so cold it was extraordinary. He slowly stood upright, meeting the stern gaze of the referee and the almost murderous crimson eyes of Neuer not far away. His mouth involuntarily opened slightly, and in a steady tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations, and even hinting at a sense of entitlement, he clearly uttered a statement that plunged the entire crowd into madness. Once more, I accept this yellow card, referee. However, I must reiterate, I had no intention of provocation. Susie's gaze crossed the referee, locking onto Neuer with no hint of fear, only a deep disdain for the inferior product. The reason I ran over was purely because I was too exhausted and the fitness coach at Carrington didn't prepare enough water for me. I was very thirsty at the time. As for why I spat on the goal line, Susie raised his chin slightly, his tone filled with sincere distaste. It's because the sports drink from that brand had an excessive amount of saccharin added. It not only failed to replenish electrolytes, but also rendered its taste cheap with a pungent factory-like smell. It made me feel nauseous. I merely spat a substandard liquid where it was supposed to be. If this has offended Mr. Neuer's dignity, I can only suggest he choose a more tasteful sponsor next time. With these words, the entire Veltins arena seemed to have been abruptly muted in that instant. All who heard this statement, whether referee Manchester United teammates or Schalke 04 players, stood dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Thirsty and stealing the opponent's goalkeeper's water, spitting it out because he disliked the excess saccharin and cheap taste, and even suggesting others switch sponsors. Was this the explanation of a player who had just sparked a large-scale conflict on the Champions League stage facing the referee and his opponent? This was not an explanation. This was clearly riding on Neuer's neck, arrogantly taking a dump, while complaining that Neuer's neck wasn't smooth enough. Fuck. Neuer could no longer bear such a humiliation. He let out a roar like a wounded beast breaking free from Raoul's embrace and charging towards Susie once more. Stop him. The referee was taken aback and frantically blew his whistle. Vidic and Ferdinand hurriedly stepped in again, and the scene instantly erupted into chaos, even more intense than before. At this moment, across the English Channel in London in the Sky Sports studio, due to the inability to hear the players' dialogue on the field, the English commentators and guests were witnessing this farcical spectacle through the television broadcast. This is simply incomprehensible. Sky Sports star commentator Martin Tyler, with a reddened face, pounded the commentary desk. Susie, what is he doing? In such a crucial Champions League quarterfinal, he actually ran over like a street thug to steal the opponent's water bottle. This is not just an uncontroversial yellow card. It's a disgraceful display of a professional player's lack of tactical awareness and team discipline. He has completely disrupted Manchester United's attacking rhythm. He has enraged Neuer and the entire Schalke 04. Sir Alex Ferguson must be trembling with rage on the bench. Martin Tyler's tone was filled with anguish, as if Susie had become the center of English football. However, sitting beside him, former Manchester United captain Gary Neville, known for his defensive skills and tactical analysis, was furrowing his brow silent. Neville was fixated on the screen, which was replaying in slow motion the moment Susie precisely spat that blue drink onto the goal line. "Wait a minute, Martin. Don't be so quick to judge." Neville suddenly interrupted Tyler's tirade, his voice deep and magnetic, exuding an authoritative certainty, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. "You are only seeing the surface of him stealing the water bottle. To me, this is by no means a simple, foolish prop. Look at where he spat the water. Susie is setting a trap for the second half's goal in advance. Everyone think about it. After stealing the water, why didn't he spit directly in front of Neuer? Why risk exhausting himself running half the field to spit precisely on the inside of the left post of our Manchester United goal? Because in the second half the teams will switch sides. Our Manchester United goal in the first half will become the goal guarded by Neuer in the second half. The Veltins Arena is playing without the roof today, and the pitch is exceptionally dry. Susie deliberately ran over to that goal line to spit water. He is artificially creating an acceleration zone for his attack in the opponent's future territory 45 minutes in advance. What is this called? This is called extreme match-reading ability. This is called tactical foresight that spans half the field. He is using a bottle of terrible drink to break the formidable guard defensive system of Neuer. This is not a thuggish act. This is a strategy that deserves to be recorded in tactical textbooks belonging to a top striker's ultimate scheme. This lengthy minute-long monologue filled with high-flying professional jargon, like penetration speed friction coefficient, and physical model bombarded the brains of countless English fans watching the match through Sky Sports. In front of their televisions, Manchester United fans who had initially felt ashamed of Susie's foolish actions were now stunned. Wow, Gary makes it sound so reasonable. So that's it. I wondered how Sue could make such a basic mistake in such a critical match. No wonder he didn't fight back when Neuer chased him. He was collecting tactical data with his life. This is our new number 7 for the Red Devils. A tactical master who understands how to assess pitch moisture. The public opinion shifted dramatically in a 180-degree reversal under Gary Neville's peak interpretive reasoning. From a water-thieving, ill-mannered rogue, he transformed into a tactical genius who would stop at nothing for victory, knowledgeable in physics and turf studies. Meanwhile, in his luxurious apartment in distant London, Susie's intern agent Chloe, dressed in silk pajamas, held a glass of red wine, watching Gary Neville's tactical analysis on TV. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with complex emotions. Assessing pitch moisture. Friction coefficient. Chloe rubbed her temples with a headache, downing the red wine in her glass. These British commentators are even more absurd than that idiot Sue. However, as a top business elite, Chloe's sharp business sense was instantly activated. She didn't delve into how ridiculous Gary Neville's comments were. She only saw the massive traffic and commercial value hidden behind them. Chloe immediately put down her wine glass, picked up 2 phones on the table, and called both the PR team and the European director of a famous sports drink brand. Cancel the action. All previously planned crisis management schemes are void. Chloe shouted into the phone with an undeniable decisiveness and extreme excitement. Record everything Gary Neville just said and issue a press release overnight. The title will be Beyond Common Sense Tactical Assessment, the ultimate will to win of Manchester United's new number 7. Also immediately contact the representatives of Red Bull's sponsors. Tell them that the reason Susie spat out that drink is that he is a disciplined athlete with high demands on his body, firmly rejects any low-quality drinks with excessive cheap saccharin. Chloe's eyes sparkled with the light of money. Tell Red Bull we are launching a global no-sugar healthy living initiative. And Susie is the perfect spokesperson for this health storm. This reverse operation will ensure that Schalke 04's sponsors open to a drop in stock tomorrow morning. A public and commercial frenzy sweeping across Europe, triggered by a bottle of unpalatable drink, was pushed to a climax by Chloe's powerful public relations skills, all stemming from the seemingly absurd pitch assessment theory. At this moment, Susie, facing the increasingly frenzied boos of all German fans, walked back to his half, with a face of aloofness under the referee's urging. He touched the invisible physical limit unlock card in his pocket, looking at Neuer, who was still glaring at him not far away. Big guy, did you enjoy defending in the first half? Susie secretly vowed, in the second half he'll show you what it means to be a relentless causality monster. Beep. With the whistle signaling the end of the first half blown by the renowned Italian referee Collina, the deafening boos from the fans at the Auf Schalke stadium momentarily ceased. The Manchester United players lined up, heads down, quickly making their way to the players' tunnel amidst a barrage of insults and debris. 0-0. For the away side, the Red Devils, this was a perfectly acceptable scoreline. However, throughout the first half, they were suffocated by the tightly knit defensive system of Schalke 04 and Neuer's extraordinary goalkeeping. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as if it were encased in ice. Sir Alex Ferguson entered with a stern expression, striding purposefully. His eyes scanned each player like a radar, finally locking on Suze, who was sitting in the corner gasping for breath. "Sue." Ferguson's voice was deep and commanding, and the entire locker room fell silent instantly. Even Rooney paused mid-drink. "I do not wish to ask why you decided to drink Neuer's water in the first half, nor do I want to hear those so-called tactical analyses from Sky Sports." Ferguson stood before Suze, looking down at him. "All I know is that throughout the first half, aside from that ridiculous 100-meter sprint, you posed virtually no threat to Schalke's goal. You were far too inactive." Suze raised his head to meet Ferguson's stern gaze, internally chuckling ruefully. "Boss, I want to run. But with my barely passing fitness and Neuer's coverage of most of the half, I couldn't even get close to the ball." However, the passive effect of the honest oral liquid was not going to allow him to complain. Suze's facial muscles instantly tensed, transforming into a high-cool demeanor. He looked at Ferguson and said in a calm, almost presumptuous tone, "Boss, my conservativeness in the first half was merely to conserve energy. Neuer's range of activity is vast. Prematurely exposing my running habits would be unwise. In the second half, I will use my movements to dismantle his defense." Ferguson was astonished that Suze dared to retort while he was angry. "Moreover, you say you will use your movements to dismantle the defense. Everyone knows about your fitness. You who can barely run for 20 minutes without gasping for breath, how do you plan to dismantle the German national goalkeeper?" Ferguson was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Suze. He stared at Suze for a moment and snorted, "It better be that way. If in the second half you remain as immobile as a statue, I will immediately replace you with Javier." Ferguson turned and began outlining the tactics for the second half, while Suze breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Ignoring the looks from his teammates who stared at him like some kind of monster, he eagerly summoned the system panel in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the UEFA Champions League special task Ultimate Taunt of the Water Thief. Task Reward Energy Limit Unlock card greatly enhances the stamina base attribute, granting the host endless stamina. Use immediately. Use it right now. Suze roared in his mind. As the command was issued, the virtual card, emitting golden light, shattered instantly in his mind. Immediately after, an unprecedentedly hot energy akin to molten lava erupted from Suze's. This energy brought no pain, rather it was like a spring rain after a long drought, wildly washing away the exhaustion and lactic acid accumulated in his limbs. He felt as if his lungs had expanded tenfold in an instant, with every breath filling him with vast amounts of oxygen. His previously weak and sore legs were now filled with explosive power akin to a man with 8 kidneys fully charged for battle. Suze suddenly stood up, tightly clenching his fists. He felt that even if he ran a marathon right now and then returned for the second half, there would be absolutely no problem. Host Suze. Strength 61. Stamina 85. Breakthrough limit. Your current stamina reserves have reached the level of a world-class B2B midfielder, sufficient to support you in completing high-intensity, relentless pressing and sprints throughout the match. Agility 63. Looking at the glaring number that soared from 60 to 85 on the panel, a fervent smile finally broke through Suze's perpetually tense expression. Neuer. In the second half, I will show you what true full field coverage looks like. 15 minutes of halftime passed in the blink of an eye. When both teams returned to the pitch at Alf Schalke Stadium, Schalke 04's fans continued to greet Manchester United with thunderous boos. Neuer stood in front of the goal, adjusting his gloves, while staring at Suze in the center circle with a hostile gaze. The bottle that had been spat upon the goal line in the first half was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of his career. "Kid, if you dare to approach my defensive zone in the second half, I will make you pay the price." Neuer silently. The referee Kalinas whistle blew, marking the official start of the second half. Schalke 04 continued their strategy from the first half, attempting to sever Manchester United's connections in the front line through midfield strangulation and Neuer's wide-ranging interceptions. However, just 3 minutes into the second half, Neuer sensed something was off. Manchester United intercepted the ball in the backfield, and Carrick attempted a long pass in search of the front line. Neuer instinctively prepared to charge out of the penalty area to disrupt the first touch. But just as he took 2 steps forward, he was stunned to find that the Manchester United number 7, who had ambled around like an old man in the first half, was now sprinting towards the ball with the terrifying speed and pressure of a crazed leopard. How did this guy suddenly run so fast? Neuer was startled, and after gauging the distance, he realized that if he continued to charge, he might not get to the ball before Suze. With no other option, the German goalkeeper had to abruptly stop, awkwardly retreating back into the penalty area. Suze successfully intercepted the first touch, although due to technical reasons he failed to control the ball, which was cleared off the sideline by Schalke's defender Houts. But this was just the beginning. In the next 20 minutes, the Auf Schalke Stadium bore witness to a performance that could only be described as a magical stamina showcase. Suze completely shed the disguise of being a stamina challenge player. He was no longer confined to a specific area in the front, but began to dash across the entire field. When Schalke's midfielder had the ball, Suze charged at him like a mad dog. When Schalke's defenders passed back, Suze relentlessly applied pressure in the front. Even when Manchester United's fullback ever advanced and got caught out of position, Suze would sprint 50 meters back to the edge of his own penalty area to help defend. Is this the Suze who could barely take 2 steps without gasping for breath in the first half? At the Sky Sports commentary booth, Martin Tyler looked at the broadcast footage of the ever-present red number 7, his mouth agape, as if it could fit an apple. He is running all over the field. His movements covered both penalty areas. My God, did he perhaps consume an entire jar of performance-enhancing substances during halftime? Gary Neville also looked incredulous, but he quickly attributed this anomaly to Suze's irrational tactical attributes. He is wearing Neuer down, Neville exclaimed excitedly, pounding the table. Everyone pay attention. Suze's erratic and tireless sprints are completely disrupting Neuer's defensive rhythm. As Neville stated, Neuer was currently in a state of distress. His proud goalkeeping style relied on precise predictions of the opponent's forward movements and absolute control of space. But Suze's running patterns now resembled a completely illogical Brownian motion. He would dash down the left tussle on the right and suddenly drop back to midfield. Neuer could not predict where Suze would appear next. His once clear defensive radar was completely thrown into chaos by Suze's erratic movements. Neuer began to feel flustered. His decisions in charging out were becoming hesitant, and the once solid defense of Schalke 04 was subtly showing signs of a crack due to the goalkeeper's disrupted rhythm. Now is the time. After a full-speed pressing sprint that yielded no result, Suze leaned on his knees, panting heavily, but his eyes were sharp like a hawk fixating on prey. The match entered the 75th minute. Schalke 04 made a fatal passing error in midfield. Veteran Giggs completed the interception like a ghost, immediately advancing the ball without the slightest pause. Schalke's defense quickly fell back, attempting to reorganize their defense. As soon as Suze saw Giggs intercept the ball, he took off again. His legs, enhanced by the energy unlock card, exploded with incredible power, darting through the gap between Schalke's 2 central defenders like a red lightning bolt. Stop him! Neuer shouted loudly in front of the goal, but at this moment he no longer dared to rashly charge out of the penalty area like he did in the first half. Houts desperately chased back, and just as Suze was about to break free for a Union, this German international gritted his teeth and pulled Suze down from behind about 35 meters outside the penalty area. Beep! The referee Kalina decisively halted the match, showing a yellow card to Houts and awarding Manchester United a well-placed but long-distance free kick. 35 meters. For the vast majority of players, taking a direct shot from this distance is nearly impossible. Even the team's heavy hitter Rooney would struggle to breach Neuer's 10-fingered defense from such a distance. The Manchester United players stepped forward, preparing to take the free kick, with Rooney and Giggs standing over the ball. I will take it. Just then a cold, emotionless voice came from behind them. Rooney turned his head and saw Suze drenched in sweat with his chest heaving, but his expression conveyed an undeniable confidence that was impossible to refuse. Sue, are you sure? Rooney hesitated. This distance is too far and Neuer's positioning is excellent. Suze offered no explanation. He simply walked directly to the ball, bent down to smooth out a patch of grass beneath the ball, and then placed the ball firmly. He slowly stood up, his gaze passing over the 5-man wall set up by Schalke 04, over the German goalkeeper standing at the goal line like a towering wall at 1.93 meters. Suze's vision ultimately locked onto the lower left corner of the goal. That was the spot where he had spat the blue drink after sneakily drinking Neuer's water in the first half. The patch of grass was still slightly damp. Suze took a deep breath, clearing all distractions from his mind. He closed his eyes, and in his mind the radiant golden crosshair reappeared. Landing point preset, complete lower left corner of Schalke 04's goal. As Suze issued the command in his mind, the golden crosshair seemed to transcend the boundaries of space, precisely imprinting itself on the spot he had spat on the goal line. God's crosshair, prerequisite satisfied. Preparing to activate. Suze suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a violent killing intent capable of destroying everything. Neuer, I told you I will personally come to verify the flaw on your goal line. On April 5th, at the Auf Schalke 04 stadium. The match had entered the 76th minute. 35 meters, a distance deemed absolutely safe in modern football defense. Furthermore, standing on the goal line of Schalke 04 was none other than the #1 goalkeeper in German football today, Manuel Neuer. Neuer's tall figure resembled an unshakable iron tower, standing in the center of the goal, with his broad arms waving powerfully, loudly directing the 5 teammates in front of him to form a wall. He deliberately moved half a step to the left side of the goal, a psychological bait that only a top goalkeeper would dare to use. Come on, Asian kid. Let me show you what a true Bundesliga fortress looks like. Neuer lowered his center of gravity, resembling a cheetah ready to pounce, fixating his gaze on the distant Susie. The referee, Karina, glanced at his watch and blew the whistle sharply. Beep. Susie began his steps were not fast, but each one was heavy, as if he were concentrating all his strength into his impending right leg strike. Under the watchful eyes of over 60,000 Schalke fans, Susie's right leg drew back, like a taut heavy bow howling through the air before striking the ball with great force. However, just as everyone thought this was a powerful shot, bang! A dull, even somewhat soft sound of impact resonated in the noisy stadium. At the last moment of contact, Susie's ankle twitched bizarrely, releasing much of the power and changing the strike from a pull to a push. With a deceptive posture, he sent the ball flying with the inside of his right foot. The ball floated softly into the air, its initial speed so slow that it raised doubts about whether it could reach the goal. What a soft-footed shrimp shot is this? Did he skip lunch? Even my grandmother could save such a ball. The German fans in the Auf Schalke stands erupted with laughter. They had initially been worried, thinking that this number 7, who commanded the English Premier League, could produce some extraordinary shot, only to be met with this. This ball speed couldn't even get past the wall. Yet, miracles, or rather divine phenomena, often occur in the very moment when mortals let their guard down. That seemingly harmless ball, after crossing above the Schalke 04 wall, not only did not begin to fall like a parabolic arc, but instead floated forward, as if held up by an invisible giant hand. Immediately, the most shocking scene unfolded. In midair, the ball suddenly drifted violently to the right, without any warning. To the right. I fell for it. Neuer's heart surged with joy. The bait he had deliberately set was working. This German guardian did not hesitate to exert force with both legs, his massive body springing forward like a coiled spring, diving towards the right side of the goal. His body fully extended in midair, arms outstretched, ready to perform a perfect single-handed save in front of fans around the world. But in that split second, when Neuer's center of gravity was completely airborne and his body was tilted to the right, the ball, now drifting to the right, seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air. It paused imperceptibly in midair, then in a manner defying all Newtonian laws of physics, forcefully altered its trajectory. S-shape. The ball traced a chilling S-curve in the air, sharply bending back with a violent downward force, heading straight for the lower left corner of the goal. No. Suspended in midair, Neuer could only watch as the ball made a sharp turn right before his eyes. His brain frantically issued commands to reverse his center of gravity, but the human body simply cannot defy physical inertia in midair. He could only fall helplessly like a toppling tower, crashing towards the right side of the goal, despairingly watching as the ball descended like a black meteor towards the lower left corner. But the story does not end here. 35 meters is ultimately too far. The ball's power had already diminished by more than half during its descent. If its landing point were slightly drier, the ball might have slowed down upon hitting the ground, or even been cleared off the goal line by Schalke's swiftly retreating defenders. However, the landing point Susie had preset in his mind was extremely cunning. The ball rapidly descended. Thud. It struck exactly on that small portion of the goal line adjacent to the left post. That was precisely where Susie had spat that blue liquid after being chased back to Manchester United's half by Neuer in the first half. And now, with the half switched, the defensive goal line that belonged to Manchester United in the first half was now the Schalke's Achilles heel, guarded by Neuer. That white chalk line still retained some moisture. The drink, filled with sugar and electrolytes, had made that small patch of grass exceptionally slippery. When the ball hit the slightly damp grass, it encountered no resistance from dry turf to impede its speed. Like a tire rolling over lubricant, the moment the ball landed, it shot forward at a high speed, whoosh, skimming along the white goal line, darting into the depths of the net like an eel. The pristine white net was lifted high. Schalke 0-4-0 won Manchester United. Time stood still at the 76th minute. Over 60,000 German fans were left in shock. What did they just witness? An shaped aerial curve. A bizarre falling leaf ball that not only accelerated upon landing, but shot into the net. Neuer crashed heavily onto the grass. The German giant, hailed as the world's #1 goalkeeper, now turned in disarray to watch the ball spinning in the net, utterly broken. How do you defend against this? Can anyone tell me how to defend against this? Neuer clawed at the grass, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, in London, the Sky Sports commentary studio erupted with a roar loud enough to blow off the roof. Ghoul. Martin Tyler shouted until his voice cracked, leaping up from his chair. It's a goal. Susie. From 35 meters out with a shot that can only be described as magical, he shattered Neuer's grasp. Yet sitting next to him, Gary Neville's expression had transcended shock, reaching a near-religious fervor. Martin, did you see that? Did you see where the ball landed? He snatched the microphone, pointing at the replay on the screen, his voice shaking like that of a zealot. The lower left corner of the goal. That patch of wet grass. My God. The whole world thought he was fleeing in embarrassment in the first half, but I told you all. He spat that drink at his line to set up for the second half. Now the perfect closed-loop evidence is here. Neville, flushed with excitement, frantically shared his spine-tingling tactical logic with television viewers across England. Halfway through the switch. In the first half, Susie risked a yellow card while being chased across most of the field just to accurately spit that drink on the opponent's goal line for the second half. He preemptively created an acceleration zone for his falling leaf ball 45 minutes in advance. This 35-meter free kick, its slow initial speed, was to deceive Neuer's center of gravity, and the shaped curve in midair was to bypass the wall. And the ball ultimately struck that slippery patch of grass, perfectly utilizing the rules of switching, has to complete its accelerated shot into the net. Step by step, every detail calculated. He perfectly integrated aerodynamics, turf physics, and even the rules of switching sides into this incredible strike. This isn't luck. This is absolutely not luck. This is a tactical genius who can calculate down to a drop of water for a goal, a master strategist of the utmost caliber. Neville's commentary spread instantly through television signals to thousands of households. Fans in front of their TVs felt their scalps tingle, spines shivering. If this is true, what kind of scheming monster is this Manchester United number 7? Playing the opposing goalkeeper like a fool, even calculating the opponent's water bottle into an assist for his goal. So terrifying. And so cool. Meanwhile on the field, as the architect of this epic tactical calculation, Susie stood at the foul spot. He gazed at the ball in the net. This divine aiming thing, combined with that water stain in front of the goal, actually produced such a marvelous chemical reaction. Susie felt a wave of fear in his heart. Thank goodness it went in, otherwise this 35-meter distance could really give someone a heart attack. Before he could think much more, Rooney, Giggs, Carrick, and other Manchester United veterans had already rushed over like a pack of wild horses surrounding him. Susie, you're simply a god. How did you execute that shaped curve? Teach me. Oh my God, you actually calculated the slipperiness of that grass. You spat that drink in the first half just for this moment, didn't you? Rooney excitedly shook Susie's shoulders, his eyes filled with deep respect. Susie was dizzy from the shaking. He looked at his teammates who had completed their logical loops with fervent eyes, and his heart was already flooded with tears. What kind of physics am I calculating? I just thought that water tasted terrible, so I spat it out. Why are these British folks' brains always so outrageous? Susie wanted to explain himself loudly to clear his name, but the sanctions of honest oral liquid never cared for the occasion. His expression was like a pool of stagnant water, his facial nerves seemingly frozen. In this boiling Auf Schalke stadium, under the desperate gaze of tens of thousands of German fans, Susie slightly raised his chin. Meeting the eyes of Rooney and the others, he spoke in an extremely calm, yet cold tone, voicing a blunt truth. I told you Neuer's defense zone is not invulnerable. That disgusting drink did indeed serve its purpose. Now the German fortress has fallen.